Swallowed Star, signing in for 30,000 years. Chapter 394 to Chapter 437. Qi, deep in the inner area of Universe Boat. Countless tiny vines extended from the giant towering vines, and each of them was several light years long. They covered tens of thousands of light years like water plants. This was a dangerous area close to the black striped stone pillars, the sea of black vines. In the inner area of Universe Boat, the black striped stone pillars were considered a boundary. Although the inner area was also part of the inner area, it wasn't dangerous. Universe Masters like Remote Lord Master, who had just become a top-tier Universe Master, could take risks by relying on top-tier palace-type true treasures. However, the deeper one went from the black striped stone pillars, the more dangerous it was. Ordinary cold currents, gales, thunderbolts, and vines could form terrifying attacks that could easily kill Universe Masters. Even if one had a top-tier palace-type true treasure, it wouldn't be of any help. For example, in this sea of black vines, an attack from any of the tiny vines was comparable to an all-out attack from an ordinary Universe Supreme Master. Under the endless attacks of the vines, a top-tier palace-type true treasure wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, the sea of black vines was a safer route in the inner area. The other routes were more dangerous. Qi, the thick lightning glow was like a long snake. Under Zhou Hao's control, it quickly spread out in all directions, shattering the large number of vines that were attempting to attack the flowing mountain palace. With a domain-type supreme true treasure in hand, coupled with a palace-type supreme true treasure, Zhou Hao spent less than 10 years to cross this sea of black vines. During this period of time, he used teleportation or flight, which was considered the fastest way to travel. If it had been other Universe Masters who had pinnacle palace-type true treasures, they would have spent at least 4 to 5 times more time. After crossing the sea of black vines, Zhou Hao headed for one of the destinations of this trip, Flame Ice region. In the core territory of the alliance of the 5 pinnacle races, including the demon race and the bug race. The avatars of Mengtu, Xianxia, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were gathered here. Their willpower exuded endless power, and there was no fluctuation in time and space. However, at this moment, the expressions of several Universe Supreme Masters were extremely solemn. Everyone, it's been almost 700 years since Zhou Hao from the human race entered Universe Ocean. During this time, although Zhou Hao only preached in the virtual universe 3 times, Universe Masters broke through each time, and the number is increasing. This means that Zhou Hao's preaching talent is still improving. This is very bad news for our 5 peak clans. Everyone should know that Zhou Hao is not only a monstrous genius, but his laws and strength have also improved at an astonishing speed. He cultivated to the peak of rank 6 in a little over 5,000 years. Now that nearly 700 years have passed, we don't even know what level his strength has reached. More importantly, ever since Zhou Hao of the human race appeared once in the Tilted Peak sector and destroyed the clone of the Mountain Everest Lord, he never appeared again. Father God of the automaton race's voice was cold. The ancestral god school of the First Universe era had leaked the news that Zhou Hao had annihilated the body of Mountain Everest Master in order to obtain detailed information about Zhou Hao. Back then, these Universe Supreme Masters had specially gone to the reference system of Tilted Peak sector to search, but they had found nothing. Virtual Reality, Devil Ancestor, Bug Empress, and the other Universe Supreme Masters all frowned. They all entered Universe Ocean to find a chance to destroy Zhou Hao. However, almost 700 years had passed, and they didn't even find a trace of Zhou Hao. This made them very vexed and helpless. They had thought that a genius like Zhou Hao would quickly make a name for himself after entering Universe Ocean, or that he would fight with Universe Masters from other groups of powers in Universe Ocean, but the reality was completely different from what they had imagined. Other than destroying the body of Mountain Ah Master, Zhou Hao seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and the battle with Mountain Ah Master took place 300 years after he entered Universe Ocean. Sometimes, they even suspected that the human race was using Zhou Hao to divert their attention. Bug Empress's voice was heard. We all have the same concerns, Father God Machine. However, we can only wait patiently. There's nothing else we can do. The other Universe Supreme Masters all nodded. The position of the Human Race Alliance in the Primal Universe had been stabilized. Although its momentum of development was not as rapid as before, after so many years, its power had been getting stronger and stronger. The 3 Tao lectures had led to the breakthroughs of nearly 10 universe masters, which further stimulated the other races that were still on the fence. Even the ancestral god school officially announced its alliance with the human race 100 years ago and opened the land of inheritance to the human race unconditionally. Although the Space Beast Alliance hadn't done that, their attitude was no different from announcing it. After all, no one could stay rational when the number of universe masters was increasing rapidly. As for the other scattered races and the powerful races, they didn't hesitate at all. If the Hung Alliance hadn't imposed harsh conditions on the races that wanted to join the alliance, the number of races in the Hung Alliance would have taken up half of the original universe. That was why the 5 pinnacle races couldn't compete with the Hung Alliance in the original universe. They only had a chance in Universe Ocean. After all, the 2 Holy Land universes, the Divine Eye Clan, and the Skeleton Clan were the most powerful powers in Universe Ocean. The Human Race Alliance was still weak. No matter what, we can't wait blindly. Devil Ancestor of the Prison Clan scanned the other Universe Supreme Masters coldly. In my opinion, there are so many Universe Supreme Masters here. We should make use of our advantages. Since that Zhou Hao is not showing up, we should force him to show up. The other Universe Supreme Masters looked at Devil Ancestor. Devil Ancestor continued, hunt the Universe Masters of the human race, especially those like Darkness and Ice Mountain who are close to Zhou Hao. I don't believe that Zhou Hao won't show up. That's one way, Father God of the Automaton race said slowly. But Darkness and Ice Mountain aren't weak. If they're surrounded, they should be able to hold on until Hugh Jax arrives. I believe you all know how powerful Hugh Jax is. Unless we team up, we're no match for him. Meng Tu said. We can ask the Divine Eye Clan for help. The Divine Eye Clan is facing a deadline. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, they won't let it go. After so many years, the Divine Eye Clan must know about Zhou Hao's talent. The moment he said that, the other Universe Supreme Masters nodded one after another. In Universe Ocean, other than the 2 Holy Lands, the Divine Eye Clan was undoubtedly the strongest power. After the 5 alliances made their decision, they quickly contacted the Divine Eye Clan in Universe Ocean. Although Universe Ocean was vast, there were many secret deals between the top powers. Although news didn't spread as fast as in the original universe, it wasn't difficult to contact each other. In fact, just as the 5 races had guessed, the Divine Eye Clan was suspicious of Zhou Hao, but they were still very concerned about it. After almost 700 years, they relied on some connections to secretly inquire about the original universe. Naturally, they knew that Zhou Hao's 3 sermons had helped the 10 Universe Knights break through to become Universe Masters. Thus, when Meng Tu and Empress contacted them, the 7 true Masters of the Divine Eye Clan discussed it and agreed with Devil Ancestor of the Prison Race. Of course, the Divine Eye Clan wasn't stupid. Although they agreed, it didn't mean that they would actively be the vanguard. Instead, they let Meng Tu and the other great beings probe the situation first. The main reason was that Hugh Jax of the human race had always been too low-key, so the entire Universe Ocean didn't know his specific combat power. In the virtual universe, inside Chaos God Palace, 2 figures sat opposite each other, with steaming hot tea on the stone table in front of them. Disciple, the drinks from your hometown are indeed special, Chaos God said with a smile. He had been in a good mood recently. Ever since the focus of the human race had shifted to Universe Boat for more than 300 years, they had reaped a bountiful harvest. With the detailed map of the inner area provided by Zhou Hao, Dark Pungong and the others were not only much safer in their adventures, but many of the places they went to were also new and undeveloped reference systems. Perhaps there had once been Universe Masters or Universe Supreme Masters from thousands of reincarnation eras who had explored these places, but after so many years, these places were considered barren lands without a map or reference system. The newer the frame of reference, the higher the possibility of discovering true treasures. Reality had proven this to be the case. In more than 300 years, Dark Pungong, Ice Peak, and the others had obtained 2 Pinnacle Special Type True Treasures and 5 Pinnacle Type True Treasures, including top-tier Special Type True Treasures. Although this was far less than what Zhou Hao had obtained in Tilted Peak Sector, this kind of efficiency was extremely high compared to the gains made by the various powers in Universe Ocean. This also showed how precious the detailed map of the reference system provided by Zhou Hao was. So the more Chaos God looked at Zhou Hao, the more satisfied he was. He was even glad to have a disciple like Zhou Hao. Sometimes, even Huge Axe envied him. Since teacher likes it, I'll ask my sister to send more over. Zhou Hao smiled. Chaos God nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed. It seemed that he had received an email, and soon, his face was filled with excitement. Zhou Hao could not help but ask, Teacher, what's the good news? Haha. Great news. Great news. Chaos God stood up excitedly. Just now, Huge Axe sent me a message. When Dark was exploring a special area, he felt something and took the most crucial step to become a Universe Supreme Master. Zhou Hao also stood up and said happily, That's great. Hun Dun laughed heartily, and his smile was full of joy. When Darkness was exploring that area, he encountered some danger, but he didn't inform anyone else. He only sent a request for help to Huge Axe, mainly because that area was more dangerous. Even if Ice Mountain, Pengong, and the others went there, they wouldn't be able to help. But thanks to the many pinnacle special type true treasures that you contributed to the race, Darkness exchanged them for a palace true treasure. That was how he managed to hold on until Huge Axe arrived. After he got rid of the danger, Darkness observed the special environment, and he had a feeling about his own path. Next, what the Darkness needs is accumulation. My human race believes that it won't be long before the third Universe Supreme Master is born. Zhou Hao said excitedly, This is really something worth celebrating. Primal Chaos City leader laughed. Yes, it is indeed worth celebrating. Huge Axe has already informed the other Universe Masters. Let's head over now and have a good celebration. However, Huge Axe said that this matter is only known to us. When Darkness breaks through to become a Universe Supreme Master, he will become a great trump card of our race. That's how it should be. Zhou Hao nodded. Although the other races in the original universe knew about Darkness Master, they were not clear about his specific power. Huge Axe Godly Palace. A large number of Universe Masters showed up, and even Zhou showed up. She was very happy to hear the news. After becoming a Universe Master, she learned a lot, so she was proud of the improvement of the human race's power. Darkness Master showed up quickly. He looked calm, but his eyes were still flashing with excitement. After all, taking the most crucial step meant that he had one foot in the door of becoming a Universe Supreme Master. Haha, Darkness, congratulations. Darkness, congratulations. Our human race will soon have a third Universe Supreme Master. Congratulations. More than 30 Universe Masters of the human race congratulated him. Darkness Master responded to them one by one, then looked at Zhou Hao and bowed deeply. It's all thanks to you, Zhou Hao, that I can take the most crucial step this time. If I hadn't listened to your lectures, even if I had some inspiration, I wouldn't have been able to take the most crucial step. Primal Chaos Huge Axe and the others were all smiling as they watched this scene. They were all aware that Zhou Hao's help had played a huge role in Darkness' rapid accumulation. After all, he was a Universe Supreme Master. Without the accumulation of comprehension from listening in every time, it would have been extremely difficult for Darkness to even find and confirm the path he wanted to take, let alone take a crucial step forward. Zhou Hao shook his head and said modestly, Uncle Darkness, you're too kind. It's mainly because of your inspiration that you can take the most crucial step. Although I helped, it was just a small help. Darkness Master smiled and didn't say anything more. He just hid his deep gratitude in his heart. Huge Axe laughed. Okay, let's drink to our heart's content today. Let's celebrate the improvement of our human race's power. Haha, let's drink. How delightful. Once Darkness becomes a Universe Supreme Master, our human race will have 3 Universe Supreme Masters. Even without the Hong Alliance's help, our human race will still be the top power in the original universe. Yes, the demon race and the bug race won't be able to compete with us anymore. They can only form alliances. Huang Jian, Pengong, and the other Universe Masters were talking happily. Although Darkness belonged to the virtual race, the stronger the human race was, the safer each race would be. It was time to celebrate. Zhou Hao took the opportunity to send a more detailed map to Chaos. Teacher, This time when I was exploring Universe Boat, I was in a sealed space of the black striped stone pillar. Chaos didn't care much at first. The sealed space of the black striped stone pillar had existed for a long time, and many universe masters had obtained black tokens. However, most of the things in the sealed space were more ordinary. After seeing the map provided by Zhou Hao, his eyes widened. He saw that this map was 5 to 6 times more detailed than the one recorded in the pulling traces diagram provided by Zhou Hao. The range of reference and the clarity of the map were both enhanced. It could be said that 40% of the entire inner area was recorded in detail. This was Universe Boat, one of the 3 most dangerous lands. The inner area was extremely dangerous. Even the thousands of reincarnation eras recorded by the 2 holy lands could only cover 20% of the inner area of Universe Boat. Great, great. Zhou Hao, Xianxia was right. You are indeed a person of the great luck path. I didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity after going to Universe Boat. This map is too precious. With it, our human race will be able to rise rapidly in Universe Ocean. Chaos got excited again. Everyone, good news. Another great news for our human race. As he spoke, he repeated what Zhou Hao had just said. At the same time, he outlined the rough outline of the map. The other universe masters took a look, and all of them were instantly excited. Darkness Master also said excitedly, originally, I was thinking of going back to the original universe to accumulate. Now that I have this map, I will continue to explore. Who knows, I might be able to get a supreme true treasure. That way, I will take less time to become a universe supreme master. After comprehending the heart of true God, it was only a matter of time before he became a universe supreme master. However, if he had a supreme true treasure, he could comprehend the engravings on it very quickly. The other universe masters all laughed. Xianxia was amused. Darkness, most supreme true treasures appear in the core area. Very few appear in the inner area. Ice Mountain Master glanced at Zhou Hao. He knew that Zhou Hao already had a supreme true treasure. After the celebration, Xianxia, Chaos, and Zhou Hao stayed. Zhou Hao, Xianxia said with a smile. This time, you've contributed a precious map of Universe Boat. I've discussed with Chaos, and we're going to give you 50,000 contribution points. I know it's nothing to you, but you can give it to your sister, or you can give it to Earth. In fact, the map that Zhou Hao had contributed was definitely not less valuable than 2 supreme true treasures. The area covered was too wide, and it was also very detailed. It even included the depths of the inner area. If one were to explore it carefully, they would be able to obtain many pinnacle true treasures. The true treasures that could be born in the depths of the inner area were basically pinnacle true treasures. However, the number of universe masters in the race had increased, and so did the number of true treasures they needed. The race had to think about the future, which was why they offered such a condition. Zhou Hao was delighted. He had been thinking about how to improve the pulse of Earth. Previously, he had used the talent of absolute command to improve Zhou. Unless it was his family or a disciple he thought highly of, he wouldn't consider it. That way, it would be more difficult to improve the pulse of Earth quickly and steadily. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't have much free time to manage it. Now that the contribution points could be used on Earth, it meant that the race would help him manage and improve the pulse of Earth, which would save him a lot of trouble. Thank you, Xianxia. Chaos. I've decided to give 30,000 of the 50,000 contribution points to my sister, 10,000 to develop Earth, and the remaining 10,000 won't be used for the time being. Zhou Hao said after thinking for a while. Chaos shook his head. Disciple, developing your pulse of Earth doesn't require 10,000 contribution points. Even according to the training method of the genius battle, it won't cost more than a dozen contribution points. In that case, I'll use 1,000 contribution points to develop it, and I'll leave the rest to you, teacher. Zhou Hao said. Actually, when he was guarding Earth, the universe knights and overlords who followed him would also develop the pulse of Earth. However, in terms of resources, they couldn't compare to the race, such as the quota to go to the primal universe and the resources to practice in the primal secret region. Chaos nodded and said, the resources in the primal universe and the primal secret region are related to the operation of the entire virtual pulse, so it's not convenient for me to give more quota resources to Earth. My miniature universe has just evolved, and it's suitable for the little guys at the star level and universe level to comprehend the laws. I'll give Earth 70% of the quota, Xianxia said. My Xianxia universe can also give 20%, Zhou Hao thanked him again. With these quota resources, the pulse of Earth, with its special soul, and the resources he would allocate with contribution points, he believed that it wouldn't take long for them to become sector lords and undying fighters. By then, they could listen to his lectures, and it would only be a matter of time before they became universe knights. By then, he could choose some disciples and promote them to universe masters to complete the check-in mission for the rise of the pulse of Earth. Right, Xianxia and Chaos, two founders. I plan to start the lectures in reality again in 100 years. Zhou Hao did this for the rise of the human race. Now, the number of universe masters in the human race had increased to 35. If there were another 6 universe masters, he would meet the requirement of having more than 40 universe masters. By then, not only would he get the 4th pair of wings of Chaos Golden Wings, but he would also get the universe chapter on the structure of a miniature universe. This reward was very important. After all, the structure of a miniature universe was related to the upper limit of one's power in the future. Countless universe supreme masters had been born in Universe Ocean during countless reincarnation eras, but in the end, only East Emperor and Purple Moon had become true gods of void space and past reincarnation. Of course, passing reincarnation was too difficult, but more importantly, Universe Ocean didn't have any experience or system for making a breakthrough to true god of void space. Even becoming a Universe Supreme Master didn't have a set of mature experience to follow, so many Universe Master structures of their miniature universes were very rough. This was an innate limitation. With the Universe chapter, it would be easy for Zhou Hao to make a breakthrough to true god of void space. Chaos was surprised. Disciple, are you going back to the original universe? Zhou Hao shook his head. It's the body I left on Earth. Hun Dan was enlightened. He smiled and said, okay, I'll make the arrangements when the time comes. The impact of your preaching in reality is indeed much greater than the impact of your preaching in the virtual universe. I believe that once this news spreads, the alliance of the 5 major races, including the demon race and the insect race, will be even more anxious. When Giant Axe heard this, he laughed out loud. Speaking of the demon race and the bug race, Zhou Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, the demon race and the other races seem to have quieted down recently. Yes, Chaos said softly. Although the demon race and the bug race have kept a low profile since the rapid expansion of the Hong Alliance, there are still some small conflicts. However, after you entered Universe Ocean, these small conflicts disappeared. The 5 races are completely holed up. Even Empress and Dream Demon Ancestor, who often try to rope in other races, have disappeared. Chaos said softly. The human race is getting stronger, so the demon race and the bug race don't dare to bully us as arrogantly as before. However, the demon race and the bug race won't admit defeat easily. They'll definitely do something, so you have to be careful, disciple. Don't be careless. Yes, disciple knows. After his consciousness left the virtual universe, Zhou Hao couldn't help but guess what methods the demon race and the bug race would use to stop the rise of the human race. However, after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anything. He simply put it aside for the time being and continued to move toward the depths of Universe Boat. According to the detailed and safe route, he would arrive at Flame Ice region, where the boat of Mausoleum was located, in less than 50 years. Disciple, come quickly. 2 years later, Chaos suddenly sent an urgent email. After Zhou Hao arrived at Chaos God Palace, Darkness, Pengong, and the other universe masters arrived one after another. What's going on? Haha. Did Blade River get another treasure? It's a good thing to get several pinnacle special true treasures, let alone treasures. It doesn't look like it. Chaos City leader sent a message to us urgently. Something must have happened. Dark Pengong and the other universe masters were talking in low voices. When they saw Zhou Hao, they greeted him and asked Zhou Hao what had happened. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao's status in the human race was no lower than Xianxia and Chaos City leader. If there was something important, Xianxia and Chaos City leader would inform Zhou Hao in advance. Zhou Hao shook his head. I'm not sure either. Huh? Long Yan, Huang Jian isn't here? Qingdong isn't here, either? They're always the first to arrive at every meeting. It's strange today. Maybe they're delayed by something. Dark Pungong, Ice Mountain, and the other universe masters looked solemn. Under normal circumstances, Huang Jian, Qingdong, and the other universe masters wouldn't delay the meeting. Shua, shua. Soon, Huang Jian, Qingdong, and Long Yan arrived together with huge axe and Chaos City leader. They all looked solemn, especially Huang Jian and the other two universe masters. Teacher, huge axe creator, what happened? Zhou Hao asked first. It's the demons and the Bug clan. Huge Axe's voice was low, and there was a hint of anger in it. Meng Ta, Shock Horn, and the others are shameless. They're targeting universe masters of our human race in Universe Ocean, and they're surrounded by several universe supreme masters. Chaos City leader added, it's Huang Jian, Long Yan, and Qingdong. They're under attack. Dark Pungong and the other universe masters looked at Huang Jian and the other two universe masters. Huang Jian, Qingdong, and Long Yan all nodded. Huang Jian said, this happened all of a sudden. Previously, after Sword River provided a more detailed map of the universe boat, Qingdong and I returned from the inner area to our rendezvous point in the universe boat. We planned to rest and reorganize ourselves. Then, we followed another safe route to explore the inner area. This route was much closer and safer than the one we took before. Along the way, we met Long Xing, so the three of us traveled together. However, before we even reached the rendezvous point, the surrounding space and time were sealed. We didn't care at first. After all, we had pinnacle domain and true treasures, so even if we met Universe Supreme Masters, we could escape. Huang Jian's voice was filled with anger. Who would have thought it would be Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon and Bug Clan Alliance? At first, there were only two of them, but then Bug Empress and Prison Clan Devil Ancestor all came. 6 Universe Supreme Masters attacked us together. If we hadn't exchanged Pinnacle Palace true treasures, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Qingdong sighed. Among the 6 of them, although Meng Ta from the demon race was at level 8, we were able to hold on with our Pinnacle Palace true treasures. But Bug Empress Soul Attack and Father God's Machine C tactic made it impossible for us to escape. Besides, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill us. I'm guessing they didn't want to waste their godly power, so they were waiting for Virtual Real Devil Master to come and cooperate with Bug Empress to kill us with soul attacks. How shameless! It's fine if one Universe Supreme Master attacked us, but 6 of them attacked us together. What should we do now? Although a Pinnacle Palace true treasure has strong defense and can resist attacks from Universe Supreme Masters, it can only weaken soul attacks. Yes, once Virtual Real Devil Master comes and cooperates with Bug Empress, Qingdong and the other 2 will be in danger. Dark Pungong and the others were anxious and worried. In Universe Ocean, Universe Supreme Masters were able to unleash their full combat power, which was why, when Universe Masters encountered Universe Supreme Masters, they would usually stay far away from them. Under normal circumstances, Universe Supreme Masters would not kill Universe Masters for no reason. Firstly, it would be embarrassing, and secondly, there would not be much to gain from killing Universe Masters. Unless it was a 6th-tier Universe Master like the 2 Holy Lands, who carried supreme true treasures. But it was very difficult for Universe Masters to be annihilated if they possessed supreme true treasures. However, if a Universe Supreme Master was truly shameless, it would be a disaster for a Universe Master, especially when several Universe Supreme Masters were attacking at the same time. It could be said that if Qingdong and the others had not exchanged for a Pinnacle top-grade Palace true treasure that was second only to a Supreme true treasure, they would not have been able to hold on until now. Huge Axe said in a low voice, I'm heading toward the frame of reference where Huang Jian and the others are, but it'll take at least 3 days. He had explored a deeper area in Universe Boat, and if he hadn't had a safe route, it would have taken him more than a month to reach there. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. 3 days. If Virtual Real Devil Master comes first, Huang Jian and the others won't be able to hold on. The only good news is that Huang Jian and Long Xing have other bodies, but Qingdong doesn't. There were many Universe Masters who had other bodies in the universe, but compared to the total number of Universe Masters, the ratio was very low. Darkness, Pungong, and Ice Mountain didn't have other bodies. At this moment, Zhou Hao suddenly said, "Teacher, Huge Axe Creator, and everyone else, the demons and bug clan suddenly acted like this. Is it just to kill Huang Jian and the other two? Could there be other plans?" The moment he said that, Huge Axe's godly body trembled. Darkness and the others narrowed their eyes. Just now, they were worried about the safety of Huang Jian, Long Xing, and Qing Dong, so they didn't think carefully. Now, after Zhou Hao's reminder, they quickly came back to their senses. Indeed, Deserted Mirror and Long Yan both had multiple bodies. Only Qing Dong did not have any other bodies. Even if they were annihilated, the human race would only lose one universe master, Qing Dong. For the 6 universe supreme masters to attack together, it was not worth it. At most, it would only disgust the human race. So this time, if it was just to disgust the human race, it was unreasonable. Darkness said slowly, "Maybe their target isn't Huang Jian and the other two, but Huge Axe Creator." Huge Axe grinned. "If that's the case, then it's easy. Meng Tu, Shockhorn, and the others can't stop me." Hearing that, the human universe masters all felt relieved. That was right. The Demon and Bug Clan Universe Supreme Masters didn't know Huge Axe's specific power. Zhou Hao frowned. "Huge Axe Creator, although the demons and the others don't know your specific power, they should have fought with you in Universe Ocean." Huge Axe nodded. "Meng Tu, Virtual Reality, and Empress have all fought with me. Back then, I only used half of my power. If that's the case, I think the demon race and the bug race will be on guard against this. After all, it's very difficult to kill a Universe Supreme Master, even in Universe Ocean. And it's meaningless to suppress him, because the human race still has Chaos Creator. As long as there's one Universe Supreme Master, the overall power of the Han Alliance won't crumble so quickly." Zhou Hao pondered and said, "So the demons and bug clan might have a backup plan." Huang Jian suddenly said, "Everyone, I think we should deduce from the purpose of the demons and bug clan. No matter if their target is the 3 of us or Huge Axe, their ultimate goal should be Zhou Hao. As long as Zhou Hao doesn't die, even if all the human universe masters are annihilated, we'll rise again. So I think the main purpose of the demons and bug clan is to force Zhou Hao to show up." After he finished, Huge Axe Primal Chaos, Darkness Peng Gong, and the others were enlightened. Yes, the goal of the demons and bug clan had always been to kill Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao was the key to the changes in the original universe and the rise of the human race. Qing Dong smiled. "I agree with Huang Jian. That's why Dream Demon Ancestor and the others haven't really made a move yet. Their purpose isn't to kill us, but to lure Huge Axe Creator out and force Zhou Hao to show up. Then they'll kill him. If Zhou Hao doesn't show up, they'll definitely do something else and continue to hunt the universe masters of the human race." Primal Chaos thought for a while. That's a reasonable explanation. Although there are still some suspicious points, Meng Tu and the others' main target is still Zhou Hao. I suggest Dark Ice Mountain and the others meet up with Huge Axe, and then I'll mobilize the Han Alliance in the original universe to put pressure on the 5 alliances of the demons and bug clan. If they attack Huang Jian, then we'll take the initiative to start a war in the original universe. Is territory more important than killing the universe masters of the human race? I believe Meng Tu and the others will choose the former. The other universe masters heard that and nodded in agreement. Zhou Hao nodded, too. That was indeed a good idea. After all, the demons and bug clan were in an alliance, and they definitely had their own ideas. For example, if the human race and the Han Alliance occupied the demon territory first, the demon race would definitely be the first to suggest letting Huang Jian and the others go. Simply put, when it came to their own interests, no matter which race it was, they wouldn't consider the big picture. It wouldn't hurt if it was cut off by others. Since everyone agrees, then we'll do it this way. Primal Chaos looked at Huang Jian, Long Yan, and Qing Dong. "You can only hold on for now." Qing Dong smiled. "Primal Chaos Creator, don't worry. At most, I'll be the only one to die this time. If things go wrong, Huang Jian, Long Yan, and the others will immediately self-destruct." Huang Jian, Long Yan, and the others looked at Qing Dong and sighed. Primal Chaos Creator acted quickly. After the meeting, he sent a notice to all the universe masters in the Hong Alliance. Those who were willing to cooperate with the human race to put pressure on the 5 alliances were welcomed by the human race, and those who weren't, they wouldn't force them. As for the remaining universe masters in the Hong Alliance, after knowing the whole story, they all signed up eagerly. After all, this was their first large-scale operation since joining the Hong Alliance. If they didn't participate, obviously, they would be remembered by the human race, and it would be difficult for them to get a place to listen in. Thus, they wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to perform. Besides, they were actively looking for any opportunity to increase the number of places to listen in. Otherwise, Star River Master and the other universe masters above Pinnacle wouldn't have gone to Universe Ocean. Thus, after just 2 days, the remaining universe masters from the Hong Alliance and the human race took action. They all headed toward the demon territory to put pressure on it. Such a large-scale operation immediately attracted the attention of the Ancestral God School, Space Beast Alliance, Thorn Ring, 9 Regions, and many other alliances. The Lone Universe Supreme Masters also received the news. Tisk, TSK. Meng Tu, Shock Horn, and the others are at their wits' end. They're shameless enough to attack the universe masters of the human race. Don't they know the consequences? Demon Beast Ancestor sneered. He had always looked down on Meng Tu and Shock Horn, thinking that he was the most suitable one to lead the demon race. Meng Tu, Empress, and the others can't do anything, but I have a feeling that this matter isn't so simple. Meng Tu and the others can't make such a stupid plan. Black Universe Creator looked at Sitting Mountain Guest, Space Beast Ancestor, and asked, "What do you think? The Human Alliance is too powerful in the original universe. As long as Zhou Hao doesn't die, the Hong Alliance won't disintegrate, and the human race will be invincible. Actually, compared to this matter, I'm more curious about whether Zhou Hao can really affect the breakthrough from a Universe Master to a Universe Supreme Master." As it spoke, it looked at Sitting Mountain Guest with its ferocious head. Sitting Mountain Guest, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, laughed heartily. "Old Beast God, you want to find out more about the situation? Hee, you're still hesitating. Isn't this obvious? That Zhou Hao will affect the advancement of Universe Masters sooner or later, just like how he affected Universe Knights' breakthroughs to Universe Masters. So I suggest that if you want to cooperate or join us, be quick. If you're late, you'll lose your status. Isn't this a good opportunity?" Black Universe Creator and the other Lone Universe Supreme Masters were suddenly filled with thoughts. At the edge of the inner area of Universe Ocean, in the sky above the mighty cold current, Dream Demon Ancestor and the other 5 Universe Supreme Masters looked at the palace floating in the midst of their attack techniques. They were all in a good mood. Although there was a sudden accident, the overall situation was still within their control. Virtual Reality and the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan have already arrived at Universe Boat, and they'll be here in a few days. By then, we just need to wait for the fish to take the bait. Prison Race Devil Ancestor smiled. Father God of the Automaton race shook his head. The human race isn't stupid. They might be able to guess our purpose. If Hugh Jax doesn't come and Zhou Hao doesn't show up, our plan will be meaningless. Devil Ancestor snorted and said coldly, "If they don't come, we'll kill them until they do." I don't believe the human race doesn't care about these universe masters. Dream Demon Ancestor was just about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. Not good. Chaos from the original universe brought the universe masters from the Hong Alliance and the human race to attack our demon race territory. Shock Demon Ancestor's expression also changed. The human race reacted too quickly, and with the power of the Hong Alliance now, our demon race will collapse before chaos does anything. The 2 demon ancestors were very anxious. Before the plan, they thought it would take some time for the human race to react. As long as Hugh Jax arrived, they wouldn't be afraid of the pressure from the original universe from the human race. However, the plan had just been executed, and the human race had already reacted and started to threaten them directly from the original universe. Universe Supreme Masters like them were in Universe Ocean, so they couldn't resist at all. The Prison Race and the Crystal Race were far away from the human race. Although some of their Universe Masters were at the core of the Alliance, they weren't as anxious as the Demon Race. That was why Demon Ancestor said, "Meng Ta, Shock Horn, don't worry. The Human Race Alliance is indeed powerful in the original universe, but that was when it started to expand. Now, all the universe masters above the pinnacle level have entered Universe Ocean, and the remaining ones only have a slight advantage in terms of numbers. Holy Master of the Crystal Race also comforted him. Yes. Although Chaos City Leader is there, Chaos City Leader has just become a Universe Supreme Master, and he's in the original universe. As long as we work together, they won't be able to do anything to us in a short time. Besides, Empress left Empress Palace in our race. With Empress Palace there, we're invincible. That was the main reason why all 6 of them had dared to enter Universe Ocean. First, the main force of the Human Race Alliance had entered Universe Ocean. Second, Empress Palace was a supreme true treasure. The 2 demon ancestors were well aware of this. Under normal circumstances, one of the 2 demon ancestors would stay behind when they entered Universe Ocean. However, this mission was critical. The Bug Clan and the Automaton race were going all out. If the demon race continued to preserve their strength, they would definitely be criticized. However, the problem was that no matter how weak the Human Race Alliance was, it still had nearly 400 Universe Masters and Chaos City Leader, who was a Universe Supreme Master. They could slowly encroach on the demon race's territory. Sitting Mountain Guest, the Ancestral God School, and the Space Beast Alliance were also there. If they were persuaded by the human race, the demon race would be in real danger. A territory was an important breeding ground for a race, and the territory occupied by the demon race was even more fertile. It was precisely because of this territory that the demon race could constantly produce geniuses and have 2 Universe Supreme Masters. Therefore, the 2 demon ancestors absolutely did not want to lose even a little bit of territory. If that was the case, they would have migrated long ago. Why would they fight to the death with the human race, which was gradually becoming stronger? Shockhorn, go back to the original universe now. Meng Ta ignored Demon Ancestor and Holy Master and transmitted his voice using his godly power. Shock Demon Ancestor didn't hesitate. He turned around and left. They were at the edge of the inner area of Universe Boat, so it wouldn't take him long to get back to Universe Ocean. With the power of the 5 Alliance, they could hold off the human race for a long time. Empress and Father God of Automaton didn't say anything. If they were in his shoes, they would have done the same. After all, this concerned their race's territory, and the demon race had 2 Universe Supreme Masters. It didn't matter if one of them left. Let's increase the intensity of our attacks. We can't let Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing have it easy. Dream Demon Ancestor said coldly. Boom, all of a sudden, all sorts of powerful secret techniques were cast through the True Treasures and attacked the Pinnacle Palace True Treasure. The palace was like a sailboat in the middle of a sea, shaking violently. As for Huang Jian and the others who were inside, their godly powers were constantly being impacted. Looks like they're serious, Huang Jian said helplessly. Then, he looked at the calm Qing Dong master and said, Big Axe can't come. We'll hold on for as long as we can. Qing Dong nodded. Now, let's see how fast Primal Chaos Creator will attack. Actually, after coming up with this plan, Qing Dong had already mentally prepared himself for death. This was because no matter how much the human race suppressed the alliance of the 5 races in the original universe, the Automaton race and the Bug Clan in Universe Ocean would not give up on attacking the 3 of them. Apart from that, the 3 of them were like meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered without the slightest ability to resist. Their only hope was that the huge axe founder would come. Virtual Universe. Inside Chaos God Palace. Zhou Hao and the other universe masters from the branch of the virtual universe gathered together to discuss how they should invade the demon race's territory. Currently, there were 376 universe masters in the Human Race Alliance, and most of them were below the pinnacle level. Only the human race, with the help of True Treasures, could unleash power at the 4th tier as the top level. At the same time, Zhou Hao's other body, Fenhun, had become a universe knight, and he also had power at top tier level 6. There were 287 universe masters in the alliance of the 5 races, but 30% of them were at top tier or pinnacle level or above. This was why attacking separately wouldn't work. They could only attack as a group, which could unleash the greatest power. However, this also meant that the alliance of the demon race and the Bug Clan could also gather together, so both sides could be considered a large-scale attack of universe masters. To be honest, the human race only had a slight advantage, but they didn't have overwhelming power. The main thing was that when more than 100 universe masters attacked, individual power would be suppressed. The demon race and the bug clan both have supreme true treasures, and the automaton race and the bug clan are good at collective attacks. Although we have a chance of winning this war, we can't form an absolute advantage. If this drags on, Qing Dong and Huang Jian will be in danger. Primal Chaos said in a low voice. Dark Ice Mountain and the other universe masters frowned. They didn't want to lose any universe masters, not to mention Huang Jian and the other two, who were all top-tier universe masters, and Qing Dong didn't have other bodies. Seeing that no one said anything, Primal Chaos sighed. Huge Axe wants us to give them enough pressure, but not too much, to prevent the demon race from fighting to the death. Besides, Huge Axe plans to go and help, even if this is a trap. At this moment, Zhou Hao said, "Teacher, since the demon race and the bug clan's target is me, then as long as I show up, Huang Jian and the others will be out of danger." No. Zhou Hao, don't be rash. Zhou Hao, your safety is the most important. Dark Ice Mountain and the others immediately said. Primal Chaos City leader also shook his head. Disciple, since the demon race and the bug clan dare to use this kind of action to force you to show up, they must be well prepared. Besides, this is Universe Ocean. If the 6 Universe Supreme Masters all attack together, there's no way you can escape. Although you left a body in the original universe, if your original body dies, it'll be a great loss to your power. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Teacher, this time, I brought 3 bodies with me to Universe Ocean." My original body stayed deep in the black-striped stone pillar to sharpen his mind, and the one outside was only a body. Hence, for me, even if my other bodies die, I can quickly reform them. The only thing that will be lost is the true treasures that my other bodies have. As for true treasures, I believe you know they're nothing. What he said was both true and false. Of course, there was no doppelganger. It was merely a mirror image doppelganger, and the mirror image doppelganger carried 4 supreme true treasures: Fire Cloud Armor, Thunder Light World, Spirit Snow Ice Pearl, and Flowing Mountain Palace. If it were to perish, the loss would be incomparably huge. If the demon race, insect race, and other races were to get it, they would be laughing in their sleep. Primal Chaos City leader was well aware of what Zhou Hao had said. It was undoubtedly the most effective solution at the moment. The 6 Universe Supreme Masters from the demon race, the bug race, and the other 4 Universe Supreme Masters had come for Zhou Hao, but he still shook his head and rejected Zhou Hao's suggestion. If it had been anyone else, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, the risk involved was relatively small, and it was worth it in exchange for the safety of Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and the others. However, Zhou Hao was different. He was too important to the human race. It could be said that the human race's current power and rapidly rising status in the original universe all originated from Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao suffered any loss, the human race couldn't afford it. Besides that, Primal Chaos City leader still remembered that in the outer domain battlefield, it was he who agreed to Zhou Hao's risky plan, which led to the death of 7 Blades and the other knights who had just broken through. All these years, the higher-ups of the human race didn't mention the responsibility, but Primal Chaos City leader blamed himself. Although Zhou Hao's suggestion was risky, it was he, Primal Chaos City leader, who agreed to let him carry it out. Therefore, even if the risk Zhou Hao said was small, Primal Chaos City leader didn't want any accidents to happen. Disciple, I know you want to save Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and the others, but your safety is of utmost importance. Don't be rash. Primal Chaos City leader said earnestly. He was worried that Zhou Hao would act according to his own plan. Dark Ice Peak and the other universe masters from the Virtual Pulse also tried to persuade him. Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing have listened to your lectures all these years, and their power has reached the top level. Huang Jian and Qing Dong are at level 5, and they can wield power at level 6 with true treasures. I believe they can hold on until Huge Axe arrives. Yes, even if the demon race and the bug clan attack, they won't kill Huang Jian and the others. Zhou Hao, don't worry. Our race can handle this. Seeing that, Zhou Hao could only helplessly agree. He wouldn't make a decision on his own. In fact, he really wanted to say that he was no longer the ignorant fool he once was. This was especially true after tempering his will on the black-striped stone pillars. Considering the flow of time, he had already spent nearly 10 million years there. Whether it was his comprehension of laws or his will, they had nearly reached their current limits. Therefore, other than trying to divert the attention of the 6 strongest experts, his suggestion also had another purpose, and that was to test his own combat strength. The inner region of Universe Ocean. Zhou Hao looked at the endless rocky land in front of him and shook his head gently. He knew that Teacher Primal Chaos had rejected him because of the incident in the extraterritorial battlefield. Besides, Darkness and the others were mainly worried about him. After all, it was Universe Ocean. Compared to him, they were more aware of the true power of Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean. Furthermore, this time around, 6 Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon race and the Bug race had joined forces. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1. Once more than 6 or 7 Universe Supreme Masters joined forces to besiege and attack, even a Universe Supreme Master with 6 or 7 Supreme True Treasures would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. Let's wait and see first. Teacher Primal Chaos and the others will most likely send Hujack's creator to help. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Although the human race had internal conflicts of interests, when faced with external enemies, they were very united, and they wouldn't easily give up on a Universe Master. If Qing Dong had other bodies, the human race wouldn't care too much about this. At most, they would just let them self-destruct their bodies. It would just take them more time to form another body. Just as Zhou Hao had guessed, in the end, Hujax went personally to help, and he didn't deliberately hide his tracks. The human race even spread the news to let the Demon race and the Bug race know that Hujax had come to help. When Meng Tu, Empress, and the others heard the news, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They were most worried that the human race would give up on deserted Jian and the other 2. If that happened, their plan would be difficult to carry out. Everyone, as long as Hujax comes, although the 5 of us might not be able to suppress him, with the help of the 3 true masters from the Divine Eye clan, it'll be a piece of cake. Haha. The Divine Eye clan once received part of the inheritance from the ancient civilization, and they have powerful combination techniques. No matter how strong Hujax is, he won't be a match for them. As long as Hujax is suppressed, Primal Chaos, who just became a Universe Supreme Master, won't be a threat anymore. That's right. By then, we'll continue to target the human race and draw in other powers from Universe Ocean. We'll definitely be able to force Zhou Hao to show up. Humph. Even if we can't kill Zhou Hao in this universe era, there's still the next universe era. However, the premise is that in this universe era, we have to suppress the development of Zhou Hao and the human race. Meng Tu and the others had already decided on how to deal with the human race, and this was only their first step. At the edge of the inner area of Universe Boat. Inside the Pinnacle Palace were Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were. Stupid. Stupid. Huang Jian scolded angrily. Didn't we agree to use the original universe to suppress the demon race's territory? Why did Hujack's creator come all of a sudden? Our safety isn't important. The most important thing is to seize this opportunity and swallow part of the demon race's territory. Qing Dong kept sighing. This time, it's my fault. If I had other bodies, Hujax wouldn't have chosen to come all the way here. Long Xing shook his head. Qing Dong, don't blame yourself. No matter who it is, Hujack's creator will come all the same. How can the human race give up a universe master so easily? Besides, Hujack's creator is very powerful. If he dares to come, he'll naturally be able to deal with the demon race and Bug clan universe supreme masters. Huang Jian said with hatred, I'm afraid it's not just the demon race and the Bug clan who are universe supreme masters. Don't forget, the other groups of powers in Universe Ocean all know about Zhou Hao's talent. It may seem peaceful all these years, but in the dark, how could the other groups of powers not make any moves? Long Xing was dazed. Huang Jian, are you saying that the demon race and Bug clan might join forces with the powers in Universe Ocean? Yes, that's what I'm worried about, but it's too late to say anything now. Hujack's creator is already here, and once he makes a decision, he won't change his mind easily. Huang Jian said helplessly, the only hope now is Zhou Hao, But once Zhou Hao reveals his coordinates, it's very likely that the powers in Universe Ocean will rush over. Not long after. Hong. Long. Long, at that moment, the originally peaceful space suddenly surged with a vast force. It's Xianxia's creator. Xianxia's creator is here. Outside the palace. Meng Tu, father god of automaton, empress, and the others all felt the force of Xianxia's, and they were all overjoyed. They all sent messages to Virtual Real Devil Master, who was hiding in the distance, and the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan. However, the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan were not in a hurry. They said to wait. Meng Tu and the others all knew what the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan were planning. As soon as Giant Axe's towering figure appeared, he dashed into the domain that covered the Pinnacle Palace true treasure at 100 times the speed of light. He was like a sharp blade that split open the domain that was as vast as the ocean. Xianxia, how dare you come here? Without a supreme true treasure, you'll die here today. Xianxia, die. The 5 Universe Supreme Masters, Dream Demon Ancestor, Bug Empress, Father God, Devil Ancestor, and Holy Master, all unleashed their strongest power at the same time. They either relied on true treasures or secret techniques, and all kinds of secret techniques swept toward the Xianxia from all directions. If it had been any other ordinary Universe Supreme Masters, even if they were at level 8 like Dream Demon Ancestor, when faced with the joint attack of the 5 Universe Supreme Masters, they would have been instantly blasted away or even injured. However, Xianxia raised his giant axe and performed the 12th strike. Suddenly, the shadow of the axe stretched for hundreds of millions of miles and easily covered the attacks of Meng Ta and the other Universe Supreme Masters. Pung! 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 Their attacks all crumbled and turned into particles. The eyes of the 3 true masters of the Divine Eye clan flashed with disdain, especially the 3rd true master, Star True Master, who was second only to the 1st true master. He said coldly, "What a piece of trash. 5 Universe Supreme Masters working together are still no match for this Xianxia. This Xianxia doesn't have a supreme true treasure." Virtual Real Devil God laughed dryly and said, "3rd True Master, Meng Tu and the others have never teamed up before, and they don't have any attack-type supreme true treasures. Their power is only average, comparable to level 8. That human Xianxia, though low-key, is definitely stronger than Meng Tuesday. That's why we invited you 3 true masters to help us." 7th True Master sneered. "You're all Universe Supreme Masters from the original universe, but you can't even compare to a human Universe Supreme Master. Is it wrong to call you trash?" Virtual Real Devil God's face was a little ugly, but he did not argue. The 7 true masters of the Divine Eye clan were not weak. Once they combined their strength to perform the powerful secret skills of the ancient civilization, even Teacher Origin, who had dominated the Universe Ocean in the past, could resist them. However, he despised them in his heart. They were useless, but the true masters of the Divine Eye clan were also useless. They had cultivated for 2 reincarnation eras, but they were defeated by Teacher Origin. Only the 1st true master was slightly stronger. Of course, he didn't dare to say that out loud. After all, he still had to rely on the Divine Eye clan to solve the problem of the human race. 6th True Master, Blue-Eyed True Master, said, "Second brother, I don't think we should wait any longer. This giant axe is indeed powerful. I'm afraid that the monster race and the insect race won't be able to suppress it." Star True Master nodded. "Alright, let's go. No matter what, that human Zhou Hao must be in the hands of our Divine Eye clan. He could very well be our Divine Eye clan's only hope." After that, the 3 true masters flashed. Virtual Real Demonic Lord followed closely behind. Hua! La! At that moment, Xianxia had already performed his 13th axe, and he was suppressing Meng Cha, Empress, and the other Universe Supreme Masters. Virtual Real Devil Master was right. Meng Cha and the other 4 Universe Supreme Masters were only slightly stronger than Meng Cha himself, so they were no match for Xianxia, who was at level 9. However, if Meng Ta and the others had attacking supreme true treasures, the situation would be completely different. They could rely on the supreme true treasures to gather power and unleash superpower. Inside the Pinnacle Palace. Initially, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were still worried. However, when they saw the 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and Bug Clan being suppressed by huge axe, they heaved a sigh of relief. Haha. I didn't expect Huge Axe Creator to be so strong. Even if there's an accident, Huge Axe Creator can leave easily. That's right. The 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and the Bug Race have been suppressed to such an extent. Even if there are other Universe Supreme Masters rushing over, Huge Axe Creator can still retreat quickly. Suddenly, 4 towering figures flashed from afar, and then a strong force enveloped them. Huang Jian and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters were shocked. Not good. It's the Divine Eye Clan. The Demon Clan and the Bug Clan have contacted the Divine Eye Clan. Huge Axe Creator is in danger. The 3rd true master of the Divine Eye Clan is here. His power is only second to the 1st true master. Outside the palace, Giant Axe, who had just sent the prison clan's demon ancestor flying, focused his attention on the 3 figures in the distance. His pupil shrank slightly, and the attack in his hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he quickly kept Huang Jian and the others into his own world. Although he knew that the Demon Clan and the Insect Clan had a backup plan, Giant Axe really did not expect that they would actually collude with the Divine Eye Clan. There were many clans and powers in Universe Ocean that made deals with the Divine Eye Clan. After all, the Divine Eye Clan was very powerful. Some of the weaker powers from the Universe era had to rely on the Divine Eye Clan. Like the human race from the Universe era before, there was only one Universe Supreme Master. They didn't dare offend the Divine Eye Clan and the Skeleton Clan, as well as any great beings from the 2 Holy Lands. As for the clans and powers in the original universe, they hadn't gone through reincarnation, so they weren't close to the other powers in Universe Ocean. Similarly, the Divine Eye Clan and other powers didn't care about the Demon Clan and the Bug Clan. Who would have thought the Divine Eye Clan would send 3 great beings this time? Needless to say, it had to be because of Zhou Hao. Otherwise, with the power of the Divine Eye Clan, why would they team up with the Demon Clan and the Bug Clan? These thoughts flashed through Huge Axe's mind, and he grinned. 3rd True Master, your Divine Eye Clan doesn't even care about the 2 Holy Lands in Universe Ocean. I didn't expect you to team up with the Demon Clan and the Bug Clan to attack the 3 Universe Masters of our human race. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll damage the reputation of your clan. Star True Master laughed. Huge Axe, you're right. However, our time is coming, and our reputation isn't as important as our hope of transcending reincarnation. I'll cut to the chase. As long as you hand over Sword River Horde leader, I'll let you go. Speaking of this, his tone suddenly turned cold. Otherwise, not only will you die here today, but the human race will also be annihilated by the Divine Eye Clan. Annihilation. Annihilation. His voice reverberated. Huge Axe's face fell. Annihilation? Just because of your Divine Eye Clan? While they were talking, he raised the huge axe in his hand, and the surface of the axe was flashing with a strange light. The surrounding space condensed into a towering axe shadow again. Haha. Huge Axe, you don't have a supreme true treasure, and you still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself. Today, I'll show you the power of the Divine Eye Clan. Hong, the supreme true treasure Star Country in the hands of Star True Master emitted a misty light. At the end of the light, stars emerged and exploded, transforming into giant beasts that condensed into Star Country. This was a domain-type supreme true treasure, and when activated, it could form billions of giant beasts. It could also be combined with a secret technique inheritance that the Divine Eye Clan had obtained from the ancient civilization to condense into a simple eternal true god, which could be used for both offense and defense. Go, billions of giant beasts shouted, true god, and then, under the activation of Star True Master, they turned into starlight and smashed toward Huge Axe. 6th True Master and 7th True Master didn't do anything but watched from the side. They didn't take Huge Axe seriously at all. 3rd True Master's power was enough to deal with him. Of course, this was mainly because they wanted to test Huge Axe's true power first. 13 Axe, facing the attacks of billions of beasts. Huge Axe's expression didn't change. His true god power surged into the axe in his hand. Suddenly, 13 axe, which stretched for billions of miles, appeared as if it existed in another world. Then he used all his strength to wield the axe. 13 axes shadow gathered in the axe and emitted a strange axe light. Pung, the giant axe split the space, and the surrounding axe shadow looked down on everything. The countless strange beasts that were charging toward it collapsed and turned into endless light. Seeing this scene, the 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and the Bug Race, Virtual Real Devil Master, 6th True Master, and 7th True Master were all shocked. 3rd True Master's Star Kingdom was a domain-type Supreme True Treasure. Although it was just an ordinary move, it had the power of level 8. However, not only had the giant axe blocked it easily, but it had also caused the move to collapse. Without a doubt, Huge Axe's power was definitely at pinnacle level 8 or even level 9. In the entire Universe Ocean, there were only a handful of Universe Supreme Masters who had reached level 9. I didn't expect your power to reach such a level, Huge Axe. No wonder you're from the human race. 3rd True Master's expression turned serious. He didn't look down on the human race that had given birth to Teacher Origin. However, Huge Axe was, after all, a Universe Supreme Master who had appeared after Teacher Origin was suppressed. He wasn't well known, and he hadn't practiced for long. Originally, people thought his power was at most on par with Demon Ancestor Ming 2, but it turned out that he was close to Teacher Origin's power. Next, I'll show you the power of an eternal true God. The moment he finished speaking, countless stars appeared in the misty light again. These stars seemed to be stagnant, floating. Then they exploded and turned into giant beasts of different shapes. Green Eye. 3rd True Master shouted. Green Eye True Master nodded, and green light burst out from his eyes. It was a soul illusion type Supreme True Treasure, Green Eye God Light. There were engravings on the green light, and it covered billions of giant beasts at an extremely fast speed. Every giant beast was like a moth that had seen light. They chased after the green light crazily, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a giant eternal true God. The emerald light formed the eyes of the eternal real God. This eternal true God was extremely towering. It had 9 heads, 36 pairs of wings, 108 pairs of claws, and 9 tails of different shapes. The moment it was formed, the operating laws of Universe Ocean disappeared completely. It exuded an extremely terrifying force that surpassed all the Universe Supreme Masters. The eyes of the 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon Race and the Bug Clan were filled with fear, and their bodies were trembling slightly. Is this the ancient civilization's secret combined attack technique of the Divine Eye Clan? Too strong. Facing this eternal real God, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand one blow. Luckily, this eternal true God is a giant axe used to deal with humans. Standing at the end of the misty light, 3rd True Master smiled and said, Huge Axe, it's not too late for you to change your mind. Hand over the Sword River Territorial Lord, and the Divine Eye Clan will stop targeting the human race. Otherwise, you will die today, and the human race will be exterminated. Giant Axe's voice was cold. If you want to destroy my human race, even if I give you another reincarnation era, it won't be enough. You're courting death. Go, eternal real God, destroy him. The towering eternal real God's 9 heads all turned to look at Giant Axe. Wherever his gaze passed, even the space became stagnant. Pung. Pung, pung. With every step he took, the space shattered inch by inch. His speed soared by 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. In an instant, he appeared in front of Giant Axe. His claws fiercely grabbed at Giant Axe, and endless power enveloped the area. 13 Emperor, Giant Axe's entire body exploded with an extremely strong force, and the giant axe in his hand slashed toward Eternal Real God. The shadow of the axe surrounded him, and the light of the axe flashed. Pung, at the point of impact, the space that even Universe Supreme Masters were unable to shatter was completely shattered. Eternal Real God retreated by dozens of steps, and Giant Axe flew out directly. His body's force was faintly weakened, and the surface of the giant axe in his hands had some cracks. After all, this axe is not a supreme true treasure. If only I had a supreme true treasure axe. Giant Axe gritted his teeth and stared at Eternal Real God. Then he turned around and left. Although he had not performed the 14th axe, it was obvious that Eternal Real God had not unleashed his full power. After all, Third True Master had two Supreme True Treasures, and the combined attack technique of the Divine Eye clan could condense all the Supreme True Treasures together, not to mention that there was another True Master beside him. Hence, if he were to really fight to the death, although he would not die there, he would be severely injured. Third True Master's eyes were filled with shock. He had not expected Eternal Real God to be able to block the attack of Giant Axe. One must know that Eternal Real God did not have a Supreme True Treasure. With just a pinnacle weapon, he was able to achieve such an extent. It was simply unbelievable. If this Giant Axe is allowed to continue growing, I'm afraid it will be another teacher origin. Third True Master's heart surged with murderous intent, and he looked towards Seventh True Master. Seventh True Master immediately understood, and a three-colored pearl appeared in his hand. It was a special illusion-type true treasure, Illusion Heart Pearl, which was second only to Supreme True Treasures. After this pearl appeared, it gave off an extremely dazzling light. Then the lofty Eternal Real God grabbed the Illusion Heart Pearl with his claws. The next moment, Eternal Real God's eyes gave off a green light. This light, under the enhancement of the Illusion Heart Pearl, rushed toward Giant Axe, who had turned around and was retreating. It's a soul attack. I did not expect third, sixth, and seventh True Masters' combined attack to cause Eternal Real God to perform a soul attack. Meng Tu, Empress, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were even more fearful. Eternal Real God was undoubtedly just a means of condensing a secret technique. Such a technique could also perform a soul attack, which was really unheard of. Today, it was an eye-opener for them. Chi. The green light easily covered Giant Axe, and through the axe, most of the remaining soul power was like a laser that pierced through Giant Axe's body. The pinnacle soul true treasure in his mind immediately suppressed it. However, the green light was too powerful, and the pinnacle soul true treasure could only suppress 99% of it. Within a short period of time, Giant Axe was injured. And just as he was injured, Eternal Real God stepped through space and attacked again. The 14th axe, Giant Axe gave a low roar, and his full power exploded. The 14 towering axe shadows that burst forth from Giant Axe in his hand became more condensed and gathered around the axe, causing the secret engravings on the axe to be activated to the extreme. He struck with his axe. Eternal Real God disintegrated right away. However, the cracks on the axe in Giant Axe's hand were even more severe. He took advantage of Eternal Real God's disintegration to retreat at full speed. Third True Master, Sixth True Master, and Seventh True Master were completely shocked, and they could not react in time. In the virtual universe, when the three True Masters of the Divine Eye clan showed up, Huang Jian and the others informed Chaos City Leader, and Chaos City Leader immediately informed the other Universe Masters. Even though the higher-ups of the human race couldn't do anything about it, Huge Axe being besieged was, after all, a big deal. It was enough to affect the future of the human race, so all the Universe Masters should know about it. Inside the Godly Palace, all the Universe Masters, including Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying, came to Chaos City Leader and waited anxiously for the news. They all knew that the True Masters of the Divine Eye clan were very powerful, especially when they were good at combined attacks. 3 True Masters showed up at the same time, and one of them was the third True Master, who was second only to the first True Master. Huge Axe might not be their match, and he might be suppressed or even killed. If Huge Axe was killed, the overall power of the human race would be greatly reduced. Luckily, Chaos City Leader had become a Universe Supreme Master before. Otherwise, the impact would be even more severe. How's the situation? Damn it. The demon race and the bug race are all from the original universe, and they're working together with the Divine Eye clan. They're asking a tiger for its skin. The time limit of the Divine Eye clan is coming, and they're probably doing this for Sword River Horde Leader. A group of Universe Masters was very worried. There was no other way. The Divine Eye clan was too famous in Universe Ocean, and they were comparable to the two Holy Lands. Other powers in Universe Ocean, except for the skeleton race, didn't dare to provoke the Divine Eye clan, not to mention the original universe, which was weaker overall. Like Tianxia Palace Leader and Ancestral Tree Master, who had just become Universe Masters, they hadn't been to Universe Ocean, but they knew how powerful the Divine Eye clan was from other Universe Masters. Compared to them, the human race was like the difference between a powerful race and a pinnacle race. Xianxia's creator used his power to defeat the combined attack of the three true masters of the Divine Eye clan, but Xianxia's creator was injured, and now he's retreating. The three true masters of the Divine Eye clan are still chasing after him, and the Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon race and Bug race are all trying to stop him. Not good. The third true master of the Divine Eye clan has a domain-type Supreme True Treasure, and the combined attack is suppressing his speed too much. Xianxia's creator's speed is decreasing. As Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were under the protection of Xianxia's founder, their clones were constantly reporting the situation. However, Xianxia was indeed very strong. Every time Eternal True God chased after him, he would use his 14th axe to repel Eternal True God and escape again. This repeated over and over again. But every time the axe was struck, it would be injured, and as time went by, its injuries would only worsen. Han Dun's expression was solemn. According to this situation, the Xianxia's creator can only hold on for less than a year. Dark Pungong and the other universe masters were furious, but they could only wait for news. After all, this was a battle between universe supreme masters, and they could not intervene at all. And from the news, it was clear that the Divine Eye clan would not let Xianxia off. At this moment, Zhou Hao took a step forward and said slowly, "Teacher, everyone, according to the current situation, the other true lords of the Divine Eye clan will also rush over. When that time comes, the Xianxia's founder will be in danger of dying." After hearing this, Han Dun, Dark Pungong, and the others were all shocked, and they looked anxious. Yes, the Divine Eye clan was known for being unreasonable in the universe ocean. It was said that in order to fight for a supreme true treasure, they had chased after a universe supreme master, Kong Luo, for a few decades before finally killing him. Now that they knew the power of Xianxia, they would definitely let the other true lords surround and kill him. Xianxia was being chased, and the other true lords of the Divine Eye clan were naturally much faster than Xianxia, so it was only a matter of time before they surrounded him. It could be said that if there were no accidents, the death of Xianxia was already set in stone. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had decisively self-destructed and died, this would not have happened," Qing Dong said, blaming himself. Huang Jian, Long Xing, and the others also looked sad. They knew that Xianxia's founder was suppressing his injuries, and this could be determined from the aura of Xianxia. Seeing this, Zhou Hao said again, "Teacher, there is only one way left." Han Dun shook his head. "Disciple, I know what you want to say, but it's too late now. Xianxia is injured, and his true power is unleashed. The Divine Eye clan will not let go of this opportunity so easily, so even if you expose your location, they will continue to chase after Xianxia. Actually, the best way now is for other Universe Supreme Masters to rush over with domain-type Supreme True Treasures. This way, with the power of Xianxia, there will be a slight chance of escaping from the Divine Eye clan. However, under such circumstances, there will not be any Universe Supreme Masters to help." With that, Han Dun sighed deeply. Dark Pungong and the others clenched their fists. They knew that what Han Dun said was true. Faced with the power of the Divine Eye clan, no Universe Supreme Master dared to intervene. Even sitting mountain guest would choose to stand aside and watch. "Teacher, what I mean is for Xianxia's founder to follow the safe route I previously provided and retreat to the inner area of the universe boat," Zhou Hao said. "At the same time, I will try my best to meet up with Xianxia." The moment he said that, Dark Pungong and the other universe masters were speechless. Han Dun also shook his head. This was not a good idea. It was obviously a moth to a flame. The original goal of the Divine Eye clan, the Demon race, and the Bug race was to make Zhou Hao show up. Now, if Zhou Hao went to meet up with Xianxia, wouldn't it be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Only Ice Mountain Master was dazed. He looked at Zhou Hao and couldn't help saying, "Disciple, you mean you want Xianxia to use his Supreme True Treasure? But your Supreme True Treasure is a protective type, so it won't be of much help in such a battle. Besides, even if you unlock your Supreme True Treasure and let Xianxia refine it, he will need time. The Divine Eye clan will not give him the chance." "What? Zhou Hao has a Supreme True Treasure? Sword River Horde leader has a Supreme True Treasure?" The other universe masters all widened their eyes. This was a supreme true treasure. When Ice Mountain Master saw this, he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He panicked, but Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Master Ice Mountain, that is what I am thinking. However, other than a defensive supreme true treasure, I also have a domain supreme true treasure, and a palace supreme true treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, the temple suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. Their eyes were fixed on Zhou Hao, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Han Dan also looked at Zhou Hao and was the first to come back to his senses. "Disciple, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing." "I know you want to," Zhou Hao interrupted him. "Master, I would not joke about this kind of thing. I really do have a supreme true treasure. It is very important, so I hid it from you. In fact, I got it from the independent sealed space of the black striped stone pillar." Other than the detailed map, there was also a supreme true treasure left behind. Han Dan wanted to say that it was impossible. Even if the sealed space where the black token was in had a special secret space, and there were treasures left behind by Universe Supreme Masters, it was impossible to leave a supreme true treasure behind. A supreme true treasure was too important. When Universe Supreme Masters reached the end of their lives, they would take their supreme true treasures with them when they went to transcend reincarnation. They would not leave them behind for the great beings of the reincarnation eras. At most, they would leave behind their own inheritance. Not to mention supreme true treasures with better functions such as a domain type or a palace type. However, Han Dan swallowed his words. No matter how suspicious Zhou Hao's words were, now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. As long as what Zhou Hao said was true, after Hugh Jax met up with Zhou Hao, there was a possibility that they could escape the pursuit of the three true gods of the Divine Eye clan. "Okay, let's do as Zhou Hao said." "Huang Jian, inform Hugh Jax immediately." "Yes." In the inner region of Universe Boat, endless stars transformed into streaks of light that extended and covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. Within this area, the space of Universe Boat, which was originally solid, became like a swamp. Even a Universe Supreme Master like Hugh Jax, who could easily burst forth at 100 times the speed of light, found it difficult to move even an inch. Every time Hugh Jax's speed dropped to the limit, the streaks of light from the stars would come to a halt. From there, they would form a towering eternal true god that stepped on the space and charged toward Hugh Jax. Although Hugh Jax was powerful, he had used up a lot of his godly power by continuously unleashing the power of supreme techniques. Fortunately, his miniature universe was providing him with godly power. However, every time he fought against an eternal true god, he would be injured. Now, his entire arm was numb. More importantly, the pinnacle supreme grade true treasure axe in Hugh Jax's hand had several cracks. At most, he could use it a dozen more times, and this pinnacle true treasure would be shattered. On the other hand, the three true masters of the Divine Eye clan were not weakened at all. After all, they were using the power of their supreme true treasures to attack together. Even if Hugh Jax shattered them, it would not affect them much. "Hugh Jax, give up. You can't escape." Now, the other true masters of the Divine Eye clan are rushing to Universe Boat. By then, there will be no escape for you. Hand over Zhou Hao, and we can spare your life. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the human race will be annihilated. The voice of the third true master, who was following closely behind, could be heard. Along the way, they encountered other groups of powers from Universe Ocean, but when they saw the battle formation, they avoided them from afar. However, they knew that Universe Supreme Masters from the Divine Eye clan and the Demon race and Bug race from the Primal Universe were pursuing Hugh Jax from the human race, very soon. The news spread. Almost all the powers of reincarnation in Universe Ocean knew about this. Although Universe Ocean was different from the original universe, and news didn't spread as quickly, it could still spread throughout the universe in a few days. After all, there were hundreds of powers that specialized in managing information, especially the two Holy Lands. Their information network covered the entire Universe Ocean, so they were the fastest to get the news. Humph. The Divine Eye clan is really unscrupulous in Universe Ocean. However, they are suddenly chasing after Hugh Jax, and there are also Universe Supreme Masters from the Demon race and Bug race. It's very likely that they are after that freakish life form, Zhou Hao, from the original universe. They want other Universe Masters to keep an eye on him. Rumor has it that an extremely freakish life form was born in the human race in the original universe. His talents can influence other great beings to achieve breakthroughs. Chaos from the human race relied on this to become a universe supreme master. TSK, TSK. The Divine Eye clan is chasing after Xianxia with such great fanfare. I'm 80% sure it has something to do with this. Chase after him. The Divine Eye clan has a deep hatred for our race. No matter what their goal is, we can't let them succeed. But for now, let's not act rashly. We'll wait until Xianxia can't hold on any longer. Then we'll strike. That way, we can destroy the plan of the Divine Eye clan and earn Xianxia's gratitude. From there, we can get detailed information about Zhou Hao. Maybe the hope of our skeleton clan breaking through reincarnation lies here. How pitiful. Being weak is a sin. Although the human race is extremely powerful in the original universe, it is still weak in Universe Ocean. Being chased by the Divine Eye clan like this, there is nothing they can do. That Xianxia is so strong. He has persisted for so long and has not been suppressed. He is quite similar to Kong Luo. There were many groups of powers in Universe Ocean. Some were mocking them, some were gloating over their misfortune, and some were just waiting to reap the benefits. Therefore, it was not long before many Universe Supreme Beings and Universe Masters started to appear behind the three true Masters of the Divine Eye clan. To this, the Divine Eye clan hurriedly sent a message to the other true Masters to speed up. They had to suppress Xianxia and let the human race release Zhou Hao. As for the quota to listen in, the Divine Eye clan did not care at all. After all, miniature universes could not breed Universe Supreme Masters, and the birth of Universe Masters was of no help to the Divine Eye clan. In their miniature universes, there were still many Universe Knights who wanted to become Universe Masters but did not have the quota. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The axe in Giant Axe's hand was already on the verge of shattering, but there was no hint of panic on his face. Huang Jian, when we meet up with Zhou Hao later, I will unleash my full power once to shake off the pursuit of the Divine Eye clan temporarily. If Zhou Hao doesn't have any supreme true treasures, you must escape with Zhou Hai. As for me, I will stay behind to stop the Divine Eye clan. If I can't hold them off for long, you should know what to do. His tone was calm, but his eyes were full of determination. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing nodded heavily. For their race, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Inside the godly palace, almost all the other Universe Masters had gathered here for the past 6 months. Xianxia was in danger, and they were not in the mood to explore. Only Zhou Hao looked calm and relaxed. Everyone, don't worry. In 3 days, I will be able to meet up with Xianxia's creator. By then, with the help of the Domain-type Supreme True Treasure and the Palace-type Supreme True Treasure, nothing will go wrong. Primal Chaos City leader whispered, Disciple, if you show up, the Demon Race and the Bug Clan will go crazy. The Divine Eye clan will most likely continue to pursue you. Although you have the protection of the Domain and the Palace-type Supreme True Treasures, if you want to shake them off, it will take some time. Zhou Hao smiled. Teacher, I have thought about this. We have a detailed map of the universe boat. It is only a matter of time before we shake off the Divine Eye clan. That will do. Primal Chaos City leader's eyebrows relaxed. Having a detailed map would indeed give them an advantage. This could be proven by the fact that Xianxia had been able to shake off the encirclement of the Divine Eye clan for half a year. It could be said that if it were not for the suppression of Star Kingdom, Xianxia would have completely shaken off the pursuit. Now, everything depended on Zhou Hao. The internal area of Universe Boat had countless dangerous areas, big and small. Among them, the Cold Current Corridor was one of the more famous dangerous reference systems. It was hundreds of times more dangerous than the Flame Ice region. Due to the special environment, the cold currents formed there could completely freeze the godly bodies of Universe Masters. Even top-tier Palace True Treasures were unable to resist the cold currents. Only Universe Supreme Masters could resist the freezing of the cold currents. At that moment, in the outermost cold current ring, a mountain-shaped palace was breaking through the cold current and moving forward quickly. Inside the palace, Zhou Hao sat on the sofa, looking relaxed and calm. His eyes were focused on the detailed map of Cold Flow Corridor. This cold flow corridor stretched for thousands of light years, and there were more than 300 rings. These rings formed a whirlpool-like internal circulation, which was known as the corridor. Every corridor was a forbidden zone for universe masters. Even if there was a pinnacle palace, universe masters could still be attacked. This was because there were many naturally born snow spirits in the corridor. When there were enough of these snow spirits, they could trap pinnacle palace true treasures and pull them closer to the core area of the corridor. And in the core area, universe supreme masters could easily die. Luckily, there's a safe route marked on the map, Zhou Hao murmured. The reason why he had been able to meet up with huge axe so quickly from the depths of the inner area was mainly because of the map, which had shortened the long distance. They had chosen to meet at the cold current corridor because it was too dangerous. Even the true lord ranks of the Divine Eye clan had to be careful. That was why he and Huge Axe, who knew the route, could get rid of their pursuers quickly. 10 days passed. Hundreds of millions of miles in front of Flowing Mountain Palace, there was a towering figure flying quickly. The entire space in cold current corridor was frozen, so there was no way to teleport. Huala Zhou Hao was delighted. He knew that it was Huge Axe creator, and he hastened his godly power to get Flowing Mountain Palace closer to Huge Axe. As the two got closer, the savage giant felt the aura and speed of Flowing Mountain Palace, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Haha! It's really a supreme true treasure palace. At the same time, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were excited. They had been worried that Zhou Hao didn't have a supreme true treasure, and they had been thinking about how to self-destruct their godly bodies to protect Zhou Hao. Now, they could finally rest assured. Great! With the supreme true treasure palace, Huge Axe creator and I will have nothing to worry about. Sword River still likes to surprise us. Within the virtual universe, Hun Dun and the others, who were anxiously waiting for news, also received Huge Axe's message. They knew that Zhou Hao really did have a supreme true treasure palace. The worry on their faces suddenly disappeared, and they became excited. Whoosh! A passage opened at the bottom of the Flowing Mountain Palace and quickly sucked the giant axe in. Huge Axe creator. Looking at the wounds on Huge Axe's body, Zhou Hao was secretly shocked. If it had been any other universe supreme master, they would have been unable to hold on long ago. Zhou Hao, although I have temporarily used the route on the map to shake off the few true lords from the Divine Eye clan, the demons, and the insect race, the Divine Eye clan still has a supreme true treasure palace and a domain-type supreme true treasure. They can catch up with us very quickly. There's no time to lose. We have to leave the cold current corridor as soon as possible. Huge Axe said in a low voice, putting away the joy on his face. Although they had the safe route as a reference, it was still very dangerous to rush through the cold current corridor. If they were entangled by the few true lords of the Divine Eye clan and a fight broke out, it was highly likely that the snow spirits would be attracted. By then, it would be very difficult to shake off the snow spirits. Zhou Hao, of course, knew this, so he quickly said, Huge Axe creator, you go rest first and recover from your injuries. I'll turn around and leave the cold current corridor immediately. Huge Axe nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He immediately found a quiet side palace to recover. Huang Jian and the others, on the other hand, had recovered most of their godly bodies during the chase. However, at this time, Zhou Hao needed to concentrate on controlling the flying palace. Although they were very curious, they did not disturb Zhou Hao. Damn it, this human Huge Axe is really good at running. He actually went into the cold current corridor. Isn't he afraid of being entangled by the snow spirits and dying here? Third True Master was controlling Star Country to block the attack of the cold current. However, he looked a little frustrated. After chasing Huge Axe for such a long time, the 5 True Masters had not been able to suppress a Universe Supreme Master from the Primal Universe. This had greatly damaged the prestige of the Divine Eye clan. If they were unable to suppress Huge Axe in the end, the Divine Eye clan would be utterly humiliated. The other 2 True Masters were also frustrated. After chasing for so long, they were also getting impatient. Third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother have already detoured to the front of the cold current corridor from other routes. I believe Huge Axe has nowhere to run. Yes, after suppressing Huge Axe and getting Zhou Hao, we'll definitely find the hope of our Divine Eye clan breaking through reincarnation from him. Third True Master heard this, and the frustration on his face subsided a little. For the sake of the clan, it was worth it. Let's continue chasing. This time, we must get rid of huge axe outside the cold current corridor. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Zhou Hao had already returned to the outermost area of the cold current corridor according to the original route. In 3 more days, they would be able to leave the cold current corridor. By then, huge axe could rely on teleportation to quickly take them to another safe route, then make a big detour and return to the edge of the inner area. This time, huge axe was badly injured, and with the broken pinnacle weapon, he had to return to the original universe to rest. Inside the core palace, huge axe had already come out of the side palace. In the past half a month, he had relied on some rare treasures born in Universe Ocean that Zhou Hao had given him to recover 60% of his injuries in a short time. However, the remaining injuries could not be quickly healed with the treasures that Zhou Hao had obtained from signing in. He could only rely on a long time to recover. Huge axe creator. Seeing huge axe coming in, Huang Jian and the others all shouted. Huge axe laughed. Zhou Hao, it's all thanks to your treasures. I didn't expect that the precious resources I've accumulated over countless eras in Universe Ocean would be far less than yours. Some things are only born in the core area. I've wanted to collect them before, but I didn't have a supreme true treasure palace, so I didn't dare to go in. The core area of the 3 lands of extremists in Universe Ocean was extremely dangerous. Even Universe Supreme Masters had a high chance of dying there. Only by carrying a palace-type supreme true treasure would one be safer. However, supreme true treasures were rare. During the era of Teacher Origin was invincible in Universe Ocean, but he had never gotten a supreme true treasure. Because of its rarity, every time a supreme true treasure appeared, many powers would fight over it. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, Huge axe creator, I didn't collect these. I got them from the special space of the black-striped stone pillar. Anyway, huge axe and the human race couldn't really go to that special space, so he pushed everything to the special space. Although it was not a complete explanation, at least it was a reason. Great Axe didn't probe any further. He grinned and said, you were able to obtain that black token and discover a special space. This is your luck. What I said before wasn't wrong, Zhou Hao, you are someone with great luck. Huang Jian and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Hao had only been in Universe Ocean for a short period of time. Not only had he obtained a detailed map of Universe Boat, but he had also obtained a supreme true treasure that the human race had never possessed. This could only be explained by luck. Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he changed the topic. Huge axe creator, you came at the right time. I was discussing with Huang Jian and the others which was the safest route to take and the easiest way to get rid of the Divine Eye clan. Huge Axe stepped forward and looked at the 3 virtual projections. He had memorized the map of the Universe Boat, so he knew where they were at the moment. He thought for a while and said, there are hundreds of dangerous areas around the cold current corridor, and they are all quite far from each other. Most of the areas can't be teleported, so no matter which route we choose, we might be caught. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, so we can only choose a route that is beneficial to us like the cold current corridor on the way. This lava cave is quite suitable. Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Seems like Huge Axe Creator has the same idea as us. In that case, we'll take the lava cave route. Although the furthest route will be close to the core of the inner area, it is indeed the easiest route to get rid of the Divine Eye clan. After confirming the route, they relaxed. Hong, suddenly, Flowing Mountain Palace shook violently. Huang Jian and the others changed their expressions. Zhou Hao quickly looked through the palace to check the situation outside. Not good. It's the 4th and 5th true masters of the Divine Eye clan. I'm afraid they've taken other routes to get ahead of us. Huge Axe heard that and frowned. I didn't expect the other true masters of the Divine Eye clan to come so quickly. He was able to meet up with Zhou Hao in the inner area of Universe Boat so quickly mainly because they relied on safe routes to avoid many dangerous areas where teleportation was impossible. However, the Divine Eye clan was so fast that they obviously had some detailed maps. But he wasn't too worried. After all, Zhou Hao had a supreme true treasure palace. Even if they were trapped, as long as they stayed in the palace, they would be safe. Besides, if the Divine Eye clan wanted to suppress them, they could only use a seal-type supreme true treasure, but even such a true treasure couldn't really suppress a palace-type supreme true treasure. Huge Axe Creator, what do we do now? Huang Jian and the others asked. Huge Axe waved his hand. It's okay. Now that I've recovered 60% and have a supreme true treasure, I can resist the 5 true masters of the Divine Eye clan. Zhou Hao, give me the control of Flowing Mountain Palace for the time being. I'll activate it. Zhou Hao laughed. Huge Axe Creator, I have some confidence in shaking off the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan. Zhou Hao, what's your plan? Huang Jian and Qing Dong asked anxiously. Zhou Hao said casually, of course, we'll defeat the 2 true masters and leave quickly. Huang Jian and the others were speechless. Huge Axe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Hao, now's not the time to joke. Although the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan aren't as strong as the 3rd and 6th true masters, once they join forces, I'm not confident. Without the pinnacle weapon, Huge Axe, his power was greatly reduced. If he were to encounter the eternal true gods' combined attack, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Zhou Hao continued, Huge Axe Creator, I'm not joking. As I said before, other than the Palace-type Supreme True Treasure, I also have the Domain-type Supreme True Treasure Thunder Light World. With the Thunder Light World and some special secret techniques, I can shake off the 2 true masters temporarily. Of course, I'm not completely confident. What? You really have another Domain-type Supreme True Treasure? Huge Axe and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Zhou Hao nodded and took out the Thunder Light World. With a slight activation, endless thunder light spread. The vast power made Huge Axe and the others tremble. It's really a Domain-type Supreme True Treasure. Huang Jian and the others said excitedly. Zhou Hao continued, Huge Axe Creator, once I use the secret technique to affect the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan, I'll have to trouble you to control Flowing Mountain Palace and bring us out of Cold Current Corridor immediately. Huge Axe nodded. Sure. Very soon. Zhou Hao passed the control of Flowing Mountain Palace to Huge Axe. Then, he opened the abyss at the bottom and poured his divine power into the Thunder Light World. Suddenly, endless thunder light surged toward the 4th and 5th true masters of the Divine Eye clan. Huge Axe activated Flowing Mountain Palace and quickly approached the 2 true masters. When it was within the range of Zhou Hao's secret technique, there was suddenly an illusory soul fluctuation in the thunder light. Hong, the illusory soul, with the help of the thunder light, swept toward the 2 true masters instantly. It's a soul illusion attack. The 4th and 5th true masters were still shocked by the Domain-type Supreme True Treasure. Then, they felt the illusory soul fluctuation and immediately became alert. At the same time, they activated the Pinnacle Soul-type True Treasure in their sea of consciousness to suppress it. However, in the next moment, the illusory fluctuation formed a mountain in their sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye, and suddenly, its power increased tremendously. It was Zhou Hao's willpower divine technique, Transform Mountain. Hong, the willpower comparable to a pinnacle true god of void space, was like a nuclear bomb exploding, releasing a terrifying impact. Although the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan were Universe Supreme Masters and had experienced 2 reincarnation eras, their willpower was firm and strong, reaching the pinnacle level of Universe Supreme Masters. After all, they hadn't become true gods of void space. Facing the willpower impact of a pinnacle true god of void space, they couldn't resist it at all. Very soon, the 2 true masters were in a daze. Huge Axe Creator, quick! Zhou Hao's voice was heard. Actually, there was no need for Zhou Hao to remind him. Huge Axe saw the reaction of the 2 true masters, but he didn't have time to be shocked. He immediately activated Flowing Mountain Palace and quickly left Cold Stream Corridor, rushing in the opposite direction of the 2 true masters. After the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan recovered from the willpower impact, they were shocked. What is this secret technique? It has such a strong willpower impact? It's comparable to the willpower impact of the black-striped stone pillar. Even the 2 of us can't resist it. The power of this secret technique is too terrifying. Luckily, the opponent didn't follow up with another attack. Otherwise, the two of us would definitely be severely injured. Both of them had supreme true treasure armors to protect themselves. Although they were in a daze, even if they met a universe supreme master of the same level, they wouldn't be killed immediately. However, a secret technique in Universe Ocean that could make two true masters unable to resist at all was extremely rare. Universe Ocean. In First True Master's miniature universe, the true masters of the Divine Eye clan were all gathered there. When Third True Master found out that Fourth True Master and Fifth True Master had failed to intercept Fourth True Master, he could not suppress the anger on his face. Fourth True Master, Fifth True Master, what happened to the two of you? That human's huge axe is already injured under the continuous attacks of Eternal True God. Its pinnacle weapon is about to shatter, and it has lost all its power. Based on the abilities of the two of you, how can you not stop a Universe Supreme Master who only has 40 to 50% of his power left? The Divine Eye clan was relatively united and harmonious. After all, the doomsday was approaching, and the goal of the 7 true masters was to break through incarnations and let the Divine Eye clan live on forever. But now, Third True Master was furious. He had been chasing after Huge Axe for more than half a year. Many powers in Universe Ocean knew that their Divine Eye clan could not do anything to a Universe Supreme Master from the human race in the Primal Universe. They were all waiting to see what a joke this was. Originally, they thought that they would be able to suppress Huge Axe, but in the end, they still let him escape. First True Master reprimanded. Then, he creased his eyebrows and looked at Fourth and Fifth True Master. What's going on? Even if the Huge Axe can resist an eternal real god, he is already injured. With your combined attack, even if you can't take down the Huge Axe, it shouldn't be a problem for you to stop him, right? Fourth True Master quickly said, Big brother, it's not that we can't stop him, but Huge Axe obviously has helpers. They met a cold current corridor in advance, and this helper not only has a domain-type supreme true treasure, but he can also perform a terrifying willpower attack technique. Under this technique, Fifth and I are greatly affected, and the soul and our hearts of true gods can't stay awake. After hearing that, the other true masters were dazed. Helpers? And domain-type supreme true treasures? And willpower attack technique? Star True Master couldn't help asking. Humph. Fourth, there aren't many in Universe Ocean who know willpower attack technique, and they're all from the two holy lands. And there are only a few who have domain-type supreme true treasures. But a Universe Supreme Master with 2 types of powers, I can't think of anyone. Even if there is such a Universe Supreme Master, why would he risk offending the Divine Eye clan to save a great being from the original universe? Sixth and Seventh True Master nodded. Indeed. It was not that they did not believe it, but there was no such Universe Supreme Master in the entire Universe Ocean. It was important to note that the willpower impact secret technique was considered a rare secret technique even in the ancient civilization. In order to execute such a secret technique, one had to possess an extremely strong willpower of soul. At the very least, one had to surpass the pinnacle level of a Universe Supreme Master. Only then could one barely execute such a technique and affect the soul state of the heart of true God. Putting aside whether or not there was such a secret technique, the only Universe Supreme Masters with strong willpower in Universe Ocean were the veteran Universe Supreme Masters from the two Holy Lands who did not come out, as well as Bei-Chi Star Master, who stayed within the black-striped stone pillars to sharpen his willpower, and First True Master. In addition to the domain-type Supreme True Treasure, the only ones left in the area were the 2 Great Holy Lands and the Divine Eye clan. The Skeleton clan, which was the enemy of the Divine Eye clan, was nowhere to be seen. That was why the 3rd True Master and the other 2 didn't believe it. They thought that the 4th True Master and the 5th True Master were careless and caused the giant axe to escape. The 1st True Master looked at the 4th True Master. 4th True Master, is this true? The 4th True Master also knew that he had encountered a rare great being. At least in the information of the Divine Eye clan, there was no such great being. Big brother, 5th True Master, and I know how important it is to stop Huge Axe. This is related to the future of the Divine Eye clan, so we wouldn't lie about such things. Seeing that, the 1st True Master nodded. He believed that the 4th and 5th True Master would not hide this kind of thing, mainly because it was meaningless. Even if they let Huge Axe escape due to negligence, they could just continue to chase after him. There was no need to lie just because of a little accusation. They were all Universe Supreme Masters, so normally, they wouldn't bother to lie. Third True Master, I think it's just as Fourth True Master and the Fifth True Master said. You two should gather quickly and continue to chase after him. I'll inform the other Universe Masters guarding the inner area of the Universe boat to pay attention to Hugh Jax's movements and try to stop him. First True Master said slowly. Star True Master said helplessly, that's the only way now. In Flowing Mountain Palace. Compared to the other True Masters of the Divine Eye clan, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Yan were even more shocked. They were even more shocked than when they learned that Zhou Hao had several supreme true treasures. One must know that those were two True Masters of the Divine Eye clan, even if they were only Fourth True Master and Fifth True Master, there were very few in the Universe Ocean who could make them unable to react. Even in his prime, Hugh Jax didn't have such competence. However, they had just seen Zhou Hao, a Universe Master, perform a special technique and make the two True Masters lose their senses. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a fantasy. Zhou Hao, what technique is that? And how did you do it? After safely getting rid of the two True Masters, Hugh Jax couldn't help but ask. Shua. Huang Jian and the other two all stared at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled. Hugh Jax creator. It's a special willpower attack technique. It's an inheritance from an ancient civilization. It was also left behind by the great beings from the universe era in the special space of the black striped stone pillar, and it's been improved. The reason why it can affect the two True Masters of the Divine Eye clan is that 1, they might not have encountered such a technique at all. 2, there's the enhancement of the Thunder Light sector. 3, my willpower is stronger. After all, Transform Mountain was a willpower godly technique obtained from signing in. It was stronger than some willpower techniques in the Land of Origin, and its overall power was stronger than the Divine Eye technique in Emperor Jin's world. In addition, his willpower had already reached the pinnacle level of a true god of void space. After performing it, he could easily affect the souls of the two True Masters of the Divine Eye clan. However, the willpower technique mainly focused on impact, and it didn't cause any substantial damage to the souls. Because he knew this, he didn't waste too much time with the two True Masters. Instead, he let Hugh Jax creator turn around and leave. After hearing this, Hugh Jax's eyes lit up. So it's an inheritance from the ancient civilization. No wonder the Divine Eye clan is so strong. It's because they've mastered a joint attack technique. This technique comes from the ancient civilization, and in Universe Ocean, anything related to the ancient civilization is bound to be powerful. Of course, to be able to perform such a technique, Zhou Hao, your willpower must have reached the level of a Universe Supreme Master. Huang Jian and the other two suddenly understood. That's right, they had never heard of such a powerful technique. It was normal that it came from the ancient civilization. Zhou Hao nodded and revealed more information, such as the drawbacks of this willpower technique, so that Hugh Jax and the others could accept it more easily. After some explanation, Hugh Jax and the others' curiosity was finally dispelled. However, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing's attitudes changed significantly. When they talked to Zhou Hao, there was a hint of respect in their words. In the past, although Zhou Hao was strong, he was mainly strong in his talent techniques and true treasures, as well as his reputation and prestige. Although the Universe Masters of the human race respected him, it was respect for Zhou Hao's selfless dedication and his talent and contributions to the race. Besides, Zhou Hao's cultivation time was too short. This made Qing Dong and the other Universe Masters still treat Zhou Hao as a junior in their hearts. However, now, after the previous scene, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing's way of thinking had completely changed. Their respect became respect for great beings like Hugh Jax and Primal Chaos City leader. After all, if it were them, they would never be able to achieve such a level. On the black striped stone pillar in Universe Boat. The blade-like terrifying willpower kept sweeping out from the towering stone pillar. On the surface of the densely packed rocks flying at high speed, there were buildings of different styles. Deep in the black striped stone pillar, a figure sat cross-legged. The time flow there had reached 300,000 times. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in at the black striped stone pillar in Universe Boat. You've received a detailed explanation of the black-striped stone pillar catalog. Ding. Checked in successfully. You've received an increase in willpower. Listening to the system notification, Zhou Hao's expression was calm. He had been signing in continuously for tens of millions of years, and this black-striped stone pillar was still able to provide him with an increase in willpower. This really surprised him. When he signed in at a place in the primal universe, it would take him no more than 300 years at most to completely pluck the wool from that area. However, although there were still rewards, whether it was the detailed explanation of the catalog or the increase in willpower, the increase in his power was minimal. The power of the willpower technique, Transform Mountain, is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect it to even affect the true master of the Divine Eye clan. If I were to use it on a universe master, they would be in a daze. And this is only the first level. If I were to practice all 3 levels, the power would be unimaginable. After checking in, Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Before he used it, he didn't have full confidence that he could affect a universe supreme master. Fortunately, the rewards he got from checking in didn't disappoint him. It was just that this technique was very difficult to practice, and the requirement for willpower was very strict. The minimum requirement to practice the second level was to be a pinnacle eternal true God. And now, with the increase in willpower from checking in, he had only reached the level of an intermediate eternal true God. He was still far from the pinnacle. Of course. Staying in the black-striped stone pillar, the biggest gain was the time flow. After all, his only shortcoming was that the time he had to practice was too short. 300,000 times faster time flow completely made up for that. In tens of millions of years, using the combination of the 2 talents, the secret engraving school, and the detailed explanation on the black-striped stone pillar, his comprehension of the universe origin law and the progress in the operation of the universe origin was undoubtedly terrifying. Like the 8 beast god fusion laws, he had almost achieved great success in each of them. He had already comprehended space law, and there was only a trace of time law left. He had comprehended all the other basic laws. If he wanted to, he could break through and become a universe master in a short time. But Zhou Hao didn't do that. There were 2 routes to becoming a true god. One was the law route, and the other was the godly body route. Since he had decided to take the ultimate law path, he naturally had to establish a solid foundation. Even if becoming a universe master didn't affect his comprehension of chaos law, he knew that there was a difference. No living being had ever comprehended the laws of primal chaos before, so they naturally didn't know how special this path was. However, in the past 10 million years of cultivation, Zhou Hao had made rapid progress in fusing the laws. He had also comprehended the laws of life and destruction to the 6th level, but the difficulty of comprehending the laws of chaos had exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had been able to comprehend the first 2 levels very quickly. Basically, he had made breakthroughs in just a few hundred years. However, when he reached the 3rd level, especially when he was about to comprehend the 3rd level, he seemed to encounter an invisible suppression from the laws of the universe, making it extremely difficult to cultivate. There was even a time when his consciousness could not even sense the laws of primal chaos. At that time, Zhou Hao understood that this was most likely a restriction of the universe's operating laws. Fortunately, the universe's operating laws always left a way out, allowing him to continue comprehending the law of primal chaos. Besides, he also had a premonition that once he fully comprehended the 3rd level of chaos law, he would be able to truly break through to become a universe master with chaos law as the basis. He collected his scattered thoughts. Zhou Hao glanced at the towering stone pillar and closed his eyes again to enter the state of cultivation. In the entire universe, he was the only one who knew how terrifying the sector beast was. In front of the sector beast, true gods were as fragile as paper. Even if their willpower had reached the level of a true god of void space, they would still be severely injured by the soul attack of the sector beast. Therefore, although his willpower had reached the level of an eternal true god and he also had a soul-type supreme true treasure, he still didn't dare to slack off or relax. At the core of Flowing Mountain Palace. At that moment, Zhou Hao, Huge Axe, and the others were facing a problem. Previously, in order to quickly shake off the encirclement of the Divine Eye clan, Huge Axe had chosen the opposite route. However, this route was different from the one they had chosen, and they had to pass through a very dangerous area in the inner area. Although the flame ice region is not as dangerous as the cold current corridor, the danger in the cold current corridor is mainly in the inner area. As long as you don't go to the inner area, the danger is not high. However, the flame ice region is different. If you want to pass through it, you have to go through the middle. There are no shortcuts or safe routes. Besides, there's another problem, which is that the shadow dust and wizard puppets of the Divine Eye clan have been stationed here for a long time. Once we arrive, they will definitely stop us. Deserted Mirror Master said in a low voice. Shadow dust and wizard puppets were two powerful universe masters of the Divine Eye clan. When the husband and wife worked together, they could even resist a universe supreme master. Qing Dong laughed. Deserted Mirror, have you forgotten Zhou Hao's special willpower technique? No matter how strong shadow dust and wizard puppets are they stronger than two true masters? Deserted Mirror Master was dazed for a moment, then laughed. Yes, I almost forgot. With Zhou Hao around, we can quickly shake off these two universe masters. Hujax took a look at Zhou Hao and reminded him, even so, we can't be careless. After all, this is the Flame Ice region. The Divine Eye clan has been stationed here for a long time, so they naturally know how to avoid the dangers in the Flame Ice region. However, we don't know. If they make use of the environment in the Flame Ice region to delay us, we may not be able to successfully escape. Deserted Mirror and the other two nodded. However, Zhou Hao's heart skipped a beat. The Flame Ice region was originally the place he had intended to go. He did not expect that this time, when he was rescuing Hujax and the others, he would still end up in this region. Time passed quickly. Flowing Mountain Palace crossed all kinds of dangerous regions, big and small. Finally, after 2 years, they arrived at the famous dangerous region deep in the inner region of the universe boat. As far as the eye could see, there was endless black mud like a black swamp, and above it was endless lava. From time to time, large pieces of lava would fall and condense in midair, forming black rocks that smashed down. In the end, it formed a black swamp that was like mercury. This was the Flame Ice region. Other than the Divine Eye clan, the two Holy Lands like the Skeleton clan also had great beings stationed here. After all, although there were not many true treasures born here, those that appeared were at least pinnacle true treasures. Hua. La, Flowing Mountain Palace traveled quickly between the lava ocean and the black swamp, and at the same time, it avoided the lava that smashed down from above. And the moment they entered, Zhou Hao started to silently sign in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the inner area of Universe Boat. You've received the pinnacle true treasure, Pull Water Rod. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Hao frowned. It seemed that Flame Ice region was the same as the other dangerous areas. There was nothing special about it, but he wasn't too disappointed. The reason why checking in at the black striped stone pillar gave him a different reward from the inner area was that the black striped stone pillar had a large number of black tokens and a special item like the black striped stone pillar. Flame Ice region was just one of the more dangerous areas. The boat of mausoleum that appeared in the original plot was originally an item from the core area, so it didn't belong to Flame Ice region. Hong, 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 suddenly, bursts of violent energy fluctuations burst forth from an extremely distant place. Immediately after, the amount of lava falling from the sea of lava above the Flowing Mountain Palace suddenly increased. It condensed into black rocks in the air and fell down like raindrops. At the same time, because there were too many rocks falling, the mercury-like black swamp below also surged like a cocoon. The entire space of Flame Ice region suddenly became oppressive. A few light years away, 2 figures stood on top of the pointy palace. That human Hujax isn't weak. Even a few true masters can't do anything to him. He ran all the way here. Although we're not weak, we're still at the level of universe masters. Even if Hujax is injured, we can't deal with him. Luckily, we've been here for a long time and know how to make use of the environment in Flame Ice region. Yes. Although the lava ocean can't hurt him, at least it can stall him for a while. Shadow Dust and Sorcerer Puppet, who had a huge Divine Eye shadow behind them, looked at the distant palace that kept dodging the black rocks. They could not help but laugh. The task that true master of the Divine Eye clan had given them was to delay Giant Axe and the others. The two of them had discussed for a while and had used their understanding of the flame ice region to set up this trap in advance. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. They just used the intervals between the eruptions in flame ice region and some special methods to make it erupt earlier. At the same time, in other positions, the two Holy Lands, Skeleton Master, and other powers from Universe Ocean also saw the palace that was trying to avoid the Black Rock. TSK. They all say that the human race doesn't have any supreme true treasures. I didn't expect that this time, when the Divine Eye clan was chasing after Huge Axe, the human race would reveal a palace-type supreme true treasure. The human race from the original universe of this universe era is indeed well hidden. Isn't that so? It's a pity that our clans didn't give the order, and no experts came. Once the Holy-Eyed clan suppresses Giant Axe, the human clan will probably hand over Zhou Hao. At the very least, they will give up some quotas. Yeah, I wonder if that human Zhou Hao is as talented as the rumors say. Who knows? It's most likely just a rumor. The universe masters who were guarding these powers were talking to each other in low voices. Ever since the Demon Clan, Bug Clan, and other clans had been constantly publicizing Zhou Hao's talent, almost all the powers from the two reincarnation eras of Universe Ocean knew about Zhou Hao's unique talent. Therefore, regardless of whether they believed it or not, they were all very curious about Zhou Hao. Hua, the huge pieces of black rocks were too densely packed together. Although the Palace of Flowing Mountain was dodging rapidly under Zhou Hao's control and shrinking the area, there were still parts of it that were hit by the black rocks. Fortunately, the Palace of Flowing Mountain was a palace-type supreme true treasure. Even if it was hit, it would not be damaged. If it were a pinnacle palace-type true treasure, although it would not be damaged, its surface layer would be corroded by the black rocks. Because of this, the other powers determined that it was a palace-type supreme true treasure. What should we do? The area of the falling rocks is too big. We can't fly at full speed. We can only try to slow down, but the Divine Eye clan will definitely catch up with us. It must be Shadow Dust and Wu Yu from the Divine Eye clan who are guarding again. The three universe masters from Qingdong Huang and Jianlong clenched their teeth in hatred. Before they entered Flame Ice region, they expected that they might run into trouble, but they didn't expect it to be so troublesome. According to this situation, it would take them at least a month to cross over, and such a long time was enough for the Divine Eye clan to catch up with them. Huge Axe's face darkened. There's no other way now, but this is Flame Ice region, after all. Even if the true masters of the Divine Eye clan come, they won't dare to start a fierce battle here. When the time comes, we'll hide in the palace. Zhou Hao and I will use Thunder Light Sector and the special willpower impact technique to try to find a chance to escape. After that, he then activated Thunder Light Sector to form a large area of thunder and crushed the black rocks that were falling from above. As a Universe Supreme Master, he was naturally able to activate the maximum power of Thunder Light Sector, which was why Zhou Hao had temporarily handed over Thunder Light Sector to Huge Axe. The two of them, one activating Flowing Mountain Palace, and the other activating Quasi-Light Sector, actually sped up their speed after a tacit understanding. This time, it was the two universe masters from the Divine Eye clan, Shadow Dust and Wu Yu, who were anxious. After all, according to the speed of Third True Master, it would take at least 20 days to enter Flame Ice region and catch up with them. But now, Huge Axe and the others from the human race would only need half a month to rush out. No, we have to make things difficult for them. Otherwise, if we let them rush out, we won't be able to stop them. Shadow Dust and Sorcerer Puppet frowned. They had learned from Third True Master that Huge Axe had a helper who could perform a strange willpower attack technique. Even True Masters couldn't resist it, let alone Shadow Dust and Sorcerer Puppet. They were only Universe Masters, and their willpower was barely at the level of a Universe Supreme Master, so they couldn't resist it. After thinking for a long time, Shadow Dust Master said helplessly, "Seems like we can only use that method." Wu Yu said anxiously, "No, it's too dangerous. If we use it, the entire Flame Ice region will be in turmoil, and it'll take at least 1,000 years for it to stabilize. Besides, both of us will be in danger. But if we don't do that, Huge Axe of the human race will definitely rush out, and by then, we won't be able to stop him. True Master will definitely blame us, and maybe he'll transfer us away to guard some areas with no benefits. Shadow Dust Master shook his head. The entire universe ocean was dangerous but relatively safe, and there were too few areas where pinnacle true treasures could be found from time to time. Every one of them would be fiercely fought over. If the two of them didn't join forces, they definitely wouldn't be able to guard Flame Ice region. Wu Yu was hesitant. Shadow Dust Master saw this and couldn't help saying, "Don't hesitate. At most, we'll leave Flame Ice region temporarily. As long as we can help our race suppress huge acts, maybe we'll have a chance. Don't forget about Zhou Hao's amazing talent." Hearing this, Wu Yu finally made a decision. Once the decision was made, the two of them rushed into Flame Ice region without hesitation, and then they used their secret techniques and true treasures to attack a certain core area. Suddenly, the raging energy broke the balance of Flame Ice region. Usually, Flame Ice region was very stable, except for the intermittent explosive periods. However, if the space at the core was violently shaken and damaged, it would trigger the energy whirlpool in the black swamp below. Voila, a large number of bubbles kept coming out of the black swamp, and then these bubbles exploded, forming circles of energy ripples, completely triggering the turbulence in the lava ocean above. Pung! 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 The lava ocean seemed to have lost gravity, and it poured down crazily. Then it formed a huge amount of black rocks that smashed into the black swamp, causing more bubbles, and so on. This was the main reason why Flame Ice region was notorious. Once the energy whirlpool exploded, even Universe Supreme Masters would find it difficult to escape. Long, huge rocks poured down, and Flow Mountain Palace couldn't escape at all. After being smashed continuously, Flow Mountain Palace changed its direction and crashed into the bubbles that emerged. The energy from the bubbles exploded, and Flow Mountain Palace was blown away. Not good. The energy whirlpool in Flame Ice region has exploded. Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet are so cruel to trigger this energy whirlpool. Aren't they afraid of death? The chain reaction after the energy whirlpool exploded was huge, and the speed was very fast. There was no way to control it. Huge Axe's expression changed slightly. "Zhou Hao, quick, close the hole at the bottom. We can only let Flow Mountain Palace withstand it." Zhou Hao had already returned from the hole at the bottom. He frowned and said, "This Flame Ice region is too dangerous. I don't know if Flow Mountain Palace can withstand it." Huge Axe returned to the core, but his expression was much calmer. A palace-type supreme true treasure can travel through most of the areas in the three most dangerous lands of Universe Ocean. Only the core areas can't withstand it. Although Flame Ice region is dangerous, its power isn't enough to destroy a palace-type supreme true treasure. Seeing this, Qingdong Huang Jianlong and the other two were relieved. But once this energy whirlpool explodes, I'm afraid we'll be stuck here for a while. Although the Divine Eye clan can't come in, they can guard outside and wait for the energy whirlpool to stabilize. Then they can come in quickly. Zhou Hao said helplessly. There's no other way. Who would have thought that? Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet would give up their lives. Just as they were talking, the energy whirlpool exploded at a speed more than 100 times faster than light speed and spread all around. Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet's expressions changed. Although they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the speed to be so much faster than before. They immediately rushed into the Pinnacle Palace. The Universe Masters from the two Holy Lands and the Skeleton Clan who were stationed there all changed their expressions. They didn't have time to curse Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet of the Divine Eye clan. They quickly entered the palace-type true treasure and prepared to leave the core area. Unfortunately, the energy whirlpool rippled and caused a large area of the lava ocean to lose its balance. The lava ocean was about to spread. At this moment, huge bubbles suddenly appeared in the underground black swamp. Hong! As the bubbles kept appearing, the entire black swamp started to shake crazily. The energy whirlpool dissipated, which slowed down the speed of the lava ocean. Could it be that a true treasure has appeared? Don't bother about that. Let's get out of here quickly. With such a large-scale movement, Regardless of whether it was Zhou Hao or the universe masters from other powers who were stationed there, they all sensed it. It was just that they didn't have time to check the source of the movement. However, as time went on, the movement became bigger and bigger. A large amount of energy whirlpools caused by the chain reaction were all shaken and broken like chains. This time, the lava ocean surprisingly slowly regained its calmness. Immediately after, a huge black ship surged out of the underground black swamp. It's the boat of Mausoleum. It's the boat of Mausoleum. Why is the boat of Mausoleum here? As the lava ocean gradually recovered its bottleneck and the falling lava lessened, Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet from the two Holy Lands, the Skeleton Clan, and the Divine Eye Clan breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they see the black ship. Half a month later. The huge black ship was completely out of the world, and the energy whirlpool that was originally triggered had completely stabilized. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. The two Holy Lands, the Skeleton Clan, the First Ancestral God School, the Divine Eye Clan, and the humans all rushed toward the boat of Mausoleum. Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet saw huge axe and could only hide far away, not daring to get close. The universe masters from other powers took one look at huge axe and looked away. Although Zhou Hao was beside him, he had disguised his face long ago and used a special true treasure to cover his aura, so he wasn't recognized. In fact, even if his real aura leaked out, the two Holy Lands and other powers wouldn't have been able to resist him. After all, only the various powers in the original universe knew Zhou Hao's specific life aura and face. Huge Axe Creator, what is this boat of Mausoleum? Deserted Mirror Master couldn't help but ask. Although they had been wandering Universe Ocean for many years, they had never seen the boat of Mausoleum. Huge Axe shook his head lightly. He knew very little. In the entire Universe Ocean, only the two Holy Lands knew the specific information about the boat of Mausoleum. After all, the two Holy Lands had existed for a long time, and in the previous reincarnation eras, the boat of Mausoleum had appeared. In this reincarnation era and the two previous reincarnation eras, the boat of Mausoleum hadn't appeared. Zhou Hao knew, but he couldn't explain it. The two Holy Lands definitely know, Huge Axe transmitted. Later, we'll see what they do, and then we'll do the same. The Skeleton Clan and the Divine Eye Clan started to study the boat of Mausoleum. They only knew some information, such as the fact that the boat of Mausoleum couldn't recognize an owner. After studying it for a while, they gave up. Not long after the boat of Mausoleum appeared, it started to shake, and then the cabin door opened. The universe masters stationed in the two Holy Lands didn't hesitate to control the palace true treasures and rush into the cabin door. Huge Axe and the others, as well as other powers, followed closely behind. They were worried that the two Holy Lands would shake them off, so they all burned their godly power and burst out 100 times faster than before. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the Skeleton Clan, the Divine Eye Clan, the First Ancestral God School, or Zhou Hao's side, they all activated their true treasures to attack the universe masters from the two Holy Lands to slow them down. After all, in terms of understanding of the boat of Mausoleum, they couldn't compare to the two Holy Lands. If the universe masters from the two Holy Lands had the upper hand, they might be able to get the boat of Mausoleum first. Huge Axe's power was undoubtedly the strongest. He activated the Thunder Light World and transformed it into a Thunder Axe. The universe masters from the two Holy Lands had no choice but to resist with all their might, and they slowed down immediately. Haha. Huge Axe, well done. No wonder he's a universe supreme master. TSK, TSK. The two Holy Lands won't be able to enter the core first. They'll go in together. Yes, we'll go in together. The boat of Mausoleum is mainly the control room. Once it recognizes a master, he'll be able to control the entire core. The Skeleton Clan and the First Ancestral God School saw the two universe masters from the two Holy Lands being restrained by Thunder Light Sector, and they were all overjoyed. Even Shadow Dust and Wu Sprite from the Divine Eye Clan were relieved. They were also worried that the two Holy Lands would enter the control room. After all, the boat of Mausoleum was only second to a supreme true treasure, and it could take other great beings to the mausoleum at the core of the universe boat. It was as valuable as a supreme true treasure, so they didn't want the two Holy Lands to get it. Damn it. Huge Axe, the human race has a grudge against the Divine Eye Clan, and the other powers are also eyeing Zhou Hao from the human race. Do you want the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Eye Clan to benefit from this? Why don't we join forces and enter the control room together? Eastern Emperor Holy Land, who was guarding Flame Ice region, transmitted his voice to Fiery Sun Master. The lightning was obviously a domain-type supreme true treasure, and with huge axe, a universe supreme master, activating it, it could exert its full power. He couldn't resist it at all. Golden Hammer Master from Purple Moon Holy Land transmitted his voice as well. Huge Axe thought about it and agreed to the two Holy Lands transmissions almost instantly. He was the most powerful one here, and he had Thunder Light Sector, which made him invincible. Thus, joining forces with the two Holy Lands to enter the core first was the best choice. Hua! La! La! The lightning shrank and turned into several lightning dragons, sweeping toward the Skeleton Clan, the Divine Eye Clan, and the First Ancestral God School. Fiery Sun Master and Golden Hammer Master instantly felt their godly bodies relax. They rushed to the other side of the corridor, and Huge Axe followed closely behind. Huge Axe! Damn it! Cunning human! The Skeleton Clan and the First Ancestral God School, who were originally excited and praising Huge Axe, started to curse, but Huge Axe didn't care. He followed Fiery Sun Master and Golden Hammer Master closely while activating Thunder Light Sector to suppress the speed behind him. He was also ready to suppress the Universe Masters from the two Holy Lands. Zhou Hao, Qing Dong, and the other three followed closely behind Giant Axe. Here, the human race had the most number of Universe Masters. After entering the core control room, they were not worried at all that the two Holy Lands would play tricks. Boom, just like in the original plot. The two Universe Masters, Huiyang and Golden Hammer, had a deeper understanding of the Boat of Mausoleum. Both of them crashed into the side wall of the corridor, which was engraved with a pattern. Hong. Long. Long. The pattern on the wall of the corridor suddenly caved in. Shortly after, a gate fell down from the top of the gigantic corridor, blocking all the Universe Masters from the Divine Eye Clan, the First Ancestral God School, and the Skeleton Clan. Subsequently, Huiyang and Golden Hammer immediately flew along the winding passageway. Other than being wary of Huge Axe and the other four, they were also wary of each other. This was because although Huge Axe and the other four were extremely powerful, they did not know much about the Boat of Mausoleum. They were afraid that they did not even know how to recognize the Boat of Mausoleum as its master. Therefore, as long as they could recognize the Boat of Mausoleum as its master before Huge Axe and the others of the human race made their move, they would not be afraid of Huge Axe's power at all. That was why Huiyang and Golden Hammer, both Universe Masters, knew very well that the other was their biggest enemy on this trip to the control room. Swish! Swish! There were many passageways within the Boat of Mausoleum. The Divine Eye Clan, the Skeleton Clan, and the First Ancestral God School were blocked by the gate. Very quickly, they turned to other passageways. As for Zhou Hao and the others, they followed the winding passageways and arrived in front of a door that was a mixture of gold and green. This door gave off a feeling of incomparable nobility. It would make countless creatures feel superior from the bottom of their hearts, and thus, they would not dare to enter. But Huge Axe and the others had strong willpower, so they pushed the door open directly. Hong. Long, the door opened, and they flew in quickly. Once they entered the core control room, the two Universe Masters, Huiyang and Golden Hammer, hurriedly searched for the control core. As for Huge Axe and Zhou Hao, they exchanged a look. Then immediately, their godly power transformed into countless threads that surged toward all the items within the core control room. They wanted to use this stupid method to recognize the master. Huiyang and Golden Hammer secretly despised them. As expected, Huge Axe and the others of the human race did not know the method to recognize the master at all. However, very soon, they were stunned. This was because they also did not find the core control authority to recognize the master. How can this be? How can there not be any? When Huge Axe saw this, he snorted. The Thunder Light Sector transformed into a Thunder Light Giant Axe and instantly attacked. Huiyang and Golden Hammer immediately blocked it, but their bodies were still hit by the giant Thunder Light Giant Axe and crashed onto the control equipment within the control room. A metallic sound rang out. Tell me, how to recognize the master of this votive mausoleum. Hui Yang and Golden Hammer shook their heads. There is no control authority here at all, so there is no way to recognize the master. Otherwise, we would have started to recognize the master long ago. Just as Xianxia was about to attack again, several figures surged into the door again. They were the few from the Ancestral God School, the Skeleton Clan, and the Divine Eye Clan. The moment they entered the control room, Shadow Dust and Wizard Puppet from the Divine Eye Clan used the method of dripping blood to verify the master. However, at the same time, they did not find the control authority. Not long after. Just as in the original plot, a formless energy descended. In the main hall of the control room, there was an ancient throne. Countless amounts of energy gathered on the throne and condensed into a blurry figure. This figure was in the same shape as a human, except for the fact that its hair was green. My name is Duandong River Wu. Zhou Hao looked at Duandong River Wu and thought to himself. He did not expect that the boat of Mausoleum would be activated in advance when he was escaping through the flame ice region. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully in the boat of Mausoleum and obtaining the core inheritance of the Duandong River. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully in the boat of Mausoleum and obtaining the top-notch embryo of the Duandong River. Ding. Obtained the secret technique of the ancient Xia Kingdom's sacred level Great Being. Ding. Obtained the complete set of the Wu Kingdom's top-notch cultivation inheritance. Ding. Obtained the secret technique of the Wu Kingdom's sacred level Great Being. Ding. Obtained the complete catalog and detailed explanation of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. The notifications of the check-in system kept ringing. Just this time alone, he had obtained almost 70 to 80% of the items and resources in the boat of Mausoleum. Even though Zhou Hao was mentally prepared, he could not help but get excited. Whether it was the inheritance of the Duandong River or the sacred level secret techniques, they were all top-notch secret techniques of the land of origin. Just by cultivating them, he could rapidly improve his strength. It would be easy for him to break through reincarnation in the future, and he even had hope of dealing with the sector beasts. After all, the items obtained from checking in could be directly instilled at the soul level. All he needed to do was to completely digest these secret techniques and inheritances. By then, relying on the law of chaos, Zhou Hao felt that he should be able to fight the sector beasts. In other words, this time, checking in the boat of Mausoleum had finally given him the ability to resist the sector beasts. Descendants of the endless eras, when you see me, I will have already fallen for God knows how many reincarnation eras. I, Duandong River Wu, am the 193rd Duandong River of the Duandong River bloodline, and I am also the only heir. I do not wish for this inheritance to end with me. Just as Zhou Hao was getting excited, Duandong River Wu's voice sounded. Either accept the inheritance or die, make your choice, descendants of the endless eras. As his voice fell, the body of Duandong River, which was formed by endless energy, gradually disappeared. Whether it was Xianxia or the several great beings of the Divine Eye Clan, their eyes were filled with excitement. Inheritance, the complete inheritance of the ancient civilization, and even the inheritance that had been accumulated for generations. It was hard for them to imagine how powerful it would be. Shadow Dust and Wu Qi of the Divine Eye Clan were so excited that they almost fainted. As members of the Divine Eye Clan, they were even more aware of how powerful the ancient inheritance was. The Divine Eye Clan had only obtained a part of the combined attack inheritance, and it was enough to make the 7 true masters almost invincible in Universe Ocean. And now, it was the complete inheritance. This was definitely extremely precious, and it could even allow one to break through a reincarnation era. Hope, the hope of my doomsday. Ha ha ha. The Universe Masters of the Divine Eye Clan and the Skeleton Clan were about to go crazy, and so was the first Ancestral God School. Hui Yang and Golden Hammer of the 2 Holy Lands were much calmer. After all, they belonged to the 2 Holy Lands, and they could live for countless reincarnation eras. However, this was, after all, the complete inheritance of the ancient civilization. If they could obtain it, their status in the Holy Lands would definitely skyrocket, and they might even be able to become Universe Supreme Masters. Hence, almost in an instant, they made their choice. It was the same for Xianxia. Although the human race was Now in the original universe, and there were still 2 reincarnation eras before the doomsday, such a precious inheritance would definitely be regrettable if they missed it. Zhou Hao, this inheritance is extremely precious, Hujax said. Next, Qing Dong, Huang Jian, and I will fight for it. You are different. You have a special talent, and it is very important to our race. You can't die here. If we die in this boat of mausoleum, then the human race will still have hope. Hujax's expression was extremely solemn. Zhou Hao shook his head. Hujax creator, we humans must obtain such a precious inheritance. You heard it just now. This is the inheritance of Duandong River from generation to generation. Such an inheritance must have very strict requirements for the inheritor, and there should also be requirements for talent and comprehension. My talent and comprehension are not low, so I believe I have the confidence to inherit it, hence, I think you should leave, Hujax. Let me, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing go for it. Hujax frowned. He really did not want anything to happen to Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao was the future hope of the human race. However, what Zhou Hao said just now made sense. For an inheritance of an ancient civilization like Duandong River, the more outstanding the inheritor, the better. Among all the great beings present, even in Universe Ocean, Zhou Hao was an extremely outstanding genius. It could be said that if Zhou Hao were to go for it, he would be extremely confident in obtaining the inheritance of Duandong River. Hujax was conflicted. The other great beings, such as Huiyang, Golden Hammer, and Shadow Dust, were also conflicted. Although they all knew that this opportunity was extremely precious, it was, after all, related to their own lives. They were caught in a dilemma as to who should go, or whether they should go together. Not long after. On the ancient throne, energy gathered again, and Duandong River Wu reappeared. He looked around. Have you thought it through? Very soon. The 5 powers all made their choice. Hujax finally listened to Zhou Hao's suggestion and withdrew from this opportunity to compete for the inheritance. The main reason was that he knew that he was only fond of axes. If there was any inheritance test, he was afraid that he would not be as good as Huang Jian and the others. The rest stayed, unwilling to give up this inheritance opportunity that might not appear in countless reincarnation eras. Hence, there were only 4 from the human side, 2 from the 2 Holy Lands, and 6 from the Skeleton Clan, Divine Eye Clan, and First Ancestral God School left in the hall. There were a total of 12 great beings. Rise, Hong. Long, the hall suddenly started to rise, and a huge circular stone slab floated up, revealing a deep hole. Inside, there were crimson and red airwaves tumbling. If you are willing to accept the inheritance, then go down. Duandong River Wu's voice continued. Shua. Shua, shua. The great beings who had made their choice all flew in, and Zhou Hao followed decisively. He had received the complete catalog and detailed explanation of the Rhinoceros Emperor game from signing in, and he himself was a Universe Knight, so he did not have high requirements for solving the game. He only needed to digest the rewards he had received from signing in, and then he would be able to solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game quickly. There was absolutely a 99% chance that he would be able to get the inheritance. This was also the main reason why he insisted on entering. After all, if he let Hujax and the others go in, it might end up benefiting the other powers. Hujax looked at the deep crimson passageway, and there was helplessness on his face. He knew that Zhou Hao going was the best choice. Zhou Hao and the others, along with the great beings from other powers, went through the crimson passageway and arrived at the foggy hall. Just as the Universe Masters from the Skeleton Clan and Divine Eye Clan were mocking each other, Duandong River Wu appeared again and started the test. This instrument test was mainly used to detect the characteristics of life forms. The Universe Masters from the Skeleton Clan did not meet the requirements, but the others all met the requirements of the first round of test. When Zhou Hao was tested, Duandong River Wu revealed a trace of surprise and a smile. Through the instrument, Duandong River Wu could tell that Zhou Hao's mirror body had lived for a very short period of time. As for the inheritor of the pulse of Duandong River, the younger the age, the stronger the talent, the better. The Universe Masters from other powers noticed Duandong River Wu's reaction, and they all vaguely had the intention to kill Zhou Hao. Next, Zhou Hao and the others started to challenge the life and death corridor. Zhou Hao was an ancient universe knight, so he stayed behind alone. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Long Xing, and the others went with Hui Yang and the other great beings. The main challenge in the life and death corridor was to challenge a monster named Kueyo. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and the others faced a monster whose power was at least at level 4. Among them, 3 universe masters from the First Ancestral God School and East Emperor were annihilated. Huang Jian and the other 2 relied on each other to resist the monster's outburst of madness, but all 3 of them were injured and almost died inside. As for Zhou Hao, it was easier for him. He was a universe knight, and his own combat power was extremely strong. Even when the monster's power rose to the level of a universe supreme master and entered a state of frenzied attack, Zhou Hao relied on his own supreme true treasure armor and laws, as well as his almost endless godly power to resist the attacks easily. Eventually, he passed through the life and death corridor. And when they were challenging the life and death corridor, the skeleton clan spread the news that the inheritance of Duandong River had appeared in the boat of Mausoleum. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The news that the boat of Mausoleum had appeared in Flame Ice region of Universe Boat and contained the complete inheritance of the ancient civilization spread like wildfire across Universe Ocean and the original universe. In less than a day, all the reincarnation powers in Universe Ocean and all the alliance powers in the original universe knew about it. The inheritance of the ancient civilization? And the complete one? The limit of our race is near. This is our only hope and opportunity. We have to fight for it. Humph. The Divine Eye clan only got part of the inheritance of the ancient civilization, and they were already so powerful. This is the complete inheritance, and it's said that it's passed down from generation to generation. There must be a chance for us to break through reincarnation. Even Ancestor showed up and said that he needed the inheritance. I, dear bug, have to go. It's been so many reincarnation eras, and I haven't seen Ancestor. I didn't expect Ancestor to show up for the inheritance of the boat of Mausoleum. This is enough to prove the importance of the inheritance of the boat of Mausoleum. I have to get it for Ancestor. Countless powers went crazy. The Bone clan was deemed by Duandong River as not their race, so they couldn't accept the inheritance. So they spread the video of what had happened so that countless powers knew how powerful the inheritance of Duandong River was. They all knew that this might be a great opportunity to break through reincarnation. So every race sent Universe Supreme Masters, Universe Masters, and Universe Knights to the inner area of Universe Boat. The human race didn't send anyone else. After all, Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, and Qing Dong were enough. Although huge acts had withdrawn, Zhou Hao alone was enough to take care of the others. However, Chaos City leader was still worried, mainly because Zhou Hao was too important to the human race. Chaos City leader, don't worry too much. Zhou Hao is still a universe knight. Even if he dies in the end, you and I can revive him. In the virtual universe, Hujax said slowly. Actually, it was because Zhou Hao was a universe knight and could be revived that he finally agreed to Zhou Hao's suggestion. Chaos City leader nodded. I know, but if he's revived, I'm afraid Zhou Hao's talent will be lost. Hujax shook his head. You win some, you lose some. Since Zhou Hao wants to get that powerful inheritance, he has to take the risk. Besides, in the original universe, in terms of comprehension and talent, Zhou Hao was undoubtedly the strongest. The outside world was in an uproar. Inside the life and death corridor of the boat of Mausoleum. After passing through, Zhou Hao and the other experts continued to fly forward. The deeper they went, the wider the corridor became. Gradually, some stone pillars appeared around the corridor, and each stone pillar had an illusory image. These illusory images were either in the shape of pyramids or polygons. There were 123 stone pillars on the left and 10080 on the right. The stone pillar on the left was perfect, but the one on the right was obviously damaged. Zhou Hao glanced at it and thought to himself, this is the Rhinoceros Emperor game that is widely spread in the land of origin. It seems to be a kind of entertainment game, but in fact, it contains the mysteries of the universe. It can test a cultivator's comprehension, and if one continuously studies and comprehends it, it can also increase one's comprehension. It is a very magical game. Very soon. Just like the original plot, Duandong River appeared again. Endless energy gathered beside the 123 stone pillars at the front of the right. The 123 damaged stone pillar phantoms at the front of the right corresponded to the 123 perfect stone pillar phantoms on the left. The right side was damaged, but the left side was complete. By studying the perfect stone pillar on the left side, one could know the basic rules of the Wild Rhinoceros Emperor game on the right side. Just like Chinese chess, a person who did not understand the game would be able to understand the rules of Chinese chess by constantly watching the game. Of course, those with strong comprehension ability would be able to understand after watching 2 or 3 times. Those who were weaker would need to watch a few more times. The Rhinoceros Emperor game has a total of 10,081 endings, Duandong River said. There are 10,080 endings here. The 10081 endings is no endings. What all of you need to do is to comprehend and study the 123 perfect stone pillars on the left. From there, you will understand the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Then, according to the basic rules, you will begin to solve the endings from the 124th stone pillar on the right. The Rhinoceros Emperor game has an extremely high requirement for comprehension ability. The higher your comprehension ability, the faster you will be able to solve the remaining endings. The inheritance of Duandong River is extremely precious. All of you must meet the minimum requirements to solve the endings. Only then will you be able to pass this level's test and come into contact with the next level. As for those who cannot meet the requirements, you will be eliminated right away. Death will be the only outcome. The expressions of Hui Yang, Golden Hammer, and the other universe masters changed slightly. However, since they had already entered this place, they had already disregarded life and death. Hong. 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 As he spoke, Duandong River Wu extended his finger. The ground in the middle of the corridor trembled and then separated. 8 light pillars emitting colorful light emerged. These 8 pillars belong to each of you. After all of you have comprehended the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, you can begin to solve the 124th endings. Use your divine power to sketch out the complete endings and transmit them to these crystal pillars. The crystals will react. If there is no reaction, it means that you have not solved the endings correctly. Go on, this Rhinoceros Emperor game is extremely profound. I will give all of you sufficient time to solve the endings. However, within the time I set, if you do not meet the minimum requirements, you will be eliminated. If anyone can solve the 6,000th endings, they will directly receive the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Of course, to be able to solve the endings to such an extent within the set time, you are destined to have a bright future. Your achievements will be greater than mine in the future. However, among all of you, I am afraid none of you will be able to achieve that. Therefore, within the set time, whoever solves the most endings will have an advantage when they come into contact with the inheritance later on. After he finished speaking, Duandong River Wu's figure disappeared. The remaining 8 great beings, including Zhou Hao, were looking at the 123 perfect stone pillars and discussing in low voices. This is actually a kind of entertainment game from the ancient civilization. This kind of game can also test comprehension ability? It can even enhance comprehension ability? The Shadow Dust Lord of the Divine Eye clan clicked his tongue. There was some disbelief in his words. After all, things that could enhance comprehension ability were very rare and precious. The Fiery Sun Master looked at the Shadow Dust Lord with disdain. Ignorant. This is a game passed down from the ancient civilization. Didn't you hear what Duandong River said? Even the supreme great beings would play this game. Since Duandong River wanted to find an heir, why would he use a game to do so? The Shadow Dust Lord snorted. I was just saying. Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, and the others did not pay any attention to him. They started to walk to the 123 perfect stone pillars on the left to look at them. I don't know what the mystery of this Rhinoceros Emperor game is. According to what Duandong River said, it seems that we need a certain amount of time to fully comprehend the basic rules. That's right. With the strength of our willpower and consciousness, we can understand any kind of game at a glance. Even if this Rhinoceros Emperor game was created by the great being Rhinoceros Emperor from the ancient civilization, it is, after all, a game that even children can play. It shouldn't be too difficult. No matter what, whoever understands the basic rules first will be able to solve the game faster. Our godly powered avatars or other bodies in the original universe can go into the miniature universe of Xianxia and go through the 10,000 times speed. I think the Divine Eye clan and the two Holy Lands will do the same. Now, for us, time is very important. Yes, that should be the case. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Long Xing, and the others communicated telepathically. Then their consciousnesses entered the virtual universe to inform Xianxia and Primal Chaos City leader. Xianxia immediately arranged for Zhou Hao and the others to enter the miniature universe. This Rhinoceros Emperor game is definitely not simple. You must study it carefully. Besides, True Master from the Divine Eye clan and the demons from the demon race have all entered the boat of Mausoleum. However, there are many passageways in the boat of Mausoleum. I was in the other passageways and was not discovered. Of course, the demons from the Divine Eye clan and the bug race all knew about the inheritance of Duandong River, so they had no time to kill me. After listening, Huang Jian and the others smiled and nodded. Actually, even if the inheritance of Duandong River had not appeared, it would have been difficult for the Divine Eye clan to kill Xianxia. After all, with the Thunder Light sector given by Zhou Hao, as long as Xianxia recovered from his injuries, he could use the map to deal with the Divine Eye clan. Alright, your task now is to study the Rhinoceros Emperor game. I shall not disturb you. Xianxia finished speaking and left. Zhou Hao and the others found a place to study and comprehend the Rhinoceros Emperor game. The Rhinoceros Emperor game was indeed very mysterious. It was similar to the picture of secret engravings, but it was definitely not a picture of secret engravings. It was a more profound game that explained and understood the operating rules of the universe. The great being from the land of origin, Rhinoceros Emperor, who had created it, was probably at the same level as Sitting Mountain Guest, or even slightly stronger. At such a level, even a game created casually would be more profound than the picture of secret engravings. Hence, even if one wanted to see through the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, one would need to have a high level of comprehension. In the original plot, Luo Feng took 3 years, while the other great beings needed even longer. This had nothing to do with the strength of one's consciousness. It was a test of one's comprehension. Moreover, the complexity of the Rhinoceros Emperor game had long surpassed the scope of a universe master's forced memory. Hence, one could only understand the basic rules and not force memory. In the wide corridor, whether it was Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, or the others, or Hui Yang and Golden Hammer from the two Holy Lands, or Shadow Dust and Wu Qi from the Divine Eye clan, they all sat cross-legged and carefully observed the virtual images of the 123 perfect stone pillars on the left. At a place where they could not see, Duandong River was secretly observing. If it were not for the sake of preserving the inheritance, he would never use such a method to screen out the inheritors of Duandong River. Although the Rhinoceros Emperor game was unparalleled, the inheritance of Duandong River was extremely precious. There were countless geniuses in the land of origin who wanted to obtain it. Naturally, there would be a more specialized test. However, this was Universe Ocean, after all, and the life forms born here were far inferior to those of the land of origin. Hence, they could only use such a widely spread Rhinoceros Emperor game to test them. However, among the great beings who had entered this time, other than the Universe Night life form, the rest were too weak. Just the first round of testing by the apparatus was enough to discern their potential. This one named Zhou Hao, from the fluctuations of his life force, seems to have cultivated for an extremely short period of time, yet he was able to easily unleash power at level 6 in the life and death corridor. It seems that his comprehension ability and talent are extremely outstanding. I wonder how long it will take him to solve the 1000th game. Undying, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supreme Masters all had different minimum requirements to solve the game. As for the basic rules, if one could not even understand the basic rules, then it would be impossible to solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Inside Xianxia's miniature universe, Zhou Hao's face revealed a trace of a smile. This Rhinoceros Emperor game was indeed complicated. Even though he had signed in and received a complete and detailed explanation record, just digesting the first 2000 games alone had taken him half a year. If he wanted to completely digest the remaining 4000 games, he estimated that he would need even more time. However, the main reason was that Fenhun, who was staying in the black-striped stone pillar at 300,000 times the flow of time, was unable to digest the items he had received from signing in. This was also one of the drawbacks of the sign-in system. As long as one's soul was separated, even if it was a soul duplicated by a mirror body, one would not be able to share in the sign-in rewards. Hence, his mirror body spent half a year purely digesting the perfect solution of 2000 games. As for studying the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, it only took him less than 4 hours to figure it out. After all, Fenhun's side was at 300,000 times the flow of time. On top of that, his study of secret engravings and the black-striped stone pillar was very deep. Naturally, it was very easy for him to see through the basic rules of this Rhinoceros Emperor game. Inside Huge Axe's miniature universe, Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Long Xing, and the others were still frowning bitterly as they pondered. As they were able to become universe masters, their comprehension ability was, in fact, not low. However, this Rhinoceros Emperor game was too profound. Just the basic rules were already incomparably complicated. It seemed to be easy to understand, but in reality, it was full of changes. All of a sudden, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and looked at Long Xing and the others. He smiled and said, "I have already understood the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. There are a total of 9 types of rules. 1. There are a total of 10,081 types of basic units." They listened to Zhou Hao recite the basic rules. Huang Jian and the others were suddenly enlightened. Wonderful, wonderful. No wonder I always felt that this miniature 3-dimensional map was constantly changing. I couldn't find any pattern at all. It turns out that the basic units on each line actually only appear once. Yes, I also know that there are a total of 10,081 basic units, but I just couldn't figure out the changing rules within. Now that Zhou Hao has explained it, I completely understand. So that's how it is. This is too wonderful. After understanding the rules, I only know that this Rhinoceros Emperor game is really wonderful. With just 10,081 types of basic units, it can build a complicated and 3-dimensional perfect circulation energy diagram. This is simply unimaginable. With that, Huang Jian and the others looked at Zhou Hao and clicked their tongues. Zhou Hao, it has only been half a year, and you have actually understood the basic rules. It seems that this time, our human race has a great chance of obtaining the inheritance. We can't underestimate the other great beings. Alright, let's hurry up and study. Let's not disturb Zhou Hao. One step at a time. Very soon. Huang Jian and the others all closed their eyes and started to solve the 124th stone pillars puzzle according to the basic rules. At that moment, in Universe Ocean, many groups of powers in the outside world were sending Universe Supreme Masters at 100,000 times the speed of light to escort a large number of members of their race to the boat of Mausoleum. As for the second batch of Divine Eye Clan, Demons, and Bug Clan members, not all of them went in. Only a portion of them went in. For example, Third True Master stayed outside to prevent other groups of powers from entering. Unfortunately, there were too many Universe Supreme Masters. Powerful Universe Supreme Masters like Beijing from East Emperor Holy Land were even more unreasonable and directly attacked. Third True Master could only hurriedly dodge and make way for the cabin door passageway. East Emperor Beijing also started to block the door to prevent other groups of powers from entering the boat of Mausoleum. In fact, Beijing also knew that he couldn't block it. However, if he could block it for a while, he could buy more time for those inside. As time passed, more and more groups of powers rushed to the boat of Mausoleum. Even Purple Moon Holy Land had arrived. They worked together to blast Beijing away. A large number of Undying Fighters, Universe Knights, and Universe Masters all rushed into the boat of Mausoleum. Hong! 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 The fluctuations coming from the other end of the life and death corridor were getting stronger and stronger. After being weakened layer by layer, even Zhou Hao and the other powerhouses who were studying the Rhinoceros Emperor game could feel it. They opened their eyes one by one. Not long after, they saw figures flying over from the life and death corridor. 5th True Master. 6th True Master. Demon Mane 2. Bug Empress. They were the true masters from the Divine Eye clan who were chasing Zhou Hao, as well as great beings from the Demon and Bug clans. When Meng Tu and the queen of the insect race saw Zhou Hao, they were shocked. It's Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao from the human race. I didn't expect Zhou Hao to come in. Could it be that Zhou Hao was Hugh Jax's helper in the Coldstream corridor? When we attacked Hugh Jax, he didn't have a supreme true treasure, but in the Coldstream corridor, Hugh Jax had at least 2 supreme true treasures. I'm afraid Zhou Hao brought them here. Meng Tu, Demon Ancestor, Holy Master, and the others were all Universe Supreme Masters, so their thinking was very fast. They understood almost instantly, but they couldn't understand why the human race would let Zhou Hao enter the boat of Mausoleum. Duandong River had said that there could only be one heir in the boat of Mausoleum, and everyone else who entered would die. If it weren't for the hope of their race, these Universe Supreme Masters would never enter. What? He's Zhou Hao. That Zhou Hao who is rumored to have talent that can affect other great beings' advancement. He doesn't look special. So he's Zhou Hao. No wonder Duandong River looked surprised during the test. He must have been surprised by Zhou Hao's cultivation time. Hui Yang, Jin Shui, and the other universe masters from the 2 holy lands were all sizing up Zhou Hao. Aside from curiosity, there was more fear in their eyes. They all knew that the inheritance of Duandong River most likely had an extremely high requirement on one's talent for comprehension. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to use the Rhinoceros Emperor game, which could test one's comprehension ability and enhance it. Therefore, for someone like Zhou Hao to reach such a level in such a short period of time, his comprehension was definitely extraordinary, not to mention that the latter also had that kind of heaven-defying talent. Boom, very soon. Boundless energy gathered, and the ground in the center cracked open. Once again, colorful crystal pillars gushed out. Duandong River said nonchalantly, all of you should focus on comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Whoever solves the most games of the game will have the upper hand. Yes. In the face of Duandong River, even the true lords of the Divine Eye clan did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, from the monster Kueyo in the life and death corridor, they could see that Duandong River was definitely not simple. Even if he had been dead for countless years, regardless of the era, the means he had were not something they could guess. Swish swish. Meng Ta, the demon race and true master of the Divine Eye clan, also began to study the basic rules of the Rhinoceros Emperor game seriously. As time went on, more and more great beings poured in from the life and death corridor, and Duandong River arranged the crystal pillars one by one. Latecomers, this is the last test of the Palace Hall. It is a test of your comprehension. Don't underestimate this Rhinoceros Emperor game. Among the first 8 who came in, only the humans solved the games the fastest. The most outstanding one has already solved the 832nd game. This speed is considered outstanding. I did not expect that among the lives of this reincarnation era, there would be a junior with such outstanding potential. Duandong River looked in the direction of the humans, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. As for the others, humph. They are too slow. Until now, they only know the basic rules. If this goes on, I'm afraid they will not even meet the minimum requirements. Duandong River finished his words. The hundreds of Universe Supreme Masters, Universe Masters, and the true Masters of the Divine Eye clan, as well as the demons, the Bug clan, and the Prison clan, all looked toward Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, and the others. Huang Jian and the others' expressions changed abruptly. Oh no. This Duandong River is too vicious. He actually revealed the progress of Zhou Hao's solution. I'm afraid Duandong River is putting pressure on the others to accept the test. However, in this way, the great beings from the other groups of powers will definitely be hostile, and they might even attack us. Just as Huang Jian and the others had guessed. After hearing what Duandong River said, the true masters of the Divine Eye clan, the demons and Bug clan, as well as the East Emperor universe that had just entered, and the other reincarnation eras, were all shocked. They had not expected that after only a little more than a year, when the other great beings had just understood the basic rules, the human race had already solved the 832nd game. This was too terrifying. It must be that Zhou Hao. This is too abnormal. This is the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Even Duandong River said it was difficult. No, we must stop the human race. Otherwise, we will have no chance at all. Ah. I would rather die than let the human race snatch this inheritance. Despicable humans, you must not steal the hope of our race. Almost instantly, the universe masters of the Divine Eye clan, the East Emperor Universe, and the other races all charged toward Zhou Hao. Duandong River had never said that they were not allowed to fight during comprehension. Suddenly, their godly power burned and transformed into various attacks that surged toward Zhou Hao of the human race. After being reminded by the Universe Supreme Masters of the demon race and the other races, they all knew who the human Zhou Hao was. Although Duandong River did not specify who had solved the 832nd game, there was an 80% chance that it was this Zhou Hao. After all, the latter's comprehension ability was far superior to that of the human Universe Masters. Zhou Hao, be careful. Zhou Hao. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were anxious, but Zhou Hao was already prepared. In fact, when Duandong River said those words, he secretly took out the flowing mountain palace and stuck it together with the crystal residence that he was in, just like in the original plot where Luo Feng was. Peng, peng. Peng, violent attacks landed on the flowing mountain palace, but it did not affect Zhou Hao's comprehension at all. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy. This is a supreme true treasure palace. Not only can it weaken physical attacks, but it can also weaken soul attacks. And I'm not afraid to tell you that I have a supreme true treasure armor on me. Humph. If you want to kill me, you can all attack me together. Zhou Hao sneered. Given his current power, he could fend off the attacks of those universe masters even if he did not use his palace true treasure. Of course, the reason why he had mentioned his supreme true treasure was because he wanted to make those fellows give up on the idea. As for when he got out, they would find trouble with him? Snatch the supreme true treasure, what a joke. He had signed in and received the core inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, as well as other holy level techniques. As long as he digested part of these things, his combat power would soar again. Besides, he was only a little bit away from comprehending the third step of chaos law. As long as he comprehended it, he would be able to break through to become a universe master. By then, in the entire universe ocean, except for the true masters of the Divine Eye clan, he would not be afraid of any great beings. When it was time to keep a low profile, he had to keep a low profile. Bastard. Damn it. Bastard. Many universe masters saw that Duandong River did not come out to stop them, and they started to try to attack Flowing Mountain Palace. However, as Zhou Hao said, there was no effect at all. Besides, Flowing Mountain Palace was stuck with the crystal residence, so they could not blast Flowing Mountain Palace away. What should we do? Are we going to let that human Zhou Hao comprehend in peace? We can't let that Zhou Hao comprehend in peace. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Right, aren't there other universe masters in the human race? Let's attack them. Humph. I don't believe that human Zhou Hao will watch the universe masters of his race get attacked. Haha. Good idea. Immediately, some universe masters turned to attack Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing. Zhou Hao could not help frowning. Zhou Hao, don't worry about us, Huang Jian said, laughing. Focus on comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game. We can just give up. Haha. As long as you maintain your advantage, the other great beings will be eliminated. Hong, the universe masters of the other races heard that, and they were even angrier. They all burned their godly power and increased their attacks. Soon, Huang Jian and the other two could not take it anymore. They immediately hid inside the Pinnacle Palace. Although the attacks from the outside would blast the palace away and disturb them from comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game, they could just give up. However, true master of the Divine Eye clan also saw that. They could not do anything to Zhou Hao, but they could besiege Huang Jian and the other two. Their palaces were only pinnacle level, unlike supreme true treasures. When Universe Supreme Masters besieged them, they could still hurt Huang Jian and the other two. Peng. Peng, peng. Some Universe Supreme Masters who were good at soul attacks also joined in the besieging. Their purpose was to distract Zhou Hao from the human race. As long as they could affect Zhou Hao's comprehension of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, they would not let the inheritance of Duandong River fall into the hands of the human race, even if it meant death. Huang Jian and the other two gritted their teeth and endured the attacks. they also started to lose their godly power. Huang Jian, Long Xing, it was because of me that Huge Axe was implicated, and now it's because of me that Zhou Hao can't comprehend the Rhinoceros Emperor game in peace. Qing Dong laughed. He had already made the decision to self-destruct. Qing Dong, no. Qing Dong, don't be rash. Huang Jian and Long Xing hurriedly shouted. Qing Dong shook his head. If there were other ways, he would not want to die. Suddenly, Zhou Hao transmitted his voice. Huang Jian. Control your palace true treasures and run in the direction of the Undying Knights. Although Duandong River does not prohibit attacks, it should not allow the participants to die. If those Universe Supreme Masters continue to besiege you, it will definitely affect the Undying Knights. When that happens, take the opportunity to come to me. As long as you enter my flowing mountain palace, you will be safe. Because their crystal pillars were not close to each other, Huang Jian and the other three could not enter Flowing Mountain Palace directly. East Emperor Holy Land and the Divine Eye clan would not allow Huang Jian and the other three to enter Flowing Mountain Palace. Huang Jian and the other two Universe Supreme Masters' eyes lit up. They quickly controlled their pinnacle palace true treasures and rushed toward the Undying Knights and the other participants. True Master of the Divine Eye clan, as well as the other Universe Supreme Masters, saw this and retracted some of their attacks. They were all the pillars of their clans, so naturally, they had to be cautious in everything they did. As for those Universe Masters, they had no qualms at all as they continued their frenzied attacks. Voila, the strong power directly affected the area where the Undying Knights were, and instantly, many of them died. Chi. The top of the 123 stone pillars on the left and right emitted light rays that converged into a light ray like a swimming snake. At a speed faster than the rotation of the universe, it swept toward the four Universe Masters who had attacked the palaces of Huang Jian and the other two Universe Supreme Masters. Shua, all the great beings present felt an extremely fierce attack wave. Then the four Universe Masters did not even have time to react. They died on the spot, and the true treasures on their bodies fell to the ground. All of a sudden, the life and death corridor quieted down. There were 4 Universe Masters, and 2 of them were top-tier Universe Masters from East Emperor Universe. They even had pinnacle armor true treasures. Even so, there was no reaction at all. It was too scary. Duandong River's means were too strong. True Master of the Divine Eye clan and the Universe Supreme Masters who had attacked Huang Jian and the other Universe Supreme Masters felt a trace of fear. Fortunately, they had held back a little. Otherwise, they would have been the ones who had died. Although they were not afraid of dying, dying in such a way was too humiliating. It was too worthless. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing were overjoyed. They took advantage of the time when the other great beings were stunned to rush toward the crystal pillar where Zhou Hao was. They were not far from each other to begin with, so they rushed to the side of Flowing Mountain Palace. Not good. Stop them. Quick. Attack. Previously, when we attacked, Duandong River did not punish us. He only punished us because some Undying Knights were killed. As long as we are careful and do not affect the Undying Knights, we will be fine. Hurry up and attack. We cannot let the human race gather. The Divine Eye clan, East Emperor Universe, and the other races were all anxious. They attacked again, but it was too late. Flowing Mountain Palace took Huang Jian and the others in. With the protection of the Supreme True Treasure Flowing Mountain Palace, no matter how many Universe Supreme Masters attacked, there was no way they could hurt Huang Jian and the others. Ha ha ha. A bunch of bastards. Shameless fellows. How dare you attack us? Humph. Our human race has a slight advantage, and you can't stand by and watch. How dare you attack us together? Huang Jian, Qing Dong, and Long Xing laughed heartily as they activated their mouth cannon mode. When the other great beings heard this, they were all infuriated. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, Zhou Hao had said that this was a supreme true treasure. Even a ceiling-type supreme true treasure of the same level would not be able to suppress this palace. It's over. Now, no one can stop that human race. Damn it. Damn it. This is the hope of our race to transcend reincarnation. How can we let that human race get it? Calm down. We must calm down. That human race is only in the lead temporarily. The further we go, the more difficult the Rhinoceros Emperor game will be. We still have a chance. Yes, we still have a chance. The group of great beings had no choice but to grit their teeth and start to comprehend. In fact, those who attacked Zhou Hao, Huang Jian, and the others were only part of the great beings. Shadow Dust, Wu Chun, Hui Yang, Golden Hammer, and the others who came in at the beginning were all seizing the time to comprehend and solve the game. Inside Flowing Mountain Palace. Without any worries, Huang Jian and the others were all relaxed. Zhou Hao, you can continue to comprehend. We can only stay here obediently. Huang Jian and the others laughed. Leaving the crystal pillar, even if they solved the game, they could not use their godly power to draw on the crystal pillar for inspection. Zhou Hao nodded. Actually, he had not only solved more than 800 games, but he had completely comprehended all 2,000 games. He only needed to draw continuously with his godly power. Time passed. More and more great beings entered the life and death corridor. In the 5th year, a large number of undying beings, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supreme Masters from Universe Ocean and the original universe arrived. Although Flame Ice region was located in the inner area of Universe Boat, 5 years was enough for many powers to arrive. However, since the 2 Holy Lands did not send any Universe Supreme Masters, the other reincarnation powers gradually realized that it would be useless even if they sent Universe Supreme Masters. Hence, other than the Divine Eye clan, the Demon race, the Bug race, and the Prison race, only the first reincarnation era, when the limit of the universe limit had been reduced, sent Universe Supreme Masters. The second reincarnation era only sent lone Universe Supreme Masters. Hong, even though they knew that attacking Flowing Mountain Palace wouldn't have any effect, the Divine Eye clan, the 2 Holy Lands, and the Universe Masters from other powers from Universe Ocean still persisted in attacking. Even if there was a slight effect on Zhou Hao's comprehension, they would still benefit from it. That Duandong River said that whoever could solve the 6,000th game would be able to directly obtain the inheritance. When I first heard that, I was eager to give it a try. Now. This Rhinoceros Emperor game is simply too difficult. I have been comprehending and studying it for 3 years, and I barely know the rules. Indeed, the Rhinoceros Emperor game is a game from the ancient civilization, but this game is too difficult. Or is the ancient civilization so powerful that even children are better at comprehension than us? Unfortunately, we weren't the first to come in. The Divine Eye clan, the 2 Holy Lands, and the human race came in earlier. After knowing the rules, they must have explained it to those who came later, saving them the time to study the basic rules. Even if they know the basic rules, so what? Humph. That human Zhou Hao didn't only comprehend the basic rules in less than a year, but he also solved more than 800 games. What the F***ck? That's insane. We don't even know the basic rules, but that human Zhou Hao solved more than 800 games. I see. No wonder so many Universe Masters keep attacking the palace. The participants who came later thought that the Rhinoceros Emperor game was just a game and shouldn't be too difficult. However, after studying it, they realized how terrifying the Rhinoceros Emperor game was. At the same time, they were even more amazed by the insane comprehension ability of that human Zhou Hao. More and more great beings started attacking the palace. After all, if they let that human Zhou Hao continue, they wouldn't be able to play. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Basically, there were no more forces from the outside world coming in. Those who could come had all rushed over. Ding! Boom! At this moment, a voice seemed to resound in every expert's heart. What happened? What happened? Many powerhouses who were studying the Rhinoceros Emperor game were interrupted by the voice. Look! Duandong River has appeared. Very soon. Endless energy converged to form a figure. It was Duandong River. He looked at the palace of Flowing Mountain, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Ha ha ha. I did not expect to meet a junior with such outstanding comprehension ability in Universe Ocean. In less than 10 years, he has solved the 1000th stage. Such a speed of comprehension, even in my hometown, would be considered outstanding. Congratulations, human candidate Sword River. You have met the minimum requirement. continue to work hard. The more stages you solve, the better it will be for you in the future. His voice fell. The Divine Eye clan, the two Holy Lands, and many other powers of reincarnation suddenly changed their expressions, especially the several true masters of the Divine Eye clan whose doomsday had come to an end. Their faces turned green, and there was a hint of anger and despair in their eyes. Damn it! Damn it! This human Zhou Hao has reached the 1000th stage in such a short time and met the minimum requirement of Duandong River. It has only been less than 10 years. We are Universe Supreme Masters, but we have not even solved the 123 RD stage that has been perfectly solved. It's over. This time, it's completely over. The inheritance of Duandong River will definitely be obtained by the human race. That Zhou Hao's comprehension ability is too terrifying. Even Duandong River said that such a comprehension ability would be outstanding in his hometown. No, no. This is the hope of our race to break through reincarnation. We cannot lose it like this. Hong. Almost instantly, many universe masters from the first universe reincarnation era, and even some universe supreme masters, went crazy. They burned their godly power madly and bombarded that flowing mountain palace. They wanted to kill Zhou Hao with all their might. Unfortunately, Flowing Mountain Palace was a supreme true treasure. Although it was not comparable to Star Tower, it could still withstand soul attacks. It could also withstand physical attacks, so the impact that seeped in was already very weak. And Zhou Hao was wearing a supreme true treasure armor, so he was almost unaffected. Shua, at this moment. Duandong River waved his hand, and a blurry golden light gushed out from the side of the crystal that Zhou Hao was in. It covered Flowing Mountain Palace like a canopy, and all the other attacks were blocked by this golden canopy. Duandong River then smiled and said, "Human Sword River, come out." Flowing Mountain Palace disappeared. Zhou Hao appeared. "Greetings, Lord Duandong River." Duandong River looked at Zhou Hao with satisfaction in his eyes. A junior with such excellent comprehension ability would be recruited by various powers and ancient countries, even in the land of origin. Although the pulse of Duandong River was strong, it was rare to meet such an excellent junior. However, the Rhinoceros Emperor game was getting more and more difficult. Although he could see some comprehension ability, he could not see the full potential of this junior. Human Sword River, although you have met the requirements, you are still far from solving the 6000th level. Previously, I thought no one could solve the 6000th level. It seems that I have underestimated Universe Ocean. Based on your previous speed of solving, you really might be able to solve it. Continue to work hard. From now on, you can focus on comprehending. No one will disturb you. Zhou Hao quickly said, "Thank you, Lord Duandong River." Duandong River nodded, then looked at the other participants and said, "You should have heard what I said just now. Human Sword River has met the requirements. No great beings are allowed to disturb his comprehension. If there is a violation, kill. Kill, kill. Kill," his voice echoed in the life and death corridor. Those crazy universe masters calmed down a little. After all, the previous incident of several universe masters dying before they could even resist was still vivid in their minds. Even if they wanted to fight to the death, they still had to contribute. Shua, Duandong River disappeared after saying that. Zhou Hao looked at the other powers who were either angry, unwilling, or desperate. He laughed and said, "Continue to attack. I have said before that your attacks have no effect on me at all." After saying that, he ignored the other great beings and continued to solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game. In just 7 years, he had been digesting the rewards from checking in and solving the games. Currently, he had already digested 3,500 games. The remaining 2,500 games were much more complicated and mysterious. He estimated that he would need at least 10 years. Even so, it was still very terrifying. He knew that. Zhou Hao had slowed down his speed of solving the games. Otherwise, in these 7 years, he would definitely be able to solve the 2000th level. The next 1000 games will be more difficult. In the original plot, Luo Feng took 3,000 years. I will use 20 years. After setting a time for himself, he continued to bury his head in digesting. While Zhou Hao continued to digest the perfect solution of the Rhinoceros Emperor game that he had received from checking in, The other powers of reincarnation were all in pain and unwillingness. Everyone knew that they did not have much hope. After all, in less than 10 years, most of them had not been able to solve the first 20 games perfectly. Even if they knew the perfect solution diagram, it would be very difficult to redraw it. It was like a piece of art with superb memory. Even if many art students were to copy it, they would spend a lot of time and might not be able to do so. So, whether it was the Universe Supreme Masters or the Universe Masters, they were all very clear that this human Zhou Hao had a 70% chance of receiving the inheritance of Duandong River. The true masters of the Divine Eye clan kept transmitting their voices to each other. Shadow Dust, Wizard Sprite, you two are the fastest to solve the games. Continue to solve the games. Don't be distracted by other things. As for us, we have to think about what to do after the inheritance is over. Based on the current situation, that Zhou Hao's comprehension ability is too abnormal. He can reach the power of a universe master in just 5,000 years. He is indeed extraordinary. Even Duandong River is very satisfied with him. I'm afraid the possibility of the inheritance falling into the hands of this human Zhou Hao is very high. The time limit is near. We of the Divine Eye clan must be very careful and fight for that glimmer of hope. Let's discuss what we should do. In the miniature universe of the first true master, the 7 true masters gathered, and they all looked solemn. That human Zhou Hao is a life form of the original universe. If we stay in Universe Ocean and he obtains the inheritance, he can just hide in the original universe and break through to become a Universe Supreme Master. We can't do anything about it. Besides, I think that since Duandong River chose the air, he must have a backup plan to protect the air. So, I think the chances of us snatching the inheritance directly are very slim. The third true master said slowly. The second true master nodded. That's right, so we have to find other ways. The inheritance of Duandong River is accumulated from generation to generation. Besides the core inheritance, could there be other inheritances? We can use true treasures and other resources to exchange for those inheritances. The other true master's eyes lit up when they heard that. It's possible. I don't believe that such an ancient inheritance would only have the core inheritance. There must be other inheritances collected. We don't expect the core inheritance, but the other inheritances can't be used by that human Zhou Hao, so it's possible to trade them. But there's one thing. We had a conflict with the human race before, and we even tried to kill Hugh Jax. I'm worried that the human race will cut off our chance because of this. Divine Eye True Master shook his head. There are only interests between races. No matter how big the hatred is, it will be resolved in the face of interests. At most, we can use supreme true treasures to trade. Humph. I don't believe that the human race won't be tempted. We can give it a try. Of course, we'll wait and see. Now, the 6th, 7th, and 4th, the 3 of you should continue to work hard to get the inheritance. The Divine Eye clan was discussing the follow-up matters. The 2 holy lands and the other powers of reincarnation also started to discuss. There was no other way. Zhou Hao's speed of solving the puzzles was too frightening. They were all in despair. Facing such a genius with comprehension, no one had the confidence to compete with him for the inheritance. Time passed quietly. Another 20 years passed. Most of the participants at the end of the life and death corridor had started to solve the 124th game. Shadow Witch and the 2 holy lands, who were the fastest, and Dear Bug Master, as well as other universe knights with strong comprehension abilities, had started to solve the 300th to 400th game. Ding! Dong! Just as the participants were immersed in solving the puzzles, a sound was heard in the hearts of all the great beings. Duandong River has appeared. Who met the requirements? It's been less than 30 years. There shouldn't be anyone who can catch up with the human Zhou Hao's speed of solving the puzzles. Could it be the human Zhou Hao? Many great beings were shocked and doubtful. Endless energy gathered, and Duandong River Wu appeared. There was a trace of excitement on his face. He took a step forward and flashed to Zhou Hao's side. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Human Sword River, you didn't disappoint me. It's only been 20 years, and you actually solved the 2000th game. Unbelievable, unbelievable, I originally thought that you might be able to solve the 6,000th game within the time I set. Now, it seems that even if your speed has slowed down, there's still an 80% chance that you'll meet the requirements. Generations of ancestors have blessed me, and I've found such an excellent descendant in Universe Ocean. Ha ha ha. Duandong River looked at Zhou Hao. In his heart, he had already decided that even if Zhou Hao did not meet the requirements, he would still make him the next heir of Duandong River. In less than 30 years, Zhou Hao had solved the 2000th stage. This was extremely rare even in the land of origin. Legend had it that only the geniuses of the superpowers could achieve such a feat as the heir of Duandong River. He had actually found such a junior, Shua. Duandong River waved his hand. A layer of red gushed out from the golden canopy, forming a canopy palace that enveloped Zhou Hao. You continue to comprehend and study. Duandong River's voice became gentle. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, Lord Duandong River. Afterward, Duandong River looked at the other great beings from various forces who were completely stunned and said slowly, I'm very happy that Human Sword River has broken through the second bottleneck and reached a new level. Although your speed is too slow, you still have a trace of hope. Continue to work hard. After that, he disappeared. Many great beings from the reincarnation forces in Universe Ocean looked at Zhou Hao in the golden and red canopy. They were all shocked and in disbelief. How long had it been? He had solved the 2000th game. This was no longer a freak, he was a monster. By now, the other participants who solved the games faster had completely given up on the idea of competing with Zhou Hao. The fastest they could solve was over 300 games, and the Rhinoceros Emperor game would undoubtedly get harder as it progressed. However, Zhou Hao had solved 2000 games. With such a huge gap, how could they catch up? It's over. There's no hope at all. 2000 games. How did he do it? 27 years. How are we going to catch up? Damn it. I can't complete the task given to me by the ancestor. This Zhou Hao is simply despairing. Many great beings were shouting in their hearts. In the virtual universe. Unlike the various powers in Universe Ocean, all the high-level great beings of the human race were dancing with excitement. They knew that Zhou Hao had a high level of comprehension, but they had never imagined that Zhou Hao's comprehension would be so terrifyingly high. That extremely difficult Rhinoceros Emperor game had actually been solved to the 2000th level in less than 30 years. Too terrifying, too frightening. This was like the shock of a close friend suddenly winning a Nobel Prize. But after the shock, Primal Chaos City leader, Xianxia, and the other high-level members of the human race were naturally extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Xianxia, fortunately, you agreed with Zhou Hao's suggestion and let Zhou Hao participate in the competition for the inheritance of Duandong River. Otherwise, our human race would have very likely lost a great opportunity to become a Holy Land universe. Primal Chaos City leader, who had always been steady, could not help but laugh out loud. Yes, Xianxia's creator made the right decision this time. Sword River Horde leader is indeed the top genius of our human race. This time, he has completely soared to the sky in the boat of Mausoleum and shocked the entire Universe Ocean. Isn't that so? Haha. You were not in the boat of Mausoleum. After Sword River broke through the second bottleneck, the group of great beings in Universe Ocean was completely dumbfounded. How could they not be dumbfounded? Anyone would have been the same. We also tried to solve that Rhinoceros Emperor game. Even with the acceleration of 10,000 times the flow of time in 30 years, we could only solve the first 123 levels at most. Those participants in Universe Ocean could only solve 300 levels at most, but Zhou Hao had already broken through the second bottleneck. This gap is like the gap between an undying being and a star level. There is no way to compare. Huang Jian, Qing Dong, Long Xing, and the others were even more excited as they discussed. They vividly outlined the expressions of the participants at the end of the life and death corridor, especially the powers that had attacked them. This group of universe masters felt very satisfied and relieved. Previously, when those powers in Universe Ocean had besieged Zhou Hao and the others, they had been so anxious that they could only watch helplessly. Now, everything was fine. Not long after, Primal Chaos City leader and Xianxia stopped smiling, and so did the other universe masters. Everyone, judging from the current situation, it will be very difficult for the other great beings who have accepted the test of the Rhinoceros Emperor game to catch up with Zhou Hao. As the saying goes, once one step ahead, one will always be ahead. Not to mention that Zhou Hao is so far ahead. As long as there are no accidents, the inheritance of Duandong River will ultimately be obtained by Zhou Hao. That inheritance of Duandong River has been passed down from generation to generation, and there must be a chance for it to transcend reincarnation. This is an opportunity to change our human race, but at the same time, it is accompanied by great danger. We must not be blindly optimistic. You must know that this inheritance of Duandong River has attracted the attention of all the powers in the entire universe ocean, including the two Holy Lands. This is enough to prove its importance. Hence, if Zhou Hao obtains it, our human race will most likely become the target of all the powers in an instant. This is the most critical moment for our human race. Huge Axe's gaze swept over the other universe masters. What Primal Chaos City leader said is definitely not an alarmist. Although the demon race and the bug race have become more and more low-key as our human race alliance grows stronger day by day, as long as there is a slight chance, they will definitely be the first to launch an attack on our human race. And this inheritance of Duandong River is different from Zhou Hao's talent. It represents the hope of transcendence. When the time comes, the first reincarnation era of Universe Ocean and the two Holy Lands will definitely use a series of methods to obtain this inheritance. Hence, I have decided that from now on, all the universe masters of the human race will quickly return to the original universe. Do not give any chance for the other powers to threaten us. The other universe masters listened and nodded solemnly. They understood what Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City leader had said. They would rather be extremely cautious than have the slightest bit of carelessness, especially with the comprehension that Zhou Hao had displayed this time. Coupled with the fact that once he obtained the inheritance, he would definitely be more powerful than Teacher Origin in the future. As for the various reincarnation powers in Universe Ocean, naturally, they would not want another invincible great being to appear in Universe Ocean. They would definitely use all sorts of methods to suppress him. As for the gains from exploring the three most dangerous lands, even if they obtained a supreme true treasure, it was not as important as the inheritance of Duandong River. That was the hope of transcending reincarnation, Boat of Mausoleum. Life and Death Corridor. At that moment, close to 100,000 great beings who were participating in the test were wailing and feeling hopeless. They stared at that red and gold canopy. They were furious and unwilling to give up. Even Shadow Witch, the two universe masters from the Divine Eye clan, and those from the two Holy Lands, as well as East Emperor's green blood, were feeling hopeless and helpless. In the face of Zhou Hao's monster-level comprehension, even if they were given an acceleration of 100 times the speed of time, they still would not be able to catch up. And from Duandong River's previous performance, anyone could tell that he was extremely satisfied with Zhou Hao. That gaze was clearly the light of an heir. Even though Duandong River had said that there was still a glimmer of hope for them, they all knew that there was no chance at all. After knowing that there was no hope, the demon race, the bug race, the prison race, and the other races from the original universe had given up completely. At their level, they naturally understood how ridiculous it was to put in pointless effort. If there was hope to catch up, they would definitely not give up. But now, with such a huge gap, there was no chance of catching up at all. Everyone, we have to make a final plan. That human Zhou Hao himself has a special talent that allows the human race to continuously produce universe masters and even universe supreme masters. Now, it is highly likely that he will receive the inheritance of Duandong River. With the inheritance of that ancient civilization, the human race will have a higher probability of producing great beings. By then, our races will no longer have a place to live in the original universe. The demon race Meng Tu said in a low voice. The original universe is too unfair. Previously, the human race gave birth to Teacher Origin, and now there is another Zhou Hao. There is no room for the other races to survive at all. If we had known this would happen, we would have waged war against the human race at all costs. Even if it meant the extinction of our race, we would have destroyed Zhou Hao of the human race. Prison Race Devil Ancestor clenched his teeth and said, "What is the use of saying all this now? Let's think about what we should do." Father God of the automaton race did not participate in the test, but he was also aware of the impact of this matter. Everyone, I believe that it is not just us from the original universe. The powers from the first universe era of Universe Ocean are the most anxious, especially the Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton clan, and the first ancestral god school. Their time limit is near, so they need the inheritance of Duandong River even more. Besides them, there are also the two Holy Lands. This time, they have sent so many universe masters, knights, and undying fighters into the boat of Mausoleum, which is enough to show that the two Holy Lands value the inheritance greatly. Hence, once the human race obtains the inheritance, the situation will be beneficial to us. The powers from Universe Ocean are unable to infiltrate the original universe, but we can face the human race directly. If we can get the support of the powers from Universe Ocean, perhaps we can compete with the human race. Hearing what Father God of the automaton race said, Meng Tu, Empress, Devil Ancestor, Holy Master, and the others all nodded. Alright, I will contact the Divine Eye clan and sound them out, said Father God of the automaton race. I will see what kind of attitude they have toward the human race. But everyone, don't be too optimistic. There are only interests between races. Our races are unable to let go of our grudges against the human race, but the powers from Universe Ocean do not have much of a grudge against the human race. It will be difficult to persuade them. Yes, I will contact the two Holy Lands. I feel that compared to the other powers, the two Holy Lands are more likely to support us. They do not have the pressure of their time limit, and they value the inheritance of Duandong River. They should think of ways to obtain it. And if the two Holy Lands are willing to support us, our chances of winning will be greater. While the demon race and the insect race were getting restless, the great beings from the various reincarnation powers in Universe Ocean were not idle. For example, the powers from the first reincarnation era were frequently in contact with the Divine Eye clan, the Skeleton clan, and other pinnacle races to discuss the follow-up matters after the end of the inheritance. Previously, Duandong River had said that if an inheritor was selected, the others who had entered would all be eliminated and killed. For the first reincarnation era, all those who had entered were the elites of their race. If they were to perish here, the power of their race would be greatly reduced. There were not many Universe Supreme Masters from the second reincarnation era, but they were still in contact with one another. There was no other way. The main reason was that Zhou Hao had brought them too much pressure. Previously, they did not believe the information spread by the demon race and the insect race about Zhou Hao. But now, based solely on the comprehension ability that Zhou Hao had displayed, his future growth potential was extremely frightening, much more frightening than Teacher Origins. Especially now that he was highly likely to obtain the inheritance of Duandong River. When the time came, Universe Ocean would have another invincible great being, and there might even be a third Holy Land universe. Time passed slowly. Many powers no longer had the intention to comprehend and study the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Duandong River was aware of this, but he did not care. From the moment Zhou Hao solved the 2000th game, he had already made up his mind. Originally, this test was set to last for 3 eras, which was 30,000 years. Even with the acceleration of 10,000 times the time flow, it was only 30,000 eras. Under normal circumstances, if a universe knight could solve the 2000th game within this time, he would be considered outstanding. If he could solve the 3000th game, he would be considered an elite. If he could solve the 4000th game, he would have fulfilled the requirements of Duandong River's inheritance. As for Universe Masters, they needed to solve the 5000th game within the specified time, and Universe Supreme Masters needed to solve the 6000th game. However, Zhou Hao's sudden appearance had completely changed Duandong River's mind. In the face of such an outstanding junior, he no longer cared about the other participants. In the Wu country, even the most outstanding genius with comprehension would need to spend a total of 3,000 years to reach the requirements of an heir to solve the game. As for the direct descendants of those superpowers and ancient countries, the fastest to solve the 6000th game took a total of 1,000 years. Now, 50 years have passed, and this human Sword River is about to solve the 3000th game. This speed is not any slower than before. It is all thanks to the blessings of the ancestors of the past generations. They allowed me to abandon everything and be forced to embark on this path of no return for countless years. Yet, I still can't believe I have met such an outstanding genius junior. The moment Zhou Hao solved the 3000th game, ding, dong, endless green light gathered on top of the red and golden canopy above Zhou Hao's head, forming an extremely dazzling canopy of light. It was as though an emperor had descended, and it was extremely eye-catching in the life and death corridor. Many great beings from various forces raised their heads and saw that above the stone pillar, Duandong River, who had changed into a suit of armor, appeared. There were tears at the corners of his eyes, and it was obvious that he was crying tears of joy. The Divine Eye clan, the two Holy Lands, the First Ancestral God School, the Skybell clan, the Evolution Beast lineage, and other clans looked numbly at the incomparable canopy of green, gold, and red. They knew that Zhou Hao had broken through the bottleneck again. It had only been 23 years since the last time, even though they knew that there was no hope for them. To break through the bottleneck again in just 23 years made them feel as though their hearts had been hit by a heavy hammer. That feeling was like being the top student with full marks in their class. It made them feel hopeless, and it made them unable to catch up, as expected. After Duandong River appeared, he flashed to Zhou Hao's side. Human Sword River, congratulations on breaking through to the third bottleneck and solving the 3000th game. Such speed, even in my hometown, there has never been a genius junior who could achieve it. It is you who has made me realize what it means to be a genius with comprehension. I did not expect to see such a genius junior when I have been dead for so many years. I can die with no regrets. Duandong River looked at Zhou Hao with great satisfaction, and tears flowed down his cheeks. I am very gratified. Based on your speed, it will not be difficult for you to reach the requirement in the time I set. However, everything still has to go according to the rules. Human Sword River, continue to solve the game. Although with your realm, solving the 4000th game will be enough to inherit the pulse of Duandong River, I hope you can solve the 6000th game. In my hometown, those genius juniors solved the 6000th game. That will be of great benefit to you. At the same time, I also want to see your limit. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he turned his gaze. As for you all, to be able to witness the birth of such a genius, you have no regrets. When the Human Sword River solves the 6000th game, I will use your deaths to celebrate him. As his voice faded, Duandong River gradually disappeared. Many great beings from the power of reincarnation changed their expressions. They all looked at Zhou Hao as if they wanted to swallow Zhou Hao alive. Although they were already mentally prepared, when they heard Duandong River's words again, they still felt indignant. You want me to die to celebrate you? Wishful thinking, wishful thinking. A universe master went crazy. He burned his godly power and blasted at the canopy. However, like a moth flying into a flame, he was completely annihilated by the canopy. The great beings from the Divine Eye clan, the two Holy Lands, and the First Ancestral God School looked at this scene expressionlessly. They still had a trace of rationality. Although there was no hope and they were even going to die, they would not do such a crazy thing unless it was the last step. Zhou Hao looked at these great beings indifferently and said slowly, although Lord Duandong River will be annihilated after being eliminated, there is always a glimmer of hope. After saying that, he continued to comprehend the Rhinoceros Emperor game. The great beings from Universe Ocean did not understand what Zhou Hao meant, but many of them reacted. Their eyes lit up, and there was a glimmer of hope for survival. In the virtual universe, all the great beings in the upper echelons of the human race were dancing with excitement. Haha. That's great, 3000 rounds, and in just 50 years, the 3000th round has been solved. Even Duandong River said that by solving the 4000th round, Zhou Hao would meet the requirements of the inheritance. Now, the other participants have no hope at all. We can congratulate Sword River Horde leader in advance for obtaining the inheritance of Duandong River. The inheritance of Duandong River is something that even the two Holy Lands value greatly. Our human race will most likely become the third Holy Land universe in Universe Ocean. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, Bing Feng, and many other universe masters had uncontrollable excitement in their eyes, especially when they thought about the possibility of the human race having a Holy Land universe in the future. After countless reincarnation eras, there were only two Holy Land universes in Universe Ocean. Back then, Teacher Origin dominated Universe Ocean, and everyone thought that Teacher Origin of the human race had the highest chance of transcending reincarnation. But later, Teacher Origin was suppressed, and such voices were never heard again. On the contrary, the human race was constantly suppressed by other races in the universe and lost many territories and resources. If it weren't for the rise of Xianxia, the human race wouldn't even be able to protect the most basic fertile territories. Now, Zhou Hao was about to obtain the inheritance of Duandong River. With his freakish comprehension and godly talent, there was almost an 80% chance that he could transcend reincarnation and create the third Holy Land universe. After all, even Duandong River had said that with Zhou Hao's comprehension, it was possible for him to surpass it in the future. Duandong River must be a great being who transcended reincarnation and was even stronger than the ancestors of the two Holy Lands. That was why they were just like ordinary people, unable to suppress their emotions. Hun Dun and Xianxia clenched their fists and trembled, especially Hun Dun, whose eyes were blurred. How many years had it been since his teacher origin, was suppressed, and the human race had entered the darkest moment? Now, they were finally going to rise completely, in the boat of mausoleum, at the stone pillar at the end of the life and death corridor. Many great beings from the samsara forces in the universe had given up on studying and comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Some of them were mad, some were angry, some were desperate, and some were attacking the canopy like moths to a flame. Great beings like True Lord Zhen of the Holy-Eyed clan looked indifferently at Zhou Hao, who was under the green, gold, and red canopy. At this point, everyone knew that Zhou Hao had obtained the inheritance of Duandong River. It was already the general trend and could not be changed. Under such circumstances, the only thing they could do was to wait for the final result and then be eliminated. However, what Zhou Hao had said before gave them hope for survival. 1 year. 2 years. Time passed quietly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ding, dong, the familiar voice sounded again. The figure of Duandong River, who was clad in armor, appeared. He looked at Zhou Hao excitedly and murmured, "Ancestral masters, I thought the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River would be cut off in my generation. Who would have thought that I would meet an heir who solved the 4,000th game in just over 100 years? Back then, even the third ancestral master did not manage to do so. Without a doubt, the pulse of Duandong River will flourish again in his hands." Duandong River Wu, did not disappoint the ancestral masters. As he spoke, he stepped in front of Zhou Hao, suppressed his emotions, and said slowly, "Human Sword River, congratulations on solving the 4,000th game. You have met the requirements of an heir of the pulse of Duandong River. Now, you have 2 choices. One is to immediately accept the inheritance of the core pulse of Duandong River. The other is to continue solving the Rhinoceros Emperor game. As I said before, the more games you solve, the more benefits you will gain. You are the most outstanding junior I have ever met. In my hometown, the Universe Knight who solved the 6,000th game in the shortest time took him 832 years. This junior from my hometown has achieved much more than me. He is even stronger than the strongest ancestral master of the pulse of Duandong River." Duandong River's eyes were shining with anticipation. "So I hope that you can continue to solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game and see what your limits are." Zhou Hao bowed and said, "I am willing to follow Lord Duandong River's suggestion and continue to solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game." A smile appeared on Duandong River's face. "Good. Now, you are the core heir of the pulse of Duandong River. According to the rules, everyone else who participates will be eliminated." As soon as he finished speaking, all the great beings from all the forces, including True Master of the Divine Eye clan and the other great beings, suddenly looked nervous. Some of them even took out their palace supreme true treasures and hid inside. Seeing this, Duandong River sneered and said, "Since I have already said that as long as an heir emerges from the competition, everyone else will be eliminated or killed. No matter what resistance you put up, it will be useless." At this moment, Zhou Hao suddenly spoke. "Lord Duandong River, I have a request." Duandong River smiled gently. "Whatever it is, just say it. You are the most outstanding heir of the pulse of Duandong River. Even in my hometown, if I met an heir like you, the previous Duandong River would have done everything possible to satisfy your needs." Zhou Hao quickly said, "Lord Duandong River, could you hand over the right to kill these participants to me?" When Duandong River heard this, he could not help but laugh. He had lived for countless years, so naturally, he understood Zhou Hao's plan right away. He wanted nothing more than to use this right to kill to do something. Of course, you are now the heir of Duandong River. The entire inheritance and the boat of mausoleum belong to you. But now, you still need me to kill. As for who you want to kill and who you want to let live, it is up to you. Zhou Hao's face lit up. Thank you, Lord Duandong River. As for the great beings of reincarnation powers in the life and death corridor, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhou Hao had asked for the right to kill, then their chances of survival were much higher. After all, there were many present. Other than the powers that had attacked Zhou Hao previously, most of them did not have any grudges with the human race. They believed that Zhou Hao would not go so far as to incur the public's wrath by killing all of them. If Duandong River had killed these participants, the powers behind them would have had nothing to say. But now that Zhou Hao had asked for the right to kill, if he killed them, it would undoubtedly offend the powers behind them. One must know that the great beings of the entire universe ocean and the original universe had gathered here. With the power of the human race, it was impossible to resist so many powers. That was why these great beings were relieved. No one wanted to die here. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Besides, Zhou Hao had obtained the inheritance of Duandong River. As long as a little bit of it was leaked, these great beings would have the possibility of improvement. Sword River Horde leader, the Skybell clan is willing to use a supreme true treasure in exchange for the lives of these great beings. A Universe Supreme Master of the Skybell clan transmitted his voice immediately. True Master of the Divine Eye clan also transmitted his voice. Sword River Horde leader, the Divine Eye clan had some misunderstandings with the human race, Huge Axe. We believed some rumors from the demon race and bug race in the original universe and had conflicts with you. For this, the Divine Eye clan is willing to pay 2 supreme true treasures, one of which is a special type supreme true treasure. As for our lives, we can negotiate. The 2 holy lands and the other powers all transmitted their voices. Without a doubt, the Divine Eye clan's offer was the most generous. Just to settle a grudge, they were willing to pay 2 supreme true treasures. Zhou Hao could not help but feel speechless. The Divine Eye clan was indeed a great power that many races in Universe Ocean were willing to submit to. They had such a strong foundation that they could take out supreme true treasures at will. In fact, the Divine Eye clan felt the pinch when they took out so many supreme true treasures. However, the first true master wanted to gain the favor of the human race so that he could fight for the inheritance of Duandong River, so he was willing to do so. It could be said that the Divine Eye clan was really going all out for the hope of their race and to transcend reincarnation. What a pity. Zhou Hao naturally knew that Duandong River would not let these 3 true lords go. This was because the reason why the boat of mausoleum appeared in the flame ice region and opened up the inheritance was mainly because of the Thundercoat demonic god. The Thundercoat demonic god had a huge grudge against the Divine Eye clan. His best friend, Kong Luo, had been killed by the Divine Eye clan. Although he was the most outstanding heir, and even Duandong River had given him preferential treatment by giving him the right to kill the other participants, Thundercoat Devil God was, after all, the first person to open up the boat of mausoleum, so Duandong River would not go back on his word. Of course, Zhou Hao did not respond to the other powers' transmissions. Instead, he continued to immerse himself in comprehending the situation. At the same time, regardless of whether it was the Divine Eye clan, the 2 holy lands, or the first ancestral god school, they all used their own connections to contact Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe from the human race. Even the demon race, bug race, and other races from the original universe were trying to contact them. In the virtual universe, all the universe masters from the human race gathered together. Originally, they were still discussing and making preparations for the impact after Zhou Hao had obtained the inheritance. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao had given the human race another huge benefit by asking for the right to kill the other participants. Haha. This time, the powers from the First Universe era sent out all their elites to compete for the inheritance of Duandong River. In order to leave the boat of mausoleum, they were willing to pay a hefty price. Almost every power had a pinnacle soul-type true treasure at the very least, and other special resources that could restore godly power and soul were innumerable. If we, the human race, were to obtain these things, our foundation would surpass many of the powers from the First Universe era in a short period of time. We could even catch up with the Skeleton clan and the Divine Eye clan. Tisk, TSK. In the past, our human race did not even have a single supreme true treasure. Now, Zhou Hao is not the only one who has several true treasures. This time, if the deal for the inheritance of Duandong River is successful, our human race will obtain at least 10 supreme true treasures. 10 supreme true treasures. By then, our human race will be able to do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the others were discussing with exaggerated excitement. When they saw the exchange terms offered by the other powers, they were all shocked. Supreme true treasures were like cabbages, but they understood. Besides, those who were able to produce supreme true treasures were the pinnacle races and powerful races from the first universe era. These powers had experienced 2 universe eras in Universe Ocean, and almost every race had at least 2 supreme true treasures. Hence, for the sake of the elites of their races, it was reasonable for them to pay 1. On the contrary, there were very few powers from the second universe era and the 2 Holy Lands who were willing to pay supreme true treasures. For example, the 2 Holy Lands only offered some pinnacle true treasures in exchange for the lives of those outstanding universe masters. As for the Undying Knights and ordinary universe masters, they were only willing to pay 1 top-tier true treasure. Apart from that, only the powers from the original universe, such as Space Beast and Ancestral God School, were on good terms with the human race, but they also offered several true treasures. As for the remaining demon race and bug clan, they offered pinnacle special true treasures. Humph. The demon race, bug clan, and prison clan want to use pinnacle special true treasures in exchange for the lives of Meng Cha, devil ancestor, and empress. What wishful thinking. Shock Horn from the demon race has returned to the original universe, but the bug clan, the prison clan, and the crystal clan only have 1 universe supreme master in their races. If they die, their races will decline completely. By then, they won't even be able to protect their own territories. Under such circumstances, they're only willing to offer 2 pinnacle special true treasures. Haha. In my opinion, we should directly reject the monster clan and the insect clan. Back then, they were the ones who invited the virtual real devil lord and killed more than 400 venerables of the human clan. Even an outstanding junior like 7 Swords was killed. We still remember this debt. We'll use the lives of their strongest experts to pay for it. Ice Mountain, Darkness, and the other universe masters sneered when they saw the offers from the demon race and bug clan. At that moment, Primal Chaos City leader spoke slowly. Let's discuss this later. The most important thing now is to wait for Zhou Hao to solve the 6,000th level. Then we'll discuss this matter in detail with him and see what Zhou Hao thinks. The rest of the universe masters, including Huge Axe, nodded. After all, this matter was fought for by Zhou Hao. Naturally, they had to listen to Zhou Hao's suggestion. Besides, Zhou Hao's status had surpassed Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe. His talent aside, the inheritance of Duandong River alone was extremely important. Thus, Zhou Hao's every word and action would have a huge impact on the human race. In the virtual universe, where Zhou Hao solved the puzzles, a man dressed in a white robe stood behind Zhou Hao. He was Teacher Origin. Seeing the speed at which Zhou Hao solved the puzzles, Teacher Origin was amazed more than once. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Our human race has actually produced such a genius. Originally, I thought that this Zhou Hao was mainly a rare life form that appeared from the universe origin. In addition, that sitting mountain guest transformed the soul of the life form on Earth. In the end, this Zhou Hao's comprehension ability is unimaginably high. The Rhinoceros Emperor game is getting more and more difficult. Even Duandong River said that in his hometown, the most outstanding genius took more than 800 years to solve it. Now, almost 200 years have passed, and this Zhou Hao is actually about to solve the 6,000th level. Teacher Origin was ashamed of his inferiority. In 200 years, he had only solved the 1,000th level, but Zhou Hao was already about to finish solving the Rhinoceros Emperor game. With this comparison, he suddenly felt as though he had lived for countless eras in vain. No wonder even Duandong River said that in the future, Zhou Hao's achievements will surpass Duandong River's. With such superb comprehension ability and his talent, it seems that our human race will really be opening up a 3rd Holy Land universe in Universe Ocean. With such a junior around, I can also try my best to try other things. Under the majestic canopy that was like an emperor, Zhou Hao's eyes were closed, and his consciousness was immersed in using his godly power to outline the perfect energy cycle of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. 230 years had passed. He had already digested the perfect solution of the 6,000 stages of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Now, all he needed to do was to repeat the perfect energy cycle diagram. Even so, the further he went, the longer it took him to replicate the solutions. Especially when he reached the 5,000th stage, even though he knew how to outline the perfect energy cycle diagram, he still failed hundreds of times. In front of the 123 stone pillars in the life and death corridor, endless energy gathered, and Duandong River, who was clad in armor, appeared again. Many great beings looked up. Although they didn't hear his voice, their bodies still trembled when they saw Duandong River. It can't be. It's only been 40 years, and Sword River has solved another 1,000 stages? Duandong River said that there is a bottleneck every 1,000 stages of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Even geniuses with excellent comprehension in his hometown would need at least an era to solve the last 2,000 stages. Only the strongest geniuses with superb comprehension could take hundreds of years. It seems that Sword River is even crazier than the strongest genius in Duandong River's hometown. Previously, the Bug Clan and the Demon Race from the original universe spread rumors about the threat of the human Sword River, and I didn't care. Now, it seems that they weren't exaggerating at all. Instead, they underestimated him. With Sword River's comprehension, even Teacher Origin, who was once invincible in Universe Ocean, might not be as good as him. This Sword River Horde leader's comprehension really makes me feel hopeless. Even without the Rhinoceros Emperor game and the inheritance of Duandong River, the human Sword River might still be able to transcend reincarnation. If such a genius with comprehension can't transcend reincarnation, who else can? As time went on, many great beings from the reincarnation powers knew that they had a high chance of leaving the boat of Mausoleum alive. They weren't as hopeless as they were before. At the same time, they secretly admired Zhou Hao. After all, he was a genius that Duandong River praised so highly. They couldn't be jealous of him. Even True Master from the Divine Eye clan and the two Holy Lands couldn't wait for Zhou Hao to die, but they also understood that with Zhou Hao's superb comprehension, transcending reincarnation wouldn't be difficult in the future. Ding, dong, another year passed. Duandong River did not leave. He stayed in the life and death corridor and stared at Zhou Hao, who was in the canopy. At this time, endless colorful light gathered and merged with the green, gold, red, and purple light from before to form an even more dazzling canopy. Duandong River was so excited that he muttered, "In just over 230 years, he has solved the 5,000th game. Haha. It seems that the next heir of the bloodline of Duandong River is going to break the record of the fastest game solving in my hometown. If this were my hometown, this would be enough to shake all the forces." Even though it was just a virtual afterimage left behind by the memory of his consciousness, Duandong River still felt extremely proud. He was proud that he had found such an inheritor of Duandong River. Within the canopy, Zhou Hao was still solving puzzles. Ever since he solved the 5,000th game, the perfectly digested Rhinoceros Emperor game catalog seemed to be engraved in his mind, allowing him to solve the remaining 1,000 games at a faster speed without thinking. Therefore, the speed of the last 1,000 games was even faster than before. In less than 20 years, the 10,080 incomplete stone pillars on the right side were completely unlocked. Ding, dong, at this moment. Suddenly, endless dazzling golden light gushed out from the life and death corridor. This light was so dazzling that many great beings of the samsara forces could not help but close their eyes. In their hearts, there was a desire to worship, but this desire was not strong. The golden light quickly gathered on Zhou Hao's body and condensed into golden armor. On the armor was the mark of the heir of Duandong River. This was a kind of celebration for solving the 6,000th game. Ha ha ha, good, good. In 270 years, you have successfully solved the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Such a record in my hometown, I am afraid no one could break it for countless years. You have created a record. Very good. Duandong River was very excited. He looked at Zhou Hao with endless satisfaction in his eyes. Even the regret of coming to the Universe Sea in search of hope in the replicated original body's memory had mostly disappeared. After all, to be able to find such a superb inheritor, it was enough for him to die without regrets. Human Sword River, from now on, you are the 193rd Duandong River inheritor. Later, I will carry out the inheritance ceremony for you. As long as you go through the ceremony, you will officially succeed. Zhou Hao nodded, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Before entering the boat of mausoleum, he knew that this time, the inheritance of Duandong River would definitely be his. This was because no one would sign in and get a perfect solution of the Rhinoceros Emperor game like he did. Even if he did not get such a reward, with his two great talents, he was still confident that he would be the final inheritor. Duandong River smiled and said, before carrying out the core inheritance, the right to kill these eliminated people will be handed over to you. Whoever you want to live will live, and whoever you want to die will die. No need to rush. I believe you need time. Zhou Hao quickly bowed and said, thank you, Lord Duandong River. Duandong River shook his head. No need to call me Lord. Call me Duandong River Zhenkan Wu. Yes. After that. Zhou Hao glanced at the close to 100,000 great beings in the life and death corridor. Most of them were undying beings and knights, and more than 30% were universe masters. The number of universe supreme masters was the lowest, with only a dozen from the first reincarnation era. There were also the demon race, bug race, prison race, and so on. While he was looking around, his consciousness embodiment in the virtual universe also came to Chaos Palace. Zhou Hao, you are here. Sword River is here. Haha, Sword River, you are so awesome. This time, the human race is going to make a killing. All the universe masters of the human race, including Xianxia and Chaos City Leader, greeted him enthusiastically. Zhou Hao's current status was no less than that of teacher origin. Zhou Hao responded to them one by one, and then all the great beings sat on the huge stone seats. Zhou Hao, you were studying the Rhinoceros Emperor game earlier, so we did not disturb you. Now that you have solved the Rhinoceros Emperor game, and Duandong River has given you the right to kill, I believe you have already made a decision on how to use it. Chaos City Leader smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. Ice Mountain, Darkness, and the others also looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao could not help but ask, Teacher, what is the opinion of the race? Xianxia grinned. Zhou Hao, this time, you are the one who fought for it, so of course, your opinion is the most important. Besides, when you were studying the Rhinoceros Emperor game, the other groups of powers listed their conditions. Take a look. With that, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a densely packed list was spread out. Zhou Hao took a glance and memorized the list. He smiled. This demon race has shock horn, so it is fine if they only give up a pinnacle special true treasure. But the bug race, prison race, and crystal race only have one universe supreme master. Since they are not sincere, then this time, they will stay in the boat of mausoleum forever. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the others heard and laughed. Zhou Hao's one sentence decided the life and death of Meng Ta of the demon race, empress of the bug race, devil ancestor of the prison race, and holy master of the crystal race. However, they did not think much of it. After all, the human race, the demon race, and the bug race had been fighting for a long time, so they were the happiest to see the other party's greatest being fall. Zhou Hao's voice continued to be heard. As for the other races, the various races from the second reincarnation era have given reasonable conditions, so agree to the deal. As long as they give us what they want, they can leave the life and death corridor. As for some races from the first reincarnation era, in addition to their supreme true treasures, they must also give us a special pinnacle true treasure. If they do not have it, then they can stay in the life and death corridor. Lastly, the two holy lands. Teacher, Xianxia's creator, tell them that without 3 supreme true treasures, they can forget about letting their participants leave alive. Primal Chaos City Leader and Xianxia looked at each other. Primal Chaos City Leader whispered, Zhou Hao, the two holy lands sent universe masters, knights, and undying fighters. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. Hence, the two holy lands did not give us high conditions. If we ask for supreme true treasures, they will not give us any. And if we do this, we will become enemies with the two holy lands. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Teacher, I did not intend to let the two holy lands go. Actually, I know that they do not care about these participants. However, this time, I have obtained the inheritance of Duandong River. The two Holy Lands are the biggest threats to our human race. Only they have the power and ability to make the other races in the original universe unite to suppress our human race. In fact, the biggest threat to the human race was Purple Moon Holy Land. This was because Purple Moon Holy Land ancestor knew the fastest way to become a saint or even a godly king. That was to seize the original universe origin in Universe Ocean. Once he succeeded, he would become a consciousness life form of the largest celestial body in Universe Ocean. By then, he would be able to observe and comprehend the original universe origin at will and comprehend the 10 basic laws. It would only be a matter of time before he mastered the law of chaos. And once he mastered the law of chaos, he would definitely become a saint, hence, he had obtained the inheritance of Duandong River. In the future, he would definitely be able to pass through reincarnation. Purple Moon Ancestor would naturally regard him as the biggest obstacle on his path to becoming a saint. There was only one original universe origin in this dimension, so it was destined that only one person could seize it. As for East Emperor Ancestor, he was probably not doing well in the land of origin. He did not know much about seizing the original universe origin and becoming a saint. Otherwise, in the original plot, East Emperor Ancestor would definitely target Luo Feng and the human race. Chaos City leader was taken aback. He did not understand why Zhou Hao said the two Holy Lands were the biggest threats to the human race. After all, the two Holy Lands were eternal. Even if the human race created a third Holy Land universe in the future, there would not be much conflict between them. It was just the inheritance of Duandong River. However, compared to this inheritance, the first reincarnation era needed it more. However, the two Holy Lands did have the power and ability to make the races in the original universe unite to suppress the human race. After all, when this reincarnation era ended, all the races would enter Universe Ocean. In Universe Ocean, the two Holy Lands were the most detached. Okay, we will do as you say. I will immediately report back to the other reincarnation powers. Although Chaos City leader did not know why, he did not ask. They had intended to let Zhou Hao make the decision. Huge axe, since you are in the boat of Mausoleum, I will have to trouble you to collect these true treasures. Zhou Hao smiled. Haha. This is no trouble at all. Huge axe laughed. Not long after, Chaos City leader responded to the other powers one by one. In the life and death corridor, many great beings who received the responses from the human race smiled with relief. Sword River Horde leader, congratulations. Sword River Horde leader, congratulations to the human race. The human race is the biggest beneficiary of the inheritance of the boat of Mausoleum. Sword River Horde leader, besides the core inheritance of Duandong River, there must be other inheritances. My race is willing to exchange supreme true treasures for them. Many great beings started to transmit their voices. Zhou Hao ignored them. Because the great beings who came to the boat of Mausoleum this time did not bring any precious true treasures, especially those who came later. They knew that besides the inheritors, everyone else who was eliminated would be killed. Thus, they only brought ordinary true treasures with them. They did not even bring any precious top-tier special treasures. Thus, the condition of the exchange was for great beings from their races to bring them to Flame Ice region again. After waiting for a year, the first and second reincarnation eras brought the true treasures they traded and some precious resources born in Universe Ocean. Huge Axe stood at the entrance of the boat, and the smile on his face never disappeared. The great beings from other powers also knew that Huge Axe had a domain-type supreme true treasure. Besides, this was the boat of Mausoleum, and Zhou Hao was the next inheritor of Duandong River. Thus, they did not attack Huge Axe. After the exchange, the great beings in the life and death corridor became fewer and fewer. All of them quickly left the boat of Mausoleum. Ha ha ha. This time, there are as many as 15 supreme true treasures traded, and there are hundreds of pinnacle special true treasures. In the virtual universe, Huge Axe repeatedly told Chaos City leader and the other universe masters about the true treasures traded. Chaos City leader and the others were excited. Huge Axe, these true treasures were, after all, won by Zhou Hao, so I think that these true treasures belong to Zhou Hao and not to our human race. Even if we want them, we have to pay some conditions, Chaos City leader said seriously during the exchange. The other universe supreme masters were all stunned. There were 15 supreme true treasures and hundreds of pinnacle special true treasures, and they were all given to Zhou Hao. However, when they thought of Zhou Hao's importance and significance to their race, no one raised any objections. After all, Zhou Hao had previously selflessly contributed many pinnacle true treasures, so their safety in Universe Ocean was greatly guaranteed. Xianxia said without hesitation, "Of course, it belongs to Zhou Hao. Our human race is not lacking in things that belong to great beings of our race." As he spoke, he glanced at the other universe masters. These words were also directed at them. Although the human race was more united internally, it was mainly in response to external pressure. The competition for benefits within the human race was also very intense. For example, the 5 great masters often quarreled with each other over resources. This time, they had obtained 15 supreme true treasures all at once, so how could the other universe masters not have any thoughts? At this time, Zhou Hao shook his head. "Teacher, Xianxia, although I won these true treasures, after all, I am also a part of the race. How about this? I am willing to contribute half of the true treasures to the race." The other universe masters' eyes lit up, and they all looked excited. Half of the true treasures meant at least 7 supreme true treasures. Chaos City leader and Xianxia would definitely get 3 or 4 supreme true treasures, but even so, there were still 3 left. Boat of Mausoleum. At the end of life and death corridor. A large number of great beings from the first and second reincarnation eras left one after another. Only the great beings from the Divine Eye clan and the 2 Holy Lands remained. Among them, Purple Moon Holy Land was only willing to hand over 1 pinnacle true treasure in exchange for the lives of the other universe masters and undying knights. East Emperor Holy Land was still trying to negotiate with Xianxia. As for the Divine Eye clan, seeing that the humans did not agree to the terms of exchange, they could only grit their teeth and slowly increase their terms. After a while, in the wide corridor outside Chaos God Palace, 2 figures strolled away. "Disciple, Eastern Emperor Holy Land has reached an agreement. They're willing to pay the price of 3 supreme true treasures in exchange for the lives of the great beings in their Holy Land." Chaos God was smiling. Zhou Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Eastern Emperor Holy Land agreed to such high terms? Chaos God nodded. "Yes, but they also made an additional request, which is that we have to provide part of the inheritance of Duandong River. Of course, Eastern Emperor Holy Land also said that they know the core inheritance can't be leaked, so they're only asking for part of it." Zhou Hao understood. Eastern Emperor ancestor should be in need of inheritance techniques. After all, it wasn't easy to survive in the land of origin. Besides, Duandong River had always been strong. Eastern Emperor ancestor probably knew that the inheritance collected by great beings like Duandong River wasn't simple, and it would at least be at the eternal true God level. It was extremely difficult to make the leap from a void real God to an eternal real God. East Emperor and Purple Moon had experienced tens of thousands of reincarnation eras, but their Holy Land universe hadn't expanded much. It could be seen that their abilities were improving very slowly. Hence, to Eastern Emperor ancestor, breaking through to become an eternal true God was an urgent matter. Purple Moon Holy Land was ambitious and wanted to take over the original universe origin. They didn't lack other inheritances, so they didn't need other inheritances. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw Chaos God looking at him. 3 supreme true treasures aren't cheap. Since Eastern Emperor Holy Land is willing to pay, of course, we'll take it. Han Dan laughed heartily. This way, we humans will have 18 supreme true treasures this time. In terms of resources, we will most likely be comparable to the 2 Holy Lands. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. The 2 Holy Lands had gone through countless reincarnation eras, so naturally, they had accumulated quite a number of supreme true treasures. For North True to be able to bring so many supreme true treasures to block the door, there was no doubt that there were many more in the Holy Lands. However, 18 supreme true treasures were still a lot. Originally, the human race did not even have a single supreme true treasure, but now, they had so many of them. It could be said that if they were to go to war with the alliance of the demon race, the insect race, and the other races, the human race would be able to crush them with their supreme true treasures alone. A top-tier universe master, so long as he was able to unleash part of the power of a supreme true treasure, would be able to unleash combat power at level 6. Level 6 combat power was the ceiling of the original universe, and 18 supreme true treasures represented an existence equivalent to 18 universe supreme masters. Disciple, rest assured and accept the inheritance, Hun Dun said. As for the rest, leave it to me and Hugh Jax. I reckon that after the end of the inheritance of Duandong River, Universe Ocean and the original universe will not be too peaceful. Teacher is right, Zhou Hao suggested. Our human race has been in the limelight recently. I suggest that after this incident, our human race should develop peacefully for a period of time. After improving the overall power of our race, we should then plot against the original universe and Universe Ocean. In the past 200 years of comprehending and digesting the Rhinoceros Emperor game, the original body of Fenhun, who had stayed in the black-striped stone pillar, had spent close to 70 million years. This was also the longest period of time he had spent cultivating. Regardless of whether it was the inheritance of Duandong River or the law willpower of the black-striped stone pillar, they all required a period of time to settle down. It was the same for the human race. They had obtained so many true treasures in one transaction. Not to mention the supreme true treasures, just the pinnacle special true treasures were enough for top-tier universe masters like Darkness, Pungong, and Ice Mountain to change their true treasures. The remaining ones could also be exchanged for pinnacle universe masters, Sky Erosion, Ancestor Tree, and other new universe masters. It could be said that the current human race could absolutely have several pinnacle true treasures on average. In terms of true treasures, there was no need to worry. What was left was to settle down and unleash the power of the true treasures to improve their power. Disciple, your suggestion is very good. I will tell Hugh Jax. Hun Dun laughed. The human race had indeed developed too quickly these past few years, and there were many internal problems. Actually, even if Zhou Hao did not mention it, he would have held a meeting specifically to discuss such problems. After the discussion with Hun Dun, Zhou Hao's consciousness exited the virtual universe. He glanced at the remaining great beings in the life and death corridor. The people from East Emperor Holy Land arrived quickly. After handing over the true treasures to Hugh Jax, the Universe Masters, Undying Fighters, and Knights from East Emperor Holy Land left quickly. The remaining great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land were envious. However, since Ancestor did not say anything, they could not force the Holy Land to hand over the true treasures. The true lord of the Divine Eye clan could not hold it in any longer. He said, Jianhe, what do you mean? Although there are 3 true lords from the Divine Eye clan, we are already willing to give up 3 supreme true treasures and several special pinnacle true treasures. Can't we exchange our lives with such conditions? 6th True Master and 7th True Master stared at Zhou Hao angrily. If they were not in the boat of Mausoleum, they would not waste time talking nonsense. They would have attacked right away. Divine Eye clan had dominated Universe Ocean for so many years, and they had never been so aggrieved. Zhou Hao sneered and said, Divine Eye clan's conditions are indeed very generous. But previously, you besieged Hugh Jax and Universe Masters of my clan and almost killed Hugh Jax. This is not a grudge that can be settled with a few supreme true treasures. If you want to leave, sure, but take the initiative to apologize to Hugh Jax. 6th True Master growled. Apologize? Don't even think about it. Sword River, even if you have the inheritance of Duandong River, don't forget that you are only a universe master. Even Hugh Jax of your human race is not qualified to make us apologize. Universe Supreme Masters cared about their reputation. Even if their life was coming to an end, Divine Eye clan would not take the initiative to apologize. Not only would they lose face, but it would also cause the prestige of their clan to plummet. Zhou Hao said indifferently, since that's the case, then you can stay here. Then, he looked at Duandong River, who was condensing beside him, and said respectfully, I have finished dealing with them. You can kill the rest. Sword River. The 3 true masters of Divine Eye clan were furious. Shadow Dust and Wu Qi were also staring at Zhou Hao. They had not expected Zhou Hao to be so decisive and to really make the Divine Eye clan his enemy. Duandong River's gaze swept over them, and he slowly said, Actually, even if Jianhe were to let your Divine Eye clan go, I would not let you go. I promised a friend that this time, your Divine Eye clan would be eliminated. If your Divine Eye clan performed well in solving the Rhinoceros Emperor game, you might be spared from death. Hua, the three true masters of Divine Eye Clan and Shadow Dust Wizard Puppet had already entered Ice Cliff Fortress. Despicable Duandong River, you are only a great being who has died countless reincarnation eras. Even if you have the energy of the Boat of Mausoleum, you will not be able to destroy a supreme true treasure. The true masters of Divine Eye Clan were filled with hatred. They had thought that the inheritance of Duandong River was the hope for their clan to transcend reincarnation eras. Who is it? Who has such a huge grudge against us, Divine Eye Clan? The three true masters roared. Voila! The ground at the end of the corridor split open, and a huge palace hall appeared. A figure appeared in the palace hall. It was Thundercoat Devil God. It is you. Thundercoat Devil God. Thundercoat Devil God laughed. Yes, it is me. I asked Lord Duandong River to destroy your Divine Eye Clan, to destroy your hope. However, you can only blame yourselves for not living up to expectations. Despicable, Thundercoat Devil God, my Divine Eye Clan will never let you off. Thundercoat Devil God sneered. When Lord Duandong River destroys you, the treasures on you will naturally belong to me. Then, with supreme true treasures, I will not be afraid of your Divine Eye Clan. Lord Duandong River, please do it. Chi-chi, Duandong River waved his hand, and endless energy threads gushed out from the top of the 123 stone pillars. They converged into a dazzling golden light that swept across Ice Cliff Fortress. At the same time, the ground split open, and Ice Cliff Fortress fell in. Not long after, Ice Cliff Fortress and some other treasures became ownerless items. Duandong River grabbed, and these treasures floated toward Thundercoat Devil God. When the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land saw this, they were all shocked and chose to self-destruct right away. Thundercoat Devil God looked at these true treasures and smiled. Sword River, you should thank me for getting the inheritance this time. I was the first to enter the Boat of Mausoleum. If not for the fact that I did not qualify for the inheritance, the Boat of Mausoleum would not have reached Flame Ice region from the core land, and you would not have gotten the inheritance. Of course, with your comprehension, as long as the Boat of Mausoleum is activated, you will definitely get the inheritance. So, to be honest, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, the Divine Eye Clan would not be in despair. Ha ha ha. Duandong River then said, all right, Thundercoat, you should leave now. Thundercoat Devil God nodded and quickly left the life and death corridor, returning to the cabin door. The other great beings guarding the cabin door saw Thundercoat Devil God. At that moment, there was a voice from the cabin door. The inheritance has ended. The cabin door is about to close. All participants, leave now. Shwa shwa shwa, suddenly, all the great beings left the cabin door and flashed outside the Boat of Mausoleum. Hujax did the same. Many Universe Supreme Masters focused their attention on Hujax. They knew that Hujax had more than 10 supreme true treasures, so many great beings were tempted. Hujax smirked. You want to snatch the true treasures? Haha, come at me. The 3rd, 6th, and even the 4th and 5th true masters of the Divine Eye Clan have been trying to kill me for more than half a year, and they did not kill me. Now, I have a domain-type supreme true treasure, Thunder Light Sector, a body protection supreme true treasure, and a palace supreme true treasure. Even if all of you attack me together, I am not afraid. Hujax was, of course, not stupid. When he had exchanged the true treasures, he had refined the palace, weapons, and body armor. In fact, it was Zhou Hao who had suggested this. After all, it was not easy for Hujax to protect so many supreme true treasures. The other Universe Supreme Masters listened with gritted teeth, but they also knew that if they really wanted to fight, they would not be able to do anything to Hujax. What Hujax had said earlier was not a lie. The news of the true masters of the Divine Eye Clan teaming up to kill Hujax had already spread throughout Universe Ocean. It was also because of this that many powers in Universe Ocean had truly witnessed the power of Hujax. Faced with the siege of several true masters, an 8th-tier Universe Supreme Master might not have been able to hold on for so long. Previously, Kong Luo had held on for so long mainly because he happened to be in the dangerous area deep in the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector. However, there were still Universe Supreme Masters who were tempted by the supreme true treasures. Hong, among them, 2 Universe Supreme Masters from the races from the first reincarnation era made their moves. One on the left and one on the right, they charged toward Xianxia. In an instant, several powerful strange beasts gathered and roared. Endless power gushed out and covered Xianxia. Xianxia was already prepared. He grinned and activated Thunder Light Sector. Suddenly, endless thunder spread and condensed into two gigantic godly axes, respectively slashing at the strange beasts. The godly axes chopped down, and a gigantic shadow of Xianxia's world was formed in the void space with vast power. In an instant, the strange beasts collapsed. Xianxia performed his strongest move right from the start. Even though he was only activating Thunder Light Sector, the godly axes formed by Thunder Light Sector had the power of a pinnacle weapon, true treasure. Pung pung. The two Universe Supreme Masters stepped on the void space and retreated several kilometers before they could stabilize their bodies. They were shocked. Even though it was just a test attack, judging from the power of Xianxia's attack, it was definitely comparable to a 9th-tier Universe Supreme Master, and there were very few 9th-tier Universe Supreme Masters in the entire Universe Ocean. When the other Universe Supreme Masters saw this, they immediately dismissed the idea of attacking. Unless they attacked together, like how they attacked Bei Zhan and the other great beings blocking the door, they would not be able to do anything to a Universe Supreme Master who could unleash the power of a 9th-tier Universe Supreme Master. Furthermore, Xianxia had a Palace Supreme True Treasure on him. If he was determined to hide in the palace, there was nothing they could do. No wonder he's Xianxia. Many Universe Supreme Masters praised him. Since they could not do anything to Xianxia, and because of the inheritance of Duandong River, they might have to deal with the human race in the future. Xianxia did not care. He laughed and said, "Everyone, the inheritance of Duandong River has ended. Are you still going to stay here and wait for Sword River of my race to come out? Or are you confident that you can attack Sword River through the Boat of Mausoleum?" Hearing this, many great beings from the power of reincarnation shook their heads and left. They knew Xianxia was right. The Boat of Mausoleum was second only to a supreme true treasure. It was a special palace treasure, and with Xianxia around, it was meaningless for them to wait for Sword River to come out. But there were still some races who were unwilling to give up and still stayed inside the Boat of Mausoleum. At that moment, Zhou Hao followed Duandong River through the basic inheritance passageway and arrived at the core land of inheritance. After all, Zhou Hao had passed the test directly, so there was no need for him to go through the basic test. Sword River, now we'll start the inheritance ceremony of the pulse of Duandong River. Duandong River put away the smile on his face and spoke with a solemn expression. Deep in the space of inheritance, at the highest peak, looking at the huge statue on the clouds that looked like a river, Zhou Hao's face showed a trace of respect. This was the most outstanding ancestor of the pulse of Duandong River, the third ancestor. He was probably as powerful as Sitting Mountain Guest, reaching the level of a god king, standing at the pinnacle of the land of origin. Kneel down to the third ancestor, and from now on, you're the real Duandong River. Duandong River Wu's voice rang in Zhou Hao's ears. Zhou Hao took a step forward and knelt down on the cattail hassock made of black silk. Pung! As his head hit the rock, endless black light gushed out from the black hassock. The statue of the third ancestor on the clouds also emitted white light, shining on Zhou Hao. Almost instantly, in Zhou Hao's sea of consciousness, black light and white light intertwined, forming a strange inheritance imprint. This was the most important ceremony of the pulse of Duandong River, inheritance. With this inheritance imprint, one could practice the core inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River and easily master the space of inheritance, which was similar to a miniature universe. Duandong River, who stood beside him, smiled. He seemed to have seen that in a certain era after countless eras, Zhou Hao, who had superb comprehension and surpassed all the geniuses on the land of origin, would rise up and restore the pulse of Duandong River to its former glory. The core inheritance couldn't be leaked to anyone. Once violated, the soul would be destroyed. Even if one was resurrected, the oath would still be effective because the inheritance imprint would follow the heir. And after the oath, Duandong River Wu led Zhou Hao into the door of inheritance and came to an independent space. This independent space had an ocean-like pond, and in the pond, there were 3 crystal-clear black stones. Do you see that? Those are memory stones, also known as inheritance stones. These 3 stones are the most fundamental inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. Below the pond, there are 12,002 stones, all of which are the core inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. You cannot divulge the contents of these inheritance stones. In addition, there are hundreds of millions of stones in the surrounding endless ocean. They are all inheritances collected by generations of patriarchs. Of course, most of them are relatively simple, similar to basic skills, but for your universe ocean, they are enough to benefit you greatly. You can do whatever you want with them. You can do whatever you want, Duandong River said as he grabbed, and the 3 stones floated in front of Zhou Hao. The moment Zhou Hao touched them, the black stones flashed, and the inheritance imprint in his sea of consciousness trembled. Then, an overwhelming amount of memory information poured in. As someone whose willpower had almost reached the peak of an eternal true God, he didn't feel any pain when he received this huge amount of information. However, although there was a lot of information, there were only 3 unique skills. They were Duan Mia, Donghua, and Undying River. These 3 unique skills included a secret technique to burn and explode with godly power, a secret technique to escape with speed, and a secret technique to save one's life. These 3 unique skills were top-notch unique skills in the land of origin, and countless great beings would fight over them. Once they were cultivated, it would only be a matter of time before they became a top-notch great being. If they could be used in Universe Ocean, they wouldn't be a threat to the sector beasts at all. But unfortunately, with the isolation of the will of the universe origin, Zhou Hao could only read the first 3, the simplest scrolls. Although he could remember the rest, it was like a child's memory, and he couldn't remember it at all. Therefore, to be honest, these 3 secret techniques were actually relatively useless to the current Zhou Hao. After all, just the laws of chaos that he comprehended and studied, as well as the secret technique of chaos that he obtained from signing in, were enough for him to use. Every pinnacle great being can't be achieved through comprehension and hard work. They have to go through countless life and death situations to have a slight chance of reaching the pinnacle. The 3 core unique skills of the pulse of Duandong River can only reduce the probability of you dying in the constant life and death situations to a minimum. Duandong River's voice was heard. Zhou Hao nodded, but he couldn't help but shake his head. If he hadn't signed into the system and didn't get the 2 talents, he would have needed a lot of battles and life and death situations if he wanted to become a great being. This was because between life and death situations, there were great terrors and great opportunities. It would allow one's potential to be unleashed to the limit. Sometimes, bottlenecks that couldn't be broken through could be comprehended and broken through between life and death situations. This was why most top-notch great beings had gone through life and death situations. But he was different. Then Duandong River brought Zhou Hao to an independent spaceland that could accelerate time. This land could accelerate to 100,000 times the speed of time. For many great beings, it was a very good place to cultivate. But for Zhou Hao, it was of little value. After all, he could already maintain 300,000 times the speed of time at the black-striped stone pillar. For example, Beiqi Star Master could maintain 10,000 times the speed of time at 13. I have a lot to say to you, but the moment you accepted the inheritance, I knew I had already fallen. You are the genius with the strongest comprehension ability I have ever seen. Before I disappear, I have a word of advice. Remember, no matter how strong your comprehension talent is, you need to maintain the most basic respect. Only a great being who grows up can be called a great being. Zhou Hao hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, I understand." Duandong River laughed, and his figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, Zhou Hao immediately recognized this space of inheritance as its master. Just as the original plot said, this space of inheritance created by the 3rd-generation patriarch had many independent spaces that were dedicated to cultivating Duandong River. They had a complete range of functions. Some were dedicated to cultivating the comprehension of secret techniques, some to cultivating weapons, some to cultivating combat techniques, and some to meditate. It could be said that as long as the successor of Duandong River had a decent comprehension ability, he could grow rapidly in this space of inheritance and possess a certain amount of life-saving ability. And if he went out to train, he could become a great being in a short period of time. This was also the main reason why Duandong River had not been cut off in the past generations. As for this space of inheritance, Zhou Hao was very satisfied. After all, he really lacked a place to cultivate with such a complete range of functions. For example, the testing of the secret techniques of the law of chaos, the testing of the power of weapons, and so on. He could not find an equal opponent in the universe C. Now, with this base of inheritance, he could continuously battle with the virtual opponents left behind by the previous generations of patriarchs to better understand his current combat power. Next, Zhou Hao slightly familiarized himself with the space of inheritance and flashed to the cabin door of the boat of mausoleum. Ka. The cabin door opened. Swish, swish. Many great beings gathered their gazes. Although many races and powers in the universe C were aware that they could not do anything to huge acts and could not enter the boat of mausoleum to seize the inheritance, they still waited there in order to find an opportunity. It's the human race's Sword River. It seems that he should have accepted the inheritance of Duandong River, but it seems a little too fast. It has only been less than a year. I wonder what the inheritance of Duandong River is. Is there a chance to transcend reincarnation? These great beings were conversing with one another. Some of them directly transmitted their voices to Zhou Hao, wanting to trade for part of the inheritance of Duandong River. Swish, huge axe flashed to the entrance and stood at the cabin door. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and swept his gaze over these great beings. Everyone, I know your purpose. I cannot divulge the core inheritance of Duandong River, but as you have guessed, Duandong River has gone through countless reincarnation eras. Among them, the patriarchs of each generation have collected other inheritances of the great beings of the ancient civilization. There are more than 100 million of them, and these inheritances can be divulged. Hua. As soon as he finished speaking, many great beings outside the boat of mausoleum were excited. Since Zhou Hao said that they could divulge the inheritance, there was no doubt that Zhou Hao was willing to trade with them. Once they thought of the inheritance left behind by the ancient civilization, they trembled with excitement. Even if it was not the core inheritance of Duandong River, it still represented a glimmer of hope for transcending reincarnation, especially the races from the first reincarnation era. They could not wait. Sword River Overlord, we have never had any grudges with the human race. This time, in the inheritance, we did not attack the human race. I wonder if Sword River Overlord is willing to sell these inheritances. We are willing to pay any price. Yes, Sword River Overlord, as long as you are willing, even if it is a supreme true treasure, we are willing to trade. Under the situation where they could not use force to fight for the inheritance, many races from the first reincarnation era no longer had any bottom line. Zhou Hao said slowly, everyone, there is no need to rush. There are too many inheritances of Duandong River. I need time to browse through them one by one. Of course, whether to sell them or not, I still need to discuss with my race. But everyone, please do not worry. Since the human race has already obtained the core inheritance, and there are so many other inheritances that we cannot monopolize them all, we will definitely sell them. However, regarding how to sell them, what kind of conditions to trade, and so on, we still need to discuss in detail. At the very least, it cannot be beyond what everyone can afford. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. The human race also needs everyone's support. Hearing this, many great beings from the races present felt their bodies relax, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. As long as the human race was willing to trade, they would do everything they could to get a supreme true treasure. After all, this was related to the hope of transcending reincarnation. However, what Zhou Hao said just now, even if it was just a polite remark, made many races have a good impression of him. Haha, Sword River Horde leader, please rest assured. Of course, we are willing to be on good terms with the human race. Yes, rumor has it that Sword River Horde leader has a special talent that can help Universe Masters break through to Universe Supreme Masters. Although the powers from Universe Ocean can no longer break through to Universe Supreme Masters, we still hope that Sword River Horde leader will be able to help Universe Supreme Masters in the future. Sword River Horde leader, the time limit of our races has come to an end. I hope you will not make us wait too long. Zhou Hao spread his godly power again. Everyone, please rest assured. My boat of mausoleum will not return to the original universe. It will stay in the outer area of the universe, and at the same time I will leave a body. Once there is any news, I will inform you immediately. Of course, when the time comes, please leave some great beings from your races outside the boat of mausoleum so that they can pass on the message. The moment he said this, the great beings from the races were completely relieved. They were worried that Zhou Hao was stalling for time and then secretly returning to the original universe. The powers from Universe Ocean could not enter the original universe. Immediately, some races left one or two great beings and followed the boat of mausoleum from Flame Ice region to the outer area of the universe. At the same time, the news that Duandong River inheritance had a large number of inheritances from other ancient civilizations that could be traded spread like a storm in Universe Ocean and the original universe. Virtual universe, inside Chaos Palace. All the great beings from the human race gathered. Zhou Hao, does Duandong River inheritance really have so many inheritances from ancient civilizations? Sword River, those inheritances are extremely precious. We must not trade them casually. At least, it will not be too late to trade these inheritances after we have completely established ourselves in Universe Ocean. Yes, the Divine Eye clan has only obtained part of the inheritance from ancient civilizations, and they are already extremely powerful. If so many inheritances are leaked, won't the powers in Universe Ocean become stronger rapidly? Darkness, Deserted Mirror, Qingdong, and the other universe masters were all anxious. Now, the human race was in a critical period. From their point of view, and after some discussion, the human race had to stabilize and develop for a period of time before taking root and expanding in the original universe and Universe Ocean. Silence! Primal Chaos shouted. Suddenly, the palace quieted down, but all the universe masters were looking at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Everyone, please calm down. The ancestors of Duandong River have indeed collected a large number of inheritances, but these inheritances are only basic inheritances, and at most, they can only reach the limit of Universe Supreme Masters. Some of them are only Universe Supreme Masters, not even reaching the limit. Since we humans want to trade, of course, we have to trade them separately. At the same time, what I said before was to buy time for us humans. We can sell a small part every 100 years or 1,000 years. The other universe masters heard that and understood. Hugh Jax could not help asking, "Zhou Hao, does that Duandong River inheritance not have any information beyond the limit of Universe Supreme Masters?" Shua, Huangjian, Darkness, and the others looked at Zhou Hao again, their eyes filled with strong anticipation. Zhou Hao shook his head. Of course, there is. However, due to the influence of the willpower of the universe origin, I am unable to view it. Only those who have broken through the limit of Universe Supreme Masters can view it. Actually, this was also the reason why East Emperor and Purple Moon were so desperate for the inheritance of Duandong River. Other great beings in Universe Ocean were unable to view information beyond the level of true gods, but they did not have such restrictions. Even Sitting Mountain Guest did not have such restrictions. Speaking of this, many universe masters were disappointed. Zhou Hao smiled and continued, "The inheritance of Duandong River is extremely precious and detailed. It is far more powerful than the various secret techniques and true treasures in the original universe and Universe Ocean. If everyone can cultivate and comprehend it systematically, then regardless of whether it is breaking through the limit of Universe Supreme Masters or Universe Supreme Masters, the chances will be much higher." Deserted Mirror, Pungong, and the other universe masters heard that and their eyes lit up. Yes, for them, breaking through to become Universe Supreme Masters was the most important thing. Besides, they all knew about Zhou Hao's talent. If Zhou Hao could make use of the inheritance of Duandong River to quickly become a Universe Supreme Master, then wouldn't it be highly possible for them to become Universe Supreme Masters as well? Thinking of this, Deserted Mirror, Pungong, and the others' eyes lit up. On the black-striped stone pillar of the universe boat. On the gigantic rock that was flying at high speed, the original bodies of Zhou Hao and Fenhun sat in meditation like old monks. They had been comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game for close to 300 years, and here, under the time flow of 300,000 times faster, close to 9,000 eras had passed. Such a long period of time was enough for a super genius of the human race to make a breakthrough all the way from universe level to universe knight, or even to become a universe overlord. Back then, Zhou Hao had only taken slightly more than 5,000 years to advance from star level to universe master's combat power. However, on the side of the black-striped stone pillar, he had spent the longest period of time. It had been so long that he could no longer receive any items from checking in, and it had been so long that his willpower had reached the bottleneck of pinnacle eternal true God. During such a long period of time, regardless of whether it was the laws, secret techniques, or the level of his godly power, he had all reached a limit that he could reach. All of a sudden, Zhou Hao opened his eyes. His pupils emitted a light that made people's hearts palpitate. Now, just by relying on his willpower alone, even Universe Supreme Masters like Hugh Jax and Divine I True Master were unable to resist him. If he did not deliberately restrain his willpower, a Universe Knight merely standing in front of him and making contact with his gaze would cause his willpower and soul to collapse. The willpower of pinnacle eternal true God was only one step away from reaching holy level. If a holy level willpower were to unleash a secret technique of willpower, its power would be even stronger than that of Ancient God I in the original plot. After all, Ancient God I was only a drop of blood left behind by a great being, and it contained boundless murderous intent of the great being's willpower. However, the impact of the willpower was unconscious, so its power was much weaker. It's time to make a breakthrough, Zhou Hao muttered to himself. His expression was calm. After almost 9,000 eras, he had already broken through to the third step in his study of the law of chaos. His study of the law of life had also reached the fifth step, which was almost on par with the law of destruction. When he had fully comprehended the third step of the law of chaos, he had understood that he could easily control time and space and could even revive great beings from the river of time and space. This was the ability of a universe master. The moment he fully comprehended the third step, his god country involuntarily transformed. However, he was not in a hurry to break through to become a universe master and transform his godly power. Instead, he continued to study the fourth step. This was because when he fully comprehended the third step, the mystery of the fourth step surged into his mind as if it had been blessed by a stroke of luck. In addition, after fully comprehending the third step and completing the highest sign and mission, he received the complete analysis diagram of the law of chaos. After looking at the complete analysis diagram, Zhou Hao immediately understood that the law of chaos he had studied and comprehended previously still had many shortcomings. Strictly speaking, he had only taken a shortcut by using his two great talents and the school of secret engravings. This was also why he had spent so much time studying the third step. If he had continued to study according to his previous comprehension and study method, it was very likely that he would have stopped at the fourth step, and it would have been like walking into a dead end. He would have never been able to make a breakthrough in the law of chaos. After realizing his major problem, Zhou Hao was very glad that the reward for completing the third step was the complete analysis of the law of chaos. Otherwise, he would have reached the end of his path of cultivation. Therefore, at that moment, he had immediately started to make up for it and study it. Until now, he had finally fully comprehended the first three steps of the law of chaos. He had even comprehended more than half of the fourth step. The law of chaos was the ultimate of all laws. Not only did it contain the 10 great basic laws, but it also contained various paths of fusion laws. To put it simply, the 10 great basic laws were threads. The fusion laws were similar to parallel, triangle, square, boundless, and so on. The law of life and the law of destruction were the complex combination of these patterns. Finally, the law of chaos was a complicated universe operation diagram that was composed of the 10 great basic laws and various fusion laws. Therefore, Zhou Hao had fully comprehended the third step and could easily make a breakthrough to become a universe master. In terms of the degree of laws, there was almost no universe master who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he could easily create the most powerful fusion secret technique of universe masters. His understanding of the laws had also reached an unimaginable height. Just like the law engravings in the basic test of the pulse of Duandong River, he only needed to look at them for a moment to completely understand and create his own law engravings. It could be said that Zhou Hao now had a solid foundation to be called a saint. If the three-level infinite godly body on the godly power path was the perfect limit, then the ultimate law of chaos on the law path was the perfect limit of the law. Also, unlike Luo Feng in the original plot, who took a shortcut in comprehending the laws, Zhou Hao completely started from the basic law comprehension step by step. Then he moved on to the fusion laws, followed by life and destruction. His foundation was extremely solid. Now, even if he did not rely on his two great talents to preach, he could still benefit many great beings greatly and even make a breakthrough. In the vast God country. Endless clouds covered the God country, and on the surface of the clouds, threads of law began to appear, just like in the primal universe. Although they were still relatively rare, such a rare phenomenon appeared in the God country. Without a doubt, it was because of the law of chaos. Let's begin. As Zhou Hao murmured, a large amount of godly power surged in front of him, outlining the third step of the law of chaos. This third step included time and space. As the godly power finished outlining, rumbling, his consciousness easily communicated with the largest celestial body in universe ocean, the original universe. When he was a sector lord, Zhou Hao could only see a drop in the ocean of the primal universe origin. Even so, he could still feel the vastness of the primal universe origin. Now, at the moment of communication, he felt as though he could see the entire primal universe origin. It was like an endless ocean. Such a huge original universe, even if the sector beasts were to swallow it, they would not be able to swallow it. Hua! La, as if the sky was falling, the endless ocean of the original universe poured into Zhou Hao through the giant passageway. At that moment, Zhou Hao was absorbing godly power like crazy, and at the same time, his God country was also expanding crazily. The clouds were tumbling, and there was a large amount of lightning, wind, and rain. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other basic law threads gradually increased. This lasted for a full hour. This strange phenomenon gradually disappeared. Not only did Zhou Hao's godly power increase by 100 times, but even the total amount of his godly power increased again. Although he did not have the body of the endless remote ocean, because the law of chaos accommodated his body, every trace of his godly power was 10,000 times that of other universe masters. The total amount of his godly power alone exceeded that of 9 remoteness masters' endless remote ocean. If he performed the explosive secret technique Duan Mia, which was from the pulse of Duandong River, the power would definitely be able to kill a universe supreme master instantly. It was like the perfect self-destruction of 2 9 remoteness masters. He opened his eyes. Zhou Hao slightly sensed his God country, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He found that his God country's diameter had reached 100 million light-years, and there were thick layers of clouds at the edge of his God country. These clouds were even faintly transforming into universe barriers. This was unbelievable. After all, he was only a universe master, not a universe supreme master. How could his God country reach the diameter of a universe supreme master's miniature universe when he became a universe master? He gave it some thought. Zhou Hao understood that it was definitely because of the law of chaos. After all, the law of chaos was the ultimate law of all laws, and it was perfectly compatible with the operating laws of the universe. For example, when a godly body broke through the third level, the supreme law of the universe would celebrate. This was a celebration for a perfect life form. However, if one were to comprehend the law of chaos, even though there was no true treasure law to celebrate, because it was comprehending and studying within the system, it was naturally more favored by the supreme law. Thus, some basic universe laws were easily broken, and even the willpower of the universe origin could not restrain them. This was more like a reward for life forms from the supreme law. Of course, Zhou Hao was not aware of all this. He only knew that his God country had reached a diameter of 100 million light-years before it had transformed into a miniature universe. Under such circumstances, he was even more convinced that walking the path of the law of chaos was the right choice. I've been sitting here for almost 9,000 eras. It's time for me to make a trip out. As the saying went, one would be tempted to move after a long period of silence. Zhou Hao was seized by a sudden impulse. He felt that it was time for him to leave the black-striped stone pillar. Staying in the black-striped stone pillar was already extremely helpful to him. Even if he were to continue comprehending and studying the laws, there would be no further improvement. Moreover, he had already obtained the engravings on the black-striped stone pillar a long time ago by signing in. This time, when he became a universe master, there were still many things he needed to do. Primal Universe. Original Star. While Zhou Hao was roaming Universe Ocean, comprehending and studying the Rhinoceros Emperor game, Luo Feng, Uka, Buren, Rong Jun, and the other geniuses from the same batch as Zhou Hao had also made a name for themselves on the original star. On one hand, their law comprehension and secret techniques were far superior to those of their peers. On the other hand, the human race's foundation of true treasures had skyrocketed. Not only did the universe masters have to change their equipment, but even the cheapest equipment was a top-tier special type true treasure. Even universe overlords and universe knights were able to exchange for true treasures. As for those who owed debts in the past, such as Ganwu country master, they were all pardoned by the human race. This was not because the human race was being wasteful, but because there were simply too many true treasures. This was especially true after the comprehension of the Rhinoceros Emperor game was completed. The quality of the human race's true treasures had once again increased by leaps and bounds. For example, ordinary true treasures and senior true treasures had already been casually piled up in the treasure trove. After a discussion between Primal Chaos City Master, Hugh Jax, and many other universe masters, they finally decided to greatly reduce the threshold for exchanging for true treasure points. As for treasures like true treasures, they had already started to flow to the high-end auctions of the various universe nations. Thus, the true treasure points owed to the human race were, of course, not enough for the human race. The remaining geniuses in the human race, such as Luo Feng and Uka, were naturally bestowed with better true treasures by their respective teachers. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. With a senior domain type true treasure, we can practically do whatever we want on the original star. A collective meeting of the higher-ups of the virtual universe was held. Luo Feng, Uka, and the other geniuses gathered together. They had often gathered together on the original star. Tisk, tisk. Rongjun joked. Uka, you have to be careful, he said. If you meet someone with a top-tier domain-type true treasure, you'll be in trouble. Uka, however, did not seem to mind. What are you afraid of? We have Luo Feng, don't we? Speaking of which, Luo Feng, what kind of true treasure did Zhou Hao bestow upon you through the human race? Was it a pinnacle true treasure? The rest of them, such as Aiken, Xianxia, and Long Yun, also looked toward Luo Feng. They were not envious of him. After all, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng were both from Earth, so they had a good relationship with each other. It was normal for them to bestow true treasures upon one another. However, among the group of people who had been exploring the original star, Luo Feng had the best true treasure. His domain-type true treasure alone was top tier, and it was said that his protective true treasure was at the pinnacle level. He was practically an unkillable cockroach. When they had been in danger on the original star many times, they would always ask for help from Luo Feng. Luo Feng coughed. Don't be scared when I tell you. Rongjun teased. We're all universe knights who have been scared by Zhou Hao all this time. Tell us, and let us have a look. Since Zhou Hao has given us a true treasure, it must be something special. I think it's at the pinnacle level. It's most likely a top-tier soul-type true treasure or a palace-type true treasure. These are all life-saving true treasures. Buren, who was sitting to the side, tilted her head and smiled. Rongjun is right. Our human race has gained a lot in Universe Ocean. The true treasures of Universe Masters have been upgraded, and even we have benefited from it. However, most pinnacle true treasures still give priority to Universe Masters or Universe Overlords. It's already good enough that we can get a top-tier special true treasure. Aiken, Qianshui, and the rest all nodded. Under normal circumstances, a Universe Overlord would only have a few true treasures. It would be good enough to have a top-tier true treasure. After all, even if a Universe Overlord was given a top-tier true treasure, it would be difficult to activate it perfectly. As for this group of people, they were powerful, and their law comprehension was high, so they could use a top-tier true treasure to unleash its power. It would be a waste to give them something more precious. Luo Feng smiled. You all seem to think it's a top-tier special true treasure. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. It's a pinnacle domain-type true treasure called Blade Fire Sector. It's more suitable for me. Although I can't activate much of its power now, even if I can activate 20 to 30%, it's enough to suppress any top-tier domain-type true treasure. Hearing this, Uka and the rest all widened their eyes. Damn. Zhou Hao is really generous. He gave us a pinnacle special true treasure right away. He's so rich. He's so rich. No wonder he's Zhou Hao. He really surprised us. He even gave us a pinnacle special true treasure. Rongjun and the rest were only shocked for a moment before coming back to their senses. After all, they had been shocked so many times that they were already immune to it. Luo Feng laughed. Actually, I didn't expect Zhou Hao to give me a pinnacle special true treasure. I wanted to reject it, but Zhou Hao said there are too many pinnacle special true treasures now. It's a waste to leave them lying around. It's better for me to use them first. Uka slapped her thigh. No, it seems we have to rob Zhou Hao collectively. He must have done something big in Universe Ocean. Otherwise, how could he have so many pinnacle true treasures? Xianxia smiled. Definitely. No matter where Zhou Hao is, he's a dazzling presence. Something big must have happened when he went to Universe Ocean. Otherwise, how could the human race suddenly have so many true treasures that even we have a top-tier domain-type true treasure? I couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes I really want to go on an adventure with Zhou Hao. I believe that kind of life would be wonderful. Uka, Rongjun, Buren, and the rest were all stunned. Then, they showed their endless yearning. Pantheon Mountain. As time passed, more and more Universe Knights gathered. Uka, Luo Feng, Rongjun, and the others chatted more and more. All the old Universe Knights could feel that the number of Universe Knights attending the meeting had exceeded 100,000. This caused many venerables to sigh emotionally. Even the superpowers like the Northern Territory Alliance and the Ancestral God School didn't have that many Universe Knights in the past. However, after only a few thousand years, the number of Universe Knights in the human race was comparable to that of the super alliances formed by a large number of races. In terms of race power, the human race was the number one race in the original universe. Besides that, the combat power of Universe Knights had improved tremendously. In the past, the number of Universe Overlords in the human race was small, and there were only 3 top-tier Universe Knights. But now, the number of Universe Overlords accounted for 10% of the total number of Universe Knights. There were close to 10,000 Universe Overlords. There were more than 100 top-tier Universe Overlords. Humans had always been relatively weak in terms of gene life level, so there were very few top-tier Universe Overlords. However, with Zhou Hao's lectures and the rapid increase in the foundation of true treasures in recent years, more and more ordinary Universe Overlords had created their own secret techniques at the Universe Master level. At the same time, they relied on the power of their true treasures and the various precious resources of Universe Ocean to increase their gene life level to gradually reach the top level. It could be said that, in terms of combat power, the human race was much stronger than the Divine Eye clan from the first universe era of Universe Ocean. Of course, because this universe era hadn't ended, the human race was far behind the Divine Eye clan in terms of top-tier and pinnacle great beings. Hong, heaven and earth roared. Above the clouds, 2 towering golden doors opened slowly. The dazzling Milky Way on the doors seemed to come alive. Human great beings, gather. Shwa. Shwa, shwa. All the Universe Knights and Universe Overlords, including Luo Feng and Icon, entered the towering godly palace floating in the sky. Inside Pantheon Mountain, the thrones were densely packed around the huge round table like an ocean with no end in sight. Above the throne, a dense fog pervaded the air. At this moment, above the round table, there were 3 black thrones. Primal Chaos City leader and Hujax sat on 2 of them. The empty black throne was the seat of Teacher Origin. The 2 of them looked down with irrepressible smiles on their faces. Haha, our human race is indeed at its peak. If Teacher were here, he would definitely be extremely gratified and happy. Han Dan laughed. Hujax nodded. That's right. 100,000 knights. 64 universe masters. With such power, no other race in the entire primal universe can compete with us. However, all of this is because of Sword River. Primal Chaos City leader and Hujax looked at Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the golden throne. The other universe masters did the same. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Hujax founder, Teacher, my human race is still far from reaching its peak. Now that I have received the inheritance of Duandong River, I can allow my human race, from the bottom to the top, to cultivate more systematically. By then, combined with my talents, there will definitely be more Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supreme Masters emerging. Hun Dun and Giant Axe burst into laughter when they heard that. Darkness, Deserted Mirror, Pungong, and the other Universe Masters laughed as well. If we want to produce more great beings, we need a wider territory, Primal Chaos City leader whispered. As our human race's power continues to increase, it's time for us to expand our territory. This supreme meeting was actually to discuss the expansion of the territory. During the era of teacher origin, the human race had experienced a rapid expansion of the territory. At that time, the human race had occupied many fertile territories, including the secret region of the ancestral god school. They had obtained a large amount of resources and inheritance, which allowed many talents to rise. Now, the bug race, the demon race, and other pinnacle races had lost a universe supreme master in the boat of Mausoleum. Naturally, they were no longer qualified to occupy fertile territories. It's time to expand. The bug race and the demon race robbed many territories of our human race. Now, it's time to take them back. Humph. The bug race has lost its empress, and there are fewer universe masters in our race. I think we can start with the bug race. According to our intelligence, the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race are rapidly retreating from the territories adjacent to ours. Many universe masters voiced their opinions one after another. Giant Axe smiled and looked at Sky Eclipse Master. Sky Eclipse, you'll be in charge of the expansion of the territory this time. The rest of the new universe masters can all be deployed. You must clear out all the secret regions, big and small. There can't be any traces of other races lurking in the territory. Sky Eclipse Master was the first to break through and become a universe master under the influence of Zhou Hao. After thousands of years of hard work and constant listening, and with the guidance of Chaos Giant Axe and the others, Sky Eclipse Master had improved from a new universe master to an ordinary universe master. Even in terms of secret techniques, he had created his own ultimate technique of a universe master. The only thing he needed to reach the pinnacle level was his life gene level. After all, it took time to improve. However, it was only a matter of time before he reached that level. Because of the trade of the boat of Mausoleum, the human race had obtained a large amount of rare treasures from Universe Ocean. Yes, Huge Axe Creator. Sky Eclipse Master said respectfully. Now, there are very few powers in the original universe who dare to compete with us. Sky Eclipse will make rapid progress. It's estimated that within 1,000 years, we'll be able to clear out the territories of the demon race and the bug race. With the rapid expansion of the territory, many resources will skyrocket. I've discussed with Sword River and Huge Axe. We're going to hold the Pinnacle Genius competition 500 years from now. On the one hand, we can cultivate talents according to Duandong River's inheritance system. On the other hand, we can digest the resources. Most of the knights will have 1 or 2 pieces of true treasures. As for the emperors, they will have several true treasures. Some of the more outstanding ones even have true treasures. Although this will greatly increase the combat power of the middle class of the human race, with so many true treasures, there will be a lot of corruption and transactions. Hence, I will be in charge of this matter from now on. When you return, you must strictly instruct the knights under your command that Zhou Hao risked his life to obtain these true treasures for the human race. Yes, as you command, Chaos Creator. All the universe masters said solemnly. No one would complain about having too many true treasures. Hence, after the true treasures were sold in the auctions of the universe countries, great beings would definitely take the risk and use the true treasures to gain more benefits for themselves. After all, some resources were rare even in the human race. Lastly, the number of spectators. Previously, for the sake of the rapid rise of the human race, we didn't limit the number of spectators. Instead, we kept expanding the number, which allowed the human race to become the #1 race in the original universe. Now that we've achieved the first goal of the rise of the human race, it's time for us to achieve the second and third goals. Therefore, from now on, there will be a limit of 10 million slots. Apart from the basic slots that the 5 great forces have, the rest must have sufficient contributions or their talent and comprehension ability has reached the standard before they can sit in. Sword River's lectures will be extended to once every 300 years. Undying Knights and Universe Masters can attend, but those below Undying can only attend once every 500 years. Chaos Creator's voice was heard from the surrounding thrones. The rest of the Universe Masters nodded without any objections. They all knew from Chaos Creator that Zhou Hao had already become a Universe Master. When he was a Universe Knight, his combat power had already reached the 6th tier as the top. Now that he had become a Universe Master and had a Supreme True Treasure, his combat power was probably close to Chaos Creator's. With such power, he naturally had to have the same status and identity. Hence, the quota for Zhou Hao's lectures was even more precious. It couldn't be as casual as before. Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say anything. In the past, the main purpose of the lectures was to comprehend and study the laws. However, now that he had signed in and received the complete analysis of the law of chaos, he knew more about his own path. Besides, after becoming a Universe Master, he wouldn't be able to make further breakthroughs in a short period of time. Hence, he didn't need to give lectures as frequently as before. Next, he would focus on cultivating the power of the Pulse of Earth. As for the power of the race, it was already on the right track. He only needed to maintain the 2 lectures every 300 years and 500 years. Very soon. Chaos Creator's voice was heard in Pantheon Palace. Every Supreme Meeting was a major event that affected the race. This time, it was about expanding the territory. Many Universe Knights were very excited when they heard this. Expanding the territory meant that there would be more Universe countries. Naturally, many Universe Knights wanted to compete for the position of Universe Country Leader. The contribution of expanding the territory was the main consideration. There were many benefits to becoming a Universe Country Leader. The most direct one was that they could cultivate talents for the race, which could continuously increase their contributions. Tisk, tisk, Uka said with a grin. Finally, we are going to war with the bug race and the demon race. It's been too long since the true treasures of the original stars have been born. I plan to explore the territory. What about you guys? I'm going too. There are occasional battles on the original stars, and most of them are difficult to fall. The competition for territory will be fierce. Of course, I'm going. Rong Jun, Icon, and the others all said. Luo Feng, what about you? Uka looked at Luo Feng. Me? Luo Feng shook his head. I'm not going to join in the fun. He hadn't become Undying yet, but whether it was in terms of gene life level, secret techniques, or law comprehension, he had reached a plateau. Sitting Mountain Guest knew this, too, so he had specially arranged a task for Luo Feng. However, because of Zhou Hao, the task this time was very difficult. Of course, Sitting Mountain Guest also asked Luo Feng not to use Pinnacle Domain-type true treasures. Disciple, you and Zhou Hao belong to the same race on Earth, Sitting Mountain Guest said. Zhou Hao's growth has reached a level that you can't imagine for now. I don't expect you to grow as fast as Zhou Hao. I only hope that you can have a solid foundation and improve slowly. Sitting Mountain Guest's words came back to his mind, and Luo Feng's heart gradually calmed down. Just like on Earth, he wasn't the best, but he was the most hardworking. Third brother, I'll catch up with you. All along, Zhou Hao had been Luo Feng's goal. In the vast universe ocean. In the outer region of Universe Boat. Where the human race was stationed, a giant black ship appeared. Many Universe Masters from the Hung Alliance who had returned to the gathering places in the outer region came out of their palaces to welcome it. Sword River is here. That must be the boat of Mausoleum. The inheritance of Duandong River appeared in the boat of Mausoleum, but in the end, it was Sword River who got it. The human race is getting stronger. Ever since Sword River revealed its talents, the human race has gradually recovered to its peak during the era of Teacher Origin. Although the peak combat power now isn't as invincible as Teacher Origins, the overall power of the human race has long surpassed that of Teacher Origins era. That's right. I heard that there are 100,000 Universe Knights participating in this Supreme Council meeting, and there are even over 100 top-tier Universe Overlords. This is the first time the number of Universe Masters is being shown, and there are 64 of them. This has shocked the entire Primal Universe. Previously, although Zhou Hao had been preaching non-stop, the human race has been hiding its power. This Supreme Conference, the human race has truly shown its power. The human race is too strong now. 100,000 universe knights, 100 top-tier universe overlords, and over 60 universe masters. There's no need to hide anything anymore. Although the Hong Alliance is strong, most of us are not united. In the future, the human race will still be the leader. Moreover, Sword River got the inheritance of Duandong River. Even if the human race won't divulge the core, as long as it spreads a little, it will be enough for us to benefit. That's true. We don't expect to transcend reincarnation. As long as we can become Universe Supreme Masters before the end of this reincarnation era, we can give our race a miniature universe to continue to reproduce and survive. Many Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance transmitted their voices to each other, and they all looked very respectful. Previously, the Hong Alliance's power had expanded, and the number of Universe Masters was dozens of times that of the human race. Thus, even if the human race broke through to Universe Supreme Masters in Chaos City, many Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, including Star River Master, had other ideas. They wanted to coordinate and unite such a huge power. However, now that Zhou Hao had obtained the inheritance of Duandong River, and the human race had displayed its power, many Universe Masters gave up on such thoughts. After all, the human race had become a behemoth, and there was no other race that could compete with it. The boat of Mausoleum landed in the sky above the gathering place. The cabin door opened. Zhou Hao and Hugh Jax walked out one after the other. Many great beings from the reincarnation era who had followed them were floating not far away. Everyone, the boat of Mausoleum will stay here from now on. After I've sorted out the inheritance of Duandong River that can be divulged, I'll officially start the transaction with all of you. Thus, I'd like to invite all of you to have a good discussion with your race about what kind of conditions and price you can accept. I hope everyone can make a sincere deal. I believe everyone knows the importance and value of the inheritance of Duandong River. In the miniature universe of First True Master of the Divine Eye Clan. In the dreamy Sky Palace. Several true masters gathered, but they all looked solemn. Despicable Thundercloak Demon God, my Divine Eye Clan must tear him to pieces. Even if we have to sacrifice our entire race, we'll kill him in this universe era. Third True Master and the other True Masters roared. However, Divine Eye True Master shook his head and suppressed the grief and anger in his heart. He said slowly, "Third brother. Calm down. Now that the time limit is near, we have to do everything we can to fight for that chance of transcendence. Sixth brother and the others died because of this, so we can't wallow in grief." Second True Master added, "That's right. Our Divine Eye Clan has lost 3 True Masters and our strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid that many of our vassal clans will no longer listen to our orders. The Skeleton Clan, which has a grudge against us, will definitely find an opportunity to attack us. Hence, this is the most critical moment for our Divine Eye Clan. The more critical it is, the more we cannot panic and be blinded by hatred." "Big brother, second brother, I know." Third True Master nodded and suppressed his anger. He looked at Divine Eye True Master and asked, "Big brother, Sword River from the human race has gotten the inheritance of Duandong River. We've discussed this before, and Zhou Hao is smart. After the inheritance, he announced that he'll trade the inheritance that can be leaked. I think the other powers will be prepared for this, and we can't fall behind." Previously, there was news from Universe Boat that the boat of Mausoleum, which the human Sword River was riding, stopped at the gathering point of Universe Boat 000171 Miniature Universe. Many races have sent great beings over. I believe that, at the very least, it will be very difficult for Sword River to drive the boat of Mausoleum into the original universe. If that is the case, there is an 80% chance that the human Sword River is exchanging the inheritance. In the original plot, after Luo Feng got the inheritance, Universe Supreme Masters and Universe Masters from the First and Second Universe eras, as well as the 2 Holy Lands, attacked the boat of Mausoleum. Unfortunately, it didn't affect Luo Feng at all. After Zhou Hao got the inheritance, no Universe Supreme Masters attacked the boat of Mausoleum, mainly because Zhou Hao immediately announced the trade and Hugh Jax was there to protect him. Divine Eye True Master continued, "But what I'm worried about now is that the human's inheritance in the Sword River will not be of much help to our Divine Eye Clan. After all, what we want is to transcend reincarnation. The ancient civilization's inheritance is very profound. Some of it looks very strong, but in reality, it will not be of much help to transcend. If that's the case, our Divine Eye clan will have wasted some resources. Third True Master said softly, we have to take precautions. But no matter what, the Divine Eye clan still has to be prepared. There will be many clans trading with us. If the human Sword River tries to cheat us, I believe the other clans will not agree. Divine Eye True Master nodded. This time I'll go personally. East Emperor Holy Land. North True's avatar respectfully repeated what Zhou Hao had said, word for word. East Emperor Ancestor said, North True, the inheritance of Duandong River is very important to me. However, the core inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River won't be leaked easily, so you should try to see if you can leak it. If you can't, then ask to trade some of the more profound inheritances. Duandong River was extremely powerful even in the ancient civilization, East Emperor Ancestor said. Such a figure must have collected many inheritances from other super great beings. The cultivation experience of these inheritances is what I need. North True quickly said, yes, Ancestor. Purple Moon Holy Land. Facing Zhou Hao's announcement of the trade, Purple Moon Ancestor didn't have much reaction. After all, what he really wanted was the core inheritance of Duandong River. The cultivation experience of other super great beings didn't mean much to him, as he had entered a great power in the land of origin and had a complete cultivation system to guide him. I didn't expect such a terrifying life form to be born in the primal universe era. Duandong River was right, Purple Moon Ancestor said. Even the land of origin doesn't have such a genius who could perfectly solve the Rhinoceros Emperor game in just a few hundred years. If this were the land of origin, even the most ancient countries and superpowers would go crazy. Purple Moon Ancestor sighed. It's a pity that there's only one origin in the primal universe. If Sword River is allowed to grow, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses me. How can I restrict the growth of this human Sword River? Purple Moon Ancestor was deep in thought. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Zhou Hao's Fenhun original body rushed from the black-striped stone pillar to the boat of mausoleum. Looking at the huge boat of mausoleum, he smiled. The mirror image body in the boat of mausoleum seemed to have sensed something and opened the cabin door. Many great beings from the various powers of reincarnation guarding around the boat of mausoleum didn't care much about it. In the past 100 years, the boat of mausoleum was often opened, and many great beings from the Hong Alliance and the human race could enter and leave freely. These great beings were very envious. They weren't stupid, and they guessed that there was something in the boat of mausoleum that could enhance the power of these universe masters. Shua, they entered the boat of mausoleum. They arrived at the palace of the core control room. The mirror image body automatically disintegrated, and the supreme true treasures such as the flowing mountain palace floated up. At the same time, another mirror image body formed in Zhou Hao's God country and walked out. The power of this mirror image body was very frightening. Not only was its comprehension of the law of chaos almost at the fourth step, but all kinds of secret techniques and willpower had reached the limit that Zhou Hao and Fenhun could achieve. From now on, my Fenhun will be guarding behind the boat of mausoleum. As for the mirror image body, it's time to set off for the inner area of Tilted Peak sector. Zhou Hao murmured. Now, just as willpower alone had reached the pinnacle of eternal true God, and he also had the evolved version of Star Tower and 3 pairs of chaotic golden wings, which had the origin. On top of that, he had the blade embryo of Duandong River, the soul-type supreme true treasure spirit Snow Ice Pearl, and the supreme true treasure armor Fire Cloud Armor. In terms of protection, he was armed to the teeth. After breaking through to Universe Master, his godly power had far exceeded the reserves of Endless Remote Ocean. In terms of secret techniques, there was the willpower-type secret technique Transform Mountain. With the willpower of a pinnacle eternal true God, he had cultivated this secret technique to the 5th level, and he was only one step away from achieving it. The willpower of a Universe Supreme Master would not be able to resist it at all. Besides that, there was also the Chaos Secret Technique Split Mountain that he had obtained from signing in. After years of accumulation, he had comprehended and cultivated to the 4th move. Although he had not tested its specific power, Zhou Hao estimated that it was definitely not lower than the full power explosion of an 8th stage Universe Supreme Master. These two secret techniques were what Zhou Hao mainly comprehended and studied. The rest, such as the self-created secret technique of life law, the secret technique of destruction law, and the secret technique of time and space fusion law, had all reached the limit. The power of each of them had long surpassed the sixth stage top. After all, he had received the inheritance from Duandong River, and the secret techniques that he had cultivated had a qualitative improvement. Especially when he used the engravings of law to perform secret techniques, their power had increased exponentially. With such powerful power, Zhou Hao believed that even if he encountered a sector beast, he would still be able to protect himself to a certain extent. The distance from the gathering point of the humans in the outer domain of Universe Boat to the core of Tilted Peak sector was very far. Although Zhou Hao had detailed markings on the map and could greatly shorten the distance, it would still take hundreds of years, and that was under the condition that everything went smoothly and at full speed. However, traveling was extremely boring. That was why Zhou Hao spent most of his time studying chaos law and the rest of his time dealing with the Earthlings. When he was sorting out the core inheritance of Duandong River, he'd completed the seventh stage of the rise of the human race. The number of universe masters in the human race had reached 40 and exceeded the target. The main reason was that a large number of universe knights and overlords kept listening to his lectures. Finally, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and the number of universe masters after the two subsequent breakthroughs led to a blowout. Similarly, the number of universe overlords from the Hong Alliance who had been given the opportunity to listen in had also broken through the double digits within the past 500 years. This made the position of the human race even more stable in the original universe. There were so many races that wanted to join the Hong Alliance that there were as many races as there were stars in the sky. Many races that had originally formed such alliances were eager to get in touch with the human race. After all, the human race only gave the Hong Alliance the chance to listen to lectures for universe knights and universe overlords. However, the human race had limited the expansion of the Hong Alliance, so anyone who wanted to join the Hong Alliance had to meet strict requirements, such as the number of universe knights and overlords of the race, whether they had any grudges against the human race, and the most important contribution, and so on. Other than that, other races had to get the approval of at least 107-star palace masters to join the Hong Alliance. That was the most difficult part. Even though the number of 7-star palace masters in the Hong Alliance had increased from the original 40 to 50 to more than 500, it still required a great price to get 100 to agree. Even so, there were still many races that wanted to join the Hong Alliance. Because of this, the human race was not only powerful, but also had the greatest influence in the original universe. Of course, Zhou Hao didn't care about that. What he cared about the most was the reward for signing in. System, receive. Hong, he said it in his heart. A vast amount of knowledge about the universe chapter flooded into Zhou Hao's mind. With his current willpower, it was very easy for him to receive such a huge amount of information. It wasn't as painful as when he was first born in Universe Ocean. At the same time, the fourth pair of wings of chaotic golden wings appeared before him. After the fusion, the power and oppressive force of the Chaos Golden Wing soared once again. It had completely transformed into a supreme true treasure, and its level was far beyond that of the supreme true treasures in the Universe Ocean. Zhou Hao reckoned that it was a machine-type true treasure that had reached the level of a true god of void space. However, he was not in a hurry to figure out how to use the Chaos Golden Wings. Instead, he browsed through the universe chapter. This reward was mainly related to the knowledge of how to construct a miniature universe. It was like the blueprints of various buildings. There was also a detailed explanation, and the explanation even indicated the potential for future growth. He had roughly finished browsing. Zhou Hao had divided the structures of miniature universes in the universe chapter into 8 types, which were simply SSS, SS, S, A, B. Among them, the SSS grade structures had the potential to reach the pinnacle of godly kings in the future. Besides these 8 types, the universe chapter also introduced Luo Feng's 100,000 square heavens miniature universe structure method and other super SSS grade structures. However, this sort of miniature universe structure required special conditions, such as the permission of the supreme laws. It seems that the structure of a miniature universe is a vast field of knowledge, Luo Feng muttered. If not for the reward, it would be difficult for me to construct a miniature universe at the level of 100,000 square heavens. Zhou Hao muttered. In the original plot, Luo Feng's 100,000 square heavens and beginning of the origin were formed by various opportunities and could not be replicated. Thus, even if Zhou Hao walked the path of the ultimate chaos law, he might not be able to construct a miniature universe at the same level. However, after browsing through the universe chapter, he knew how to better construct his own miniature universe. One had to know. Miniature universes determined the upper limit of one's future achievements. Although one could reorganize a miniature universe in the future, it would cost a lot, and it might not be improved by much. He suppressed these distracting thoughts. Zhou Hao started to check on the new pair of chaotic golden wings. Compared to before, not only did the chaotic golden wings increase its flying speed, but it also had a domain-suppressing and control-type secret technique, such as single-thought void space. After it was activated, the void space within a radius of 1 light-year would be suppressed by the domain of the chaotic golden wings. Its power was no less than that of a domain-type supreme true treasure. When the wings extended, they could be used as weapons, and their power was equivalent to that of a supreme true treasure level weapon. Apart from that, there was also the aspect of defense. It could resist domains and physical attacks, and it was no less than that of a supreme true treasure palace. To put it simply, the chaotic golden wings had reached the machine-type true god of void space level. Other than the aspect of flying that allowed it to cut open space and fly at will, the other aspects of power had been increased to the level of a supreme true treasure. Zhou Hao only had the chaotic golden wings, and it was equivalent to having several supreme true treasures. This made Zhou Hao, who was heading to the core of Tilted Peak sector, feel more secure. In the core control room of the evolved version of Star Tower, Zhou Hao's mirror image body put away the chaotic golden wings. Actually, the reason why he had brought along the strongest true treasures, such as Star Tower and chaotic golden wings, was mainly for his original body to use to escape from the land of darkness. Even though he was very strong, he still knew his limits. In the lair of the sector beasts, it would be good enough if he could save his original body. As for destroying the sector beasts, at least for now, he still couldn't do it. His consciousness entered the virtual universe. He appeared directly in the sky above the specially created continent of Earth. Ever since he contributed 200,000 contribution points last time, Hundun and Giant Axe had a discussion and decided to create a special continent for Earth. Those who lived on it would be the descendants of Earth. Other people were not allowed to enter the continent without permission. For example, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng, and the others had all moved from 9-Star Bay of Black Dragon Island to this continent. In a flash, he came to the sky above the castle of Earth's continent. Many supremacies and guards hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Zhou Hao. "Greetings, Sword River Master." "Greetings, Sword River Master." Now, the number of universe knights around Zhou Hao had reached double digits, such as 9 Sword, Ganwu, and the other elders. The rest had been added in the past few hundred years, and this was under the condition that Zhou Hao had deliberately restrained them. Mainly, as his status and power increased, the number of universe knights under his command was a bit too little. He glanced around. 9 Sword Ganwu and the others suddenly felt a vast oppressive willpower rushing toward them. They felt like they were in hell, and they almost lost consciousness. Too strong. Master Sword River is just using his willpower to oppress us, and even I almost couldn't resist it. Master Sword River is indeed a universe child. His speed of growth is too shocking. In just over 1,000 years, his willpower has become so strong. Even when facing other universe masters, it's not as scary as this. 9 Sword Ganwu and the other universe knights and overlords like 13 were shocked. One had to know that this was the virtual universe, and willpower wasn't as strong as it was in reality. Normally, great beings would deliberately suppress their willpower. However, this time, when facing Zhou Hao, the simple impact of his willpower was too much for them to bear. Actually, what they didn't know was that Zhou Hao had already tried his best to suppress his willpower. After all, his willpower was already at the pinnacle eternal true god level, and only the willpower of a universe master could resist it. Even universe knights and overlords like 9 Sword Ganwu would be dazed, even in the virtual universe. Looking away, Zhou Hao glanced at the tens of thousands of people kneeling in the distance. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Nine Sword, who are those people?" Nine Sword's Venerable quickly replied, "Horde leader, those people are all geniuses and great beings from the pulse of earth. They're kneeling outside to ask you to be their teacher." "Ask me to be their teacher?" Zhou Hao shook his head helplessly. He had never said that he wanted to take in disciples. Just as he was about to ask them to leave, he suddenly had a sudden impulse and said, "Since they want to ask me to be their teacher, there has to be a test. Go, ask them to come over." Now, he mainly had three major check-in missions, which were the Rise of the Earth Pulse mission, the Rise of the Race mission, and the highest check-in mission. The Rise of the Earth Pulse mission was in the second stage, the Rise of the Race mission had completed 7 stages, and the highest check-in mission had completed 3 stages. Previously, he didn't pay much attention to the Rise of the Earth Pulse mission, mainly because the reward was only a time shuttle fragment. Even if he wanted to exchange for it, he would need 100 fragments. Now, in terms of treasures, he actually didn't lack anything. Whether it was the evolved version of Star Tower, the 4 pairs of chaotic golden wings, or other supreme true treasures, he had enough. Anyway, the journey was boring, so he could do the Rise of the Earth Pulse mission to kill some time. Very quickly. Nine Swords Venerable flashed to the front of the tens of thousands of people. "Sword River Horde leader has given you a chance to ask him to be your teacher. You must cherish it." As he said this, his eyes were filled with envy. Now, in the entire primal universe, there were countless great beings who wanted to ask Zhou Hao to be their teacher. Not to mention the other races, within the human race alone, almost 99% of the geniuses of Sector Lords, Undying Fighters, and even the Universe Knights and Overlords wanted to ask Zhou Hao to be their teacher. After all, the relationship between teacher and disciple was the most stable in the universe. Family and friends could betray each other, but the relationship between teacher and disciple would never. Besides, everyone knew that once they became Zhou Hao's disciple, it was only a matter of time before they became a universe master. Or rather, Zhou Hao only needed to say a few words. This was evident by looking at Zhou Hao's sister. An earthling with ordinary talent and comprehension had relied on Zhou Hao to become a universe master in an extremely short amount of time, which countless geniuses would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. Now, there was a saying circulating in the primal universe, the great path of the universe, other than the law of origin, there was another one, and that was Zhou Hao, Hua. The tens of thousands of earthling geniuses and great beings were all excited when they heard Nine Swords Venerable's words. They had only come to try to ask Zhou Hao to be their teacher. They had never thought that they would actually have a chance. If they could become Zhou Hao's disciple, it would be like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Their status would be even higher than that of a universe overlord. Immediately, these geniuses and great beings rushed to the platform in front of the castle. "Greetings, Sword River Master." Everyone bowed respectfully. The guards around the platform looked at this scene enviously. Zhou Hao looked at these people. If they weren't from the Earth lineage, they wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of him. But since they were from the Earth lineage and had the prerequisite of signing in for the mission, he naturally had to give them a chance. "Although I don't intend to take any disciples, since you're here and kneeling outside, I'll give you a chance. Whether or not you can seize it depends on your luck. When I take disciples, I don't look at talent or comprehension. The most important thing is the temperament. If you have a good temperament, then you can become my disciple." As he spoke, rumble, a vast amount of willpower flooded out. However, under Zhou Hao's suppression, there was only pure suppression left. There was no impact at all. At the same time, his powerful soul created a soul illusion. Even in the virtual universe, with his current soul willpower strength, he could perform illusions at will. Of course, this was the simplest illusion. It mainly tested one's temperament. The tens of thousands of people before him were all geniuses, sector lords and undying warriors from Earth over the past 5,000 years. Under normal circumstances, it would take tens of thousands of years for an undying to be born. However, these geniuses from Earth were lucky enough to listen to Zhou Hao's teachings and receive large amounts of resources. Plus, Earth had a special effect on the soul, which greatly increased their chances of becoming undying. Although it was a simple test of temperament, under Zhou Hao's powerful willpower, these geniuses and great beings were all under great pressure. Just resisting would consume all of their energy. Hence, under the test, they were basically acting instinctively. Zhou Hao wanted this effect. Only under the most instinctive circumstances could he see a person's temperament clearly. In just a few breaths of time, the willpower illusion disappeared. The tens of thousands of people all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It was as if they had suddenly breathed in fresh air after suffocating. Earth is indeed a special planet modified by sitting mountain guest. With a long and powerful history and culture, these geniuses' temperament is indeed not bad. Zhou Hao muttered to himself as he looked at these people. His test was actually a test of human nature. These geniuses and powerhouses were able to resist in terms of beauty and wealth. The main reason was that they had experienced it before. But when it came to the pursuit of the laws of strength, many of them had lost themselves. In order to become a pinnacle great being, they were willing to give up and sacrifice a lot, including friends and family. However, there were still a few geniuses who didn't change their minds in the face of such a test. His gaze fell on the three people. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and a trace of a smile appeared on Zhou Hao's face. From today onwards, the 3 of you will stay in this castle and continue to train. I'll give you a direction. In 100 years, if you can meet my requirements, you can become my unofficial disciple. As his voice sounded, Zhou Hao's figure had already disappeared. The 3 men and women were excited. The rest, including 9 Sword Ganwu and the others, were also envious. They all knew that even if they just stayed in the plaza in front of the castle, the 3 of them would reach the heavens in a single bound. Virtual universe. In Chaos God Palace, 2 figures walked side by side. Disciple, I heard you started taking in disciples. That's a good thing. Chaos God Palace had a warm smile on his face. He turned sideways and whispered, now that you've officially become a universe master, you'll need time to settle down. Even if you're gifted with comprehension, you'll need time to settle down and sort out your law comprehension. You can take advantage of this period to cultivate your state of mind. For his most outstanding disciple, Chaos was very concerned about the health of his future growth. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that his disciple had a monstrous aptitude for comprehension, a solid foundation, and strong divine power, he would definitely have forced Zhou Hao to settle down and lay down his foundation. After all, breaking through too fast was a taboo on the path of cultivation. Sometimes, even if one had a solid foundation, their state of mind couldn't keep up. The state of mind seemed ethereal, but it determined the upper limit of one's future achievements. Fortunately, Zhou Hao had always been steady in doing things. He rarely acted rashly, which made Chaos God Palace feel more at ease. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Teacher, I know. I'm taking in disciples to settle down. Chaos God Palace nodded. As long as you know. I'm not worried about you. Now, the human race is the top power in the original universe. If nothing goes wrong, there won't be any major conflicts in the original universe. Hence, other than internal affairs, the focus of our race will be on Universe Ocean. We'll strive to make the human race a strong power in Universe Ocean. Speaking of this, the smile on Hun Dun's face widened. Thanks to you, my human race already has a rich foundation in terms of true treasures, cultivation direction, and experience. The only thing we lack is pinnacle great beings. However, you made use of the trade of Duandong River's inheritance to buy us a lot of time. I believe that as long as we develop steadily, it will only be a matter of time before our human race becomes a great power in Universe Ocean. Zhou Hao said humbly, Teacher, I don't dare to claim credit. It's all thanks to Teacher and Huge Axe Creator's coordination. Primal Chaos City leader waved his hand and interrupted him. He shook his head helplessly. Disciple, being overly modest is not a good thing. At least, your mentality is not right. You are already a universe master now. Even though I am not sure about your specific combat power, I believe that you will not be at a disadvantage when fighting with a universe supreme master. Hence, when it comes to confidence, you must have the confidence of a great being. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, I asked you to come here mainly for 2 things. One is the distribution of the clan's most valuable treasure, and the other is the cultivation experience of Duandong River's inheritance. With that, Primal Chaos City leader continued, "Actually, I did not want to trouble you too much, disciple. After all, you have helped our race enough. However, now that 80% of the clan's most valuable treasures have been won by you, I have to ask for your opinion on how to distribute them. As for the cultivation experience of Duandong River inheritance, it is mainly for the sake of the other universe masters in our race, including Xianxia's creator. The ancient civilization's cultivation system is far stronger than that of our original universe and universe ocean, and Duandong River's inheritance is undoubtedly more comprehensive. Hence, many universe masters have been asking if you have sorted out the inheritance of Duandong River." Zhou Hao smiled understandingly. "Teacher, I understand. Even if you did not mention it, I would have found a chance to explain it to you. The inheritance of Duandong River is divided into core and secondary foundation. I cannot divulge the core inheritance, but the experience of the secondary foundation inheritance can be divulged. Now that I have sorted it out, I plan to do a good job of sorting it out and then impart it to the many universe masters of our human race during my sermon time. Besides, as for the true treasures, I do not have much advice. Teacher and Xianxia's creator can make the decision." Primal Chaos City leader nodded with satisfaction. Among all his disciples, he was most satisfied with Zhou Hao. The latter was not only gifted in comprehension, but he also put the race first. This was very similar to him in character. Very soon, Zhou Hao's voice was heard again. "As for the arrangement of the sermon, let's set it for 5 years later. This time, it will be mainly for the universe masters of our race." Primal Chaos City leader smiled. "Okay, I will inform the other universe masters to get ready." Since the end of the inheritance of Duandong River, most of the universe masters of the human race had returned to the original universe one after another. Only Darkness, Ice Mountain, and other top-tier universe masters had gone to the gathering point in Universe Boat. However, they rarely went out to explore. Their main purpose was to help Xianxia deal with the following transaction matters. Not long after, when they heard that Zhou Hao was going to give a small-scale high-level sermon in 5 years, and it was a sermon combined with the inheritance of Duandong River, universe masters like Huang Jian, Peng Gong, Su Jin, and the other universe masters were very happy. They started to isolate themselves in advance to sort out their own secret techniques and paths so that they could be in the best condition for the sermon. In a remote territory of the original universe, the dazzling nebula suddenly shook, and then several vast willpowers descended. They were Black Universe Creator, Shihua Island Leader, Northern Territory Alliance Master, Yi Zhou, Demon Beast Ancestor, Space Beast Ancestor, and other Universe Supreme Masters. The situation in the original universe had been stabilizing in recent years, and the alliance of supreme powers had long become the trend of the universe. A simple race would not be able to survive and reproduce in peace. However, behind the various supreme powers, there were basically the shadows of these lone universe supreme masters. Even the Space Beast Alliance had started to accept the vassals of other races hundreds of years ago. There was no other way. Under the situation where the human race was getting stronger and stronger, many races felt the pressure, especially since Zhou Hao had received the inheritance of Duandong River. This trend was even more obvious. Many remote territories of the universe, and even some special races in secret regions, started to look for backers to join. Of course, the first choice of most races was the Hong Alliance, but the requirements of the Hong Alliance were very strict. Many small races and secret regions couldn't meet the requirements, so they could only look for other powers to form an alliance. This created an opportunity for lone universe supreme masters. If it had been in the past, they wouldn't have been interested. However, things were different now. At least if they had the support of a powerful race alliance, it meant that they had more power to speak. TSK, TSK. Old Beast God, your Space Beast Alliance has been very active recently. I heard that you've already absorbed more than 100 special races in secret regions, and the number of universe masters is almost 100. The voice of the Universe Supreme Master enveloped in flames had a hint of sarcasm. The Space Beast Alliance had always been mysterious and aloof, but now, it was following the trend of forming an alliance of supreme powers. My Space Beast Alliance is just following behind the Hong Alliance and drinking some soup. It's nothing. An old voice echoed, causing the space to tremble slightly. Xianxia Island leader quickly said, "Everyone, this time, we are not gathered here to undermine each other." "What island leader said is right," said Black Universe Supreme Master. "Today is different from the past. The pressure brought by the human race is getting stronger. Although they only have 2 Universe Supreme Masters, the key is that they have Zhou Hao. His influence is not any weaker than Teacher Origin's back then. In fact, he is even stronger than Teacher Origin. At least Teacher Origin didn't receive the inheritance of Duandong River. Once the human race digests the inheritance of Duandong River, then the original universe will give birth to another Divine Eye clan. Perhaps Universe Ocean might even become the third Universe Ocean." Black Universe Creator's tone was filled with indescribable emotions. As a lone Universe Supreme Master, he was carefree and unrestrained. But now, he had to follow the other Universe Supreme Masters and put in a lot of effort to form a Supreme Alliance. The reason was that he didn't want to be gradually marginalized. Actually, if it weren't for the appearance of life forms like Zhou Hao, no matter how strong the human race was, it wouldn't be able to affect lone Universe Supreme Masters like him. During the reincarnation era of the Divine Eye clan, there were still many lone Universe Supreme Masters who were carefree and unrestrained. They weren't afraid of the pressure from the Divine Eye clan or the Skeleton clan, but they couldn't do anything about Zhou Hao's talent, and the inheritance of Duandong River that he received gave them the hope of breaking through reincarnation era. No one was willing to fall when the time came, so at this time, they could only fight for the right to speak. They couldn't be marginalized. Otherwise, it would mean waiting for death. Okay, since everyone knows about the pressure, then let's talk openly and honestly. First of all, I believe that everyone wants to join the Han Alliance and cooperate with the human race. This is undoubtedly the best choice. Northern Territory Alliance Master smiled and continued, "This time, Island Leader asked me to come here because he wanted me to tell everyone about the conditions of cooperation with the human race." The rest of the Universe Supreme Masters nodded lightly. Northern Territory Alliance Master had joined the Han Alliance a long time ago. This time, he was asked to come here mainly because they wanted to know if they would still receive the same treatment if they joined the Han Alliance now. Would they be able to receive part of the cultivation experience of Duandong River's inheritance, and so on? These were the questions that they were most concerned about, and they were also the main reason why they were fighting for the right to speak. After all, everyone knew that only by cooperating with the human race would they have a glimmer of hope of breaking through reincarnation era. Like the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race, which were originally pinnacle races, because of the issue of territory, they had become enemies with the human race. But now, even the Universe Supreme Masters within their races had fallen, so they could only withdraw from fertile territory and move their entire race to a more remote territory to live and reproduce. If there weren't any major accidents, they were destined to become a foil to the human race of this reincarnation era. Northern Territory Alliance Master continued, "First of all, previously, when I joined the Han Alliance, the human race gave me 3 main conditions. First, if Zhou Hao's preaching can affect the advancement of Universe Supreme Masters, I can listen to it without restriction. Second, the human race will open part of the treasury resources to me. Third, if the human race has the chance to become the third Holy Land universe in the future, I will be given a place to survive. Out of these 3 conditions, only the first one is attractive to me. The rest are not very meaningful to me. But now, it's different. Everyone should know that the human race obtained quite a number of supreme true treasures from the inheritance of Duandong River, so I can use all my pinnacle true treasures to exchange for supreme true treasures. I have already received a promise from the human race on this point. Besides that, the human race also replied that after Zhou Hao is done sorting out the inheritance of Duandong River, they can give me part of the cultivation experience from Universe Supreme Masters to the limit of Universe Supreme Masters." His voice died away. Black Universe, Xianxia Island Leader, and the others were obviously tempted. "Alliance Master, did the human race really change the conditions for you again? Is the human race that kind? Previously, they needed you. Now, the human race already has 2 Universe Supreme Masters, and the number of Universe Masters within the race has reached more than 60. It seems that with such power, they don't need you to hold the fort anymore." "Yes, I feel that you are here to persuade them, Alliance Master. Even if the human race obtained quite a number of supreme true treasures, why would they give them to other great beings? They don't even have enough for themselves. Yi Zhou, Demon Beast Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters shook their heads one after another. Northern Territory Alliance Master smiled and said, "Don't worry. These conditions are indeed quite good, so the human race has higher requirements." They requested that if any Universe Master of the human race is in danger in Universe Ocean, I must do everything possible to go to their rescue. Secondly, I must have a higher contribution to the race to exchange for supreme true treasures. Lastly, part of the cultivation experience of Duandong River. If I want to get it, I must stand on the side of the human race unconditionally. Hearing this, He Zhou and the other Universe Supreme Masters came to a sudden realization, and the doubt in their eyes disappeared. Space Beast Ancestor snorted. "Alliance Master, these conditions are no different from asking you to join the human race. It means that you will be a Universe Supreme Master of the human race in the future, and you will have no freedom to speak of. Even though these conditions can't restrict us Universe Supreme Masters, the human race will definitely have ways to restrict us." Shihua Island leader nodded. "Yes, these conditions are indeed quite harsh for us Universe Supreme Masters." Northern Territory Alliance Master said indifferently, "If you want to get something, you have to pay a price. This is the law of the universe. Besides, as you said earlier, with the current power of the human race, what do they need us Universe Supreme Masters for? Yes, it is indeed cool to travel alone, but compared to transcending incarnations, I would rather lose part of my freedom." He paused for a moment, then glanced at the other Universe Supreme Masters and said meaningfully, "When I joined the human race didn't even have a single supreme true treasure. Now, supreme true treasures are open to me, and there is an even more powerful inheritance from the ancient civilization." "How long has it been?" The moment he said this, He Zhou, Demon Beast Ancestor, and the other Universe Supreme Masters all fell silent. Yes, only 1,000 years had passed. For Universe Supreme Masters like them, it was merely the time for a nap, and the human race had undergone earth-shaking changes. "Alright, that's all I want to say. Before I came, Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax told me that the human race welcomes all of you to join, and the door is always open." After saying this, the avatar of Northern Territory Alliance Master's willpower disappeared. This time, when the human race was expanding their territory and fighting for the territory of the demon race and the bug race, he had taken the initiative to apply to oversee the expansion. It was also because of Northern Territory Alliance Master's presence that the expansion of the human race's territory had been very smooth. They had almost never encountered any resistance or surprise attacks from any great beings. In the vast starry sky, the avatars emitting vast willpower looked in the direction of the Northern Territory Alliance Master and sighed. When the Northern Territory Alliance Master chose to join the human race, most of them despised him and looked down on his actions. After all, they all stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Even the pinnacle races had to be polite to them. But now, everyone had to admit that Northern Territory Alliance Master had made the right choice. Regardless of whether it was a supreme true treasure or the inheritance of Duandong River, these Universe Supreme Masters coveted them. Shihua Island leader was the first to break the silence. He said slowly, "Everyone, since Alliance Master has made it clear, and the human race is willing to welcome us to join, according to the current situation, joining the human race is undoubtedly the best choice. Although the conditions are restricting our freedom, compared to the chance to transcend, these conditions are nothing. If the races from the first reincarnation era in Universe Ocean had this chance, they wouldn't hesitate at all." Black Universe Creator focused his eyes. "Island leader, so you're planning to join the human race?" The rest of the Universe Supreme Masters looked at Shihua Island leader. Among them, Shihua Island leader had the best relationship with Northern Territory Alliance Master, and his desire to join the human race was also the strongest. Shihua Island leader nodded. "No matter what your considerations are, I'm planning to join the human race. The inheritance of Duandong River is secondary. The most important thing is the supreme true treasure. I don't believe you won't be tempted. If you have a supreme true treasure, you'll be much safer in the inner area." Supreme true treasures were undoubtedly of great assistance to Universe Supreme Masters, especially when it came to studying the secret engravings on the supreme true treasures. This would allow Universe Supreme Masters to comprehend and create their own techniques more quickly. However, most Universe Supreme Masters did not have any Supreme True Treasures. Even if they did, they would only have protective armor or weapons. Domain type or palace type Supreme True Treasures were extremely rare even in Universe Ocean. The influence of the human race was indeed increasing significantly. However, the rise of the human race was too short. Even though their power was growing rapidly, it would take a long time for them to reach the level of influence that the Divine Eye clan had in the original universe of the reincarnation era. After all, the universe was too vast. The fertile territories occupied by the human race, the demon race, and the bug clan were not even 1/10 of the original universe. Of course, almost all the universe masters or universe knights in the universe knew about the human race and the Hong Alliance. Time passed quickly. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Solar System. Earth. After hundreds of years of large-scale remodeling, the defensive power of Earth was no less than that of the primal secret region of the human race. There were 5 armies guarding it, and there were dozens of universe knights and overlords guarding it in all directions of the Milky Way. Not to mention, there were universe masters like Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying keeping watch. Even if a universe supreme master came, Earth would not be breached. On this day. Swish. Swish, towering, cold, and gloomy figures showed up in the space outside Earth, and all of them had smiles on their faces. They were the many universe masters from the human race who had rushed over. Some of them stayed in Universe Ocean and did not have other bodies, so they could only send their avatars. Among them, new universe masters like Sky Eclipse Master almost all came in their original bodies. In fact, with Zhou Hao's current power and law comprehension level, even if he were to preach in the virtual universe, he could influence the universe masters. However, many universe masters still thought it would be better for them to come in person. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Earth. Sword River. Zhou Hao. Teacher. Huge axe. The numerous universe masters exchanged pleasantries with one another for a while, then flashed to the square in front of Westlake Castle on Earth. The guards and even quite a number of universe knights had all left. Even veteran universe knights, such as Nine Blades and Ganwu, who had followed Zhou Hao around, could not stay by the side this time. "Everyone, please take a seat," Zhou Hao said with a smile. A huge round table appeared in the square, and universe masters like Dark Ice Peak and Deserted Mirror sat down. Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe sat down casually, too. Every one of them was curious and interested in the inheritance of Duandong River, as it was the inheritance of an ancient civilization. Very soon, the square went silent. Zhou Hao's voice was heard, but this time, he did not use Great Path proverb directly. The inheritance of Duandong River is all-encompassing, and the cultivation system is complete and powerful. Today, I will mainly talk about how to break through from a universe master to a universe supreme master. There are 2 ways to break through to become a universe supreme master. One is the godly power path, and the other is the law path. The godly power path is very difficult. To put it simply, it is to keep improving one's life gene level from 10,000 times to 100,000 times to achieve perfection. Everyone here has improved one's life gene level before, so you should know that after one's life gene level reaches 10,000 times, it is extremely difficult to improve again. This path is almost unsuitable for most of the cultivators in the original universe. The law path, on the other hand, is relatively easier, and all of you are on the law path. Primal Chaos City leader had already told the other universe masters in advance that this preaching was mainly about the cultivation experience of Duandong River's inheritance, so there was no need to be as quiet as before, and they could talk freely in the middle. After Zhou Hao finished his speech, the other universe masters could not help but whisper to each other. The godly power path can allow one to break through to become a universe supreme master, but it is indeed too difficult. When we reached 10,000 times life gene level, we felt the bottleneck. I did not expect to reach 100,000 times. No wonder Universe Ocean, our original universe, and the 2 Holy Land universes have never heard of anyone breaking through to become a universe supreme master with godly power. Yes, it is indeed too difficult to improve one's life gene level. It requires countless rare treasures, and some can only be found in Universe Ocean. Even those unique special life forms in the universe find it difficult to take this path, 100,000 times life gene level, then how strong must one's godly power be? One can exhaust one's opponent to death just by using his godly power. Peng Gong looked at Zhou Hao and could not help but ask, Zhou Hao, in the inheritance of Duandong River, is there any inheritance on how to break through from the godly power path? Zhou Hao smiled. Of course there is, but those are the core inheritances, and there are many auxiliary resources that only existed during the ancient civilization. That is why I said it is very difficult to break through from the godly power path. Of course, the 100,000 times life gene level I mentioned is the most perfect state. Under normal circumstances, when one reaches a life gene level of tens of thousands of times, one can try to break through to become a universe supreme master. Even tens of thousands of times is difficult. After we have improved our life gene level to 10,000 times, it is extremely difficult to improve it again. Su Jin nodded. Yes, Sword River, you should continue talking about the law path. We universe masters are all on the law path, so this path is more suitable for us. Yes, Sword River, please continue. Zhou Hao looked around and continued, there are more ways to break through from the law path to become a universe supreme master. Everyone knows that every one of us who breaks through to become a universe supreme master has different principles, so the cultivation experience of a universe supreme master cannot be copied. However, in the ancient civilization, becoming a universe supreme master is only a big threshold on the path of cultivation. After becoming a universe supreme master, there are many realms, so the ancient civilization has already summarized many systematic experiences on how to break through to become a universe supreme master, and these experiences are suitable for all the universe masters in the original universe who are on the law path. After he finished speaking, all the universe masters widened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with excitement. As expected, their guess was right. The inheritance of Duandong River was indeed very powerful, and there were also experiences on how to break through to become a universe supreme master. Darkness Master had already taken the most crucial step, but he could not wait to ask, Zhou Hao, how do we break through to become a universe supreme master? The other universe masters also stared at Zhou Hao. Even Primal Chaos City leader and Huge Axe were paying full attention. After all, universe supreme masters were the pinnacle great beings in the original universe and universe ocean, and they had a great influence on the power of their races. Zhou Hao pondered for a while and said slowly, to put it simply, every law has a different path, and the combination of laws also has different paths. However, no matter what path it is, in the end, you have to walk on the path of the universe origin. Although Zhou Hao had made it easy to understand, Baron Jian and Peng Gong were still confused. Ice Mountain Master asked, Zhou Hao, we know the great Tao of origin of the universe. It's the origin of the universe. Every law has its own research direction. We all know that. But how can we walk on the path of the great Tao of origin of the universe? The other universe masters nodded. This was the most crucial part, and it was also the threshold that most universe masters in the original universe and universe ocean could not cross. Some even did not know how to find a different path. Zhou Hao smiled, looked at Ice Mountain, and continued, don't worry, teacher. If I really want to explain this in detail, I'm afraid it'll take years, or even longer. Ice Mountain's cold face showed a trace of a smile. I know, I'm a bit anxious. The other universe masters all laughed along. They were anxious, too. However, only Ice Peak and Darkness were close to Zhou Hao. They were from the virtual universe, so it was only appropriate for them to ask. The others were too embarrassed to ask. Like I said before, starting from the law path, there are many ways to make a breakthrough. However, I believe that most universe masters don't know which way to make a breakthrough. Some are even worried that they will choose the wrong way and never be able to make a breakthrough. Zhou Hao finished his sentence. Baron Jian, Peng Gong, Su Jin, and the other universe masters nodded immediately. That was right. It could be said that not only the original universe, but also many universe masters in Universe Ocean did not know which way to break through to become Universe Supreme Masters. And in this regard, those who wanted to break through to become Universe Supreme Masters had no specific guidance, because they did not know which way to go other than the one they had chosen. As a result, the number of Universe Supreme Masters was very small. Every universe era, even the universe era of The Divine Eye clan had a limited number of Universe Supreme Masters. One had to know that the original universe origin was so huge that even sector beasts could not swallow it all. Thus, no matter how many Universe Supreme Masters were born, it was nothing to the original universe origin. Only the miniature universes of true gods of void space, such as Purple Moon and East Emperor, could restrict the birth of Universe Supreme Masters. We all know that the universe origin law is divided into 10 basic laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, wind, time, and space. Besides these 10 basic laws, there are also the fusion laws represented by the 8 beast god paths. However, these are the most obvious ones, and they are what most great beings of the past have gone through. But the fusion laws are not only limited to the 8 beast gods. There are also the fusion laws of gold and wood, gold and water, and the fusion laws of time, as well as the fusion laws of gold and wind and gold and light, and every type of fused law can lead to a different path. All laws can be fused because these laws are all evolved from the chaos law. In other words, all the different paths lead to the same destination. The 10 basic laws are the basic framework of the operation of the universe. On top of it, there are various types of fused laws, which are the meridians. Only by fully comprehending the framework and then studying one of the meridians, then the path to becoming a Universe Supreme Master will be much easier. When Zhou Hao was saying all this, he secretly used Great Path proverb. He knew that Universe Masters like Ice Mountain and Huang Jian were all talented in comprehension, but the main reason that prevented them from becoming Universe Supreme Masters was their thinking, which was limited by the rules of the original universe. Many Universe Masters only knew that space laws and time laws could be fused together, and there were also the 8 beast god paths. However, they did not know that space laws could be fused together with time laws. Once this kind of thinking was opened up, the path to choose from would be even wider. For example, fusing water and wind was the easiest path to take. Waves and water tornadoes were the most obvious scenes of water and wind fusing. Through these simple scenes, one could gradually study and walk their own path. Thus, the universe origin law seemed to only have 10 basic laws, but there were countless great paths very soon. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, Bing Feng, and the other universe masters entered a mysterious state under the influence of Great Path proverb and the broadening of their thinking. In this state, they could clearly see the path that was suitable for them to take. It was just like when Darkness Master first listened to Zhou Hao's preaching. Of course, new universe masters like Sky Eclipse Master only understood a little bit of the direction even after entering this mysterious state. Even so, it was enough to shorten their path of cultivation by countless years. Seeing that Ice Mountain and the others gradually closed their eyes, Zhou Hao gave a look to Chaos City Leader, Huge Axe, and Darkness Master, then left one after another. However, above this square, there was a pinnacle palace true treasure. In the hall of the castle, Zhou Hao and the others sat down one after another. Primal Chaos City Leader and the others were still in shock. After all, what Zhou Hao had said had opened their minds. It was like a country of farming civilization suddenly seeing a giant spaceship made of alien technology. All laws originate from Chaos Law. Primal Chaos City Leader muttered. The Primal Chaos City Leader muttered, if teacher were to hear this, he would probably be shocked. Huge Axe came back to his senses and said, no wonder it's the inheritance of an ancient civilization. Just these words alone are enough to make many Universe Masters and even Universe Supreme Masters feel good. Darkness Master nodded. He had already taken the most crucial step. Although he was shocked, he didn't enter a mysterious state like Ice Mountain and Deserted Mirror. To him, the only thing left was to gradually perfect his path. Zhou Hao, you just talked about the general experience of the path from a Universe Master to a Universe Supreme Master. Then how should we go from being a Universe Supreme Master? Huge Axe couldn't wait to ask. He had been taught by Teacher Origin, and his power had increased rapidly. However, he was too fond of axes and didn't have a suitable axe-type Supreme True Treasure, so his power had stagnated for a long time. Zhou Hao wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he waved his hand, and a few cups of hot tea appeared on the table. Primal Chaos City Leader and the other two laughed. They slowly tasted the tea. After a full 15 minutes, Zhou Hao's voice slowly sounded. Actually, whether it's from a Universe Master to a Universe Supreme Master or from a Universe Supreme Master to a limit, there are too many things to talk about in between, so I can only give a simple summary now. Then, he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia creator, what do you think Universe Supreme Masters want to improve and what they can improve in? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said, I think we should start from the secret technique. As long as the power of the secret technique keeps improving and reaches the limit of the path we're taking, we can touch the bottleneck. Once we step out of this bottleneck, we'll definitely be able to break through reincarnation. Han Dun nodded and said with a smile, my teacher, your grandmaster, said the same thing before. Xianxia continued, that's right. This is what teacher Origin taught me, and I've always walked the same path. As for improving the power of secret techniques, other than comprehending the origin of one's own miniature universe, it's also through constant battles with other great beings. Through battles, one can gradually familiarize oneself with each other's secret techniques. Then, one can improve upon them. Many Universe Supreme Masters in the Primal Universe and Universe Ocean have also walked the same path. Zhou Hao smiled. This is indeed the right direction. Even if it's the inheritance of Duandong River, it still requires the inheritor to constantly discover himself and make up for the shortcomings of the secret technique through battle. However, what is the essence of increasing the power of the secret technique? Does Xianxia's founder know? Giant Axe was stunned. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, is it the universe's origin? Yes, it's the universe's origin. Zhou Hao took a sip of hot tea and continued, universe masters comprehend the laws, and then through secret techniques, they can exert and apply the laws. From there, they can deepen their understanding of the laws. This is a process of mutual promotion. As for Universe Supreme Masters, their law comprehension has already reached a perfect level. At this time, if they want to progress, they have to comprehend the mystery of the universe's origin and keep improving the power of their secret techniques. In fact, this is the process of getting infinitely closer to the universe's origin. As long as they can comprehend a trace of the mystery of the origin, then they can easily create secret techniques that surpass the bottleneck, in other words, transcending reincarnation. Hearing this, Chaos Xianxia and Darkness pupils shrank. Comprehending a trace of the mystery of the universe's origin will allow one to transcend reincarnation? This was the first time they knew so clearly how to transcend reincarnation. Zhou Hao's voice was still ringing. As for how to comprehend a trace of the mystery of the universe's origin, there are many things that need to be explained during this period of time. The inheritance of Duandong River also has detailed experience in this area. It can help Universe Supreme Masters reach the limit of Universe Supreme Masters more quickly and steadily, and it's easier for them to touch the universe's origin. Sector Lords could actually already touch the universe's origin. However, comprehending the laws was easy for geniuses with strong comprehension abilities, but comprehending the universe's origin was extremely difficult. It was even 100 times or 1,000 times harder than comprehending the two unfathomable laws of time and space. Even if Universe Supreme Masters spent 3 reincarnation eras, only the most outstanding ones could touch a trace of the universe's origin. Usually, the easiest thing for Universe Supreme Masters to come into contact with and comprehend was the origin of their own miniature universes. This was a gift from the primal universe. Even so, they could not even comprehend the origin of their own miniature universes even after spending a long time. Of course, Primal Chaos City leader and Xianxia knew this. Otherwise, after countless reincarnation eras, only 2 Holy Land universes were born. Thus, they did not ask how to comprehend the mystery of the universe's origin more easily. After all, just based on what Zhou Hao had said, it was enough for them to carefully comprehend. At this moment, Zhou Hao looked at Darkness Master. Uncle Darkness, breaking through from a Universe Master to a Universe Supreme Master is extremely important during this period of time. It's even related to the upper limit of one's future achievements. Xianxia's creator and teacher have already completed this process, and there's no changing it. But you're different. You haven't broken through yet, so you need to pay extra attention. Darkness Master's expression suddenly became serious. Xianxia and Primal Chaos City leader were confused. To become a Universe Supreme Master, the most important thing is to break the shackles and develop a god country into a miniature universe. But the molding of a miniature universe is extremely crucial. Our original universe and universe ocean have no experience in this area, so we're all feeling our way. Miniature universes tend to be more stable, but the more stable they are, the harder it is to break through. The moment he said this, Xianxia and Primal Chaos City leaders' expressions changed. This was the first time they had heard this theory. Miniature universes were actually related to their future breakthroughs. Darkness Master hurriedly asked, "Zhou Hao, then how should a miniature universe be molded?" He was in a critical period. As long as he accumulated enough, he would be able to develop a god country into a miniature universe. Primal Chaos City leader and Xianxia had told him about the situation in this regard, mainly to remind him not to mold a miniature universe blindly. Actually, when a universe master's god country was transforming, they would be extremely cautious and careful. After all, this was their foundation. But now, Zhou Hao was saying that the miniature universe must not be stable. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to break through. How could Darkness Master not be anxious? Zhou Hao smiled. Uncle Darkness, there's no need to be anxious. In the inheritance of Duandong River, there's ample experience on how to mold a miniature universe, and there are many types of experience. Later, I'll send you the molding method that's more suitable for Uncle Darkness. I believe that by then, Uncle Darkness's miniature universe will be even more perfect. Darkness Master was instantly overjoyed. Great! No wonder it's the inheritance of Duandong River. Even the molding of a miniature universe like this has so much experience to follow. Primal Chaos City leader and Xianxia were also very happy. The stronger Darkness Master was, the stronger the human race would be. Zhou Hao laughed and said, "If Uncle Darkness can successfully mold a perfect miniature universe, then the chances of breaking through the limit will undoubtedly increase by a lot." Miniature universes were very important because their origin was the easiest for Universe Supreme Masters to come into contact with and comprehend. And the more perfect a miniature universe was, the more perfect the operation of the origin would be toward the perfection of the original universe. Naturally, it would be easier to comprehend and break through. Of course, with the qualitative nature of a miniature universe, it was also possible to break through to become a true god of void space. It just required more effort than a perfect miniature universe. To put it simply, it was like looking for a job with and without a background. Primal Chaos City leader and the other two heard this and became even more excited. Darkness, you've come at a good time. Ah, Primal Chaos City leader, if only you'd broken through a little later. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Once such an opportunity to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master, how could he miss it so easily? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, Zhou Hao had told Primal Chaos City leader, Xianxia, and Darkness in detail about the basic experience from the inheritance of Duandong River regarding how to become a Universe Supreme Master to reach the limit of a Universe Supreme Master. Different from Luo Feng's narration in the original plot, Zhou Hao himself had almost comprehended the fourth step of the Chaos Law, so he knew more clearly how to explain it better. Of course, half a year was only a small part of it, but even this small part was enough to enlighten Primal Chaos City leader and Xianxia. Although there wasn't much improvement, they understood how to improve themselves in the future. As for Darkness Master, he mainly browsed and understood the miniature universes that Zhou Hao had given him. Just by looking at this knowledge, Darkness Master had been inspired the most in his entire life. As for Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the others, who were immersed in this wonderful state, they woke up one after another. Everyone had improved to different degrees, and Peng Gong and Qing Dong had improved the most. Just like Black Master, they had seen the direction of their own path. This made all the higher-ups of the human race very excited. To be able to see their own path meant that they had a great chance of breaking through to become Universe Supreme Masters. If they could make that breakthrough, then the human race would have 5 Universe Supreme Masters. It was not the end of the original universe. It was only the middle stage. Once it reached the end, there would be more Universe Supreme Masters. By then, the human race would definitely surpass the former Divine Eye clan and become the most powerful race power in Universe Ocean other than the 2 Holy Lands. It would no longer be empty talk. Haha. Zhou Hao has only talked about it once, and 2 Universe Masters of our human race have already made their own paths clear. And Zhou Hao said that what he talked about was only a small part of the cultivation system of Duandong River. If he finishes talking about it, won't there be more universe masters of our human race making their own paths clear? That's right. Didn't you hear what Zhou Hao said? As long as we follow the cultivation experience of Duandong River and move forward with a solid foundation, the probability of breaking through to become a universe supreme master is very high. TSK. Our human race is finally going to rise. Many universe masters were celebrating excitedly. And then, Zhou Hao continued to travel while imparting his cultivation experience to Duandong River on Earth. At the same time, he would occasionally use great path proverbs. Just like that, for half a year, 1 year, and so on, he continued to communicate and impart knowledge. Under his detailed unpopular teachings, the human races. Veteran universe masters, such as Ice Mountain, Deserted Mirror, Long Yan, and Void Gold, improved more and more. 30 years passed. After Pungong Qingdong, Zhou Hao's other teacher, Ice Mountain Master, finally took an important step forward and made his own path clear. After making his own path clear, he made rapid progress and came into contact with the step of comprehending the heart of a true God. In the following 50 years, Void Gold Master of Hugh Jack's dojo also made his own path clear. In less than a year, Deserted Mirror Master also made his own path clear. It could be said that basically all the veteran universe masters of the human race had taken an important step forward. Only Long Yan Master was left. However, although Long Yan Master was experienced, his talent and comprehension were slightly inferior to the other universe masters. And in the 100th year, he finally made his own path clear. By then, all the top-tier universe masters of the human race had taken the most important step forward. What they were left to do was to comprehend the heart of a true God and perfect their own path. Then they would be able to break through and become universe supreme masters. The remaining universe masters, such as Remote Lord, who were originally at the pinnacle level, also made great progress in the past 100 years. Basically, they had thoroughly explored the pinnacle true treasures that they had exchanged for and greatly improved the power of their secret techniques. They had become top-tier universe masters. And in the 108th year, Zhou Hao finally arrived at the inner area of Tilted Peak sector from the outer area of Universe Boat. Thus, he stopped teaching. However, 2 months after he stopped teaching, the human race welcomed its third universe supreme master, after spending 100 years watching the creation of a miniature universe, coupled with Zhou Hao's specialized and detailed explanations and the occasional use of the talent of absolute command, the accumulation process of Darkness Master's power was rapidly shortened. If it had not been for the fact that he had to create a perfect miniature universe that was suitable for himself, 30 years ago, he would have been able to break through and become a universe supreme master. Inside Chaos God Palace. All the universe masters were present, and they all looked excited. They knew this day would come, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Congratulations! Congratulations! Your virtual universe branch has already given birth to 2 universe supreme masters. Haha! The virtual universe branch is going to be stronger than Hugh Jack's Coliseum now, and Ice Mountain is not far away from taking the crucial step. By then, there will be 3 universe supreme masters. That's right. There's also Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Hao is still a universe master, his combat power is close to that of a universe supreme master. TSK. It means that there are 4 universe supreme masters in one lineage. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and Su Jin laughed and shouted. Long Yan Master, Sky Eclipse Master, and the other universe masters were all smiling. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, Qing Dong, Su Jin, you guys will be there soon. Shua, at that moment, several beings showed up. They were Zhou Hao, Hugh Jack's, Primal Chaos City Leader, and Darkness Master. All the universe masters went up to greet them. After all, Hugh Jack's and the other 3 universe masters were at the top of the human race. Next were Ice Mountain, Peng Gong, Qing Dong, Huang Jian, Su Jin, and Long Yan. These 6 great beings were at the second level. The rest were top-tier universe masters like Remote Lord and the new universe masters like Tian Eclipse. And now, the human race could be said to be in a flourishing state. The news that a 3rd universe supreme master had been born in the human race after Teacher Origin spread like wildfire in a short period of time. Within half a day, all the universe masters from the Hong Alliance, the Ancestral God School, the Space Beast Alliance, and many other superpowers in the original universe knew about this news. Almost every race and group of powers, upon hearing the news, felt more disbelief than shock. After all, the birth of a universe supreme master usually required the accumulation of thousands of eras. But in the human race, first, Primal Chaos City Leader had made a breakthrough. Now, not even one era had passed, and yet another universe supreme master had made a breakthrough. This simply broke the inherent mindset of many great beings. Many universe masters couldn't help but wonder. Since when was it so easy to make a breakthrough to become a universe supreme master, even though they knew that the human race was different now? Not only did they have such a heaven-defying life form like Zhou Hao, but they also had the inheritance of Duandong River. It was only a matter of time before a universe supreme master emerged from the human race. This was too fast. Didn't it take time to digest the inheritance? Didn't it take time to become a universe supreme master? But no one doubted this news, because the human race didn't need to lie about such things. While the news was still spreading at an extremely fast speed to every secret region and territory in the Primal Universe, Black Universe Creator, Xianxia Island Leader, and the other Universe Supreme Masters once again gathered together urgently and called Northern Territory Alliance Master over. The moment all the great beings gathered, Xianxia Island Leader couldn't help but ask, "Alliance Master, what's going on?" Although Darkness was a Universe Master hidden in the human race, how did he make a breakthrough to become a Universe Supreme Master so quickly? Black Universe Creator and the others all looked at Northern Territory Alliance Master. They all knew about Darkness Master's name in Universe Ocean. Although he was strong, he was only among the top Universe Masters. Even though his power had increased tremendously because of Zhou Hao, it wasn't easy to make a breakthrough to become a Universe Supreme Master. Previously, when Chaos made a breakthrough, they could still accept it. After all, Chaos was the disciple of Teacher Origin, and Teacher Origin was so strong that Chaos must have received some guidance. Besides, Chaos had been immersed in the top level for countless eras and had reached the limit of a Universe Master long ago, so it was reasonable for him to make a breakthrough. However, when Darkness Master made a breakthrough, they couldn't understand it at all. Northern Territory Alliance Master said helplessly, "Island Leader, it's not just you. Even I am confused now." However, the reason Darkness Master was able to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master is definitely because of Zhou Hao. The monster beast progenitor snorted. "Isn't that obvious? It doesn't make sense for the Darkness Master to break through so quickly. There must be some external factor. And in the entire human race, besides Zhou Hao, who else could it be?" Black Universe Creator nodded. "That's right, Alliance Leader. What we want to know is the specific reason behind the Master of Darkness breakthrough. For example, was it because of Zhou Hao's talent or the inheritance of Duandong River?" The ancient voice of the space beast progenitor was heard. "Actually, no matter what the reason is, it proves one thing. That is, the human race today has some special method that can allow Universe Masters to break through to become Universe Supreme Masters." Xianxia Island Leader shook his head gently. "For us Universe Supreme Masters, it is very important to figure out the specific reason. If it is the former, then Zhou Hao's talent can cause Darkness Master to break through so quickly. This means that Zhou Hao's talent is not far from being able to affect Universe Supreme Masters. If it is the latter, then there is no doubt that the cultivation experience of the inheritance of Duandong River is more important than we expected. Island Leader is right. We must figure it out. I'm just afraid that the human race won't give us an explanation. Are we going to rely on guesses? We will have to rely on Alliance Leader for this. After all, Alliance Leader joined the human race and made some contributions." Northern Territory Alliance Master frowned. Actually, he also wanted to know this point, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask. This was mainly because this was a matter of great importance, and it was very likely that the human race wouldn't divulge it. "Everyone, please be patient. I will send an email to Chaos City Leader. However, let me say this first. If Chaos City Leader doesn't want to tell us, it is also reasonable." Xianxia Island Leader and the other great beings all nodded. Soon, Northern Territory Alliance Master sent an email. However, to his surprise, Chaos City Leader replied very quickly. "Alliance Leader, how is it?" "Alliance Leader, has Chaos City Leader replied?" The other Universe Supreme Masters saw Northern Territory Alliance Master's strange expression and couldn't help but ask in a hurry. He has. Chaos City leader said that the reason Darkness was able to break through to Universe Supreme Master so quickly was mainly because of the cultivation experience of Duandong River's inheritance. However, this kind of experience is extremely precious, and currently, it is only suitable for Universe Masters to become Universe Supreme Masters. As for how to improve the cultivation experience of Universe Supreme Masters, Sword River hasn't completely sorted it out yet. It needs some time. The inheritance of Duandong River is indeed an ancient civilization. This time, the human race is really going to dominate the original universe, and even Universe Ocean. Humph. That Chaos City leader definitely didn't say everything. Perhaps Sword River has already sorted it out and imparted the cultivation experience to Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax. This is normal. Such a precious inheritance of cultivation experience, and the human race isn't stupid. Why would they reveal it directly? Chaos City leader replied so quickly. He must have thought about it beforehand. Demon Beast Ancestor, Black Universe Creator, and the others all spoke one after another. Shihua Island leader asked again, Alliance leader, did Chaos City leader tell you that the cultivation experience of Duandong River will be imparted? Northern Territory Alliance Master pondered for a moment. I did ask Chaos City leader about this. After all, the cultivation inheritance of Duandong River was obtained by Sword River, and the human race has no right to impart it to outsiders. However, Chaos City leader did tell me that if it could be imparted to outsiders, the human race is willing to provide part of the cultivation experience of Universe Supreme Masters to the limit. Only part? Shihua Island leader frowned. Black Universe Creator and the others also frowned. Part of the inheritance of cultivation experience could be manipulated in many ways, and they didn't know exactly what the experience was. Hence, the human race could simply give them some minor experience to brush them off. As for them, they had to make a huge contribution to the human race. Northern Territory Alliance Master glanced at Shihua Island leader. Island leader, I'd been with the human race for hundreds of years. In this aspect, the human race won't fool us. If they really want to fool us, Chaos City leader can totally agree to provide the complete inheritance. Besides, the inheritance of Duandong River is so precious that even Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax can't comprehend the core inheritance, let alone us. That Sword River also said that the core inheritance that can be imparted to outsiders is not the core inheritance. Besides, it's already very good that the human race is willing to provide part of it. Hearing that, Demon Beast Ancestor sneered. Alliance Master, don't forget who you are. You are a Universe Supreme Master. Since when have you become so lowly? Humph. Could it be that you are willing to work like a horse for the human race just because you have a chance to transcend? Northern Territory Alliance Master was instantly enraged. Seeing that, Shihua Island leader hurriedly tried to persuade him. Alliance leader, please calm down. We are, after all, Universe Supreme Masters. Even though the human race has become more powerful and has given birth to 3 Universe Supreme Masters, the influence of a Universe Supreme Master is still very important. No matter which race or power we join, they will give us the right attitude. If the human race is willing to provide the complete cultivation experience from a Universe Supreme Master to a limit, at least I, Black Universe, and the others will choose to join the human race right away. As for the conditions that the human race has previously proposed, we are also willing to agree to them. But part of the cultivation experience is somewhat less attractive to us. With the inheritance of Zhou Hao and Duandong River, the human race is destined to become more and more powerful. Back then, Teacher Origin was almost invincible in Universe Ocean, and that Zhou Hao is even more talented than Teacher Origin. With Teacher Origin as a precedent, Zhou Hao will not make any mistakes. When the time comes, it is highly possible that a third Holy Land universe will be born in Universe Ocean. Hence, even if the human race only provides part of the cultivation experience, we will still be able to have a place in the Holy Land universe of the human race in the future. Now, before the human race is truly powerful and prosperous, choosing to join the human race in advance is very sincere. If we continue to hesitate, we will only have less and less power to speak. Now that darkness has broken through, perhaps in the future, more Universe Supreme Masters will be born in the human race. That's all I have to say. After that, Northern Territory Alliance Master disappeared. If it were not for the need of the human race and his relationship with Xianxia Island leader, he would not have come. Whether the other Universe Supreme Masters joined or not had nothing to do with him. To him, the most important thing was to gain more contribution points so that he could fight for more of the inheritance of Duandong River. From the very beginning, he had understood this clearly. Humph. This Alliance Master is really a disgrace to us great beings, Demon Beast Ancestor said indignantly. He is actually willing to become the lackey of the human race. He does not even care about his reputation. I admit that the human race is now at its peak, and in the future, there will be a Holy Land universe, but after all, it has not been born yet. At least wait until there is a great being like Teacher Origin in the human race. Xianxia Island leader shook his head. It is just a different choice. We gathered here for this. In his heart, he did not agree. Although reputation was important, transcending reincarnation was more important. If he wanted to be free and unfettered, he did not need to care about anything. Living for 3 reincarnation eras was enough, but that was not what he wanted. However, what Northern Territory Alliance Master said made sense. He really could not continue to hesitate. He had to make a choice. Half a month later. In the entire primal universe, as long as one was well informed, everyone knew that the human race had given birth to a 3rd Universe Supreme Master, and Universe Ocean also knew this news. They were even more eager to exchange information with the human race regarding the cultivation experience of Duandong River. Many races and powers from the 1st reincarnation era and the 2nd reincarnation era all sent representatives to the outer domain of Universe Boat, where the human race was gathered. They were beside the boat of Mausoleum, urging them to hurry. However, Purple Moon Holy Land was unusually quiet. They did not send any representatives. In a remote secret region of the primal universe, there was a stretch of darkness, like a black hole. However, in the core star area, there were brilliant nebulas and stars that were emitting light and heat. Among them, on a planet with 7 colored clouds, 2 towering figures slowly appeared. They were Black Universe Creator and Xianxia Island Leader. Black Universe, why did you call me here? Xianxia Island Leader asked with a frown. Can't even a willpower embodiment come in? This matter is more important. When we meet in our true bodies, we will isolate everything. Black Universe Creator smiled. With a wave of his hand, tables and chairs appeared around them, along with many servants. These servants served wine and fruits. Xianxia Island Leader said casually, Black Universe, if there is anything you want to say, just say it. Black Universe Creator then said, Island Leader, do you really intend to join the human race? Xianxia Island Leader sighed. The human race has already replied. They are only willing to provide part of their cultivation experience. To be honest, I am not satisfied with such conditions. However, apart from the human race, what other choice do we have? Sitting Mountain Guest and the other mysterious great beings have chosen to cooperate with the human race first. Northern Territory Alliance Master is the same. I have delayed until now only to strive for more conditions. Black Universe Creator laughed and gestured for Xianxia Island Leader to drink. Xianxia Island Leader did not know what secrets the Black Universe Gourd was selling, but he was not in a hurry. After drinking for a while, Black Universe Creator said slowly, this time, I asked Island Leader to come here because of this matter. You just said that apart from the human race, we have no other choice. In the past, I agreed with this statement. However, now, it is different. Xianxia Island Leader's eyes flashed. Oh, you mean that we have other choices? Black Universe Creator nodded. Yes, and it is better than the human race. He glanced at Xianxia Island Leader and continued, that is Purple Moon Holy Land of the 2 Holy Lands. Xianxia Island Leader was a little disappointed. Black Universe, the 2 Holy Lands have existed for countless reincarnation eras. If they wanted to take in other races, it would not be your turn. First and second, those from the 2 reincarnation eras would have submitted to them long ago. Black Universe Creator laughed. Of course, I know that. However, this time, it was Purple Moon Ancestor who came to us. He contacted us through virtual reality and the other Supreme Masters who traveled alone in the original universe. Shihua Island leader was dazed, and there was confusion in his eyes. Purple Moon Ancestor asked the Universe Masters from the Holy Lands to contact us. What is going on? I am not sure about the details. Black Universe Creator shook his head. I only know that Purple Moon Holy Land does not want to see the human race grow stronger, especially Zhou Hao, so Purple Moon Ancestor hopes that we can put enough pressure on the human race in the original universe. At least, we can distract Zhou Hao. If we can do that, Purple Moon Ancestor is willing to provide us with a complete and detailed cultivation experience from Universe Supreme Masters to Limit Masters. At the same time, Purple Moon Ancestor also said that if we can really restrict Zhou Hao, he will do his best to help us transcend reincarnation eras. Shihua Island leader's eyes widened. Purple Moon Ancestor does not want the human race to grow stronger, so he wants to restrict Zhou Hao's growth. I see. No wonder in Universe Ocean, so many races and powers sent representatives to wait outside the boat of Mausoleum. Even East Emperor Holy Land sent one, but Purple Moon Holy Land did not. Back then, only Purple Moon Holy Land did not make a deal with Sword River in exchange for the survival of its Universe Masters. Of course, the human race didn't know what Purple Moon Holy Land was doing. After celebrating Darkness Breakthrough to Universe Supreme Master, most of the Universe Masters went back to cultivating. The knowledge and experience that Zhou Hao had shared with them over the past 100 years was enough for them to digest for a long time. As for Universe Masters like Bing Feng and Peng Gong, they kept following Duandong River's cultivation experience to comprehend the heart of true God and strive to become the next Universe Supreme Master of the human race. However, the entire original universe was not peaceful anymore. More and more races wanted to join the Hong Alliance, and many other races were getting closer to each other. Even the demon race, bug race, automaton race, and other races, who had been keeping a low profile, started to contact other races more frequently. It was as if there was an invisible hand pushing them all along. However, Zhou Hao, who was deep in the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, didn't pay much attention to the original universe. Voila, the turbulent and surging water was like a tidal wave, bringing with it a huge force of impact wave after wave. There were rugged rocks and vines all around, and there were countless strange plants. Such a complicated environment made even top-tier universe masters not dare to explore it. There were too many dangerous areas deep in the inner area, and one careless mistake could lead to death. Most of the dangerous areas could only be resisted by Pinnacle Palace True Treasures, and the core area could only be resisted by Supreme True Treasure Palaces. Therefore, only Universe Supreme Masters dared to explore the inner area. The impact of the water current alone wasn't something that ordinary Universe Masters could resist. Suddenly, a giant vine pierced through the water current like a lightning bolt. Like a long whip, it lashed toward Zhou Hao, who was hurrying along. Shua, the dark purple wings formed a blade of light and cut off the giant vine. Zhou Hao didn't even look at it. He kept moving toward the fixed direction. After Chaos Golden Wings had been upgraded to a machine-type valuable at the True God of Void Space level, all its powers had increased dramatically, especially its flying ability. With Chaos Golden Wings, his speed was comparable to that of a Universe Supreme Master. With the Pulling Traces diagram and other detailed map reference systems that he had obtained from signing in, he was able to shorten the time required to travel. As he went deeper, he could sense his original body in the Land of Darkness more and more clearly. This also meant that they were not far from the Land of Darkness. Although Zhou Hao was very confident, he could not help but feel a little nervous. After all, he was very clear about how terrifying the Land of Darkness was. There were sector beasts there, and even if they were in their incubation period, ordinary true gods were no match for them at all. He was only a universe master now. Although he had the core secret technique of Duandong River, Star Tower, Chaos Golden Wings, his comprehension of the law of chaos, his willpower, and other means, if he were to encounter a sector beast, he was not confident at all. Sector beasts are life forms nurtured by the origin of destruction. They are different from the law of destruction. He murmured to himself. He was thinking about how to safely rescue his original body when he arrived at the Land of Darkness. His universe star hiding technique had reached an advanced level. When he performed it, universe masters wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Some ordinary true gods with willpower and soul would also find it difficult to detect him. However, sector beasts were very good at souls, and they could even enslave Universe Supreme Masters easily. Because of this, his original body had stayed in the Land of Darkness for more than 5,000 years and still hadn't moved. He was worried that he would be discovered by the sector beasts and lose his life. Once his original body died, the other Fenhun would also die. He had no choice. When he had first been born, he had used soul-detaching technique because he had no other choice. Fortunately, it seemed that using soul-detaching technique in an emergency was the right choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as strong as he was now. With Star Tower and Soul-type Supreme True Treasures like Spirit Snow Ice Pearl, I should be able to stay alive. At most, I'll attract the attention of the sector beasts. Zhou Hao thought as he traveled. In fact, if he didn't have a God King level treasure like Star Tower, he definitely wouldn't have dared to enter the Land of Darkness. At the very least, he would have to wait until he became a pinnacle true god. After all, if he hadn't been so careful, his original body wouldn't have survived until now. In the original plot, a powerful true god like Huge Axe had died the moment he encountered the sector beasts in the Land of Darkness. He didn't think he was as strong as Huge Axe now. Of course, in terms of true treasures, he was much stronger than Huge Axe. Hong, the wings of chaotic golden wings were extremely sharp, and they could easily leave marks in the space of Universe Ocean. Some of the naturally formed stalagmites deep in the inner area were cut open like tofu. In the endless water, only traces of dark purple light could be seen flashing. Far away, behind the giant stalagmites, there were 3 figures. They were Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God. However, at that moment, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were filled with despair. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying life form in the Land of Darkness. No wonder the Land of Darkness is a land of peril. When we 3 Universe Supreme Masters went in, we were enslaved without any resistance. From then on, we lost our freedom, and our godly bodies were constantly being eroded and transformed. Yes, it's too scary. Once such a life form comes out, it'll be a huge disaster for the entire Universe Ocean. No matter what, we're lucky to still be alive. Although we're enslaved, there's still a chance for us to transcend. Didn't you hear what that life form said? As long as we do what it says and attract delicious food, we'll have a chance to transcend in the future. Great Thunder Star Master sighed. In fact, he knew that being enslaved by such a monster, which was the complete opposite of the life form in Universe Ocean, there was no hope for them in the future. How should we attract delicious food? He asked. Dragon Rock Ancestral God frowned. If it were other Universe Supreme Masters from Universe Ocean, it'd be easy. But that life form wants Universe Supreme Masters from the original universe. That's difficult. We can't enter the original universe. Xianxia Emperor nodded. That's right. From the looks of it, we can only use other methods. For example, we can use maps or true treasures to attract them, and it'll depend on luck. Luck alone won't do, Great Thunder Star Master said. All Universe Supreme Masters are very cautious. We can't be too obvious about what we're doing. That's why it's best to find Universe Masters and let them spread the news passively in the original universe. This way, the layout will be much more discreet, and it won't arouse any suspicion. Great Thunder Star Master thought for a while, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, I remember now. Previously, when I was wandering in the inner area, I met Tan Ao Master from the original universe. This Tan Ao Master isn't very eye-catching in the original universe, and he doesn't have many friends. We can make use of him to attract Universe Supreme Masters from the original universe. Tan Ao Master? It's indeed quite suitable. That's him. The 3 of them had just finished their discussion and were about to set up the layout when they suddenly sensed ripples in the distance. What's that? It seems to be a winged true treasure. Dark purple wings. Wait, is that Sword River Master from the human race? It's Sword River Master. Haha. Our luck is here. The 3 of them all had their own miniature universes, so they knew a little about what was happening in Universe Ocean. And now, Sword River had become famous because of the inheritance of Duandong River. It was difficult for them not to know about it. Don't worry. This Sword River Master has other bodies. Unless we use soul control, it'll be difficult to kill him. Besides, what we want is only the inheritance of Duandong River. I heard that Sword River Master's soul and willpower are very strong. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to control his soul. He also received the inheritance of Duandong River. After more than 100 years, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. The three of us won't be enough. Indeed. If it were so easy, the other races in Universe Ocean and the two Holy Lands would have done it long ago. Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were discussing among themselves. What they wanted was the inheritance of Duandong River. As for the true treasures, unless they were supreme true treasures, they wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures. This time, they had come to the inner area to explore mainly for the supreme true treasures and the chance to transcend incarnations. Who knew that they would end up in the land of darkness by accident? In my opinion, why don't we lure it into the land of darkness and let that monster enslave it? That monster is so terrifying, and I believe it won't need the inheritance of Duandong River. Then, it will benefit us. That's a good idea. If that monster makes a move, we'll definitely succeed. Okay, let's do that. Later, you two stand guard by the side. I'll do it. If the three of us show up together, we'll scare Sword River. Maybe he'll self-destruct right away and abandon this body. Xianxia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God both nodded. Actually, Great Thunder Star Master alone was frightening enough. His power was at the top of level 8. 6th-tier Universe Masters with Supreme True Treasures could barely resist him. That was because there were restrictions on Universe Supreme Masters. If there were no restrictions on Universe Supreme Masters, basically no Universe Master would be able to compete with a Universe Supreme Master. Under the suppression of the willpower of the primal Universe origin, Universe Supreme Masters could only wield godly power of 10,000 times their gene level, even in Universe Ocean. They reached an agreement. Great Thunder Star Master made his move. Chi. Chi, Chi. A thunderbolt light beam that looked like it could destroy the world traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers and hit Zhou Hao's giant, dark purple wings. Because he was worried about hurting Zhou Hao, this attack seemed scary, but in fact, Great Thunder Star Master only used less than 30% of his power. Although the defense of Zhou Hao's wings was strong, under the impact of the thunderbolt light beam, he was still sent flying dozens of kilometers away before he could stabilize himself. He looked around and quickly fixed his eyes on a being that was flying toward him from afar. When he saw the person clearly, he was surprised. It's Great Thunder Star Master. I didn't expect to meet him in the depths of Tilted Peak Sector. However, Great Thunder Star Master, you're a Universe Supreme Master. How could you sneak an attack on me? That's beneath your dignity. When Great Thunder Star Master got closer, he saw that Zhou Hao didn't run away immediately. He was slightly dazed, but then he laughed and said, "Human Sword River, you're quite calm. You're not afraid at all after seeing me. No wonder Duandong River from the ancient civilization called you the strongest genius. I admire your courage." Zhou Hao smiled faintly. Why should I be afraid? You're just a Universe Supreme Master, Great Thunder Star Master. Those words stunned Great Thunder Star Master again. He looked at Zhou Hao seriously. His eyes, which seemed to contain endless thunderbolts, looked strange. Tisk, TSK. Seems like you're very confident that you can escape from me? Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't need to escape at all. Haha. You're the most conceited Universe Master I've ever met. Humph. Don't think you can look down on Universe Supreme Masters just because you've received the inheritance of Duandong River. Great Thunder Star Master laughed coldly, then he attacked again. His huge thunderbolt godly body was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When he put his arms together and smashed down, it was as if he could split the universe. This simple attack was at level 8. Z. His arms, which were surrounded by purple thunderbolts, were extremely fast. If it were any other Universe Master, they would have tried their best to dodge. If they couldn't, they would have gone into the Palace True Treasure to block the attack. If they only relied on their godly body and armor to block an attack at level 8, their godly body would have been seriously damaged. However, Zhou Hao didn't even try to dodge. His dark purple wings were like long blades, and he performed the fourth move of Mountain Split, Chaos World. Almost instantly, the surrounding chaotic airflow surged into the surroundings of the wings, forming a vast world that resembled a miniature universe. It produced a huge blade shadow universe, which collided with the thunder that was smashing down. The moment they collided, the vast universe formed by the chaos airflow shattered the thunderbolt. Great Thunder Star Master's expression changed drastically. The huge thunderbolt ball in his center of gravity started to spin rapidly. Huge thunderbolt arms appeared under his ribs. There were a total of 36 arms, and each of them had a triangular cone. They were a set of pinnacle true treasures, and the engravings on the pinnacle true treasures glowed. A huge triangular cone phantom appeared in front of him, and it collided with the Blade Shadow Universe again. Pung! The Blade Shadow Universe gradually disintegrated, but Great Thunder Star Master's body was sent flying. You have combat power at level 8 as the top? The inheritance of Duandong River is so powerful? Great Thunder Star Master's eyes were filled with disbelief. A Universe Master exerting combat power at level 8 as the top was terrifying. He had lived for so long, but he had never encountered such a thing. Zhou Hao sneered. Don't be surprised. Great Thunder Star Master, you are too weak. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. Although he hadn't performed the willpower secret technique, he knew it would be difficult to kill Great Thunder Star Master. After all, Great Thunder Star Master had a supreme true treasure, Great Thunder Star Armor. Even if he used the Chaos Law to activate the 5th level and the 6th level of Star Tower, it would still be difficult to kill him. Damn it. Even if you have combat power at level 8 as the top, you can't leave today. Great Thunder Star Master shouted angrily. Then he shouted. Xianxia Emperor, Dragon Rock Ancestral God, come out. Soon, Xianxia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God appeared together. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A Universe Master was able to fight head-on with Great Thunder Star Master, who had the combat power of an 8th-tier top-tier fighter, and even forced Great Thunder Star Master to retreat. If they hadn't witnessed the battle with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a fantasy. Is the inheritance of Duandong River really that powerful? Xianxia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God looked at Zhou Hao with disbelief in their eyes. There was also an extraordinary passion in their eyes. They really could not figure out why the Sword River before them was so powerful. Only the inheritance of the ancient civilization's Duandong River could explain it. If such an inheritance fell into their hands, wouldn't they be able to roam Universe Ocean freely? An inheritance of that level might have a way to get rid of soul enslavement. With that in mind, Xianxia Emperor and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were more eager to get the inheritance of Duandong River from Sword River Master. However, Sword River Master was too powerful. Even Great Thunder Star Master was forced to retreat. Although they were 3 Universe Supreme Masters, they didn't have a tacit understanding with each other, and they didn't practice any joint attack techniques. It was impossible for them to take down Sword River, not to mention that he had a supreme true treasure and was only a body. What should we do? Do we really have to force him into the land of darkness? But other than that, we don't have any other way. Yes, only soul enslavement can get the inheritance of Duandong River, and only the monster from the land of darkness can enslave him instantly. The 3 Universe Supreme Masters transmitted their voices to each other. They really didn't want the monster from the land of darkness to get the inheritance of Duandong River. If that happened, they would never be able to get rid of enslavement. However, that was the only way. For eternal life, even if I lose my freedom, it's enough. Dragon Rock Ancestral God's eyes flashed with determination. Xianxia Emperor and Great Thunder Star Master nodded. They had no other choice. The 3 Universe Supreme Masters communicated quickly, and after they finished discussing, they started to attack. Haha. Xianxia Emperor, Dragon Rock Ancestral God, Great Thunder Star Master, you're really making Universe Supreme Masters proud. 3 Universe Supreme Masters are ganging up on me, a Universe Master. Zhou Hao laughed, but there was no panic on his face. With supreme true treasures like Star Tower and chaotic golden wings, he was invincible. Humph. Sword River, you're not an ordinary Universe Master, said Luo Feng. You're at the top level of level 8. If word gets out, the entire Universe Ocean will be shocked, That's right, Sword River. Your godly power level is, at most, slightly weaker than a Universe Supreme Master. You can't go beyond 100 times light speed. Other than that, you're no different from those powerful Universe Supreme Masters. That's why it's not embarrassing for the three of us to gang up on you. Xianxia, we are only doing this for some inheritance and cultivation experience. As long as you give it to us, we will stop immediately. Didn't you say that Duandong River has many inheritances, and some of them can be leaked? Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Supreme Masters shouted as they executed various techniques. There were thunderbolts that covered the sky and earth, beast gods that were as towering as the universe, and giant strange beasts that were intertwined with all kinds of lights. Although they seemed to be powerful, they weren't really a threat to Zhou Hao. Besides, the three of them only wanted to force Zhou Hao to retreat. Zhou Hao soon realized this as well. If he didn't know the original plot, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out. However, since he knew the origins of Xianxia Emperor, Great Thunder Star Master, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God, it only took him a moment to figure out their intentions. They probably wanted Morosa to enslave him. He thought about it for a while. He decided to beat them at their own game and follow the direction of Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Supreme Masters. After all, he didn't know where the Land of Darkness was, and he didn't know how to get in. Even if he had the direction of his original body, the Land of Darkness was a giant sphere that was constantly changing. There must be fog around it. Secondly, he wanted to see what level the sector beasts had grown to. Morosa was one of the fastest sector beasts in the early stage. He had Star Tower and Spirit Snow Ice Pearl, so even if he couldn't defeat the sector beasts, he could protect himself. Sooner or later, he would have to fight the sector beasts. Even though he knew some of the techniques of the sector beasts, he hadn't experienced it himself, so he wasn't sure. Zhou Hao kept moving toward the direction where Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Supreme Masters were attacking. He resisted and retreated at the same time. In fact, it was easy for him to get rid of the three Universe Supreme Masters. All he had to do was perform the willpower technique, Transform Mountain, and the three of them wouldn't be able to resist it. It was a willpower attack at the pinnacle Eternal True God level. Even the willpower of a Universe Supreme Master wouldn't be able to resist it. Besides, he hadn't even used Duandong River's godly power burning technique, Extermination. Haha. The attack that Sword River performed just now should be his strongest technique. That must be it. Universe Masters will try their best to deal with Great Thunder Star Master, and Sword River won't be an exception. Alright, be careful. Don't let Sword River escape. The core area is right in front of us, and there are many dangerous areas. Luckily, we have a detailed map. However, we don't know where Sword River is, so we have to change our direction at all times. Don't let Sword River fall into a dangerous area. Xianxia Emperor, Great Thunder Star Master, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God tried their best to catch up with Zhou Hao, but that was only on the surface. From the edge of the core area to the Land of Darkness, they had to pass through more than 10 dangerous areas. If they didn't have a detailed map and a Pinnacle Palace true treasure, they would definitely die there. Thus, the three of them maintained their speed and didn't dare to chase too fast. Sometimes, they even helped Zhou Hao clear some obstacles along the way. With three meticulous helpers around, Zhou Hao was happy and at ease. He retreated while admiring the scenery. Towards the end, he directly entered Star Tower and leisurely hurried on his journey. At the same time, his consciousness entered the virtual universe. After all, according to his senses, it would take some time to travel. He could take advantage of this time to solve the problem of recruiting disciples. Previously, 3 sector lords and domain lords from the Pulse of Earth had passed the test. During the 100 years of preaching to the human race, he didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he let them stay in Westlake Castle to allow them to adapt to the environment in advance. Virtual Universe. Ganwu Continent, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Qingling Small District. Crowds of people blocked the road outside the small district. The weakest among them was an emperor, which attracted the attention of many great beings from other small districts. What's wrong with Qingling District? Why are there so many great beings? Friend, you just came back, right? Yes, you just came back from a secret region. What's going on? Qingling district is just an ordinary sector lord district. It's rare to even see an undying. Now, even great emperors are lining up? In the distance, some of the great beings were chatting. Hehe, a powerful being has appeared in Qingling district. An earthling called Huiguang Sector Lord, he passed the Great Universe Child's test over 100 years ago. What? The Great Universe Child has accepted a disciple? Right, over 100 years ago. However, you don't have to regret it. The Universe Child only accepts Earthlings. Sigh, I hate that I wasn't born on Earth. I can't even migrate to Earth. However, to be accepted as a disciple by the Great Universe Child, no wonder so many great beings are lining up to visit. He hasn't been accepted as a disciple yet. He's only passed the initial test. However, even if he doesn't become a disciple in name, he'll still be remembered by the Universe Child. Who knows, he might even be able to listen to the Universe Child's preaching. I'm so jealous. Other than these small districts, other districts far away were also discussing. Qingling district had almost become a part of Black Dragon Mountain Island's scenery. Among the people waiting in line, there was a pinnacle emperor with a face full of worry. Head ancestor, that Huiguang has only passed the initial test. Do we have to come here every day? We can't even get through the door. A beautiful woman said with some dissatisfaction. The head ancestor glared at the lady. If she hadn't been a super genius and had entered the core of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, he would have definitely taught her a lesson. What do you know? The head ancestor said. What do you know? The Great Universe Child has such a high status. Regardless of whether it's in the human race or the original universe, his status is incomparably high. Countless knights from other races, and even those legendary overlords, want to listen to his preaching. Even though Huiguang has only passed the initial test, he's already entered the eyes of the Universe Master. This is the first time the Universe Child has accepted a disciple, so he'll definitely focus on grooming him. If nothing goes wrong, that Huiguang Sector Lord will definitely become a great Universe Master in the future and be ranked at the pinnacle of our human race. As the head ancestor spoke, he was filled with regret. It's all my fault. I was blind. Back then, I thought Huiguang's talent was just average. That's why I stopped you and him a little. If I didn't stop you, you would have a limitless future, and our race would have walked towards glory. Maybe even I, the ancestor, would have been able to take that extremely difficult step and become a knight. What a pity. What a pity. Now, I can only hope that Huiguang still remembers our past relationship and will help you at a critical moment. Even if I have to use up all my family's assets, it'll be worth it. The beautiful lady said helplessly. Head ancestor, is it that exaggerated? I've already entered the core of the Universe Mercenary Alliance and received resources and grooming. In the future. The head ancestor immediately shook his head and interrupted her. You are still too young. Our human race has so many absolute geniuses in every genius battle. The other universe countries provide so many absolute geniuses. However, in the end, don't even talk about becoming a knight. Even breaking through to my level is extremely rare. After which, he sighed. Even though you are a core, let's not talk about the fact that you are only at the periphery of the core. Even if you were a core genius, so what? You have to remember, from a genius to an emperor, there are countless obstacles in between. And almost 99% of the countless geniuses fall at these obstacles. However, right now, Huiguang has already taken one step past these obstacles, and even more obstacles. Breaking through to a knight is extremely easy for him. This is the lowest achievement. The beautiful lady's red little mouth opened wide. She seemed to gradually realize the importance of this. Head ancestor, don't worry. If I can meet Huiguang, I will definitely do my best to change his mind. Back then, he liked me a lot. The head ancestor nodded happily. Our family will depend on you. The two of them were only a small part of the queue. Almost half of the people who came to visit used their connections to get in touch with the Huiguang Sector Lord. However, it was a pity that ever since Huiguang went through the test, he rarely showed himself. Within the small district room, Huiguang frowned. He was still very nervous within. Over the past 100 years, ever since the Great Universe Child's test, he hadn't paid any attention to the three of them. However, the knights around the plaza along with the Emperor guards kept comforting the three of them. The Great Universe Child's time was precious. Normally, he wouldn't have the energy to pay attention to them. They just had to wait patiently. Father, don't bother about the visitors outside. Even though I've passed the Great Universe Child's test, I still haven't become a true disciple. Even if I do become a disciple, I can't ruin the Universe Child's reputation. Hui Guang reminded over and over again. His father nodded. Don't worry, I know. Sword River Master has returned. Come quickly. At this time, an email arrived. Hui Guang took a look and quickly cut off the link. His consciousness once again connected to the Westlake Castle Plaza. At this time, the other two appeared too. The three of them looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over 100 years had passed, and the Great Universe Master had finally summoned them. Shua, suddenly. A figure appeared in the plaza. The moment he appeared, even the virtual universe space started to twist. The surrounding light disappeared, and only this figure was left. Greetings, Sword River Master. Greetings, Sword River Master. The majestic and orderly voices reverberated in the air. Hui Guang and the other two lowered their heads and bowed, not daring to look up at Sword River Master. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. Alright, Ganwu, Nine Sword, no need to be so polite. Ganwu and Nine Sword, the two universe overlords, nodded. The other knights were envious. After all, Ganwu and Nine Sword, one was the universe country leader of Sword River, and the other was a knight directly under Sword River. Naturally, they were closer than the other knights. Didn't you see that the two venerables had been bestowed with top-notch special-type true treasures? Zhou Hao's gaze moved to Hui Guang and the other two. He said slowly, the three of you have been training in the plaza for over 100 years. Have you gotten used to it? Lord Sword River, we have gotten used to it. Are there any other matters that you haven't dealt with? Zhou Hao asked. Lord Sword River, we have dealt with everything. Very good. Zhou Hao smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, 3 rays of light enveloped Hui Guang and the other two. These rays of light contain 1/10,000,000th of my will. In the following time, you should train your wills well. If you can withstand 1/10,000,000th of my will, you can walk out of the rays of light and become my unofficial disciple. The fastest one, other than becoming my disciple in name, I will make an exception and give you a one-on-one lecture. The moment he said that, Hui Guang and the other two were excited. Ganwu, Nine Sword, and the other knights were even more envious. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed. During this period, Zhou Hao's mirror body was still being chased by Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Supreme Masters, while Fenhun stayed in the boat of Mausoleum and honed his proficiency in secret techniques. Since he could fight with the virtual opponents of the Duandong River heirs, this was the fastest way to accumulate combat experience. Naturally, he would not waste it. After all, he lacked combat experience, and the various training methods of Duandong River helped him make up for what he lacked. Besides that, in his spare time, he would enter the virtual universe to accompany his mother and sister. Other than that, he planned to train the Pulse of Earth. However, Hui Guang and the other two sector lords who had passed the preliminary test would need at least 1,000 years to pass the test of willpower. This was also because he had added a training effect to the willpower light that he had left behind. Otherwise, even emperors would not be able to withstand it. The willpower of a pinnacle eternal true God was too strong. It could be said that Zhou Hao did not use any other secret techniques. Just by relying on the willpower secret technique, Transform Mountain, no one could withstand it. Even Divine Eye True Master, who had reached the willpower level of a true god of void space, could not stay awake. For weaker true gods, their souls would be damaged under the influence of this secret technique. For universe masters and universe knights, the impact of the willpower secret technique alone might cause their souls to be severely injured or even collapse. Hence, Zhou Hao stayed in the virtual universe and completely restrained his willpower. Even so, only primal chaos, huge axe, darkness, and a few other great beings could communicate normally with him. For those with weaker willpower, even communication would be affected. Of course, a strong willpower was also Zhou Hao's strongest trump card. It was because of this trump card that he dared to enter the land of darkness. If he only had Star Tower, Chaos Golden Wings, and other true treasures, he would not be so impulsive. In a spacious courtyard in Westlake Castle, under an ancient tree with a canopy like clouds, Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying'er sat around the stone platform. Occasionally, there would be fallen leaves floating slowly along with the overflowing fragrance of tea. Now that the transformation of the Milky Way has come to an end, in terms of defense, it is not inferior to the primitive secret realms of the human race. However, in terms of cultivating talents, it is not even at the beginning. Zhou Ying'er said softly. She knew that Zhou Hao planned to nurture the Earth's bloodline. Therefore, Zhou Hao hadn't taken in many disciples these past few years. However, she had constantly taken in disciples. Now, she had almost 300 disciples under her command, and 50 to 60 core disciples. In addition to these, she also took care of cultivating the Milky Way Holy Land force that had evolved from the Hope Dojo. Many geniuses on Earth came from the Milky Way Holy Land, and there were also many geniuses from the Ganwu Dojo. In just a few hundred years, the scale of the Milky Way Holy Land had almost caught up with the Ganwu royal family. Of course, this was all thanks to the help of Ganwu, Nine Blades, and a few other universe knights, as well as Zhou Ying'er's identity as a universe master. That was why they were able to develop so quickly in such a short time. Brother, I think you should let the public know that you want to take in disciples. Otherwise, Hui Guang and the other two fellows outside are far from enough. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Sister, there is no rush. Now, the Earth's bloodline is much stronger than before. It has only developed for 5,000 years, and even undying fighters have been born. This speed is already very fast. Although I can use my talents to help the Earth's bloodline grow faster, that will make the development of the Earth's bloodline unstable. Zhou Ying'er said helplessly, all right, as long as you have a plan. I can only help a little from the side. You know that I am a universe master because of your excessive enthusiasm. In terms of teaching disciples, I am not even as good as some of the knights. Most of the disciples under my command came because of your reputation. If you have time, you should guide them more so that you can attract more talents. Zhou Hao nodded. Okay. Just as he finished speaking, his eyebrows twitched. Zhou Ying'er was the same. It is an email from Teacher Primal Chaos City Leader. It is quite urgent. Seems like something has happened. Let's go. Let's go to Primal Chaos Palace. As the two of them talked, they went through the exclusive tunnel and arrived at Primal Chaos Palace. Shwa. Shwa, Universe Masters kept appearing. After they greeted Zhou Hao and Zhou Ying'er, they all began to inquire about what exactly had happened. However, no one knew the answer. Soon, Hugh Jax and Primal Chaos City Leader appeared. Many Universe Masters sat on their stone chairs and looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and Hugh Jax. Primal Chaos City Leader went straight to the point. Everyone, so far, more than 100 Universe Masters have chosen to withdraw from the Hong Alliance. The moment he said that, all the Universe Masters, including Zhou Hao, were stunned. Withdraw from the Hong Alliance, they even suspected that they had misheard. Now, there were countless races rushing to join the Hong Alliance, and there were many Universe Masters. Everyone who had joined the Hong Alliance before felt very lucky. Although there were occasionally those who withdrew from the Hong Alliance, since Zhou Hao had received the inheritance of Duandong River, almost no Universe Masters had withdrawn. After I heard the news, I immediately went to Northern Territory Alliance Master to ask about the situation, Primal Chaos City Leader said. After all, Northern Territory Alliance Master is helping to manage the Hong Alliance. From him, I learned that these Universe Masters who have withdrawn from the Hong Alliance have joined a new race alliance that was just established in the original universe. It is called the Freedom Alliance. What? The Freedom Alliance? Who formed it? Even if it is a new race alliance, there shouldn't be so many Universe Masters withdrawing. Which Universe Supreme Master is the one who formed the Freedom Alliance? Deserted Mirror and the other Universe Masters were bewildered. If more than 10 Universe Masters were to withdraw from the alliance, it would still be reasonable. After all, a new alliance of races would usually provide generous benefits. It was understandable that some universe masters would choose to join the alliance for their own interests. However, it was completely unreasonable for more than 100 universe masters to withdraw at once. Everyone knew that within the human race, the Hong Alliance was the most powerful alliance of races in the original universe. On top of that, Zhou Hao had the talent that could allow great beings to break through to become universe masters and become universe supreme masters. He also had the powerful inheritance of Duandong River, so there was hope for universe supreme masters to break through reincarnation. Under such circumstances, it was the best choice to join the Hong Alliance. Huge axe pressed down in the void space. Silence. The hall quickly quieted down as everyone turned to look at the giant axe. The Freedom Alliance is formed by Black Universe Creator, Virtual Real Devil Master, Shock Horn of the Demon Race, and several other Universe Supreme Masters. Besides, the Space Beast Alliance has also announced that it is cooperating with the Freedom Alliance. The other races have also expressed their opinions. Only the Ancestral God School hasn't said anything yet. Huge Axe Creator, even if it is formed by several Universe Supreme Masters, what can they give us? True treasures? Techniques? Resources? How can these be compared to the opportunities for us humans to break through? Yes, there must be a deeper reason behind this. We have to figure it out. Virtual Real Devil Master, Shock Horn, and the others have always been at odds with us, and they have a huge grudge against each other. Since they are one of the founders, I'm afraid this Freedom Alliance was formed for us humans. Humph. Can't they see the current situation clearly? Or do they have other trump cards? One after another, the Universe Masters raised their voices. Zhou Hao suddenly understood. It seemed that Purple Moon Ancestor had made a move. Only Purple Moon Ancestor had the ability to make so many Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe unite. After all, none of the Universe Supreme Masters were fools who couldn't see the situation clearly. Even if the conditions given by the human race were harsh, they would still join the human race when they had no other choice. As expected, Chaos City leader quickly revealed the reason. This news was provided by Shihua Island leader. According to him, Purple Moon Ancestor of Universe Ocean wanted the Universe Supreme Masters of the original universe to form a new alliance to deal with the human race. Purple Moon Ancestor wants to deal with us humans? How is that possible? The two holy lands have always been superior in Universe Ocean, and we humans aren't even second class in Universe Ocean. Why would Purple Moon Holy Land target us? Is it for the inheritance of Duandong River? The inheritance of Duandong River? It shouldn't be. Doesn't Purple Moon Ancestor know that they can't do anything to Sword River? That's right. Even if they're targeting us humans, they shouldn't use this method. In the original universe, we humans are invincible. However, since Sword River got the inheritance of Duandong River, Purple Moon Holy Land's reaction has been a bit strange. East Emperor Holy Land sent North True Star Master to propose a deal with us humans, and the other powers in Universe Ocean are no exception. Only Purple Moon Holy Land hasn't done anything. Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the other Universe Masters were shocked and confused. This was too abnormal. The two Holy Lands could exist forever and had gone through countless reincarnation eras. The human race was only a pinnacle race in the original universe. Even if Zhou Hao got the inheritance of Duandong River, there was only a glimmer of hope for him to transcend reincarnation and create a third Holy Land universe. Back then, Teacher Origin was invincible and dominated Universe Ocean, but Purple Moon Holy Land didn't target the human race. Besides, even if the human race really created a Holy Land universe, it wouldn't be a threat to Purple Moon Holy Land. After all, Universe Ocean was so vast. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. I can't understand why Purple Moon Holy Land suddenly targeted us humans. I've asked Northern Territory Alliance Master to ask Shihua Island leader, but Shihua Island leader doesn't know the specific reason. He only knows that Purple Moon Holy Land is willing to provide cultivation experience from Universe Masters to Universe Supreme Masters. It's because of this generous offer that over 100 Universe Masters left the Hong Alliance. Speaking of this, his face became serious. If this news spreads, I'm afraid more Universe Masters will leave the Hong Alliance. By then, the human race will be under great pressure. Huang Jian and the other Universe Masters all frowned. Although the third universe supreme master had just emerged from the human race, and with Zhou Hao's power, there were more than 60 universe masters in the human race. After all, it was only one race. Now, the situation of the entire original universe had changed into the form of an alliance of races. If the Han Alliance disintegrated, then the human race would lose its original status. By then, if the powerful Freedom Alliance asked the human race to hand over the inheritance of Duandong River, how would the human race respond? Since the powers in the form of a race alliance appeared on a large scale, the more universe masters there were, the more power they had in the original universe. Previously, the demon race and the bug race had decisively left fertile territory because the Han Alliance was too powerful. If a war really broke out, even if they worked together, they would soon collapse. However, now the situation was reversed. Primal Chaos City leader continued, "This time, I've gathered all of you here to discuss how we should deal with this sudden change of situation." "Humph," Huang Jian said coldly. "If the Freedom Alliance is formed, and there are more universe masters, they'll have an overwhelming advantage over the Han Alliance. Then they'll be arrogant enough to ask the human race to hand over the inheritance of Duandong River." Qingdong Master frowned. "That's obvious. Duandong River's inheritance is so precious. Our human race is strong enough to intimidate the other race alliances. Now, I'm worried that Purple Moon Holy Land will also impart its cultivation experience to Universe Ocean. The number of Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean far exceeds the number of Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe, and what they crave the most is the cultivation experience from Universe Supreme Masters to the limit of Universe Supreme Masters." Qingdong Master's words attracted the attention of the other Universe Masters, and many Universe Masters speculated about this possibility. However, Universe Ocean was, after all, vast. Even if other reincarnation powers targeted the human race, it wouldn't make much of a difference. At most, they would lose some true treasures. Therefore, the real threat to the human race was actually the newly formed Freedom Alliance. The number of universe masters in the original universe was limited. The stronger the Freedom Alliance was, the weaker the Han Alliance would be. At this moment, Zhou Hao said slowly, "Everyone, our human race not only has more than 60 universe masters, but we also have many supreme true treasures. As long as the Han Alliance has more than 200 universe masters, we don't have to worry about the Freedom Alliance. If the Freedom Alliance wants to go to war, we'll fight them." Seeing Zhou Hao express his attitude, Huang Jian, Qingdong, and the other universe masters expressed their opinions one after another. Zhou Hao is right. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll go to war. Without going through war, our human race will always be strong on the surface. I agree with Sword River. Our human race is not what it used to be. With supreme true treasures, all of you, and the 3 universe supreme masters, we don't have to worry about the Freedom Alliance at all. That's right. The Freedom Alliance has just been formed. Although Purple Moon Ancestor is providing cultivation experience, after all, it's just talk. As long as they don't get it, they won't do anything. I suggest that our human race give out some cultivation experience at an appropriate time. This will form a contrast, and at least it'll calm the hearts of the remaining universe masters in the Han Alliance. It'll buy us enough time to develop and improve our power." Hearing these opinions, Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax couldn't help laughing. Zhou Hao continued, "We can give out some cultivation experience first. How about this? I'll start a lecture. No matter what, our human race has to do something." The news that the universe children were going to conduct a large-scale lecture within the Han Alliance within 100 years was deliberately publicized by the human race. Very quickly, the number of universe masters who chose to withdraw from the Han Alliance decreased drastically. Just as the human race had guessed, although Purple Moon Ancestor had promised to provide cultivation experience, he had only provided a portion of it. As for the universe masters, they had not provided anything at all. This was why, attracted by the preaching of Tao, the universe masters from the Han Alliance naturally chose to wait and see. Of course, at least half of the universe masters, such as Star River Master, had high hopes for the human race. Even if they were roped in by the Freedom Alliance, they would not choose to withdraw. Zhou Hao didn't pay much attention to that. No matter how strong the Freedom Alliance was, he didn't care. His willpower had reached the pinnacle eternal true God level. If he performed his techniques, it would be a disaster for universe masters. It would be more terrifying than the ancient god Eye in the original plot, so he wasn't worried about the Freedom Alliance at all. Universe Ocean. Deep in the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector. After decades of chasing, they finally arrived at the Land of Darkness. Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were all Universe Supreme Masters. They didn't want to, but they could only contact Sector Beast Morosa in the Land of Darkness through their souls. Morosa was in a good mood when he heard that delicacies were delivered to his doorstep. Very good. The three of you have done well this time. Just in time for a good meal. As a Sector Beast, Morosa didn't care about the great beings from Universe Ocean. Over the countless eras, there were true gods from Universe Ocean like Great Thunder Star Master who accidentally entered the Land of Darkness, but they couldn't even survive its soul attack. It enslaved Great Thunder Star Master and the other two because there was a Sector Beast stronger than Morosa in the nest of Sector Beasts, Betty. Morosa wanted to surpass Betty, so it didn't kill Great Thunder Star Master and the other two. Instead, it enslaved them to understand the situation in Universe Ocean. Master, be careful. Although Sword River is only a Universe Master, he can unleash combat power at top-tier level 8. Besides, he got the inheritance from the ancient civilization. He's stronger than us in a one-on-one fight. Yes, Master. Don't be careless. The inheritance from Duandong River is very powerful. Otherwise, how could Sword River, a Universe Master, unleash combat power at top-tier level 8? Also, Jian he is a doppelganger. It would be best to enslave his soul directly. Great Thunder Star Master and the other two hurriedly transmitted messages through soul telepathy. Of course, they were not worried about Morosa. They were mainly worried that Morosa would be careless and allow Zhou Hao to self-destruct his doppelganger and lose this excellent opportunity. Morosa was quite clear about the different levels in Universe Ocean. The moment he heard that it was a Universe Master who could unleash combat power at top-tier level 8, he became a little more serious. Don't worry. Drive him to the edge, and I'll perform a soul attack right away. He's only a Universe Master. Even if he's received a powerful inheritance, his willpower and soul are probably average. Great Thunder Star Master continued, Master, the inheritance of Duandong River, Morosa snorted. If the enslavement is successful, the inheritance will naturally be passed on to you. Great Thunder Star Master and the others were overjoyed. Boom. Boom. Terrifying thunderbolts and strange beasts interweaved in the depths of the inner area that was filled with strange rocks and turbulent water. As they got closer to the Land of Darkness, the frequency of Great Thunder Star Master's attacks increased. Even though Zhou Hao didn't have a connection with his original body, he could guess that they were about to reach the Land of Dusk. Inside the core control room of Star Tower, Zhou Hao gazed into the distance, and a hint of excitement welled up in his heart. After more than 5,000 years, including the flow of time, almost 10 million eras had passed. Finally, he had returned to the Land of Darkness. When he had first been born in the Land of Darkness, he had only been an ordinary person, but now, he was already the most powerful Universe Master in Universe Ocean. He even had Star Tower, chaotic golden wings, and other powerful true treasures, at the same time. His original body, which had stayed in the Land of Darkness for more than 5,000 years, couldn't help but look excited. Soon, we're about to leave this place. There were 1 billion Sector Beasts in the Land of Darkness. Even though he had been improving his power by checking in, he couldn't feel at ease as long as he didn't leave the nest of the Sector Beasts. That was the main reason why Fenhun was working so hard and didn't stop for even a second. However, even though he was excited, both his original body and Fenhun were more cautious. Morosa and Betty should be the strongest Sector Beasts among the 1 billion Sector Beasts. In the original plot, after Luo Feng went through the world of Jin, Morosa was only at level 3. Now, there are more than 10,000 eras before the world of Jin arrives. Morosa shouldn't have reached level 3 yet. Zhou Hao was deep in thought. Third-stage Sector Beasts were very strong. Their willpower was at the level of an eternal true god, and their soul attacks could only be blocked by pinnacle true gods of void space. Of course, Sector Beasts didn't have many attacking methods. Their main strength was their ability to survive. They could create 99 bodies to escape, and they could perform sector light tunnel at critical moments. The true gods of Universe Ocean were no match for sector beasts for two reasons. First, their willpower and soul were weak. Only a few true gods had reached the willpower of a true god of void space. Second, they didn't have enough godly power. They couldn't compete with sector beasts like Nine Remoteness and Luo Feng. However, although Zhou Hao hadn't become a true god, because of the chaos law, his godly power was vast. His willpower was much stronger than other true gods. Therefore, even if he encountered a level 3 sector beast, he wasn't afraid at all. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, a large amount of fog appeared in front of him. The fog was like a black hole. The further they went, the darker it was. The chaotic airflow started to decrease. It was like they weren't in Universe Ocean anymore. It's not easy. After 20 years, we finally reached the edge of the land of darkness. Haha. So many powers in Universe Ocean want the inheritance of Duandong River. Unfortunately, it's ours now. I thought we'd be enslaved by that monster. Who knew we'd be saved? Seeing Zhou Hao enter the dark fog, Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God were all excited. The dark fog was actually the edge of the land of darkness. True gods from Universe Ocean couldn't come out after entering the fog. Master, Blade River has entered the edge. Great Thunder Star Master reported. Morosa had been waiting at the edge for a long time. Its eyes gleamed fiercely. A powerful inheritance from the ancient civilization? Is there anything I need in that inheritance? All the fighting skills of sector beasts were innate. Their attacks contained the mysteries of the universe. However, Morosa also knew that the ancient civilization was very powerful. The inheritance left behind might contain the way to use the destruction origin. The area covered by the dark fog wasn't big. It was like a thin film that separated the land of darkness from Universe Ocean. It made it difficult for the chaotic airflow to enter, so the chaotic airflow in the land of darkness was very thin. After a few days of waiting, Morosa saw a small, black, pointed tower flying toward him at high speed. That must be the palace true treasure that Blade River is riding. Morosa wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, it hid and threw a supreme true treasure nearby. Through Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Masters, it knew that supreme true treasures were very attractive to the life forms in Universe Ocean. Since it wasn't sure if the small black tower was a palace-type supreme true treasure, it decided to use that supreme true treasure as bait. After all, if it wanted to take in a supreme true treasure, Blade River had to come out from the small black tower or open the bottom of the small black tower. As long as there was a gap, Morosa's soul attack wouldn't be blocked by the palace true treasure. Morosa was very confident in his soul attack. Even a true god like the Great Thunder Star Master was stunned for a moment. Zhou Hao, who was in the core control room of Star Tower, knew he was in the land of darkness when he entered the dark fog and saw that Great Thunder Star Master and the other two Universe Masters didn't chase after him. He was on high alert. As he went deeper and deeper, when the dark fog disappeared, rocks, water, and other environments came into his sight. He had a strong soul connection with his original body, so he knew that the environment here was constantly moving. Huh? What's that? Just as Zhou Hao was about to use Heavenly Cycle Star's hiding technique, he sensed a strong aura fluctuation. He didn't even need to check. He saw that in the distance, there was a true treasure that was casually thrown away. An axe-type supreme true treasure? His eyes brightened. It seemed that this supreme true treasure was found by Huge Axe in the original plot in the inner area. No wonder he couldn't get an axe-type supreme true treasure even after checking in the inner area. It was in the land of darkness. He didn't need to think to know that Morosa was hiding nearby. It wanted to use this axe-type supreme true treasure to lure him to open Star Tower. I have Spirit Snow Ice Pearl, and my will is at the peak of Eternal True God. Morosa's soul attack is useless against me. He controlled Star Tower and quickly moved it toward the axe-type supreme true treasure. In fact, he could have gotten this supreme true treasure just by checking in. However, he went over because he wanted to test Morosa's current strength. He wanted to have a good estimate of its strength. So, Star Tower was flying very fast. When it was still more than 10 miles away from the Axe-type Supreme True Treasure, the aura fluctuation was very intense. Morosa, who was hiding not far away, had a fierce look in his eyes. This sword river is just SOSO. Hua, 5 miles away. The whirlpool tunnel at the bottom of Star Tower opened. Vast godly power spread out and quickly spread toward the Axe-type Supreme True Treasure. The godly power spread very fast, but Morosa still didn't move. He watched calmly. The moment the godly power touched the Axe-type Supreme True Treasure, Morosa moved. He opened his ugly mouth and let out a soundless scream. Chi, chi. The terrifying soul attack spread faster than the godly power. It went through the whirlpool at the bottom of Star Tower and attacked Zhou Hao directly. Zhou Hao immediately felt the soul attack, but a smile appeared on his face. The spirit snow ice pearl that was suppressed in the depths of his soul didn't even move. He could easily resist it with his will alone. Moreover, this level of soul attack couldn't even scratch an itch for him. Tisk, tsk. This is the soul attack of a sector beast, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he put Star Tower away. A blue flame appeared in his palm. It was his newly refined domain-type Supreme True Treasure, Blue Ocean Fire World. Hua, with the infusion of godly power, the blue flame spread out crazily. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. As soon as it covered the area, he found the life form that was hiding its aura. At the same time, Morosa's eyes were filled with surprise. Until now, it was clear that the River of Swords before it had easily blocked its soul attack. Hence, it decided to show itself. No wonder you're a universe master from a powerful ancient civilization. You can block my soul attack. Even true gods like Great Thunder Star Master can't block it. Seeing Morosa show up, Zhou Hao opened his dark purple wings. Each wing had a cold luster, like a blade with great pressure. You're the great being behind Great Thunder Star Master? Yes, Morosa said. Great Thunder Star Master and the other two are my slaves. I'll give you a chance. As long as you become my slave, I'll let you transcend reincarnation. Let me transcend reincarnation? Zhou Hao laughed, but he thought to himself that Morosa was indeed smart. In the original plot, it was the first to leave the land of darkness. It wanted to eat the universe origin to improve its power. In fact, if it hadn't left, Luo Feng might not have succeeded. Chi, the wings were like blades. They slashed at Morosa. With the flash of the blade, a huge universe shadow with chaotic airflow appeared. It wrapped around Morosa at an extremely fast speed. Inside the universe shadow, many blade lights slashed at Morosa. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't want to be my slave, go to hell. Twisted black light appeared around Morosa. It teleported to the edge of the universe shadow and disintegrated the blade lights. The power that was opposite to the godly power was destroying the universe shadow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the condensed miniature universe couldn't withstand a single blow. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. The sector beast's attack contained the power of destruction origin. Although it was opposite to the godly power, it was much stronger than the godly power in terms of quality. However, Morosa wasn't very strong. Although the chaotic world it performed was quickly disintegrated, it was only an ordinary attack. It was only at the top level of level 8. When the universe shadow was about to collapse, Zhou Hao attacked again. This time, he used Duan Mia to burn 1% of his godly power. With his vast godly power, burning 1% was terrifying. Hong, Chaos Heaven and Earth was performed again, but its power far exceeded that of a top-tier level 8 secret technique. It was close to the level of a level 10 secret technique. This was mainly because Zhou Hao was still a universe master. If he were a true god, his attack would surpass the level 10 secret technique and reach the level of a true god of void space. How is this possible? Sword River is only a universe master. Even the top level of level 8 isn't his limit? Morosa's expression changed. It felt a trace of threat from the universe shadow. Chi. When the universe shadow formed by the chaos world enveloped Morosa, the overwhelming blade light seemed to form a universe of blades, pouring down on Morosa. Its power, which was comparable to that of a rank 10 fighter, kept obliterating Morosa's physical strength. It also penetrated Morosa's body through the twisted black threads. If it had been a secret technique of ordinary godly power outbursts, the Sector Beast's defense would have been able to withstand it easily. However, Zhouhao's Chaos World was an application of the Chaos Law. Its power level was almost the same as the power of the origin. Therefore, at that moment, Morosa's body defense was broken by the sharp blade light. Impossible. The ferocious look in Morosa's eyes was filled with shock. At the moment when its life was in danger, it did not even hesitate to use its life-saving technique. Its head was facing the front and back of the head, and at the same time, its ugly body burst out with a dazzling black light. After the black light condensed, it turned into a dazzling red light. The bloody light was instantly transferred to its two eyes, and then the eyes shot out red light. It almost teleported and hit the edge of the universe shadow formed by the Chaos World. The power of the red light was very strong. Zhouhao's Chaos Sky and Earth was only an area of effect killing technique. It wasn't meant to trap the enemy, so the red light easily pierced through the universe shadow. The knife light that covered the sky and the earth gradually dissipated. Morosa was scared. It didn't expect Sword River Master to be so strong. Sword River, I'll remember you. Wait and see. You've pissed me off. After saying that, 99 patterns appeared on Morosa's back. They turned into 99 bodies, flying in all directions in the blink of an eye. Deep down, the Sector Beast was gnashing its teeth. This time, when it returned, it had to speed up its devouring. Although it was the first to arrive at that batch of level 2 Sector Beasts, because there was still a long way to go, the Sector Beast had been leisurely patrolling its territory every day. Only when it discovered a Sector Beast that posed a threat to it had grown up would it devour it. But now, the Sector Beast felt that it had to increase its power as quickly as possible so that it could regain its dignity. Hong, at that moment. The dark purple wings on Zhouhao's back suddenly grew, and then a horrible energy burst out. The space within billions of miles froze. Morosa, who had just escaped hundreds of millions of miles, suddenly felt like it had fallen into a swamp. Without a doubt, this was a sealing technique on the same level as Shiwu Wing's single-thought void space. With the help of energy, it was very powerful. Star Tower. Zhouhao waved his hand, and the small black tower rapidly expanded. It easily covered the area of the domain, and then 9 gigantic whirlpools burst forth. Before coming to the Land of Darkness, he had studied Star Tower and Chaotic Golden Wings for a while. He had fully comprehended all the techniques that Luo Feng could perform through these two true treasures in the original plot. After all, he was walking the path of the ultimate law, so it was much easier for him to activate the secret engravings of the true treasures compared to Luo Feng. Whoosh! The giant whirlpool suction force, forcing Morosa's 99 bodies flying. What? What kind of true treasure is this? Morosa was shocked again. It felt that Xianxia's technique was hard to deal with. So soon, the 99 bodies gathered together and turned back into the original Sector Beast. Xianxia, I admit that you're strong, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is the Land of Darkness of Tilted Peak Sector. Humph. Other than me, there are hundreds of millions of creatures at the same level as me. I can easily summon them here, and then you'll be attacked by 1 billion creatures at the same level as me. Even if you have that palace true treasure and immense godly power, can you resist the attack of 1 billion Sector Beasts? After realizing that it couldn't escape, Morosa didn't panic. After all, this was the Land of Darkness, the nest of the Sector Beasts. Sector Beasts fought and ate each other, which was limited by the rules of the universe. However, when facing the creatures of Universe Ocean, they could be very united. As long as it announced Zhouhao's power and location, many Sector Beasts would come over instantly. Zhouhao knew that, too, which was why he didn't use the secret technique of willpower. He also didn't want to kill Morosa because it wasn't realistic. If they were outside, he would try, but as Morosa said, this was the Land of Darkness. Haha. I'm not scared, but since you've set this up, you should be prepared to die. Zhouhao smiled faintly. Morosa was relieved when it heard that. From Xianxia's tone, it could tell that Xianxia didn't want to kill him. Xianxia, I didn't set this up. My 3 slaves acted on their own. I can give them to you and let you do whatever you want with them. That's the best I can do. If you insist on fighting, humph. I'll summon my companions immediately. Zhou Hao wanted to laugh. This sector beast lied without batting an eyelid. Of course, he knew there were 1 billion sector beasts in the world, but only a few had reached Morosa's level. What a pity. But I've achieved my goal. A level 2 sector beast is no match for me. The only shortcoming is that I can't force Morosa to use its last life-saving move, the sector light tunnel. He was deep in thought. Using the sector light tunnel would consume a lot of the sector beast's core origin energy. If Morosa wanted to use it, it would probably fall back to level 1. Therefore, Morosa definitely wouldn't do that. It would most likely call other sector beasts over. Although he wanted to enslave Morosa like Luo Feng did in the original plot, Zhou Hao knew it wasn't the right time yet. Besides, it was impossible to enslave a sector beast in the Land of Darkness. Thinking about that, Zhou Hao raised his voice. Okay. You leave Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 to me. Also, tell me how to leave the Land of Darkness. Morosa was delighted. With your power, you can easily kill Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2. I won't go over. As for leaving the Land of Darkness, it's easy. You just have to keep flying in the direction where the chaos air is dense. Zhou Hao snorted. Who knows if you're lying to me? You have to give me the map of the Land of Darkness. Besides, you should have other supreme true treasures with you. Give me 5 of them. What? 5 supreme true treasures? Morosa was furious. I didn't lose. I just don't want to waste time with you. 2. Zhou Hao's voice was cold. At the same time, the whirlpool of Star Tower increased its suction. Morosa clenched its teeth. Okay. I agree. It was even angrier. It had never been so embarrassed since it was born. If it hadn't been worried that it wouldn't be able to become the ultimate king, it wouldn't have compromised. Wait for me. When I become a level 3, no, a level 4, I'll go to Universe Ocean to find you. I'll eat you and your race. Morosa swore. Then it opened its mouth and spat out 2 supreme true treasures, which flew toward Zhou Hao. These were the true treasures of the fallen universe supreme masters who had entered the Land of Darkness by mistake. After all, true gods who dared to enter the core area all had supreme true treasures with them. As a level 2 sector beast in the Land of Darkness, it was easy for Morosa to get supreme true treasures. Of course, it didn't want to give too many to Zhou Hao. It was worried that he would continue to become stronger. Zhou Hao's godly power enveloped the 2 supreme true treasures and put them away. These 2 treasures were a palace true treasure and an armor true treasure, so they were still acceptable. After that, Morosa gave Zhou Hao the map of the Land of Darkness. Actually, this map had been randomly drawn based on Morosa's memory. It was mainly used as a reference point for each area, so it would be easier for Morosa to hunt other sector beasts. I'll leave now. Zhou Hao was excited. With the map, his original body could finally leave the Land of Darkness. Schwa, he put away the suppression of Chaos Golden Wings, and he immediately rode the Black Tower back. At the same time, his original body was in the eastern region of the giant ball in the Land of Darkness. He quickly performed Universe Star hiding technique and flew according to the reference points given by Morosa. Over the past 5,000 years, he had been signing in continuously in the Land of Darkness. He had also obtained many true treasures and armors. For example, the Chaos Godly armor at the very beginning was not a true treasure, nor was it a machine type from the ancient civilization. However, its defensive ability was very strong. Especially as the strength of his original body gradually increased, its defensive power became stronger and stronger. It was much stronger than Supreme True Treasure armors. After all, it was an item he had obtained from checking in at the beginning. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. With reference points, Zhou Hao's original body relied on the soul connection between him and Fenhun. He flew carefully all the way. After flying for 2 months, he finally met Fenhun at the edge of a giant mountain range. Looking at his original body, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, Zhou Hao's mirror body was filled with emotions. It had not been easy. After 5,000 years, his original body had finally come back. From now on, he would no longer be threatened by death. Thank you. His original body said gratefully. I am you, and you are me. Zhou Hao's mirror body said with a smile. Yes. They looked at each other and smiled. So, the whirlpool at the bottom of the Black Tower opened, and his original body flashed in. After entering the Star Tower, his original body was completely safe. Almost at the same time, regardless of whether it was his original body or Fenhun, who was in the boat of mausoleum, Zhou Hao felt as though he had unloaded a heavy burden of thousands of pounds. He became extremely relaxed. His soul seemed to have undergone a cleansing transformation. The fourth step of the primal chaos law, which had been stagnant, was under such circumstances. He seemed to have been blessed by a stroke of luck, and he crossed that bottleneck. In other words, the moment he rescued his original body, he comprehended the fourth step of the primal chaos law, and he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. As long as he comprehended the fifth step, he would be able to break through to the true God level, and this was his path. Let's go home. The original body and his mirror body said in unison. There was not a moment when he wanted to return to the original universe, to Earth, to Yangzhou City, and to Westlake Castle. Very soon. Several days passed. Small Black Tower left the land of darkness. In the virtual universe. In the godly palace. Primal Chaos City leader frowned. Xianxia, now many universe masters from the Hong Alliance have suggested that Zhou Hao's preaching time should be sped up. Some are even spreading the news that Zhou Hao's preaching is just a pretense. In fact, it's just to buy time. Xianxia snorted. Primal Chaos City leader, our human race is not a pushover. These universe masters from the Hong Alliance did not dare to make a sound before, but now that the Freedom Alliance has made a choice, they are using this as a threat. I don't think we should let them be. Whoever wants to leave, just let them leave. No matter how strong the Freedom Alliance is, they are just a sheet of loose sand. If we were to really go to war, our human race might not necessarily be afraid of them. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. I know this, but what our human race needs the most now is time. Ice Mountain, Qingdong, and the others are all trying their best to digest the cultivation experience regarding the inheritance of Duandong River that Zhou Hao talked about previously. Once they finish digesting it, perhaps another Universe Supreme Master will emerge, and the power of the other Universe Masters will increase, too. By then, our human race will be invincible even if we don't rely on the Hong Alliance. Besides that, we still have to consider Universe Ocean. Xianxia knew that Primal Chaos City leader had always been steady, and he was thinking about the overall situation of the human race. We can't let Zhou Hao preach the preaching time, said Primal Chaos City leader. Zhou Hao has helped our human race enough. He's your disciple, but we can't keep troubling Zhou Hao. Primal Chaos City leader sighed. Yes, let me do it. I'll try my best to stabilize the Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance. For example, we can be more open about the true treasures. As long as we can get through this period of time, our human race won't have to worry about anything. Right, how's the situation over at Universe Ocean? Xianxia was still in Universe Boat. After all, it was almost time for the trade, and as a Universe Supreme Master, he had to be responsible for this trade. The situation is a bit complicated, said Primal Chaos City leader. The news of the original universe has spread to Universe Ocean. Most of the races and powers that want to trade with us aren't as anxious as before. Instead, they're waiting and watching. However, East Emperor Holy Land is still urging us, just like before. It's the same with the Divine Eye clan. Primal Chaos City leader nodded with confusion in his eyes. The Divine Eye clan lost 3 true gods in the inheritance of Duandong River, and their power was greatly reduced. They're still in desperate need of the inheritance experience. East Emperor Holy Land, like Purple Moon Holy Land, can both exist eternally. Even now, I still don't understand why the attitudes of the 2 Holy Lands are so different. I've asked Teacher about this, but he couldn't figure it out. Either. He only guessed that it might have something to do with the transcendence of reincarnation. Xianxia sighed. The ancestors of the 2 Holy Lands are great beings who transcended reincarnation, so their considerations are naturally different from ours. We don't know when a holy land will be born in our human race. When Primal Chaos City leader heard that, he couldn't help laughing. I believe that our human race will definitely have a holy land universe. Xianxia was just about to say something when his expression changed. What's wrong? Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. I just received news that 3 Universe Supreme Masters, Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God, have been annihilated. What? Do you know how they were annihilated? Primal Chaos City leader's eyes widened. Great Thunder Star Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters were great beings who had experienced 1 or 2 reincarnation eras. Other than the core lands of the 3 lands of Extremis, in the entire universe ocean, only Divine Eye True Master and a few others could hurt them. Now, they were annihilated. This news was absolutely shocking. However, what Xianxia said next stunned Primal Chaos City leader. Zhou Hao killed them. How is this possible? After being stunned for quite a while, Primal Chaos City leader finally reacted. His voice was filled with disbelief. After breaking through to become a Universe Supreme Master, he was even more aware of how difficult it was for Universe Supreme Masters to fall. For example, Undying Fighters, Knights, and Universe Masters, because their souls were fused with their godly bodies, burning their godly power was equivalent to burning their souls. Thus, if their godly bodies were severely damaged, they would fall into a deep slumber or even fall into a deep sleep. However, Universe Supreme Masters were different. At this level, they had already returned to their original state and had become a flesh and blood life form at the time of their birth. Every piece of their blood and bones contained a large amount of pure godly power, but their soul and other life imprints were hidden in a special space within their bodies. This space was the heart of true God. The heart chain of a true God was connected to a miniature universe, so it could provide a large amount of godly power at any time. Hence, a true God would almost never run out of godly power, and his soul would not be easily damaged. As for destroying a miniature universe, that would be even more difficult. The most common method in Universe Ocean was to continuously injure the body of a true God through repeated attacks until the body reached the point where it could no longer withstand the attacks. Thus, the heart of a true God would be destroyed. It was just like how the true Lord ranks of the Divine Eye clan had used a combined attack to kill Kong Luo. In the original plot, Firefly True Master had been killed by Sector Beast Morosa because the Sector Beast had destroyed his godly power in an instant. Firefly True Master's body had been destroyed, and the heart of true God that had been hiding inside had naturally collapsed. Giant Axe didn't think that Hun Dun's reaction was exaggerated at all. He was just as shocked and incredulous as Hun Dun. Hun Dun had just broken through to the true God level and had not yet ventured into the Universe Ocean to fight with other true gods. However, Xianxia often ventured into the Universe Ocean. Previously, he had been besieged by several true masters from the Divine Eye clan. Although he had been injured at that time, it was mainly due to the frequent high-frequency battles that had damaged his body. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to recover quickly. And this was the situation where the true Lord ranks of the Divine Eye clan were proficient in combined attacks. But Zhou Hao was only a Universe Master. Previously, he had used the impact of willpower to cause the 2 true masters of the Divine Eye clan to lose their minds, which had already shocked Xianxia. This time, he had actually killed 3 Universe Supreme Masters, Great Thunder Star Master, Dragon Rock Race God, and Xianxia Emperor, with Great Thunder Star Master being a top-tier 8th-tier being. Anyone who heard such news would find it absurd, but now, it had spread throughout the entire Universe Ocean, and Xianxia was the last to know. Just as Chaos was about to ask Giant Axe where the news came from, he received an email from Zhou Hao. He also received the Giant Axe. The 2 of them did not even give it a second thought before sending out urgent emails to the other Universe Masters. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Inside the huge temple. Whoosh. As the mail was very urgent, Darkness, Deserted Mirror, and the others hurriedly entered the virtual universe after receiving it. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? I don't know. It seems to be something big. Could it be that the number of Universe Masters who quit the Hong Alliance exceeded our expectations? It's most likely related to this. Humph. These Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance will regret this sooner or later. Baron Jian, Ice Mountain, and the other Universe Masters were whispering to each other. Swish swish. Hun Dun and Giant Axe entered one after another. Soon, Zhou Hao also appeared. Before the other universe masters could greet him, Huge Axe was already looking at Zhou Hao impatiently. Zhou Hao, what is going on? Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God? Were you the one who killed the 3 Universe Supreme Masters? As soon as he said this, instantly, the hall became silent. All the Universe Masters, including Darkness, who had just become a Universe Supreme Master, stared with their eyes wide open. Zhou Hao killed 3 Universe Masters? They couldn't even wrap their heads around it. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, I killed them. This is very unusual. Huge Axe Creator, let's sit down first. After getting Zhou Hao's confirmation, even though Huge Axe didn't need to breathe, he couldn't help but gasp. However, at this time, Primal Chaos calmed down and said slowly, everyone, sit down first. However, at this moment, no one sat down. They all looked at Zhou Hao, dumbfounded. Primal Chaos smiled bitterly. Zhou Hao was also helpless. He knew that when everyone heard the news, they would have such a reaction. There was a pause. One by one, the Universe Masters came back to their senses and sat down on the stone chairs. Huge Axe and Primal Chaos also sat down. Darkness couldn't help but ask, Zhou Hao, you really killed 3 Universe Supreme Masters? Zhou Hao smiled. Yes, and I haven't broken through yet. I'm still a Universe Master. After that, all the Universe Masters fell into a daze once again. A Universe Master killing a Universe Supreme Master, they had never heard of such a thing. Universe Ocean had gone through countless reincarnation eras, and such a thing had never happened. Sector Lords could still kill Undying Fighters, Emperor-level Undying Fighters, and even fight with Knights. However, after becoming Universe Masters and Universe Supreme Masters, there would be a qualitative leap in their power. At this level, it was very difficult to kill someone of a higher level. More importantly, the 3 Universe Supreme Masters were killed, and they hadn't just broken through. No one could imagine how Zhou Hao did it. Okay, don't ask Zhou Hao anymore. Let Zhou Hao tell us himself. Primal Chaos couldn't help reminding them. Suddenly, many Universe Masters who wanted to ask a lot of questions swallowed their words. Zhou Hao pondered for a while. This is a long story. I'll just say it briefly. Previously, I happened to enter a special passageway in Tilted Peak Sector, and inside, I obtained the Pulling Traces diagram and a true treasure. Primal Chaos and the others nodded. They did know about this, and because Zhou Hao obtained the Pulling Traces diagram and a true treasure, the foundation of their race had increased rapidly. Although I gained quite a lot in Universe Boat, I still think Tilted Peak Sector is my lucky place, so I sent another body to Tilted Peak Sector. Who knew that this time, through that special passageway, I would enter the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector? Hearing this, Primal Chaos, Huge Axe, and the others were shocked. There were many dangerous regions in the depths of Tilted Peak Sector. Other than Universe Supreme Masters, there were very few Universe Masters who dared to venture into such regions. However, considering that Zhou Hao had a Palace Supreme True Treasure, they were relieved. Then Zhou Hao briefly told them about his encounter with Great Thunder Star Master, the 3 Universe Supreme Masters, and the Sector Beast. Of course, regarding the Sector Beast, he only said it was a special and powerful life form. However, after Zhou Hao finished, the hall became silent again. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Not only did Zhou Hao enter the land of darkness of Tilted Peak Sector, but he also met that powerful life form and obtained several supreme true treasures from it. Then he killed Great Thunder Star Master and the others, who were enslaved by this life form. Any one of these treasures would be shocking enough if it were to be spread out. Any other Universe Master, even if he had a supreme true treasure, would have been annihilated. But Zhou Hao was safe and sound, at this moment. Huge Axe stared at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, are you saying that you used that willpower technique to destroy the souls of Great Thunder Star Master and the others? Then you killed them? Zhou Hao nodded. That's right. I'm not good at soul techniques, so I'm only good at willpower attacks. Besides, before one of my bodies went to Tilted Peak Sector, he stayed at the black striped stone pillar to sharpen his willpower. With the combination of this willpower secret technique and Duandong River's godly power-burning secret technique, I was able to unleash my full potential and kill 3 Universe Supreme Masters, including Great Thunderstar Master, at the soul level. Actually, killing Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters was the first time he used his willpower technique, and he was satisfied with the result. Under the impact of the willpower technique at the pinnacle eternal true God level, Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters couldn't withstand the impact of the willpower. Their souls collapsed. Although the impact of the willpower wasn't a soul attack, Zhou Hao's willpower level was too strong. He was only one step away from becoming a saint, so the impact on the souls of true gods was disastrous. Of course, it was also because Great Thunderstar Master and the others didn't have soul supreme true treasures. If they did, they could resist it. At the same time, if their willpower was at the level of true gods of void space, they wouldn't collapse. They would just be in a daze. Even if Great Thunderstar Master and the others were in a daze, Zhou Hao would have to put in a lot of effort to kill them. After all, the power he could unleash was only at level 10. Teacher Origin, who was good at soul techniques, was invincible in Universe Ocean and even enslaved a Universe Master from the automaton race. However, he couldn't cause the souls of true gods at the same level to collapse. Deserted Mirror, Qing Dong, and Long Xing had seen how terrifying Zhou Hao's willpower technique was. Now that they heard it, they could more or less accept it. Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax knew that the process couldn't be what Zhou Hao said, but they didn't ask too much. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and changed the topic to the Land of Darkness. Zhou Hao, the Land of Darkness is a dangerous place deep in Tilted Peak sector. It's really lucky that you were able to leave safely. However, it seems that the Land of Darkness has nurtured such a powerful life form that even you can't do anything about it. Yes. No wonder no one has been able to escape from the Land of Darkness in the past. It can easily enslave 3 Universe Supreme Masters like Great Thunderstar Master. That life form is very powerful when it comes to soul attacks. No matter what, it's good enough that Zhou Hao is safe. The other Universe Masters spoke one after another. At that moment, they understood why Zhou Hao wasn't afraid of the Freedom Alliance being too powerful. With such a powerful willpower technique, it didn't matter how many Universe Masters there were in the Freedom Alliance. After all, regardless of whether it was Universe Masters or Universe Supreme Masters, they were most afraid of great beings who were good at soul attacks. Although Zhou Hao's willpower technique wasn't a soul attack, its power was still very terrifying. Even Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters couldn't resist it. Their souls even collapsed. The Freedom Alliance wasn't a threat at all. Primal Chaos City leader suddenly asked, Zhou Hao, you asked me and Hugh Jax to hold a supreme meeting. This isn't the only thing to talk about, right? Is there any other danger in the Land of Darkness? Hugh Jax couldn't help but look at Zhou Hao. Killing Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters was indeed shocking, and it also showed Zhou Hao's current power. He was definitely one of the top great beings in Universe Ocean, so it was normal to hold a supreme meeting to celebrate. However, the Land of Darkness was located deep in Tilted Peak sector, at the edge of the core. Normally, no one would go there to explore. At most, they would be vigilant, but they wouldn't specifically talk about such things. Zhou Hao's expression turned serious. Yes, I want to talk about that strange life form. During the battle, that strange life form was suppressed by me, and I didn't use my willpower technique. As he spoke, he used his godly power to sketch out the scene of the battle. Primal Chaos City leader, Hugh Jax, and the others all turned pale when they saw it. What kind of life form is that? How could it be so terrifying? Its life-saving means are too powerful. Any other true god would have been injured by Sword River's attack, but this life form was only slightly injured. 1 billion. There are 1 billion such powerful life forms in the Land of Darkness? There aren't many true gods in the entire Universe Ocean, but this Land of Darkness has 1 billion terrifying life forms that are comparable to true gods? Everyone felt fear. Even though that strange life form was suppressed by Zhou Hao throughout the battle, they could tell that the power of that strange life form had definitely reached the level of a true god, and it wasn't low. Of course, that strange life form was able to enslave Great Thunderstar Master and the other 2 true gods, which also proved its power. And there were 1 billion such life forms. It was simply despairing. If all of them were to rush out from the land of darkness, they would definitely be able to wipe out the entire universe ocean. Xianxia's founder, teacher, I guess that strange life form is lying. However, it should be true that there are 1 billion such life forms in the land of darkness. Moreover, they are all very powerful. They seem to be restricted by something, so they have been staying in the land of darkness and haven't come out. At that time, I was afraid of being besieged, so I didn't really use my full power. Primal Chaos City leader said in a low voice, "Zhou Hao, you made the right choice. No matter whether what that strange life form said is true or not, you can't take the risk. The land of darkness is a dangerous place, and there must be unimaginable dangers. Besides, from what you described and sketched out, that strange life form's power seems to be different from our godly power. This is indeed something to be taken seriously." Zhou Hao nodded. The power of that strange life form is completely opposite to our godly power. It's good at soul attacks, and its life-saving ability is extremely strong. Ordinary Universe Supreme Masters are no match for it at all. Xianxia shook his head. I'm only slightly stronger than Great Thunderstar Master, but even Great Thunderstar Master has been enslaved. If I were to face it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be an exception. In the entire universe ocean, there aren't many who are stronger than me. The moment he said that, darkness, deserted mirror, and ice mountains' hearts sank. Even Xianxia wasn't a match for it. Zhou Hao was so strong, yet he could only suppress it. If it was only one life form, they wouldn't be worried. However, he had said that there were 1 billion such life forms in the land of darkness. Primal Chaos City leader thought for a while and said, "Everyone, don't spread this news. There are so many powerful life forms in the land of darkness, so it must be extraordinary. It's not something our human race can deal with. When the time is right, I'll go to the Ancestral God School and see if I can get some information." Yes. When the human race was holding the Supreme Meeting, the news that Zhou Hao had killed 3 Universe Supreme Masters including Great Thunderstar Master had caused a huge commotion in Universe Ocean and the original universe. In the core hall of the Freedom Alliance, Virtual Real Devil Master, Black Universe Creator, and a few other Universe Supreme Masters gathered their avatars, but their expressions were extremely solemn, and their eyes were filled with a sense of oppression. What's going on? Is the source reliable? It's impossible. Sword River is only a Universe Master. How could he kill a Universe Supreme Master? Duandong River's inheritance might be from the ancient civilization, but it shouldn't be that strong. Demon Beast Ancestor, Shock Horn, and the other Universe Supreme Masters were all growling. After all, the news was too shocking. If Sword River could kill Great Thunderstar Master, did that mean he could kill them, too? The Freedom Alliance was established to target the human race and Sword River Master, but now that Sword River was so powerful, the establishment of the Freedom Alliance was meaningless, and they would have to be careful when they ventured into Universe Ocean. Virtual Real Demon Lord's face was gloomy. Among all the experts, he was in the worst mood. To be honest, he had the deepest enmity with Sword River Master. Back in the extraterritorial battlefield, he had personally killed one of Zhou Hao's doppelgangers and more than 400 venerables of the human clan who had just broken through. Such hatred would only end when one of them was dead. Even though his intestines were about to turn green with regret, he still had to face the facts. It was precisely because of this that he had been actively working for the demon race, the bug clan, and other races all these years. This time, he had even personally persuaded Black Universe and several other Universe Supreme Masters to form the Freedom Alliance. He didn't expect to hear such terrible news before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. The news should be true. It was sent by Great Thunderstar Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God before they died, and it has spread throughout the entire Universe Ocean, Virtual Real Devil Master said in a low voice. Black Universe Creator sighed in his heart. Why didn't Sword River reveal his power earlier? If he had done so earlier, he might not have chosen the Freedom Alliance. After all, everyone knew that if the news was true, it would undoubtedly show how terrifying the inheritance of Duandong River was. It could actually allow a Universe Master to surpass his level and kill a Universe Supreme Master. The other Universe Supreme Masters all went silent. They didn't want to believe it was true, but they had to admit it. From now on, we should try to stay in the original universe. Don't go to Universe Ocean. There's a limit to how much power one can unleash in the original universe. No matter how strong Sword River is, it's still limited by the operation of the universe origin. As for a 6th-tier pinnacle, it's not a threat to us. Virtual Real Devil Master's tone was bitter. As a Universe Supreme Master, he had to hide from a Universe Master. It was indeed a tragedy. The other Universe Supreme Masters also looked aggrieved, but there was nothing they could do. Great Thunder Star Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters were much stronger than them. In other words, if Sword River wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Even if Sword River had used some kind of unreproducible technique or trump card to kill Great Thunder Star Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters, they did not dare to bet on whether Sword River still had such a trump card. Su Zhen, what is the attitude of the Purple Moon Primogenitor? So far, Purple Moon Ancestor has only provided us with a portion of the cultivation experience for Universe Supreme Masters to reach their limits. These are not of much value to us. Yes, Su Zhen, you have to communicate with Purple Moon Primogenitor. You have to provide us with more experience and true treasures. Humph. We did not expect Sword River to be so strong. Hence, if he wants us to fight against the human race and Sword River, the previous conditions are not enough. There is one more thing. We have to figure out how Sword River killed Great Thunder Star Master. Only then can we be prepared. Demon Beast Ancestor and the other Universe Supreme Masters all raised their voices. Virtual Real Devil Master nodded. Everyone, don't worry. Things have gone beyond our expectations. Purple Moon Primogenitor wants us to fight against the human race. If we do not even agree to this, then there is no need for us to work for Purple Moon Primogenitor. In a special secret region of the universe. On a magnificent island, there were many beautiful life forms. They looked like elves, but they were all tall and slender. The lowest height was at least 7 to 8 meters. At the core of the island, there was a fog surrounding it. Within the fog, there was a breathtaking lake. There were no ripples on the lake. It was like a mirror that reflected the beauty of the entire island. At this moment, on the lake, there was a stone house. There were 2 figures sitting in the stone house. Although they had deliberately concealed their auras, the pressure they naturally emitted caused the space to faintly distort. Alliance Master, you are right. The human race is indeed powerful. In the future, it will be the race that will most likely give birth to the 3rd Holy Land universe. That Black Universe and Old Beast God have taken the wrong path this time. Haha. The 2 voices belonged to Xianxia Island Leader and Northern Territory Alliance Master, who were on good terms with each other. Northern Territory Alliance Master smiled. Then he leisurely poured a cup of hot tea for Xianxia Island Leader. Try it. This is a drink from Sword River's hometown, Earth. Even Primal Chaos City Leader and Hugh Jax drink it. Xianxia Island Leader took a sip, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Although there is no energy of the origin, the taste is indeed unique. Northern Territory Alliance Master laughed. Island Leader, fortunately, you listened to my suggestion and revealed the inside story of the Freedom Alliance to the human race at the critical moment. Next, I will put in a little effort to let you join the human race. I have said before that I have high hopes for the human race, and I have high hopes for that Zhou Hao. In Universe Ocean and even the original universe, when has there ever been a life form like Zhou Hao? Back then, when Zhou Hao was only a sector lord, he was already able to influence universe knights with his preaching. He was even able to influence universe masters and undying fighters. When he was a universe knight, he was even able to kill universe masters. Now that he has become a universe master, not only did he obtain the powerful inheritance of Duandong River, but he even managed to kill universe supreme masters. Every step he takes, he is constantly refreshing our knowledge. If such a life form can't pass incarnation, then who else can? Humph. Even the ancestors of the 2 holy lands weren't as freakish as Zhou Hao when they were universe masters. Xianxia Island Leader nodded in agreement. Previously, although Zhou Hao's reputation had spread far and wide, and his talent, comprehension, and power had shocked many great beings, They had only thought that Zhou Hao was a monster-level genius and that there was a possibility that he could make it through reincarnation in the future. But now, he had killed Great Thunder Star Master and other Universe Supreme Masters at the Universe Master level. This had completely overturned the imaginations of all great beings. Even teacher origin of the human race wasn't that strong. Such a life form, as long as he didn't die, would definitely pass incarnation in the future. Alliance Master, no matter what, I have to thank you properly. If it weren't for your many persuasions, I wouldn't have made the right choice. You are right. The cultivation experience from Universe Supreme Masters to extreme limits is only the visible benefit for now. If I want to get more, I have to choose the human race. Even without this experience, in the future when the human race is born in the Holy Land universe, as long as I have a place in it, I can live forever. Shihua Island leader said gratefully. Compared to eternal existences, transcendence was not so important. After all, transcendence was for eternity. Of course, the main reason was that transcendence was too difficult. Everyone wanted to transcend, but throughout the endless reincarnation eras, only 2 holy lands had appeared. Now that there might be a third, Shihua Island leader naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Universe Ocean. Compared to the original universe, many powers from the first and second reincarnation eras reacted more violently. They had experienced 1 or 2 reincarnation eras and seen more. They knew that it was extremely difficult for Universe Supreme Masters to die. Except for the core of the 3 lands of extremis and the period of time when one was breaking incarnation, at other times, the number of Universe Supreme Masters who died in almost every reincarnation era would not exceed 2 digits, but now, 3 of them had died all at once. It must be the inheritance of Duandong River. A Universe Master, no matter how freakish or how much of a genius he is, can't be so strong. It seems that the inheritance of Duandong River is far more powerful than we expected. Maybe Duandong River Wu left behind a powerful treasure for the heir. If our race obtains the inheritance of Duandong River, then our race will definitely transcend reincarnation eras. All the powers were shocked, but more of them were envious of the power of the inheritance of Duandong River. However, they knew they had no chance. Besides them, many powers that were closer to the miniature universes of Great Thunder Star Master and the other 2 Universe Supreme Masters immediately went to their miniature universes to obtain the inheritance of the 3 Universe Supreme Masters. Divine Eye Clan. First True Masters Miniature Universe. No matter how much it costs, we have to get the practice experience of Duandong River inheritance. This is our last chance. Ignore Purple Moon Holy Land. Skeleton Clan. Skeleton Masters Miniature Universe. Unfortunately, our Skeleton Clan is not even qualified to fight for the inheritance. However, we have to do our best to exchange the practice experience of the inheritance. Purple Moon Holy Land. After hearing the news, Purple Moon Ancestor found it hard to believe. As a being who had transcended reincarnation eras and encountered great opportunities in the land of origin, not only did he have the chance to become an eternal true god in the future, but he also knew that the holy willpower could seize the willpower of the universe origin. From there, he could surpass eternal true god and take the path of becoming a saint. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was for a universe master to kill a true god. It could be said that even if one had a single machine-type valuable and unleashed a level 10 secret technique, it would still be difficult to kill a true god. Among the pulse of Duandong River, there had only been 2 heirs who had created level 8 secret techniques at the universe master level. Hence, even in the land of origin, those super freakish geniuses from the oldest countries couldn't do it. What kind of life form is this Zhou Hao? How could the original universe give birth to such a life form? Purple Moon Ancestor couldn't understand. The original universe gave birth to billions of life forms, and the stronger the life form, the more restrictions there would be. Even if there were unexpected abnormal life forms, such as the Divine Eye Clan, there would be other restrictions. However, all these restrictions didn't apply to Zhou Hao. Based on his growth, transcending reincarnation will be a piece of cake. Once he transcends reincarnation and comes to the land of origin, with his terrifying speed of solving the Rhinoceros Emperor game, he'll quickly attract the attention of many powers from ancient countries. I'm afraid his rise will be faster than I thought. Purple Moon Ancestor was filled with hatred. 3,000 Universe Ocean, 3,000 original universes. How could such a terrifying genius be born in the universe ocean where he was born, seizing the willpower of the universe origin and comprehending the mysteries of the primal universe origin was undoubtedly the fastest shortcut to becoming a saint. If he succeeded, he would only need time to accumulate and become a saint. He might even be able to step onto the path of a godly king. Hence, Purple Moon Ancestor believed that once Zhou Hao learned of such secrets, he would definitely try to seize the body of the universe origin, at that moment. A universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land came to report the conditions proposed by Virtual Real Devil Master and the others. Humph. This bunch of useless true gods can't even restrict a universe master, yet they only know how to make conditions. Purple Moon Ancestor was furious, but he knew that at that moment, the only way to restrict the human race and Zhou Hao was by relying on the Freedom Alliance of the original universe. There was no other way. As for the practice experience and true treasures, they were nothing to Purple Moon Ancestor. Agree to them, but the Freedom Alliance must produce some results. I'll only continue to provide practice experience when I see results. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Yes, Ancestor. No matter what the outside world was saying. In his god country, Zhou Hao sat cross-legged in the Golden Palace, but he looked very calm. After comprehending the fourth step of the Chaos Law, his god country had expanded to an area of almost 200 million light-years. An ordinary true god's was 100 million light-years, and when a universe master's god country expanded to a certain extent, it would start to evolve into a miniature universe. At that time, most universe masters would choose to break through to become true gods. However, he could feel that he was still some distance away from becoming a true god. He raised his eyes. In the upper level of his god country, the clouds evolved from the Chaos Law had drifted to the edge of his god country. Some places had formed a translucent universe film, and the thick clouds had started to emit the 10 basic laws of gold, wood, water, and fire. The power of the world in his god country was extremely strong. Even if a true god were to barge in, he would be easily suppressed, to a certain extent. His god country was now as powerful as a miniature universe. Next, I have to stabilize the 10 basic laws again. The more solid my foundation is, the easier it will be to comprehend the Chaos Law. Zhou Hao mumbled. The Chaos Law was like any other law. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. He knew that although the Chaos Law was extremely mysterious, the 10 basic laws were the foundation of everything. He had comprehended the 10 basic laws long ago, but it was still not enough. At least for now, he couldn't create a level 7 or level 8 secret technique with a single basic law. Generally speaking, the most perfect basic law was the self-created Tier 10 secret technique. Achieving this step meant that one's comprehension of the basic law was flawless. However, achieving this step was incomparably difficult, even more difficult than comprehending the law of primal chaos. After comprehending the 10 basic laws, one would be able to control the Chaos Law and be called a saint. The comprehension here was, in fact, perfect. My original body and mirror body still have more than 100 years to return from the depths of Tilted Peak sector. During this time, I'll start with the Flame Law. With the practice space left by the pulse of Duandong River, 100 years was equivalent to more than 1 million years. It was enough for him to study the basic laws. The transformed Milky Way had become a core territory of the human race, just like the primal secret region. Due to Zhou Hao's preaching talent and the fact that he occupied the fertile star regions of the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race, the human race had a meeting hundreds of years ago and decided to shorten the universe's top genius battle from twice every 10,000 years to once every 1,000 years. This led to more resources being spent on cultivating geniuses. After all, the human race was not short of resources, and they had all kinds of basic practice experiences collected by Duandong River, which was enough to cultivate more geniuses. The Milky Way secret region was a place that all geniuses yearned for. Even the star levels knew that as long as they listened to the Great Sword River Master's preaching, they would be able to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. The most important thing was that there were not many side effects. On the contrary, although entering the primal secret region could provide resources and access to the primal universe, it would take a long time to cultivate. Compared to the Milky Way secret region, it was far inferior. In fact, the higher-ups of the human race had been trying to change the short-sightedness caused by Zhou Hao's talent. The most obvious change was to limit the number of people who could listen in and raise the threshold. Although the effect was obvious, regardless of whether it was the human race or the other races in the primal universe, the mentality of cultivation had changed. After all, a long time of cultivation could not compare to the effect of 2 or 3 lectures. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to cultivate peacefully? Besides, cultivation might not be able to achieve a breakthrough. On the contrary, as long as one listened in, there was a high possibility of achieving a breakthrough, even if one's comprehension talent was average. This was why the influence of Zhou Hao's preaching talent had spread to almost all the powerful races in the primal universe after thousands of years. Because the effect of listening in wasn't obvious, universe masters needed to keep accumulating, and when faced with other temptations, they would leave the Hong Alliance. However, universe overlords and universe knights would not do so. It could be said that even if the human race forced them to leave, they would not leave the Hong Alliance. Solar System. Earth. On the rooftop of Westlake Castle. Zhou Hao sat comfortably on a recliner. His body was once Fenhun, the iceberg behemoth. Before it went to the cosmic sea, Fenhun used the soul-stripping technique to create another body. But now, the original body would return in 100 years, and Fenhun would be able to leave by then. As for this Fenhun, his talent had originally been very ordinary. However, with the help of the check-in system, this Fenhun's life gene level had also reached the perfect level. As early as 500 years ago, he had also broken through to become a universe master. However, compared to the Fenhun in the boat of Mausoleum, his combat power was weaker. He could only unleash power at the top of the 7th level, and this was under the condition that he had a supreme true treasure. Of course, Zhou Hao did not mind. This split soul of his was meant to be used as a precautionary measure. After his main body was rescued, his true combat power was actually the split soul in the boat of Mausoleum, the mirror image doppelganger, and his main body, these 3 bodies. Previously, this Fenhun had been in seclusion to comprehend. Now that the original body was safe, except for the body in the boat of Mausoleum that was still cultivating and improving, the other original bodies, mirror body, and Fenhun had all temporarily stopped cultivating. He hadn't had a moment of rest in all these years, so now it was time for him to have a good rest. After all, the original body was safe, which meant that his life was no longer in danger. As for the sector beast, although it was a disaster, there was still a long time before the sector beast was born. He didn't need to rush. So, green light flashed. Soon, Zhou Ying, who was wearing green armor and had a slender body, sat beside him. She looked at Zhou Hao and asked, "Brother, you've been a bit strange lately." Zhou Hao was taken aback. "How so?" Zhou Ying said. "Usually, you would take a break to relax, but you've never been like this before. You've rested for more than 10 years, and you seem to be very relaxed. It's as if you've been relieved of some heavy burden." Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. Since the original body was rescued, the changes in him were indeed very obvious. Even Zhou Ying could sense it. Of course, this was also because Zhou Ying was familiar with Zhou Hao. People like Ganwu and Nine Swords didn't notice anything. Zhou Ying continued, "Think about it carefully. I feel that you're in a pretty good state now. You can even kill a Universe Supreme Master like Great Thunder Star Master. In the entire Primal Universe and Universe Ocean, no one is your match. Indeed, you don't need to practice as hard as before." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. "Sister, you're right. Now, I'm practically standing at the top of the great beings in Universe Ocean. That's why I feel so relaxed. However, on the path of cultivation, there's no peak. I need to keep climbing. But now, it's very difficult for me to take a step forward. I need time to settle down. Of course, I don't need to practice as hard as before." Zhou Ying's eyes revealed a sly look. "So, brother, you'll have a lot of time in the future?" "That's right." Zhou Hao answered casually. Since reincarnating on Earth, it had been less than 6,000 years since he'd started practicing. In the original plot, Luo Feng had spent tens of thousands of years just to become undying. When the sector beasts were truly born, it would be at least a few trillion eras. In such a long time, with his talent and comprehension, even if he practiced leisurely, it would be enough for him to have a very deep understanding of the chaos law. At the very least, comprehending the fifth step shouldn't be a problem. As long as he comprehended the fifth step, he would definitely be able to break through and become a true god through the path of the ultimate law. The difficulty would be no less than that of the perfect godly power path. Unlike Luo Feng, Zhou Hao didn't like to take risks. Seeing that Zhou Ying'er was about to continue, Zhou Hao reached out and interrupted her. "Sister, I know what you want to say. You want me to give some pointers to your disciples, right?" Zhou Ying'er giggled. "Brother, you've been smart since you were young. Now, you're even smarter." Zhou Hao rolled his eyes. This cheap sister of his was considered calm when she was young. However, after becoming a universe master, she became more and more casual. "Elder sister, I've sent my overlords to observe your disciples over the years. Many of them aren't as honest as they seem on the surface." After saying that, he waved his hand casually. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared before his eyes. This information was all kinds of information collected through the virtual universe. With his status, he only needed to give a call, and the virtual universe's intelligence department would do their best to send him all the information about the disciples that Zhou Ying'er had accepted. However, Zhou Hao still sent some people from the Nine Swords sect to specifically investigate on the spot. Zhou Ying'er originally had a smile on her face. However, as she continued reading, her smile gradually disappeared. These disciples, even the few core disciples that she valued the most, were simply lawless. They didn't dare to use Zhou Hao's name, but just by using her name, they were able to extend their tentacles into the authority departments of more than 10 universe countries. They wantonly amassed wealth and sold all kinds of resources. They even dared to smuggle treasures and true treasures. As for the other crimes, they were too numerous to count. How can this be? How can this be? I usually give out treasures. These core disciples, I've even given them true treasures. Why would they do such things? Resources, secret techniques, status, power, and so on, they don't lack any of it. Zhou Ying'er gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with anger. She treated her disciples and subordinates very well. Whatever she had, she would do her best to provide it to them. However, who knew that these disciples wouldn't be satisfied? Zhou Hao, however, shook his head. "Sister, you did provide them with a lot, but because of this, they want more. Like true treasures, you only gave them ordinary ones. They know that you have many senior true treasures, and even some special top-tier true treasures. These disciples of yours naturally want one." Zhou Ying'er clenched her fists. "These disciples of mine are mostly sector lords and undying. Their ordinary true treasures are enough to make others jealous. Those senior true treasures and top-tier true treasures were all given by you. I put them all in the clan treasury. Unless they display enough talent and contributions, why would I give them to them? Now it seems that luckily I didn't give them any." Finishing, she stood up. "Brother, I'll deal with this personally." Shua. Zhou Ying'er disappeared. Zhou Hao sighed. After all, his sister had too little experience. Even though he had forced her to become a universe master, she was still lacking in other aspects. However, this matter actually had something to do with him. After all, the main reason why Zhou Ying'er had taken in so many disciples was to develop the Pulse of Earth. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. Regarding the rise of the Pulse of Earth, he still hadn't completed the mission. Giving birth to 5 universe masters wasn't too difficult for him, but who to promote was a big problem. In fact, the main reason was that he had risen too quickly. Even though Earth wasn't like the original plot, where after the discovery of the mystery, various powers were fighting over it, and even many Earth residents were forced to leave, there were still too few who had the talent of comprehension and mental state like Hong and Thunder God. Hui Guang and the other 2 had ordinary talent and comprehension, and only their mental state was more outstanding. Although he didn't care about talent and comprehension, if they were too ordinary, promoting them to universe masters rashly would have an impact. The Pulse of Earth is still too weak. Zhou Hao felt helpless. In the original plot, the Pulse of Earth hadn't been too powerful until the end of the original universe. Compared to other powers like the huge Axe Colosseum and the Universe Mercenary Alliance, They didn't even have the right to speak, and this was the case when there were several true gods among Luo Feng's disciples. Thus, the mission of Earth's rise seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult, unless he used the power of law. Forget it. I'll just take one step at a time. Universe Ocean. In the land of darkness, inside the nest of the sector beasts. Two ugly sector beasts were fighting fiercely, but one of them obviously had the upper hand. It kept injuring the other ugly sector beast. Blood was splattering everywhere, and a large number of rocks were shattered. "Morosa, you're almost at the pinnacle of level 2, said the sector beast. "Why don't you go find other sector beasts of the same level to eat? Instead, you're targeting us, who are at the pinnacle of level 1. If you do this, those level 2 sector beasts will soon reach your level. By then, your advantage will be very small. Besides, Betty, who grew up at the same time as you, has already reached level 3. The injured sector beast roared unwillingly. It only needed to eat 2 level 1 sector beasts to reach level 2. Once it reached level 2, it would have a chance to become the ultimate king. After all, most of the sector beasts were still at level 1, and only a few had reached level 2. Morosa didn't say anything. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and its body was covered with bloody light. It was burning its blood. Compared to level 1 sector beasts, level 2 sector beasts could burn their blood to fight, so they naturally had an advantage. Pung, the injured sector beast transformed into 99 bodies and ran away. Morosa also transformed into 99 bodies and rushed forward. It didn't take long for it to kill the sector beast and eat it. Morosa felt its core power increase. Morosa looked calm. I'm at the pinnacle of level 2, and Betty has reached level 3. Humph. So what? If I run into Sword River, I'm still no match for him. I didn't expect such a terrifying great being to appear in the original universe of this era. He can unleash power at level 10 as a universe master. I have to reach level 4 as soon as possible, or even level 5. Although sector beasts were strong, most of them could only rely on their instincts to fight. When they reached level 5, they could perform attacks that contained the mysteries of destruction origin. Ordinary true gods of void space could be killed easily. Morosa hadn't been in a hurry, but after the battle with Zhou Hao, it felt a sense of urgency. If it hadn't been in the land of darkness and been able to summon other sector beasts at any time, it would have been killed by Sword River. However, it was still very difficult to reach level 5 from the pinnacle of level 2. Even though Morosa was one of the first to reach level 2 and was now at the pinnacle of level 2, it was still difficult for it to make a breakthrough quickly because sector beasts could sense each other. Once they sensed Morosa's force, they would run away, not giving Morosa a chance to fight and eat it. Besides, when sector beasts reached level 2, it would take a lot of effort to kill each other because they had the same power and the same way of fighting. Only level 2 sector beasts could kill level 1 sector beasts easily. Because level 1 sector beasts couldn't burn their blood. However, level 1 sector beasts would avoid level 2 sector beasts. This was also the main reason why sector beasts grew so slowly during their early stages of gestation. No one wanted to be eaten, so when they were still weak, sector beasts were all very cautious. In the original plot, the reason why sector beasts were able to reach level 6 so quickly was that Luo Feng had forced them to kill and eat a large number of sector beasts, which had sped up their growth process. But now, because of Zhou Hao's appearance, Morosa felt pressured, which was why it kept looking for level 1 sector beasts to fight and eat. As for level 2 sector beasts, Morosa believed Betty would deal with them. After all, Betty wasn't stupid. There wasn't much difference between level 3 and pinnacle level 2 sector beasts, so Betty would definitely look for weaker level 2 sector beasts. Under Morosa's hunting, many level 1 sector beasts started to fight and kill each other to survive. They wanted to reach level 2 as soon as possible. In fact, this was the balance of the rules of the universe. The universe ocean bred the sector beasts for destruction. Although there would be a chance for survival, the 3,000 universe oceans would basically be dominated by the sector beasts. But now, Zhou Hao's strength had broken this balance. So, the time it took for sector beasts to grow naturally accelerated. In the outer region of Universe Boat. The boat of Mausoleum, which was 10 billion kilometers long, floated above the debris. On the surface of the debris, which was revolving around Universe Boat, there were palaces of various sizes. Around the palaces, there were beautiful landscapes such as flowers and trees. This was the gathering point of the human alliance on this side of Universe Boat. At the same time, it was also the temporary base of many powers in Universe Ocean. After hundreds of years of waiting, many representative great beings who had nothing better to do had turned this place into a pleasing scenery. Inside the boat of Mausoleum, it was a special place for fighting. Two figures were engaged in an intense battle. The blade light and the spear shadow kept colliding, bursting out powerful aftershocks. The blade light was burning with endless flames, and the flames twisted and shattered the space. However, the opponent's spear shadow was not affected at all. It shattered the blade light directly. A moment later, one of the figures stopped, and so did the opponent who was holding the spear. Zhou Hao shook his head. He glanced at the battle virtual figures condensed by the past eras and frowned slightly. He had fought with this opponent many times and won many times. However, if he only used the secret technique created by the flames to fight with this opponent, he would not last more than 10 moves. Creating a perfect secret technique with a single law is much more difficult than I expected. With a wave of his hand, the battle virtual figure dissipated. Zhou Hao returned to the space of practice where time could be accelerated by 10,000 times. However, his frown did not ease. The flame law was the first law talent that he had been rewarded for completing the special check-in task. It was also the basic law that he had comprehended the quickest. However, until now, he had only been able to create a top-tier level 7 secret technique with the flame law alone. A universe master who could create a top-tier level 7 secret technique with just a single law was very outstanding among the past heirs of Duandong River. In the entire Universe Ocean, no universe master could do that. However, Zhou Hao was not satisfied. If he wanted to comprehend the fifth step of the chaos law, he had to at least comprehend a space-type or time-type basic law. This was the correct direction after he had obtained a complete comprehension and analysis of the chaos law. Without this reward, he would not even know how to comprehend and study it. However, knowing the direction was one thing, and being able to achieve it was another. After more than 100 years of meditation, he had only managed to advance by one level despite already having a solid foundation in law comprehension. It could be said that he had barely managed to advance from rank 7 to the peak of rank 7. This speed was even more difficult than comprehending the laws of primal chaos back then. However, Zhou Hao didn't feel discouraged. Although it was easy to comprehend basic laws, and even immortals could fully comprehend one basic law, it was very difficult to reach the perfect level. Very few of the talented true gods from countless reincarnation eras in the universe could comprehend a single basic law to the perfect level. For example, Xianxia had spent 3 reincarnation eras to comprehend 2 basic laws of water and fire to the perfect level, and he had almost built the most basic water and fire origins. Suddenly, Zhou Hao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly revealed a smile. After more than 100 years, the original body and the mirror image clone finally returned to the border of the Tilted Peak sector from the Land of Dusk in the depths of the Tilted Peak sector. They passed through the 10,000 Waves water region and many other dangerous places. Universe masters couldn't surpass the limit of 100 times the speed of light in Universe Ocean, so it would take them hundreds of years to travel through the 3 lands of Extremis. Universe Supreme Masters could travel much faster, and they could easily travel 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times the speed of light, if the original body and mirror image clone didn't have detailed maps to shorten the distance and star tower to cross many dangerous areas. It would take them at least 300 years to get out. This time, the original body will stay on Earth, and the mirror image clone and the 2 Fenhun will be used to travel in Universe Ocean in the future. Zhou Hai murmured. The original body was very important. Although soul detachment technique had a side effect, the soul was bound together for good and bad. When he comprehended the 4th step of the chaos law, the reward of the highest check-in task had completely made up for the flaw of this soul technique. Now that Fenhun had died, it wouldn't affect the original body. Of course, with his current power, other than the core areas of the 3 lands of Extremis in Universe Ocean, no other areas or great beings could hurt him. However, Zhou Hao had always been cautious, so he naturally had to be fully prepared. After he became a true god, he could cultivate Undying River, one of the 3 core inheritances of Duandong River. This inheritance technique was really crazy. As long as he condensed a drop of blood, even if he died, he would have a chance to start again. It was because of Undying River that the successive generations of Duandong River kept rising. After leaving Tilted Peak sector, it was much faster. It only took a few months to return to the universe membrane by riding Star Tower. After that, he used Toya Black Hole to enter the original universe. Zhou Hao's original body was completely safe. In the original universe, the limit of combat power was only 6th tier top, and he couldn't even shake Star Tower. He kept on teleporting. After a short while, Zhou Hao's original body arrived at the Milky Way. After returning to Earth, the split soul and mirror image clone left. However, the Star Tower remained on Earth for the time being. Another month passed. The cabin door of the boat of Mausoleum opened, and a being appeared. It's Sword River Master. This Zhou Hao finally came out. It seems that he has finished sorting out the Duandong River inheritance. In the palaces of various sizes, the representatives of various powers flashed out after seeing Zhou Hao. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They had waited here for hundreds of years just to exchange the cultivation experience of the Duandong River inheritance with Zhou Hao. Everyone. Zhou Hao stood at the cabin door of the boat of Mausoleum, and huge axe flashed to the side to prevent any sudden attacks. Even though Zhou Hao had killed Great Thunder Star Master, huge axe didn't dare to be careless. According to the terms we agreed on earlier, 1 supreme true treasure can be exchanged for 2 memory stones. These memory stones carry the cultivation experience of the ancient civilization that the pulse of Duandong River has collected over the generations. There are many systems, and I've only sorted out the general system. As for what's in the memory stones and whether they meet your needs, I can't guarantee that. A calm voice was heard. The expressions of the representatives of the various forces changed slightly. Even though they had known about this beforehand, they were still somewhat unwilling to accept the fact that things had come to this point. If a supreme true treasure were to be exchanged for 2 useless memory stones, then they would have suffered a great loss. After all, supreme true treasures were very important to a race. For this trade, the races from the first and second universe eras of Universe Ocean had almost all brought their treasures. Sword River, although we've discussed this before, supreme true treasures are too important to us. For the inheritance, we're willing to pay, but the price must be worth it. Yes, if it's not worth it, we won't give up. Duandong River's inheritance has so much cultivation experience. If it doesn't meet our needs, we'll continue to exchange until we're satisfied. Many representatives of various powers started to clamor. There were so many of them, including the representative from East Emperor Holy Land. They believed that Zhou Hao wouldn't be so tactful as to go against so many of them. In fact, this was what they'd agreed on previously. On the day of the trade, they'd all attack Zhou Hao together. Zhou Hao sneered. You're all dreaming. Humph. Every memory stone contains a huge amount of inheritance experience. After you've finished reading it, you've already obtained the experience. If you're not satisfied and exchange for it, won't that mean that I'll have to keep on exchanging it if you're not satisfied? How can there be such a good deal in this world? In short, if you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, then don't come. Although supreme true treasures are precious, in my opinion, they're not as good as Duandong River's inheritance experience. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the expressions of all the powers changed. They had not expected Zhou Hao to be so unyielding and leave no room for negotiation. However, Zhou Hao had even killed Great Thunder Star Master, Xianxia Emperor, and Dragon Rock Ancestral God, 3 ancient universe supreme masters who were difficult to deal with. Naturally, he was qualified to say such unyielding words. At this moment, East Emperor Holy Land's North True transmitted his voice. Jian He, what our ancestor wants is not an ordinary inheritance, but a memory stone of a profound level. According to what we said before, our Holy Land is willing to trade 3 supreme true treasures for 3 such memory stones. Zhou Hao said indifferently, don't worry. I'm ready. So, suddenly, 3 light balls flew toward the cabin door of the boat of Mausoleum. Huge axe grabbed them and used his godly power to check them. Then it headed toward Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao gave the 3 memory stones to North True. These 3 memory stones recorded knowledge beyond the limit of a true god. He didn't choose them carefully. After all, they weren't core inheritances because he couldn't reveal core inheritances. As long as they weren't core inheritances, it didn't matter if they were core inheritances. In fact, even if they were core inheritances, as long as East Emperor was willing to pay the price, it wouldn't matter if he could give them to him. After all, having practice experience, secret techniques, and inheritances didn't mean that one could comprehend them. It still depended on one's comprehension and talent. Even in the land of origin, there was a huge threshold from a true god of void space to an eternal true god. After North True received the memory stones, he immediately returned to East Emperor Holy Land as fast as he could. When the representatives of the other powers saw that the representative of East Emperor Holy Land had made the trade, they couldn't help themselves. First, Divine Eye True Master started the trade with Zhou Hao. This time, Divine Eye Clan went all out. They traded 2 Supreme True Treasures and received 4 memory stones. Similarly, Skeleton Clan traded 2 Supreme True Treasures. Most of the other powers only traded 1 Supreme True Treasure. However, great beings like Divine Eye True Master who came to trade personally browsed through the memory stones right after they received them. Even with their souls and willpower as Universe Supreme Masters, it took them a few days to finish reading all the inheritances in the memory stones. Divine Eye True Master said in a low voice, "Sword River, this memory stone indeed contains an inheritance, but it's only from Universe Supreme Masters to the limit. It's not what my Divine Eye Clan needs. What my Divine Eye Clan needs is an inheritance that transcends reincarnation." Skeleton Master from Skeleton Clan also stared at Zhou Hao closely. The representatives of the other powers did the same. They didn't come to trade for the inheritance. Zhou Hao said calmly, "Divine Eye True Master, Skeleton Master, as I said before, I'm not sure about the inheritances in the memory stones. As for the inheritance of transcendence, like what East Emperor Holy Land traded with me, it's just that it's a high-level memory stone. 1 Supreme True Treasure can only be traded for 1, and even if you take it, you won't be able to see it. In Universe Ocean, any information beyond the limit of Universe Supreme Masters can't be obtained." Hearing this, Divine Eye True Master and Skeleton Master looked gloomy. They had to admit that what Zhou Hao said was true, but the inheritance experience wasn't enough to satisfy them. Most of the inheritances were basic inheritances, which they didn't need at all. If that's the case, won't we never get the chance to transcend reincarnation? Divine Eye True Master's voice was cold. Zhou Hao looked at Divine Eye True Master. "If you want to transcend reincarnation, you first have to reach the limit of Universe Supreme Masters. Divine Eye True Master, you're still a distance away from the limit. You should practice until you reach the limit first." Divine Eye True Master couldn't help transmitting his voice. "Sword River, we're willing to pay some Supreme True Treasures and rare treasures from Universe Ocean, as well as the combined attack technique that we got in exchange for a memory stone that's suitable for our clan." Skeleton Master transmitted his voice. Zhou Hao's response was the same. "You know how to use the memory stone. Once it's used, the things inside will disappear, so I can't check at all. There's no way for me to know which memory stone is suitable for your clan. Besides that," he added, "if a Universe Supreme Master wants to break through, he has to comprehend a trace of the mystery of the origin." Comprehend a trace of the mystery of the origin? Both Divine Eye True Master and Skeleton Master were slightly taken aback. In fact, only when one reached the limit of a Universe Supreme Master, which was the level of creating a 10th level secret technique, could they come into contact with a trace of the mystery of the origin. However, this mystery of the origin was only the most basic of the origin. Even so, it was enough for a Universe Supreme Master to spend several reincarnation eras studying and pondering. Divine Eye True Master and Skeleton Master hadn't reached this level yet, but when they heard that, they were slightly moved. It was as if they had found the right direction. They both showed a trace of gratitude to Zhou Hao, then turned and left. Without a doubt, what Zhou Hao said at the end was the most valuable. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. So what if they knew the right direction? It wasn't easy to comprehend the mystery of the origin. Xianxia was just a hair's breadth away from transcending reincarnation, but he didn't succeed. The rest of the powers saw that Skeleton Clan and Divine Eye Clan didn't make a scene. They didn't have the power to do so even if they wanted to, so they could only leave unwillingly. Of course, the information they got from the memory stone was quite good. At least Zhou Hao wasn't so perfunctory. After all the power's representatives left, Hugh Jax's face finally showed excitement. Haha. We're rich this time. There are a total of more than 60 supreme true treasures. This is almost equivalent to the foundation of the entire universe ocean. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, was much calmer. Hugh Jax creator, this is a one-time deal. The powers of the races in universe ocean are not stupid. Hugh Jax nodded. I know, but just this one time is enough. When the news got back to the original universe, all the higher-ups of the human race were thrilled. They even held a celebration party for half a month. After all, they had gotten so many supreme true treasures all at once. The human race had surpassed many powers in Universe Ocean and the two Holy Lands. Even if all the supreme true treasures belonged to Zhou Hao, given Zhou Hao's character, he would definitely give some of them to the human treasure trove. In fact, that was the case. They had gotten 61 supreme true treasures this time. Among them, there were only 6 palace-type treasures. There were even fewer domain-type and soul-type treasures, only 2. As for the armor-type and weapon-type treasures, Zhou Hao kept 40 of them. The remaining 21 supreme true treasures were all thrown into the human treasure trove. Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax tried to persuade Zhou Hao not to give so many, but Zhou Hao didn't care. His attitude touched Primal Chaos City leader and Hugh Jax. Actually, the Primal Universe and Universe Ocean valued supreme true treasures, but Zhou Hao knew that these were merely true god-level valuables. There were also valuables at the void space level. In the world of Jin, if one wanted to obtain these valuables, he could only exchange them with military credits. In the original plot, Luo Feng used military credits to exchange for thousands of true god-level standard equipment and machine-type treasures. Zhou Hao, you've given our race enough. This time, you've given us 21 supreme true treasures. No matter what, you have to deal with them. No one in the race has the right to do so. Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but say. Everyone coveted supreme true treasures, but for the sake of the race, he decided to let Zhou Hao deal with them. Zhou Hao didn't refuse. He smiled and said, Teacher, Hugh Jax creator has the Thunder Light sector that I gave him before, and he also has a protective true treasure. Now, when I was wandering in the depths of Tilted Peak sector, I got an axe-type supreme true treasure. I believe it's very suitable for Hugh Jax creator. When the time comes, I'll give Hugh Jax a palace and a soul-type supreme true treasure. Teacher, you only have a protective armor now. After a pause, he continued, how about this? I'll give you the Great Thunder Godly Armor, 1 palace, 1 soul, and 1 soul-type treasure each. As for the remaining weapons, what do you like? Hearing this, Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. No, there are too many. Although Hugh Jax, Darkness, and I are Universe Supreme Masters, we cannot occupy so many supreme true treasures all at once. As he spoke, he kept shaking his head. Disciple, I know you are thinking for the sake of our race. It's fine that Hugh Jax has so many supreme true treasures. After all, Hugh Jax is very powerful. With these supreme true treasures, we don't need to fear any great beings anymore. We can even continue to roam the universe ocean and obtain more resources for our race. But Darkness and I have just broken through, so we don't need so many. That Great Thunder Star armor will be used by Teacher. In addition, another domain-type supreme true treasure will suffice. Darkness will give me a defensive type and a palace type. He and Darkness had just broken through, so what they needed to do the most was to comprehend the miniature universe evolved from their own god country. They were not in a hurry to fight other universe supreme masters, so the defensive type and the palace type would suffice. Zhou Hao was helpless. Teacher, you and Uncle Darkness only need 2 supreme true treasures. That's too little. Currently, we have the fewest soul-type supreme true treasures, with only 4. We can give 1 each to Hugh Jax, Teacher, and Darkness. As for the remaining supreme true treasures, take out 2 and give them to Deserted Mirror, Pengong, Qingdong, and Ice Mountain according to their contribution points. After saying this, Zhou Hao disappeared without waiting for Primal Chaos City leader's reply. Primal Chaos City leader smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with gratitude. This disciple of his was indeed very satisfying. Very soon, the results of how to deal with the supreme true treasures were announced. Huge Axe, Primal Chaos City leader, and Darkness each had 9. Originally, Huge Axe had 5, but after receiving the Axe-type Supreme True Treasure, Huge Axe was extremely excited and insisted on contributing the Thunder Light Sector and the Soul-type Supreme True Treasure. If it were not for Zhou Hao, Primal Chaos City leader, and Darkness constant persuasion, Huge Axe would have given up the defensive type and the palace. To Huge Axe, just one Axe-type Supreme True Treasure was enough. But the defensive type and the palace type were also very important. At least, with a palace-type Supreme True Treasure, other than the core of the 3 most dangerous lands, Huge Axe would not be in danger no matter where he went. Even if he went to the Land of Darkness, he would not die quickly. As for the remaining 12 Supreme True Treasures, as well as those from the treasure trove, 2 of them would be given to Universe Masters with the highest contribution points. After hearing this result, Deserted Mirror, Peng Gong, Void Gold, and the other Universe Masters were extremely excited. They had not expected their race to give out 2 Supreme True Treasures. Although they had obtained so many Supreme True Treasures in this exchange, only Universe Supreme Masters were qualified to have them. They were only Universe Masters. In the end, Peng Gong and Deserted Mirror received Supreme True Treasures. Both of them had contributed the most to their race. Bing Feng was slightly worse. However, Zhou Hao had given teacher Bing Feng a defensive-type Supreme True Treasure in private. This matter was not concealed, but the other Universe Masters did not say anything. After all, Bing Feng was Zhou Hao's teacher. Haha. Now, even if the Freedom Alliance starts a war with our human race, there is nothing to be afraid of. With so many Supreme True Treasures, even if the Universe Masters of the Freedom Alliance besiege us, they will not be able to hurt us. Deserted Mirror guffawed. Supreme True Treasures could increase one's combat power by a huge margin. This was because, with some time, one could basically activate the 2 or 3 levels of secret engravings on the Supreme True Treasures. Then, one could easily unleash the power of a 6th-tier top tier. This was also the main reason why Universe Masters who owned Supreme True Treasures were defined as 6th tier. Besides, all Supreme True Treasures had many attributes. For example, defensive-type Supreme True Treasures could withstand attacks from Universe Supreme Masters, let alone Palace-type Supreme True Treasures. In other words, if a war were to break out, the human race's Palace-type Supreme True Treasures alone would be enough to give the Freedom Alliance a headache. Peng Gong smiled. The Freedom Alliance is not stupid. They can easily find out the result of this transaction, so of course, they will know that our human race has obtained many Supreme True Treasures. Plus, we obtained many Supreme True Treasures in the inheritance corridor of Duandong River. With so many Supreme True Treasures, they will not start a war with us. The other Universe Masters all nodded. Primal Chaos City leader said, no matter what, we should not be careless. Deserted Mirror, Peng Gong, you 2 should familiarize yourselves with the Supreme True Treasures you have obtained. As for the other Universe Masters, although we do not have any Supreme True Treasures this time, the race will take out dozens of Pinnacle Special True Treasures and exchange them for 30% of the True Treasure points. So, if you need anything, try to exchange them so that you can be prepared. The other Universe Masters were delighted to hear that, especially new Universe Masters like Sky Eclipse Master. It was still difficult for them to obtain Pinnacle Special True Treasures. Even though the price of such true treasures had been lowered, they still could not afford it. The main reason was that they were too weak to explore Universe Ocean, and they did not have enough contribution points. Now, the race was exchanging them for 30% of the price, so even if they owed the race, they had to get one. Of course, these new Universe Masters could not fully activate the Pinnacle Special True Treasures, but if they could activate a few levels, it would be enough to greatly improve their power in the core territory of the Freedom Alliance. Unlike the human race, Virtual Real Devil Master, Black Universe Creator, and the others were not happy at all. After this transaction, the human race had become the most powerful in the original universe and Universe Ocean. The Supreme True Treasures within the human race were so numerous that they would never be able to use them all. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined the human race. Black Universe Creator was filled with regret. Although the human race only provided part of the inheritance experience, they opened up the exchange of supreme true treasures. He did not have any supreme true treasures. If he could exchange for one, his power would be greatly improved, and if he could comprehend the engravings on the supreme true treasures, he might be able to improve further. However, it was too late to say anything now. Even if he left the Freedom Alliance, it would be difficult for him to join the human race. It was the same for the others, such as Izhou and Demon Beast Ancestor. Everyone, the human race is getting stronger and stronger, Virtual Real Devil Master said in a low voice. After the Universe Masters who originally joined the Freedom Alliance heard the news, they all want to leave the Freedom Alliance. We have to do something. Otherwise, the power that we have worked so hard to gather will quickly disintegrate. Virtual Real Devil Master said in a low voice. The Freedom Alliance was, in fact, formed by relying on the practice experience provided by Purple Moon Ancestor. This was the premise of everything. Fortunately, Purple Moon Ancestor was willing to continue providing, which helped to stabilize lone universe supreme masters like Black Universe and Demon Beast Ancestor. Demon Beast Ancestor snorted. What can we do? Are we going to start a war with the Hong Alliance? The Hong Alliance now has more than 200 universe masters, and the Freedom Alliance only has about 300. Although we have more universe supreme masters, don't forget that Huge Axe, Darkness, Chaosity Leader, and Zhou Hao are 4 universe supreme masters. If we include the supreme true treasures, the combat power that they can unleash at 6th tier will increase to more than a dozen. Under such circumstances, how can we fight? The remaining universe supreme master of the demon race, Shock Horn, shook his head. Winning or losing is not the key. The most important thing is that we have to do something. Besides, Purple Moon Ancestor said that we have to do something. Only then will Purple Moon Ancestor be willing to provide the follow-up practice experience. The moment he said that, the rest of the Universe Supreme Masters fell silent. They were not willing to fight with the human race. After all, once they fought, they would become enemies. Virtual Real Devil Master did not care, but Black Universe, Izhou, and Demon Beast Ancestor did not have much hatred for the human race. For the detailed practice experience of Universe Supreme Masters reaching the limit, they knew that they had to do something. Otherwise, Purple Moon Ancestor would not provide the follow-up practice experience. Seeing this, Shock Horn could not help but say, if we don't fight now, we won't have another chance in the future. Ever since Zhou Hao appeared, the human race has risen too quickly. Previously, the alliance formed by the 5 pinnacle races, the demon race, the bug race, the automaton race, the prison race, and the crystal race, was very strong at first, and they had an overwhelming advantage over the human race. However, because they were afraid of too many things, they had been stalling for time, giving the human race a chance to develop. In the end, the 4 Universe Supreme Masters, Empress, Demon Master, Holy Master, and Meng Cha, died. Even if it was because of the inheritance of Duandong River, the human race had risen too quickly. Father God of the automaton race agreed. Shock Horn is right. Everyone, now that we have formed the Freedom Alliance, we are on the opposite side of the human race. If we continue to hesitate, I'm afraid there will be no place for us in the original universe. As the greatest master of the intelligent life forms, it had always been calm. Back then, it had not accepted the inheritance of Duandong River, but it had saved its life. When the Black Universe Creator and the others heard this, their bodies trembled slightly. That was right. The rise of the human race was indeed too fast. Even if an ordinary race had a great opportunity, it would take tens of thousands of eras to settle down. However, the human race had only been a few thousand years since Zhou Hao had revealed his talent. However, within these few thousand years, dozens of Universe Masters and 2 Universe Supreme Masters had been born, finally. After careful consideration, the Universe Supreme Masters of the Freedom Alliance agreed with the suggestion of Shock Horn and the others of the demon race. They decided to start a war. No matter the outcome, they had to do something. After all, this was the original universe. As Universe Supreme Masters, they were absolutely safe. According to the information we have, in 2 years, that human Zhou Hao will start a universe lecture, Virtual Real Devil Master said slowly. By then, the entire Hong Alliance and many great beings of the human race will attend. This is the best opportunity. Black Universe creator nodded. We have also attended. That Zhou Hao's talent is indeed very mysterious. He can make the listeners enter a mysterious state in a short time. Hence, at this time, if we launch a surprise attack, we will definitely be able to occupy a large part of the human territory in a short time. The rest of the Universe Supreme Masters also gave their suggestions. In the end, they unanimously agreed to start a war of attrition first before starting the final battle. The reason why they didn't use the opportunity of the lecture to start the final battle was mainly because Black Universe creator and the others were considering their own interests. They weren't trying to defeat the human race, they were doing it for Purple Moon Holy Land. At least through the war, they could continuously make requests and conditions, such as true treasures and resources, as long as they could slightly affect the energy of Zhou Hao and the human race. The final battle would take the shortest time. If they won, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the human race. If they lost, the human race wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Shockhorn and Virtual Real Devil Master actually wanted to start the final battle directly, but they had to consider the opinions of Black Universe creator and the others. The human race naturally didn't know about the Freedom Alliance's decision, but even if they did, they wouldn't take it to heart. After all, the Freedom Alliance wasn't the alliance of the 5 major races. The power of the human race had greatly increased. The number of Universe Masters in the human race alone had reached 60, and there were also a bunch of supreme true treasures. Although the number of Universe Masters in the Hong Alliance had decreased, there were still 200 of them. Including the human race, the total number of Universe Masters was almost the same as the Freedom Alliance. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. As the Tao lecture drew closer, the entire primal universe became restless. Regardless of whether it was Universe Knights or Universe Masters, they were all looking forward to the lecture. After all, Zhou Hao was going to combine his cultivation experience with the inheritance of Duandong River to explain his comprehension of laws. The power of the inheritance of Duandong River was deeply ingrained in every great being's heart. Everyone knew that it was because of the inheritance of Duandong River that Zhou Hao was able to kill Universe Supreme Masters such as Great Thunder Star Master. Besides, so many races in Universe Ocean were willing to trade supreme true treasures just for the experience of inheritance, which showed how precious the experience of inheritance was. Although many Universe Masters knew that Zhou Hao wouldn't be able to explain too profound an experience, even the basic experience would be useful for the rest of their lives. Time passed. The day had finally arrived. In the virtual universe. In the vast dojo. Great beings with strong oppressive forces showed up. Only Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and other great beings were allowed to attend the sermon. However, the number of participants still reached more than 8 million. Most of them were Universe Knights, and the quota for Universe Masters was mainly from the Hong Alliance, the human race, and other powers that were on good terms with the Human Alliance, such as the Ancestral God School and the Snow Territory Alliance. Shua, a large number of Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance showed up quickly. Now, there were many factions within the Hong Alliance. Some were the original dozen Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, while others joined later. For example, Star River Master was the leader of the Special Life Form race. Although the number of Universe Masters was not high, their cohesiveness and power were the strongest in the Hong Alliance. Similarly, they had the most right to speak. Besides, the one who managed the Hong Alliance was the original Northern Territory Alliance Master, so many Universe Masters who joined the Hong Alliance later gathered under Star River Master's command. This lecture is mixed with the experience of the pulse of Duandong River. I wonder how effective it will be. Don't expect too much. No matter how powerful the experience of Duandong River is, it won't help us become Universe Supreme Masters in a short time. If it really is effective, top Universe Masters like Huang Jian and Peng Gong would have become Universe Supreme Masters long ago. Didn't the Master of Darkness rely on the experience of Duandong River's inheritance to make a breakthrough? So, I think the effect will definitely be better than before. We don't need to make a breakthrough. We just need to find our own direction. Duandong River's experience inheritance is so precious. Many races in Universe Ocean have used supreme true treasures to exchange for it. We are just a part of the Hong Alliance. Why would the human race share it with us for free? Things are different now. Don't forget about the pressure brought by the Freedom Alliance. If it weren't for the Freedom Alliance, how could Zhou Hao possibly preach the Tao so quickly? Many universe masters from the Hong Alliance gathered together to discuss the situation. Actually, most of those who stayed in the Hong Alliance were confident in the human race, but there was also a small portion who were still observing the situation. Once they reached the level of universe master, most of them only cared about benefits. Now, as long as they joined the Freedom Alliance, they would be able to gain some cultivation experience from a universe master to a universe supreme master. On the other hand, if they stayed in the human race, other than being able to get a spot to listen in, there were not many benefits. Of course, if the human race was willing to give up the right to exchange supreme true treasures, those universe masters who were observing the situation would definitely be willing to stay. Even if it was not a supreme true treasure, just a pinnacle true treasure, they would still be willing. Unfortunately, the human race was not stupid. Powerful true treasures could greatly improve the power of universe masters, so the human race naturally wanted to satisfy the needs of its own race. Star River, if the effect of this preaching is the same as before, and it doesn't help us much, will you still stay in the Hong Alliance? Many universe masters from special life forms looked at Star River Master. Star River Master looked around and smiled. I haven't thought about it yet, but there is a high chance that I will continue to stay in the Hong Alliance. Although cultivation experience is precious, the spot to listen in on Sword River Master's preaching is more important. Since Chaos City Master and Darkness City Master can rely on listening in on the preaching to become Universe Supreme Masters quickly, it means that listening in on the preaching will increase the chances of a breakthrough. Everyone, to us, becoming a Universe Supreme Master is the most important thing. However, the step from a Universe Master to a Universe Supreme Master is extremely difficult. Other than cultivation experience, one's own power of comprehension is equally important. So, compared to cultivation experience, I think it's better to listen in on Zhou Hao's preaching. The other Universe Masters nodded thoughtfully. Most of them were special life forms, and they had been very powerful since they were born. Their journey had been smooth sailing, except for breaking through the threshold to become Undying and Universe Masters. Their foresight and experience were not as rich as Star River Masters. It could be said that if Star River Master hadn't been Star River Master, they would definitely have been bewitched by the Freedom Alliance. Shua. With the arrival of the Universe Masters of the human race, the spacious square of the dojo became lively. Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, the Ancestral God School, Snow Border, and many other powers came forward to greet them. At the same time, they looked at the more than 60 Universe Masters of the human race and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the human race. Just one race alone had more than 60 Universe Masters, which was more than the number of Universe Masters in some race alliances. And when they looked at the number of Universe Overlords gathered, these powers could only gasp in amazement. In the past, the human race only had 3 top-tier Universe Overlords, and there were not many Universe Overlords. But now, there were more than 1,000 Universe Overlords and above. There were even hundreds of top-tier Universe Overlords. Zhou Hao is the lucky star of the human race. If he were born in our race would definitely be as prosperous as the human race. Many Universe Masters from powerful races sighed. At noon, all the spectators in the square were present. Zhou Hao's figure appeared. He sat on the high platform and looked down at the densely packed great beings. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He couldn't remember how many times he had given a lecture, but every time he started, he would be touched by the large number of spectators. The square was silent. All the great beings looked up at Zhou Hao. At that moment, a calm voice slowly spread. The universe is vast, and there are countless secret regions. This time, Zhou Hao didn't start his lecture from the laws. Instead, he started with the evolution of his own god country and gradually expanded to the 10 basic laws. Perhaps the human race had the idea of suppressing the Hong Alliance and other races, but in his eyes, these spectators were no different. So, what he talked about was completely based on the experience of Duandong River and his own doubts about the evolution of his god country and miniature universe. This wasn't because he was selfless, but because at his level, he didn't care about what other spectators learned. He was more carefree. Around the square, Primal Chaos City leader, Hugh Jax, Darkness, and several other Universe Supreme Masters stayed in the restaurant and listened to Zhou Hao's lecture. This time, I wonder who will be lucky enough to break through and become a Universe Master. Looking at the millions of spectators who almost instantly entered a mysterious state, Northern Territory Alliance Master was envious. As a Universe Supreme Master, he didn't know how long it had been since he entered a state of epiphany. After all, this is a virtual lecture. Of course, the effect won't be as good as a lecture in reality. I think even if there are breakthroughs, there won't be more than 5. The Master of Darkness shook his head. I don't think so. The influence of Zhou Hao's talent is constantly increasing with his strength. Now, Zhou Hao's strength is something that even I can't figure out. This time, he's combined with the experience of Duandong River's inheritance. The effect should be beyond our expectations. Shihua Island leader couldn't help but ask, Darkness, did Sword River Master really rely on himself to kill Great Thunder Star Master, Dragon Rock Ancestral God, and Xianxia Emperor? Darkness Master smiled. Of course. Zhou Hao's power is far beyond mine and Primal Chaos City leaders. Even Xianxia wasn't his match. Northern Territory Alliance Master and Shihua Island leader were shocked. At their level, they didn't bother to lie. Besides, it was meaningless to flatter Zhou Hao too much. A Universe Master can be so powerful. We've really learned something new. No wonder it's the ancient civilization. We can only imagine how powerful it was. Shihua Island leader exclaimed. Xianxia also felt nostalgic. Yes, the ancient civilization is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, only bits and pieces of it are left in Universe Ocean. Time went on. Soon, half of the 4-hour lecture was over. On the platform of the dojo, Universe Knights started to make breakthroughs. Even in the virtual universe, their condensed consciousnesses emitted powerful pressure. Primal Chaos Xianxia and the other great beings had seen this many times. Suddenly, Sky Eclipse Master and dozens of other new Universe Masters, who were in the state of epiphany, disappeared. Primal Chaos City leader's expression changed. Xianxia and Darkness Master stood up. What's going on? Primal Chaos City leader immediately sent an email to Sky Eclipse Master and the other new Universe Masters. It stopped for dozens of seconds. Sky Eclipse Master waited for the new Universe Master to reply. What happened? Xianxia and the other alliances asked. Primal Chaos City leader looked solemn. Just now, the virtual universe system sent an email saying that the Freedom Alliance suddenly launched a surprise attack on the territories of the original demon race and the bug race. Sky Eclipse Master and the other Universe Masters at the border defense line had to stop listening to the lecture to check out the situation. Luckily, they were in the Palace True Treasure when they were listening. Otherwise, they might have been hurt by the sudden attack. Northern Territory Alliance Master was shocked. The Freedom Alliance launched a surprise attack? Are they really going to start a war? Shihua Island leader was confused. As far as I know, Black Universe Creator and the other Universe Masters don't plan to start a war with the Human Alliance. Why would they suddenly attack the border while Zhou Hao is giving a lecture? Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. Now is not the time to figure out the reason. There are still 2 hours before Zhou Hao's lecture ends. It's okay for Sky Eclipse Master and the others to interrupt, but the other Universe Knights and Overlords can't be interrupted. Alliance Master, Island Leader, and Darkness, you 3 go to the border of the Demon Race and the Bug Race's territories. According to the information from the Virtual Universe system, the Freedom Alliance's Universe Supreme Masters are personally leading the team, and they've covered a few star zones. If you run into them, don't attack first. Darkness, Alliance Master, and Island Leader nodded. They were all Universe Supreme Masters, and if they could get to the border in a short time, they could at least delay for a while. After the 3 Universe Supreme Masters left, Xianxia frowned. This time, the Freedom Alliance's surprise attack might have something to do with Purple Moon Ancestor. However, the human race rose too quickly, and we need a war. I'll go back from Universe Ocean first. In a virtual universe similar to the one set up by the Freedom Alliance. Virtual Real Devil Master, Black Universe Creator, and the Universe Masters of the Freedom Alliance had all left their avatars behind. The purpose of this surprise attack was to occupy the fertile territories of the original demon race and bug race so that the human race would be embroiled in a war. This strategy would affect the energy of the higher-ups of the human race. Of course, if they could suppress or kill a few universe masters, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the surprise attack during the lecture, when dozens of universe masters formed a team and attacked the areas where the universe masters of the human race were stationed, still didn't injure or kill them. The universe masters of the human race are too cautious, said the universe masters of the Freedom Alliance. All the observers stay in their palace true treasures. When we launched the surprise attack, we were quickly met with resistance. And these new universe masters all have domain-type true treasures. The team of universe masters from the Freedom Alliance was filled with resentment and envy. Judging from the aura waves of those true treasures, they were at least senior or top-tier special true treasures. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, the moment their opponents realized what was going on, they were immediately suppressed in terms of true treasures. Virtual Real Demonic God said coldly. This is what we expected. The Sword River used the inheritance of Duandong River to obtain many true treasures. The human race's foundation has surpassed that of the two Holy Lands. Hence, they were divided into 5 teams. Black Universe, Shock Horn. Hurry up and do something. We don't have much time. Every team was led by a Universe Supreme Master, which was why, after understanding the level of the true treasures of these new Universe Masters of the human race, the Universe Supreme Masters would be the ones to take action. Although Universe Supreme Masters could only wield level 6 combat power in the original universe, they could make use of their own power to execute orders and explode with a speed faster than light speed, and they could easily unleash a pinnacle level 6 combat power. No matter how strong the Universe Masters were, they weren't a match for Universe Supreme Masters in the original universe. As the Universe Supreme Masters attacked, the new Universe Masters like Sky Eclipse Master could only hide in their palace true treasures, but they also lost control of the other areas. The Freedom Alliance took advantage of this opportunity to send the other Universe Masters in the team to seize the vast territory quickly. Less than half an hour later, 1/3 of the territory of the original demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race was seized by the Freedom Alliance. A large number of Universe Knights and Undying Fighters either died or retreated quickly. However, because the Freedom Alliance mainly attacked the strongholds, many humans living in these territories didn't suffer any losses. Darkness Master, Northern Territory Alliance Master, and Shihua Island Leader might have come to the rescue in time, but under the circumstances of the Freedom Alliance's surprise attack, they could only temporarily protect Sky Eclipse Master and the other new Universe Masters and retreat to a safe territory. The Universe Masters of the human race had been listening to Zhou Hao's detailed knowledge of Duandong River's inheritance and the basic laws of miniature universes for more than 100 years, both in reality and in the virtual world. Thus, although they had entered a mysterious state, they weren't deeply immersed in it. Thus, after seeing the mail sent by Chaos City Leader, they all broke free from the mysterious state and withdrew from the virtual link. As for Zhou Hao, although he sensed that many Universe Masters had left, he didn't care. He continued his lecture. This lecture was more about organizing his comprehension of the laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 10 fundamental laws seem to be the basic framework of the universe, but in reality, every law is the foundation of the evolution and reproduction of all things. Space and time are closely connected and cannot be distinguished. Feng Lin shook his head. Hong. Hong. Hong, just as the lecture was about to end. The moment of epiphany erupted like a tsunami. Zhou Hao's narration of the 10 basic laws had stirred up many pinnacle Universe Knights and Universe Overlords who were at a critical juncture. Within less than a dozen seconds, more than 20 Universe Knights and Universe Overlords had their consciousnesses and oppressive forces skyrocketed. Without a doubt, they had crossed the huge threshold between Knights and Universe Masters. After the lecture, they would be able to use their godly power to draw the runes of the law of time and space in a short period of time. They would be able to comprehend time and space and become Universe Masters. At the same time, the breakthroughs of these Universe Overlords were also rapidly affecting the other spectators. As this lecture was different from the previous ones, it involved god countries and even the evolution of miniature universes. It was an extremely profound universe cultivation experience, and even just a trace of it was enough for the spectators to benefit from. Hence, after the divine light tide created a chain reaction, the impact it had was far greater than the previous lectures. Not long after, the continuous effect of Great Path proverb ended, but the divine light tide still didn't disappear. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and glanced at the spectators who were in a mysterious state. Then he disappeared. However, his consciousness was immediately connected to the virtual universe and the peak of Thunder Island. "Teacher, what happened?" Zhou Hao asked after seeing Chaos City Leader. "Did Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and the other universe masters stop listening?" Chaos immediately told him about the Freedom Alliance's sudden attack on the human race's border defense line. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, then he shook his head. The Freedom Alliance has about the same number of universe masters as the Human Alliance. The only advantage they have is the number of universe supreme masters. However, the human race has more supreme true treasures than the Freedom Alliance. Their surprise attack is meaningless. Primal Chaos City Leader whispered, "The Freedom Alliance's actions this time must have a lot to do with Purple Moon Holy Land. Based on their actions this time, it seems that they only launched a surprise attack on the territories of the demon race and the bug race that were occupied by our human race. After occupying those territories, they immediately sent universe masters to oversee them. They didn't directly attack the important secret regions of our human race through God country transportation or other means. In addition, the large number of humans living and thriving in these occupied territories were not attacked too much. They were only chased away. Of course, when I received the news, I immediately had Darkness, the Island Master, and the Alliance Master rush over to provide support. The losses were minimized." Hearing this, Zhou Hao could not help but laugh. It seems that the Freedom Alliance's surprise attack is, to a large extent, just for show. If that's the case, then our human race doesn't have to react too violently. Chaos City Leader nodded. "Hujax and I thought so too. However, there will be a war between the Human Alliance and the Freedom Alliance, so we still have to make some preparations. Hujax will return to the original universe, and the universe masters of other races from the Han Alliance who are wandering in Universe Ocean will also return one after another. What about you? What's your plan?" Zhou Hao was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Now that the trade with the various powers in Universe Ocean has been completed, except for East Emperor Holy Land, who wants to continue the trade, I'm afraid the other races won't trade with us anymore. This time I'll return to the original universe with Hujax." Chaos City Leader laughed. "Those races aren't stupid. Besides, it's already good enough for them to trade once. No one will use supreme true treasures to continue the trade. By the way, what did East Emperor Holy Land say next?" "The memory stone I gave East Emperor Ancestor is considered more advanced, but East Emperor Ancestor is still not satisfied. He wants to continue looking for better ones, but I've already replied to East Emperor Ancestor. If he wants better ones, he'll have to trade with 2 supreme true treasures," Zhou Hao said casually. In fact, other than the core inheritance of Duandong River, the other 100 million memory inheritances that could be leaked were only basic inheritances. Even if they were advanced, they only involved inheritances at the level of true gods of void space. This level meant nothing to East Emperor Ancestor. After all, East Emperor Ancestor was at the level of true gods of void space. It was not too difficult for him to get an inheritance of an ordinary eternal true god in the land of origin. Hence, East Emperor Ancestor was more interested in precious and powerful inheritances. Unfortunately, any precious inheritance was an important resource for every power. Other than the core disciples of a power, it would not be easily leaked. Even in the world of Jin, if one wanted to get it, he had to accumulate enough military credits, and military credits were very difficult to obtain. Hence, East Emperor Ancestor was destined to be disappointed. Han Dan couldn't help but laugh. Although East Emperor Holy Land has a rich foundation, it wouldn't casually use 2 supreme true treasures to continue the trade. It seems like this trade is coming to an end. However, we humans have gained a lot from this trade, and we need enough time to digest these gains. When we've completely digested these gains, I believe the overall power of our human race will reach a higher level." Zhou Hao nodded. This was undeniable. In the original plot, under the systematic cultivation of Duandong River inheritance, the power of the human race welcomed a round of explosive growth. However, it took a long time, as it took trillions of eras. The news of the Freedom Alliance's sudden attack on the human race's territory caused a huge uproar in the original universe. Many powers of these races could not understand the Freedom Alliance's actions at all. After all, in the original universe, the Human Alliance was recognized as the #1 alliance power in the universe, and the human race was the #1 pinnacle race. Under the circumstances of having universe children, this #1 position would never be shaken. Under such circumstances, fawning and cooperating was the most appropriate thing to do because everyone wanted more universe knights and universe masters to be born in their race. Under normal circumstances, only one universe master would be born every hundreds of thousands of eras. However, with the talent of universe children, this time could be shortened to 1,000 years or even a few hundred years. Hence, secretly, many powers of the various races' alliance powers felt that the Freedom Alliance had a deeper purpose. However, they still thought highly of the human race. Many weak and powerful races felt that this was an opportunity. Ever since the 5 major races' alliance lost, it had been difficult for them to find a way to establish a relationship with the Human Alliance. Now, the opportunity had come. Hence, 2 months after the attack broke out, more than 100,000 weak races in the original universe, as well as many inferior races, all sent universe knights and emperors to join the battle at the border between the Human Alliance and the Freedom Alliance. This led to what was originally a contest between the two alliances to develop into a chaotic battle that involved nearly 1/3 of the races in the original universe. As time passed, the universe knights and universe overlords, as well as universe masters, who were listening to Zhou Hao's sermon, started to achieve breakthroughs one after another. In the core territory of the Freedom Alliance, Virtual Real Devil Master, Black Universe Creator, and the others could not help but sigh. The other Universe Supreme Masters also had helpless looks on their faces. The effects of Zhou Hao's preaching had been gradually manifesting in the past half a year, but this was not the result they wanted to see. I heard that the human race is already holding a banquet to celebrate the sermon. They claim that the effect of this sermon is the strongest of all the sermons, and it will only get stronger in the future. Almost all the listeners are attending. No one is absent. All the Universe Supreme Masters and Universe Masters were silent. Originally, they had felt complacent about the success of the previous surprise attack and felt that the human race was nothing. However, the moment the effects of the sermon were revealed, this little bit of joy disappeared completely. Many Universe Masters who had chosen to join the Freedom Alliance started to regret it. Just one sermon, and more than 30 Universe Masters were born. In the previous sermons, there were at most 6 or 7 Universe Masters, but this time, the number increased by 5 or 6 times. More than 30 Universe Masters, and this does not include the breakthroughs of the Undying Emperors. Besides, it is said that among the Universe Masters from the Han Alliance who were listening to the sermon, close to 20 of them created their own Universe Master Supreme techniques. Even Star River Master said that he could vaguely see the path to becoming a Universe Supreme Master. Some Universe Masters muttered in a low voice. The entire hall was eerily quiet. Everyone knew what this effect meant. If it was really like what the human race had said, the effect would get better and better in the future. Wouldn't it mean that in the future, the number of Universe Masters born from the human race would very likely surpass the total number of Universe Masters of the other races? Just thinking about it was crazy, not to mention that this sermon had a real impact on Universe Masters. In the previous sermons, no Universe Masters had participated, so they were not aware of the influence of Zhou Hao. However, this time, in order to stabilize the Han Alliance, Primal Chaos City Leader had specially allowed Universe Masters to participate, and the effect had shocked all the Universe Masters. Close to 20 Universe Masters had created their own Universe Master Supreme techniques, and this alone was enough to tempt countless Universe Masters. One had to know that Universe Masters would take a long time to create their own ultimate techniques, and as for Universe Masters, creating their own Universe Master Supreme techniques was no less difficult than breaking through from a star level to a Universe Master. This was because those who could create their own Universe Master Supreme techniques would definitely become top-tier Universe Masters, and their combat power would be greatly improved. The power of their true treasures would also have a qualitative leap. Why were the quality of Universe Masters from the two Holy Lands so high? It was because they had experienced countless eras, and almost all of them had created their own most powerful techniques of universe masters. Their combat power far surpassed that of other universe masters. Hence, in Universe Ocean, universe masters from the two Holy Lands were the most powerful. However, those who could reach the top level in the original universe had all made a name for themselves. Yet now, with just a single listening session, close to 20 top-tier universe masters had been created. It could be said that once this news was out, almost all the universe masters of the entire primal universe believed that Zhou Hao's talent would allow him to break through to become a universe supreme master in the future, and it was the kind of breakthrough that did not place much importance on talent and comprehension. Because of this, universe masters from the Freedom Alliance were extremely regretful. No matter how precious the practice experience was, it could not be more important than the opportunity to become Universe Supreme Masters, even if it was a supreme true treasure. At this moment, in their hearts, it was far from comparable to Zhou Hao's single listening session. One's own strength was the real strength. This was the truth that all the great beings in the universe knew. Sha Korn from the demon race and Father God from the automaton race looked extremely bitter. When the 5 alliances were formed, they were in high spirits. There were a total of 6 Universe Supreme Masters, and they looked down on all the other alliances. However, because of the effect of Zhou Hao's preaching, the number of Universe Masters in the Han Alliance had skyrocketed from dozens to close to 500, which completely ruined the plan of the 5 alliances. Now, the Freedom Alliance was going to repeat the same mistake again. After this lecture, all the Universe Masters in the original universe would be in an uproar, and the trillions of races would be even more eager to join the Han Alliance and the human race. Virtual Real Devil Master looked at all the other silent great beings and sighed. Father God, you've done me a lot of harm. If he hadn't gone to the outer region battlefield, he might have joined the human race like Northern Territory Alliance Master and Shihua Island Leader, in the Holy Land of the Space Beast Alliance. The old beast god lowered his huge head. When he chose to cooperate with the Freedom Alliance, the human race stopped the Space Beast Alliance from listening in. One wrong step, and so on. What a pity. After a long time, the beast roared, and it was filled with unwillingness. Universe Ocean. The news of the original universe spread quickly to Universe Ocean, especially since Zhou Hao had gotten the inheritance of Duandong River. The Divine Eye clan and the Skeleton clan in Universe Ocean had stepped up their communication with the original universe. For example, they'd left their avatars at the gathering points of the Human Race Alliance. Therefore, within a few days, the effect of Zhou Hao's preaching had spread throughout Universe Ocean. Many races couldn't help lamenting that they were born at the wrong time. If they had united the universe era with Zhou Hao, perhaps there would have been more Universe Supreme Masters in their races. The 2 Holy Lands also received the news. Purple Moon Ancestor frowned even harder. He hadn't expected Zhou Hao's talent to improve to such an extent in such a short time. According to the information he'd received, there was no doubt that Zhou Hao had become stronger. How do we restrict this level of monster? Purple Moon Ancestor had a real headache. He'd lived for countless eras and seen too many talents. Even in the land of origin, he'd seen the real talents of the top powers. However, none of them were as crazy as Zhou Hao. Not only did he improve his comprehension of power so quickly, but he could also help other great beings achieve a breakthrough in a short time. This didn't conform to the rules of the universe. In the virtual universe, Han Alliance's Holy Palace Square. Primal Chaos City Leader, Huge Axe, and the other senior members of the human race gathered with Shihua Island Leader, Northern Territory Alliance Master, and the other senior members of the Han Alliance. They were celebrating the success of the preaching. The faces of everyone present were brimming with smiles. No one would have thought that Zhou Hao's Tao lecture would have such a great effect. More than 30 Universe Masters were born, and more than 20 Universe Masters from other races from the Han Alliance had been promoted to the top-tier level. The entire primal universe was shaken. In reality, even Zhou Hao himself had not expected this. After all, the effects of the great Tao proverbs were largely related to the number of listeners. However, he had not expected that this time, after his nomological comprehension and abilities had been raised to their limits, the effects of his first Universal Tao lecture had also increased tremendously. It seems that the effect of absolute command talent is also very powerful. Sitting at the forefront of the palace square, Zhou Hao looked down at the hundreds of universe masters and thought to himself. He really wanted to find a sector lord to experiment with. He wanted to see if his command could help him break through to become a top-tier universe master in a short period of time. If he could really achieve this effect, then the rise of the Earthling pulse would be completely dependent on his thoughts. I'll test it out when Hui Guang and the other two meet my willpower requirements. To Zhou Hao, it was quite an achievement to make a top-tier universe master. Just like his sister, he was very excited when she became a universe master. Actually, he had tested it on his mother before, but the effect wasn't satisfactory. His mother only became undying, but she couldn't go beyond that. At that time, he knew that absolute command still had certain conditions. At the very least, he had to have some comprehension talent. His sister, Zhou Ying-er, had ordinary talent, but her comprehension talent wasn't bad. Haha. This time, the Freedom Alliance's plan has completely failed. After the effect of Sword River Master's preaching came out, many universe masters from the Han Alliance have secretly contacted us. They want to return to the Han Alliance, even if they have to give up some benefits or true treasures. They're willing to do anything as long as they have the chance to listen in. Northern Territory Alliance Master laughed loudly. As the nominal strongest master in charge of the Han Alliance, he had felt the pressure when many universe masters from the Han Alliance had left. But now, the number of universe masters applying to join the Han Alliance had exceeded 600 in just a few days. That was almost half of the original universe. Many universe masters from other races who had been observing the situation could no longer sit still. Star River Master's critical advancement was not the first thing they had seen. Just the fact that more than 20 universe masters had become top tier was enough to attract their attention. After all, every step of advancement for a universe master not only required an extremely long period of time, but also required a certain level of comprehension and talent, as well as abundant resources. Many universe masters from scattered races and powerful races might not be able to improve even one step in their entire lives. Besides, almost 80% of the universe masters in the entire original universe could only reach the pinnacle level, which was the limit of Tao. This time, those who had achieved breakthroughs in the Han Alliance during the lecture were all universe masters who were considered to have exhausted all their potential. Because of this, that was why there were so many universe masters applying to join the Han Alliance this time. Primal Chaos City leader was in a good mood. Initially, he had agreed to let Zhou Hao hold a universe lecture, and he had specially allowed universe masters to participate. His original intention was to stabilize the remaining universe masters in the Han Alliance, but he had not expected the effect to be so terrifying. Not only had it solved the huge pressure brought by the Freedom Alliance, but it had also completely established the status of the human race. The Han Alliance today is different from before, said Primal Chaos City leader. If you want to join, it won't be as easy as before. At least you have to ensure that once you join, you can't just casually apply to quit. Northern Territory Alliance Master nodded. I agree. Sword River's teaching talent is the most precious cultivation resource in the entire original universe. Even universe masters can't get such a resource easily. There has to be a certain threshold. They didn't try to lower their voices, so the other universe masters from other races in the Han Alliance all heard them. None of them objected. On the contrary, they were very much in agreement. After all, this time, when the Freedom Alliance was established, they had passed the test of the human race. Naturally, they didn't want other universe masters to join so easily again. The celebration lasted for half a month before it ended. However, universe masters from all races in the original universe were more and more enthusiastic about applying to join the Han Alliance. Even after the human race had set a threshold, for example, once one joined the Han Alliance, they couldn't withdraw easily and so on. But this still couldn't stop the soaring enthusiasm. On the other hand, Zhou Hao's reputation and status in the original universe had risen to another level. It could be said that if he wanted to establish a power, it would definitely become the first power in the universe in a short time. In fact, many universe masters had suggested that Zhou Hao lead the human race and establish a new power, and the voices were quite loud. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao didn't even care. Some universe masters from the human race were worried, and they even asked Primal Chaos City leader to indirectly ask Zhou Hao if he was willing to do so. If he was, then the human race would do its best to help. Zhou Hao couldn't help laughing. Teacher, I'm a human. Why would I leave the human race and establish a new power? Besides, I don't have the energy to manage a power of a race, and I don't have the heart to manage it. Primal Chaos City leader knew Zhou Hao quite well, but after hearing what he said, he was completely relieved. The main thing was that Zhou Hao was too important to the human race, and Earth was more special because Sitting Mountain Guest had spent a lot of effort to modify it. If Sitting Mountain Guest allowed Zhou Hao to establish a power, then it would be hard to say. Moreover, the Flame Emperor back then was a very obvious example. That's right. Purple Moon Holy Land has taken action. According to the intelligence, Purple Moon Ancestor has started to provide a wide range of experiences on cultivation from Universe Masters to Universe Supreme Masters, as well as from Universe Supreme Masters to Universe Limits. Our human race has also received a copy of these experiences, and they are indeed very detailed. Primal Chaos City leader changed the topic. Zhou Hao was not surprised by this. Purple Moon Ancestor would certainly try his best to suppress him because he had no other choice. Unless he gave up on the path of becoming a saint, which was obviously impossible. Unfortunately, Purple Moon Ancestor did not know that with the advantage of having the check-in system, there was no need for him to seize the willpower of the primal universe origin to break through and become a saint. What's the reaction of the Freedom Alliance and the other powers? Primal Chaos City leader smiled. The Freedom Alliance has stabilized internally, but the majority of Universe Masters still want to return to the Hong Alliance. Even with the cultivation experiences, it'll take a long time to break through to the pinnacle, or even the top, or even to become a Universe Supreme Master in the end, and success is still uncertain. You can see this from the Universe Masters in Purple Moon Holy Land. They've all gone through several reincarnation eras to reach the top. As for the cultivation experience of a Universe Supreme Master who has reached the limit, it does attract great beings. However, compared to your future potential, some Universe Supreme Masters are still willing to join my Hong Alliance. Besides, Space Beast Ancestor has also contacted me. He said that previously, when he announced the cooperation with the Freedom Alliance, it was mainly because of some personal relationships. He also specifically mentioned that the previous Sword River Master belonged to the Space Beast Alliance. Zhou Hao smiled. To be able to make the old beast god lower his head without regard for his dignity, it seems that the effect of the previous sermon was indeed not bad. And those Universe Masters from the Freedom Alliance can see the situation clearly this time. Primal Chaos City leader laughed. Then he looked at Zhou Hao. Disciple, what's your attitude? Zhou Hao's status in the original universe couldn't be ignored by Primal Chaos City leader. After all, the human race is the #1 race in the universe, so we should have a certain level of tolerance. Of course, we can't just ask for less. We can't just join whenever we want to and leave whenever we don't want to. Zhou Hao said indifferently. After thinking for a while, he added, also, regarding the lecture, let's do it once every 1,000 years. As for the internal affairs of the human race, it'll be once every 500 years. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Okay, I'll announce this right away. The effect of the lecture was so terrifying that it was 100 times or even 1,000 times more precious than many resources useful to Universe Masters. Hence, the spot to listen in was even more precious. Not to mention true treasures, even a top-tier true treasure was something that many Universe Masters would be willing to exchange for. Earth. There was a huge square in front of Westlake Castle. Zhou Hao had already transformed this place into a palace true treasure. From the outside, it didn't look big, but inside, it was tens of millions of square miles. Just the number of Undying Fighters and King-ranked guards alone reached 1 million. There were close to 10,000 knights, all of whom had been selected over the years to become Zhou Hao's subordinates. It had been 3,000 years since Zhou Hao's last lecture. At the same time, he'd gone through 3 lectures, and the effect wasn't any weaker than the first lecture that he'd mixed with the inheritance of Duandong River. The number of Universe Masters born in the 3 lectures alone was more than 100, and the number of Universe Masters who had been promoted to the top-tier level was more than 60. The human race had gone through 6 lectures, but the number of Universe Masters born was less than the number of the Hong Alliance. There were only about 40, and there were fewer who had been promoted to the top-tier level. The remaining universe masters were basically all new universe masters. Even though the effect was good, they didn't have enough experience. At the Supreme Meeting 100 years ago, the human race had officially classified the Milky Way as the sixth power of the human race. At that time, new universe masters like Sky Eclipse Master had proposed to become the universe master of the Milky Way branch, but Zhou Hao had rejected them. Of course, he knew that Sky Eclipse Master and the others weren't greedy for the opportunity to become universe supreme masters. They just wanted to repay him. However, since the Earth branch was unique, it had to be pure. Standing in the square. Looking at the three people standing respectfully before him, Zhou Hao's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. In terms of willpower, Hui Guang and the other two disciples had exceeded his expectations. He thought that it would take them at least half an era to resist 1/10,000,000th of his willpower suppression. He hadn't expected that after 3,000 years, the three of them would be able to resist it completely. Previously, I said that if you could resist the willpower suppression I set up, you could become my nominal disciples. Now, let me ask you. Are you willing to become my disciples? Hui Guang and the other two heard him and knelt on the ground excitedly. We are willing. Zhou Hao raised his hand and laughed. Good, from today onwards, you are my, Zhou Hao's, in-name disciples. Rise. Yes, teacher. Ganwu, Nine Sword, and the other overlord knights around the square looked at Hui Guang and the other two with envy. They knew that Hui Guang and the other two would definitely become universe masters in the future, and they would be top-tier ones. Zhou Hao looked at the three sector lords and waved his hand. Several light balls flew over to them. Since you are my nominal disciples, of course, you should have gifts. The light balls contain soul true treasures, true treasure sets, and flying palace true treasures, which should be enough to protect your lives. After you've trained for a while and can really activate these true treasures, you can become my direct disciples. Also, since the three of you resisted the willpower suppression at the same time, I'll make an exception and preach to each of you once. Hui Guang and the other two were overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, teacher. Very quickly. Zhou Hao preached to them one by one. However, he didn't use his powers of speech talent. Instead, he only used the Great Path. Proverbs. Even though it was only one person, the effect was still very strong. With just one preaching, Hui Guang and the other three's law comprehension rose from the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge to the 13th level. This meant that their law comprehension level rose from sector lord to official level in a short period of time. This also meant that after digesting a little of their comprehension, they would become the core geniuses of the 5 powers. Actually, Hui Guang and the other two's comprehension abilities weren't bad. After all, they were the first batch to break through to sector lord undying since Earth came into contact with the universe. If Zhou Hao used his powers of speech, they would definitely become knights or even universe masters. However, Zhou Hao didn't do that. The main reason was that these three were his first disciples. He still hoped that they would have a solid foundation. Even though they could break through quickly, their godly power was far from the same level as the other great beings. I'll send you to a special region to train. Whether or not you have other transformations will depend on you. Zhou Hao said casually. Yes, teacher. After dealing with the disciples, Zhou Hao started to train the Earthlings. He used the systematic cultivation experience passed down by Duandong River to start from the star level. As for the two Fenhun and his mirror body, they didn't have to rush back from Universe Ocean because the problem with the Freedom Alliance had been solved. Thus, the two Fenhun and his mirror body continued to wander in Universe Ocean. Of course, the two Fenhun and his mirror body's main purpose was to check in at some special breeding environments in the 3 most dangerous lands of Universe Ocean so that they could have a deeper understanding of the fire law. Compared to cultivating by themselves, checking in was naturally a faster and more effective way to get rewards. For example, the water and fire origins created by Jiafanzi could be digested after checking in. Obviously, it would greatly shorten the time he needed to comprehend the fire law. On the original star, it had been close to 7,000 years since the primal universe had been opened in advance. Although the situation in the primal universe had undergone countless changes, there were still many universe knights gathered here. Occasionally, when top-tier true treasures were born, universe masters would show up. After all, other than Universe Ocean, the original star was the easiest place to get true treasures. In other areas of the original universe, such as some special secret regions, even if there were true treasures, they would at most be ordinary true treasures. Countless great beings wanted to get true treasures, so they had to come to the original star. However, the current situation on the original star had changed drastically. In the beginning, the Northern Borderline Alliance, including the Northern Borderline Alliance, had the largest number of venerable overlords. However, after the Northern Borderline Alliance had disbanded, the Northern Borderline Alliance had formed a super-large alliance of clans, which occupied the main position on the original star. Later on, the venerable overlords of the Hong Alliance had occupied 40% of the original star. Until now, the Hong Alliance still had the most overlord knights. However, as the human race became more and more universe knights and overlords, the original star was dominated by the human race. Almost 70% of the true treasures that were born would belong to the human race in the end. The universe knights and overlords of the other races were unhappy about this, but even if they reported it, the universe masters in their races could do nothing about it. After all, the human race was the #1 race in the universe. However, under such circumstances, the universe knights and overlords of the human race lost the chance to hone themselves. For example, Buren, Uka, and Rong Jun, who were about to become pinnacle universe knights, no longer wandered on the original star. However, they didn't gain much from entering secret regions. The main reason was that the true treasures they had were too high level. The lowest level was a senior true treasure. Unless they entered secret regions with the highest difficulty and mortality rate, they wouldn't be able to hone themselves at all. And most of the time, the top-ranked secret realms almost always had the backing of a race or the strongest Lone Ranger in the universe. They already knew the identity of Wukaranjan and the others. Therefore, in times of crisis, they would secretly help and pass the news to the human race. After all, even Universe Supreme Masters wanted to be on good terms with the human race. Silver Wing, you can't escape. Hand over that senior palace true treasure, or you'll die on this original star. On a certain original star, several universe overlords were chasing after a space beast with silver wings. This giant beast of the starry sky was indeed Luo Feng. After completing the secret area mission assigned by Sitting Mountain Guest, he had continued to explore the original star. Unlike Buren, Uka, and the others, Luo Feng could use his doppelgangers to explore the original star. Naturally, it could be used to improve his skills. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not use his final trump card. After thousands of years of hard work, my remote ocean body has been formed. In terms of secret techniques, I've been listening to my third brother's lectures, and I've created my own secret technique at the level of a universe master. This time, it's time to test my true power. Luo Feng looked calm. Shiru wings flapped behind his back, and his body kept flashing. In fact, over the past thousands of years, those who had made the greatest progress were not those who had become overlords or universe masters. Instead, it was Luo Feng, Buren, Rong Jun, and the other super geniuses who were in the same batch as Zhou Hao. They had suppressed their levels and kept building their foundations. Almost all of them had created their own ultimate secret techniques at the level of a universe overlord. Luo Feng was one of the best because he had been to the sacred mountain of the giant beast of the starry sky. He had come into contact with the sect of secret engravings, and it was especially easy for him to comprehend the sect of secret engravings after listening to the lectures. This situation allowed him to comprehend the sect of secret engravings much faster than in the original plot. Hong, at this moment. A gigantic being suddenly appeared in front of a whirlpool portal. It was a top-tier universe overlord under the command of the Freedom Alliance. The moment it showed up, the area within a radius of several million miles started to surge with rainwater. Every drop of rainwater was as heavy as a star. Luo Feng's golden horned beast body felt as if it had entered a swamp, and its speed was greatly reduced. Space Beast, since it wasn't easy for you to accumulate your godly body, hand over that senior palace true treasure, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be annihilated right here. A deep voice transmitted through the rainwater. The other universe overlords, who were in pursuit from afar, saw what was happening and stopped where they were. Since Purple Star Rain Master had come, they would not have a share of the Senior Palace True Treasure. However, a Senior Palace True Treasure was enough to attract Universe Masters, and this Purple Star Rain Master must have been sent by the Universe Masters of the Freedom Alliance. Luo Feng stopped in midair. His bloodthirsty and cold eyes stared at the purple being before him. Purple Star Rain Master was a top-tier universe overlord who had risen in recent years thanks to the full set of training experiences provided by Purple Moon Ancestor. Previously, he had listened to Zhou Hao's lectures to accumulate his foundation. Then, after gaining enlightenment from the training experiences, he made a breakthrough right away. Because of his gigantic godly body, the moment he made a breakthrough, he became a top-tier universe overlord in a short time. In fact, the human race had been producing top-tier universe overlords over the past few thousand years. However, unlike other races, top-tier universe overlords of the human race relied more on the power of true treasures and secret techniques. They had strong explosive power, but their ability to sustain a battle was weaker. Therefore, in a true sense, top-tier universe overlords of the human race weren't recognized by other races. If you want a Senior Palace True Treasure, then come and fight for it with your power. Golden Horned Beast spat out these words coldly. His silver wings flapped, and he charged toward Purple Star Rain Master. How dare you? Purple Star Rain Master shouted coldly. He didn't try to avoid the attack at all. Instead, he charged toward Luo Feng's golden horned beast body. Since my rise, I have yet to kill a universe overlord. You are the first. When the two of them were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, Purple Star Rain Master raised his claws. The raindrops in the surroundings quickly condensed into a gigantic rainball. Then, he smashed it toward Luo Feng. However, at that moment, the wings on Luo Feng's back extended furiously. Then, like a blade, the wings slashed toward the gigantic rainball. The silver blade of light was as dazzling as a star. It hung high in the sky above the original star with traces of golden light. It cut the rainball into pieces. At the same time, it hit Purple Star Rain Master at an unparalleled speed. Pung! Purple Star Rain Master's gigantic godly body was sent flying backward. The armor on the surface of his body was flashing madly. His aura was weaker than before. What? He injured Purple Star Rain Master with one blow? Purple Star Rain Master is a top-tier universe overlord. Could it be that this Silver Wing Knight actually has the combat power of a universe master? Outside the area covered by the rain, several universe overlords were shocked. Previously, when they were chasing Silver Wing Knight, he had only displayed the combat power of an ordinary universe overlord. He had only relied on his flying ability to escape. Now, however, he had unleashed such powerful combat power. Luo Feng laughed. With such power, you dare to snatch a Senior Palace True Treasure? You should go back and spend more time cultivating. Laughter rippled. The silver wings that covered the sky flapped and flew past Purple Star Rain Master toward the entrance of the whirlpool portal. At the same time, he thought to himself, no wonder it's a technique at the Universe Master level. Even if it's only at the pinnacle level, it can still injure a top-tier universe overlord. However, Purple Star Rain Master's godly body is hundreds of thousands of miles long. Just now, he was only slightly injured. It's still difficult to seriously injure him. To be able to achieve such power, Luo Feng was already very satisfied. After all, he hadn't become a universe knight yet. His godly power was only at the level of undying godly power, which was 100 times weaker than his opponent's. Purple Star Rain Master was also shocked. He had lost 1% of his godly power during the exchange just now. If this were to happen more than 100 times, wouldn't he die? One had to know that he had a huge godly body of hundreds of thousands of miles long. If it had been a godly body of less than tens of thousands of miles long, this blow would have cost him 10% of his godly power. It was simply terrifying. It's definitely at the level of a universe master. Perhaps this Silver Wing Knight is also like those top-tier universe overlords of the human race and has created a pinnacle technique of a universe master level. Purple Star Rain Master guessed in his heart, but he didn't continue to pursue. He was indeed sent by a universe master to stop Silver Wing Knight. There were more universe masters behind him. Shua. Not long after, Luo Feng entered another original star. However, after flying for a short distance, a strong binding of time and space shrouded him. A universe master had arrived. It's Greywood Master from the Freedom Alliance. He must be here for that senior palace true treasure. I heard that the universe overlords from the Freedom Alliance first discovered it, and then it was snatched away by a space beast. Haha. Now, the entire original star is dominated by the human race. Even if Greywood Master obtains it, unless he leaves the original star immediately, it will still belong to the human race when the universe masters of the human race rush over. Yes, there's no other way. The human race is too strong. Luckily, the human race isn't too keen on fighting for true treasures. They mainly focus on battles to hone themselves. Otherwise, we knights wouldn't even have a share of the soup. The universe knights on this original star were all sighing. And Greywood Master used his control of time and space to see the flying golden-horned beast. He said indifferently, "Since I've arrived, surrender yourself." As his voice rang out, the binding of time and space increased, and at the same time, a giant palm formed above Luo Feng's head and grabbed toward him. Haha. Even a universe master is here, golden-horned beast said. But if you want to capture me, you're still not strong enough. The golden-horned beast's voice rumbled, and flames surged around its body. The flames instantly condensed into blade light, and with Luo Feng's golden-horned beast as the center, it instantly covered an area of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Suddenly, the binding of time and space disappeared. The silver wings on Luo Feng's back flapped, and he quickly flew toward the whirlpool portal closest to him. It's the pinnacle domain true treasure blade fire world. It's the human Luo Feng. Who would have thought that silver wing knight is the human Luo Feng? I heard that the human Luo Feng has multiple bodies, and now it seems that this golden-horned beast is one of them. Many universe knights were even more shocked. The human Luo Feng had used this pinnacle true treasure once, which was why these knights recognized him. In fact, Luo Feng didn't want to hide his identity. He showed his power this time to test his current power and prove that he could take Star Tower away. On the other hand, he wanted to prove to his teacher, Primal Chaos City leader, that he already had the power of a universe master. Although he was only an ordinary universe master, he was qualified to enter Universe Ocean. Yes. Universe Ocean. In the current primal universe, there were simply too few places for Luo Feng to hone his skills. Even the challenges set by Sitting Mountain Guest were nothing to Luo Feng. The main reason was that his law comprehension was much stronger than in the original plot. On top of that, he had a set of pinnacle true treasures bestowed upon him by Zhou Hao. No matter which secret region or original star he ventured into, there was no difficulty at all. This was why Luo Feng had wanted to go to Universe Ocean for a long time. After I settle down for a while and become a knight, the power of my other bodies will skyrocket again. At least I'll have the power of a universe master. Not only Luo Feng, but Rongjun, Oka, and Buren also wanted to go to Universe Ocean. It was too boring to stay in the original universe, and with true treasures protecting them, they wouldn't be in any danger at all. Greywood Master watched the golden-horned beast leave. He was shocked, but also envious. A pinnacle domain true treasure, this was something that only Universe Supreme Masters had the right to possess, yet it was used on a genius who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It was such a waste. Even if it was given to a top-tier universe master, it would be difficult to activate its full power. He really wanted to snatch away this pinnacle domain-type true treasure, but the human race was too powerful. If he tried to snatch it away today, the human race would definitely attack him. By then, there would be no way for him to escape, not to mention that Luo Feng had come from the same planet as Blade River. Sword River could even kill Universe Supreme Masters, so killing a Universe Master like him would be a piece of cake. Finally, he sighed. I didn't expect Luo Feng, who is from the same batch as Sword River Master, to have grown to this level in less than 10,000 years. The human race is indeed prosperous. Soon, Greywood Master left. His final sigh quickly spread throughout the primal universe. The trillions of races in the universe were even more shocked. They had never thought that the human race would be able to produce a genius like Zhou Hao, and even the other geniuses from the same batch as him would be able to grow so quickly. It must be because of the talent of the universe child. According to what I know from the human race, the other geniuses from the same batch as the universe child already have the power of a universe overlord. What's the fuss? Didn't you see that the sister of the universe child is already a universe master? Luo Feng is from the same planet as the universe child, so it's normal for him to grow so fast. I only regret not being born in the human race and not being born on Earth. Ah, I wonder when the universe child will start accepting disciples. Don't even think about it. The universe child has only accepted 3 disciples in name, and they were all born on Earth. The other races were quarreling over this matter, but the higher-ups of the human race were surprisingly calm. After hearing the news, people like Chaos City leader and Xianxia were only surprised, but they weren't too surprised. Since Zhou Hao had mixed in Duandong River's inheritance and preached Tao, the effect had been getting stronger and stronger, and it had a great impact on some geniuses. Not to mention Luo Feng, Buren, Uka, and the other outstanding super geniuses, even the other core geniuses from the 4 secret regions were growing faster than expected. Time was like a long river, flowing forward in a mighty manner. Although it could not be seen or touched, it would leave behind traces of time. For star levels and universe levels, and other weak cultivators, every day was extremely important. For undying beings and other long-lived great beings, 100 years was like a blink of an eye. However, ever since Zhou Hao's preaching became more and more influential, star levels, great beings above undying, and even universe masters, every day of cultivation became precious. After all, facts had already proven that. The more he accumulated before listening, the higher the possibility of making a breakthrough during the moment of enlightenment. Hence, the entire original universe seemed to have entered an environment of crazy cultivation. Even the universe knights and overlords who wandered the original stars mostly cultivated in seclusion on one of the original stars. They would only come out to fight for the true treasures when they were born. Although many great beings knew that they might not be able to get a place to listen in, regardless of whether they could or not, they had to at least accumulate a strong foundation. Only then could they soar to the sky when the opportunity came. And the position of the human race had been completely stabilized during the preaching of more than 30 universe masters more than 3,000 years ago. Regardless of which race alliance it was, they were no longer a threat. Thus, in the remaining time, the human race finally entered a period of steady development. Of course, it was steady development, but in fact, it was rapid improvement. In just over 4,000 years, more than 60 universe masters were born, and the number of universe masters in the entire human race had reached 130, even though Zhou Hao held a universe sermon every 1,000 years, causing the number of universe masters in the original universe to increase rapidly. There were only a handful of universe masters in the alliance of races that had more than 100 universe masters. This meant that the human race alone had surpassed most of the alliance of races in the original universe. Many great beings once said that even if the human race lost Zhou Hao, it was still strong enough to be the number 1 race in the universe, virtual universe. Inside Chaos God Palace, there were many more stone chairs around the huge round table. At first glance, the spacious hall seemed to be a bit crowded. The 3 Universe Supreme Masters, Primal Chaos City Leader, Xianxia, and Darkness City Leader, looked down at the more than 100 Universe Masters with smiles in their eyes. Previously, they had never imagined that the human race would be so prosperous. Now, in the original universe, there is no power that can threaten our human race. Hence, the next goal of our human race is to enter Universe Ocean and become a first-rate power in Universe Ocean. This is also the ultimate goal of our human race's rise plan. However, to achieve this goal, there is still a long way to go. The giant axe's voice echoed in the hall. The rest of the universe masters nodded. In the original universe, the more universe masters there were in a race, the greater the power and the greater the right to speak. However, in Universe Ocean, things were different. What truly determined the status of a race was the number of Universe Supreme Masters and the number of top-tier Universe Masters. The human race was relatively weak in this aspect. After all, Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness City Leader had just become Universe Supreme Masters not long ago. They could suppress top-tier Universe Masters, but they were much weaker than those experienced Universe Supreme Masters. As for top-tier Universe Masters, they couldn't be compared to the Divine Eye Clan, the Skeleton Clan, or the 2 Holy Lands. Of course, the human race was still based in the original universe. Now that they had a rich foundation, entering Universe Ocean was actually mainly to let top-tier universe masters like Huan Jian, who had seen their own path, train themselves and strive to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Besides, there were also new universe masters like Sky Eclipse Master. They had listened in for so many times, and it was time for them to go to Universe Ocean to train themselves. There were also super talents like Luo Feng, Uka, and Buren. After almost 10,000 years of cultivation, almost all of them had grown up. The weakest of them had reached the universe overlord level. Relying on the top-tier true treasures given by their race to train themselves in the original universe wouldn't help them much. Only by going to Universe Ocean could they grow faster. After all, not everyone was like Zhou Hao. Even if they could listen in, their daily accumulation of experience and comprehension was far from enough. At this time, they needed to fight against those at the same level or even those at a higher level. For example, the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River emphasized the accumulation of battle experience and the tempering of life and death. Only by constantly experiencing battles could one discover one's own shortcomings and the direction of improvement. After the supreme meeting ended, Primal Chaos City leader came to Zhou Hao's palace. For more than 4,000 years, Zhou Hao had spent almost all of his time in the state of cultivation, except for the internal human preaching every 500 years and the universe preaching every 1,000 years. He rarely asked about the affairs of the human race. "Disciple, how's the pulse of Earth doing?" Primal Chaos City leader asked casually. He knew that over the years, Zhou Hao would occasionally give guidance to some talents on Earth and spare some energy to cultivate his 3 nominal disciples. The human race would also take care of the great beings from the pulse of Earth. Zhou Hao shook his head. The foundation of the pulse of Earth is still too weak. Although there are various resources from the race and my personal guidance, the birth rate of talents isn't high. Although they are outstanding in terms of soul comprehension and other aspects, it doesn't help much in terms of speed of cultivation. Unless I use the talent of law following words and force the pulse of Earth to produce a great being at the universe master level. Relatively speaking, he still valued temperament. If one's temperament was not good enough, even if he became a great being, it would be meaningless to the pulse of Earth. It was difficult to judge temperament at one time, as it was affected by too many factors. Hence, over the years, he had been cultivating the pulse of Earth, but he didn't use his own talents. He only improved a few members who were close to his sister, such as Shen Hong, but only to the level of a knight. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. After all, Earth is only a planet. It's already very good that so many talents with comprehension have emerged. Sitting Mountain Guest, this universe supreme master, is indeed impressive to be able to transform Earth into such a state. Zhou Hao nodded. Sitting Mountain Guest is indeed mysterious and powerful. Sitting Mountain Guest was a great being of the godly king level. Even if it was merely a trace of his life imprint reincarnated into the original universe, his means were beyond the imagination of other universe supreme masters. For example, a secret technique like the 9-volume manual, which defied the natural order. No universe supreme master would be able to think of such a miraculous secret technique. After saying that, he changed the topic. Teacher, since the future direction of our race is Universe Ocean, I'll leave the boat of Mausoleum at the gathering point again. At the same time, I'll leave a body to guard it. If anyone is in danger, I'll be able to provide assistance immediately. Universe Ocean was extremely dangerous. Other than the harsh environment, there were also great beings from other reincarnation eras. Many races from the first and second reincarnation eras might be friendly with the human race, but if they were to encounter talents like Luo Feng and Uka, the great beings of these races would still make a move to seize true treasures. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. No need. This time, darkness, and I will also be heading to Universe Ocean. With us 3 universe supreme masters guarding it, we will be able to deal with many problems. Moreover, our race still has many supreme true treasures provided by you. Just focus on your cultivation. If you need anything else, just let the race know. Sometimes, relying on the power of the race is very convenient. I will, teacher. Universe Ocean. Deep in Tilted Peak sector. Not far from the 10,000 waves area, in the land of darkness. Two sector beasts were fighting fiercely. Morosa, you're growing too fast. I didn't want to attack you first, but you're hunting other sector beasts wantonly, and you're invading my territory. You really forced me to attack you. A sector beast exuding bloody light said in a cold voice. 99 engravings surged behind Morosa's back, and the same voice was heard. Betty, I admit that I'm not your match. It's my bad luck to be intercepted by you this time, but don't be complacent. It's impossible for you to kill me. Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason I'm hunting so wantonly is because of a terrifying great being in Universe Ocean. Thousands of years ago, he entered the land of darkness. Back then, I was only at the second stage, and I wasn't his match at all. Morosa, you're a disgrace to us sector beasts. You can't even defeat a life form from Universe Ocean. As for those great beings, no matter how strong they are, they have limits, but we sector beasts have no limits to our growth. Besides, I'm already at the pinnacle of level 3, and I'll soon reach level 4. When I reach level 4, I'll be able to perform techniques that contain the destruction origin. By then, a life form from Universe Ocean will be nothing to me. Morosa didn't look back. It knew that Betty looked down on the life form from Universe Ocean. In fact, the perfect sector beasts looked down on other life forms from the bottom of their hearts. If it hadn't fought with Sword River Master, it wouldn't have taken him seriously. Of course, even now, it just wanted to take revenge. So, Betty quickly caught up with the 99 bodies. Morosa wasn't worried at all. It merged into one body and continued to fight with Betty. Then it created more bodies to run away until Betty was led into the hunting area of the other sector beasts. Instantly, the 3 sector beasts started to fight, and Morosa took advantage of the opening to run away. Betty didn't chase after Morosa. After all, Morosa was also at level 3, and they both had the same talent techniques. Betty only suppressed Morosa in terms of energy. When I reach level 4, Morosa, you'll be eaten by me. Betty snorted inwardly. It had been watching those level 3 sector beasts. If Morosa hadn't made such a big noise, it wouldn't have chosen to stop Morosa. The fleeing Morosa's single eye was filled with fury. Damn it, Betty, just you wait. Although it wasn't injured, it was suppressed by Betty the whole time, so Morosa felt aggrieved. Seems like I have to go to Universe Ocean. Betty doesn't know how delicious the origins of miniature universes in Universe Ocean are, but I do. Humph. When I swallow the origins of those true gods and reach level 4, I'll come back and get even with Betty. Not long after, Morosa came to the edge of the land of darkness. I have to be careful. I'll enslave a few true gods to get information about Universe Ocean. If I run into that Sword River Master, I'll be in trouble. Although I'm already at level 3, my fighting techniques and power haven't improved much. Third stage sector beasts were indeed very strong, but they only had one more means of escaping, sector light passageway. They only had an increase in energy. Even so, other than Zhou Hao, no other Universe Supreme Master in Universe Ocean was a match for Morosa. Zhou Hao didn't know that because of him, Morosa had reached level 3 10,000 eras earlier than in the original plot, and it had left the land of darkness much earlier. At the edge of the core of Universe Boat, the boat of Mausoleum broke through layers of lightning and left a dangerous area. Zhou Hao's strongest, Fenhun, was sitting comfortably on the couch. In front of him was the surrounding environment of the boat of Mausoleum. For more than 4,000 years, he'd been exploring the inner area and the core edge of the 3 lands of Extremis. Relying on the boat of Mausoleum and his own survival techniques, he'd checked in at almost every dangerous place. In the past 4,000 years, he'd gotten more than 50 supreme true treasures, hundreds of pinnacle special true treasures, thousands of top-tier special true treasures, and lots of special resources by checking in. All the supreme true treasures and pinnacle true treasures in Universe Ocean were controlled by the original mind of the original universe, so it was good enough that he'd gotten so many supreme true treasures by checking in. However, his main purpose was to obtain the secret techniques left behind by great beings at Xianxia's level and the wondrous items that were naturally born in the Universe Ocean. However, to his disappointment, there were too few great beings at Xianxia's level who had left behind the inheritance of secret techniques. But he got some strange objects that contained the origin Relying on these strange objects and the secret techniques he'd gotten from checking in, he'd finally created a basic origin-level secret technique on the fire law and touched upon the mystery of the fire origin. It could be said that if Zhou Hao was willing, with his comprehension of fire origin, he could break through to real God in a short period of time and reach the limit of real God. If he were to go through reincarnation, there would be a high chance of success. Besides the fire law, he'd also made great progress in the water law and the gold law. He'd created 9th-tier secret techniques on his own. But the rest, such as earth and wood, were still at the 7th-tier level. This made Zhou Hao realize that the 5th step of the chaos law was indeed difficult. It's been 10,000 years since I reincarnated. Controlling the boat of Mausoleum, Zhou Hao sighed and returned to the gathering point in Universe Boat. In 10,000 years, he'd been able to create a basic origin secret technique on his own with a single law. This was a great achievement. But with the check-in system, this achievement wasn't something to be proud of. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Rise of the Race mission. You're rewarded with the 5th pair of chaotic golden wings. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. End of chapter 437. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.